in the Great Qian Imperial Dynasty, the 9th year of Renhe. Inside Luoshui County's inner city at Yonglu Alley, rows of bright red lanterns hung high and the character for double happiness was pasted everywhere. The festive atmosphere extended all the way to Compound B6, where the noise and excitement grew even more boisterous. Congratulations, congratulations. Happy wedding, Captain Li. Wishing Captain Li and his esteemed wife a harmonious union forever united in heart. I heard the bride comes from a scholarly family, well-read and beautiful. Her dowry filled 5 whole carts. Captain Li is truly blessed. Chief, it's getting late. Time for the bridal chamber. Don't keep the lady waiting. We'll handle things here. Li Qinglian, dressed in a black ceremonial robe, with a large red silk flower pinned to his chest, raised his wine glass high. After greeting the guests for a while slightly tipsy, he made his way toward the bridal chamber. He pushed open the door and entered. His gaze fell directly on the bride sitting at the edge of the bed, dressed in a phoenix coronet and red cape, a red veil covering her head. A slight daze flickered across his face. Never thought that after being single for over 20 years on Earth I'd get married so quickly in this world. Perhaps settling down like this isn't so bad. He felt a stirring in his heart. Yes, he was a transmigrator. 3 years ago he had come to this world. Back then his original self was still a scholar. After learning that this was a world where martial arts flourished, the strong were revered and demons and monsters ran rampant, he decisively abandoned the pen for the sword and became a constable. He had hoped to use official resources to learn martial arts, grow quickly, enjoy a life of luxury and romance, and dominate the land. But he overestimated his talent. He had no golden finger, and his martial progress was painfully slow. His once ambitious dreams turned into fantasies, and gradually, he extinguished the small flames of a transmigrator's pride, becoming an ordinary, honest constable just coasting by. Later, through a matchmaker, he met his current wife. Husband. Just then, a gentle, crisp, slightly shy female voice sounded, breaking his train of thought. Has my lady grown impatient? Li Qinglian smiled and walked over, gently lifting the red veil. A breathtakingly beautiful face was revealed before him. Her jet-black hair was styled into a cloud-like bun, pierced by a golden hairpin inlaid with a red agate. On each side hung golden phoenix-tail hair ornaments that swayed gently. A few strands of hair fell across her smooth forehead like willow branches by a riverbank. Her slender brows were like green hills after rain. Her clear, affectionate eyes were like a lake stirred by ripples. Her cheeks were flawless as white jade. Her red lips were like cherries, tempting one to take a bite. The red candlelight reflected on her face, adding a touch of charm and shyness to her extraordinary beauty. She was his wife, Shen Yushu. That such an unparalleled woman had become his wife felt like a dream. He even felt that his original Bodis ancestors must have burned some exceptionally good incense. Even if I never succeed in martial arts, marrying such a wife makes this life worthwhile, Li Qinglian thought to himself. He sat down beside Shen Yushu, his right arm encircling her slender, soft waist. With fire in his eyes and excitement in his heart, he leaned toward her red lips. Husband, not so fast. The nuptial wine ceremony. Shen Yushu shyly raised her hand to stop him, biting her lip gently, and pointed to the wine cups on the wooden table. Li Qinglian sighed helplessly, then got up to fetch the wine. This wife of his was perfect in every way except for being a bit too conservative and rigid. After the crossed-arm wine, he deliberately lifted her tempting chin and asked, My lady, may we now? Please, husband, come to bed. Let this wife remove your robes. Shen Yushu's voice trembled slightly. No need. Your husband is best at being understanding and removing clothes. Li Qinglian laughed out loud and swept this irresistibly alluring woman into his arms, carrying her to a night of bliss. Gold ornaments fell to the floor, the hibiscus-patterned bed curtains grew warm, half-drunk in silk, half-drunk in spring. Red candles cast dancing shadows, low murmurs and soft whispers. The new bed's fine pillows meant for two. Ding. Detected hosts union of yin and yang. This system has met activation conditions and is now active. The host may view the basic attribute panel of all living beings. The host may gain experience points through the union of yin and yang. Experience points can be used to upgrade the host's various skills. They can also be used to fuse skills, allowing them to evolve into higher-level skills. The host may obtain a random skill from an enemy upon slaying them. The host may also spend experience points to acquire a specific skill. Suddenly, a mechanical, cold voice sounded in his mind. A string of surprises nearly stunned him. At that moment, he felt like he could cry. 3 years. He had waited for a golden finger for 3 full years. He had thought he didn't have one at all. Who knew the activation method was just wrong? If he had known earlier, he would have followed the other constables, going with the flow and supporting the business of the young ladies in the Spring Fragrance Pavilion and Joyful Court. From the system's prompt, he roughly understood its functions. It could acquire martial arts boost strength and allow him to view others' information. In short, it was incredibly overpowered. The only drawback was the slightly unconventional method of earning experience points. Husband. Perhaps sensing that Qinglian had stopped at a crucial moment, Shen Yushu called out softly, a note of surprise in her voice. Qinglian snapped back to reality, but the desire that had been burning in him suddenly froze, his face stiffened, and his little bird nearly broke its wings. For he saw that above his wife's head, who now had a rosy flush and dreamy eyes, an attribute panel had appeared that he could hardly believe. Name Shen Yushu, Yin-Yang Sacred Body Identity, one of the 5 Saintesses of the Demon Sect, age 24, realm 3rd grade, perfection skills, Heavenly Demon Tactic 9, Tribulation, Divine Finger 7, Inquiries, to Heaven, Moon Shifting, Shadow Art, Immortal Steps, Gleaming Light Shade, Tich 3rd grade, perfection. Qinglian's mouth went dry, his whole body turned cold and stiff. The joy from the system activation vanished, completely replaced by tumultuous waves in his heart. In this world, martial arts had 9 grades. 1 grade, 1 world. In Luoshui County, an 8th grade was already a master, 7th grade was a deterrent force. Even in a prefectural city, 7th grade was considered a minor expert. As for 3rd grade, he had never even heard of it, but that such a level of being would condescend to marry him, a mere constable, filled him with deep suspicion and dread. Now, looking back on how they met, he felt that everything was deeply suspect. It seemed as if Shen Yushu had carefully planned it all just to marry him. But he simply couldn't understand. With his average talent, not particularly handsome features, why would a noble demon sect Saintess go to such lengths? If it were for the sake of devouring his yang to cultivate Yin, that was even more impossible. Shen Yushu was clearly still a virgin. Husband, it's all right. I've heard men are a bit quick their first time. Just as his thoughts were in turmoil, he heard Shen Yushu's gentle comfort. Obviously, Shen Yushu had misunderstood. However, he dared not explain. At this moment he faced a tremendous dilemma, how to confront this lady whose true identity filled him with dread and unease. Don't be discouraged. I believe in you, husband. Shen Yushu gently comforted him again, taking the initiative to wrap her snow-white jade-like arm around his back. Seeing Shen Yushu at this moment, shy and gentle, her cheeks flushed with an alluring rosy tint. It was as if she was not the saintess of the demon sect at all, but a genuine newlywed bride. No man could tolerate being called inadequate by a woman, especially when the woman before him was so alluring that she stirred Qinglian's burning desire. Bracing his heart, he made up his mind, since what was done regardless of her intentions, at least he had gained something now. Do you so wish your husband to be incapable? Let you taste my fire. Having reconciled these thoughts, Qinglian gathered his spirit anew to continue the unfinished duty. After several rounds of passion with soft jade in his arms, Qinglian felt not a trace of sleepiness. He focused his attention on the illusory lines floating before his eyes. Experience 1000, experience 100, experience 98. The first time gave so much experience, while the second and third were extremely close. It seems only a woman's first time grants such a large bonus. He thought to himself, and with a single thought his personal status panel appeared before his eyes. Namely, Qinglian Identity Constable of Luoshui County, age 20, realm 9th rank, perfection skills 100 waves, blade art, minor mastery, golden body, jade, bone art, 3rd layer, 5 elements, fist, proficient, mud wading step, proficient, sketch adept. Experience 1395. Looking at his own status panel, Qinglian felt a mix of emotions. It had taken him 3 years in this world to finally reach the 9th rank perfection realm. Even this was the result of his clever scheming and planning. The acquisition of the golden body, jade, bone art in particular, had been a perilous journey that nearly cost him his life. Even so, he was now stuck at the 3rd layer. He could never grasp the key to the 4th layer, it was a bottleneck. Once he entered the 4th layer, he could break through the 9th rank limitation and step into the 8th rank realm. He had thought that to enter the 8th rank he would need some special encounter. But now the appearance of the system had shattered that confinement, entirely allowing him to break through with a single thought. Qinglian turned his head to glance at the jade beauty nestled in his arms, her cheeks flushed with peach blossom pink, her eyes gently closed. He decided against breaking through at this moment. With Shen Yushu's 3rd rank martial realm, she would instantly detect any breakthrough of his. Advance 100 waves, blade art. Qinglian murmured in his heart. Experience deducted 150 100 waves blade art minor mastery major mastery. Instantly his consciousness drifted into an illusory space where a figure demonstrated the profundities of the perfected art, and he followed to learn alongside. In the blink of an eye, he had fully mastered the major mastery level 100 waves blade art. The entire process felt immensely long, yet in reality it lasted but a single instant. Continue to advance. Experience deducted 300 100 waves blade art major mastery perfect mastery. Once again a flood of information poured into his mind. All the intricacies and enlightenment of the perfect art, and they became his own. Only he felt a strange fatigue, as if he had stayed awake for several consecutive nights. It seems skill levels cannot be upgraded indefinitely, mental energy is also required. Qinglian thought to himself. He closed both eyes and began to rest and recover. The moment his eyes shut, however, Xin Yushu in his arms opened her own eyes. Calm as a placid lake, yet with a glimmer of doubt flickering within. She clearly sensed her husband's spiritual energy being rapidly depleted, as if he were engaging in intense calculation or deep contemplation leading to mental exhaustion. Could my husband truly have something special? She stared at Qinglian for a long time, but in the end did not disturb him, closing her own eyes to rest as well. Master! Constable Dong urgently seeks your presence. After an unknown time, a crisp voice like ringing bells interrupted his slumber. What could be so urgent? That Dong Rini has absolutely no sense of timing. Qinglian turned over and grumbled discontentedly. Husband, you should get up and see. If Constable Dong has come at this hour, it must be something urgent. Instead, Xin Yushu beside him urged him on. All right. Qinglian finally got up. Just as he was about to dress, he heard Xin Yushu volunteer, Husband, allow this wife to dress you. He pretended to nod casually, but inside he was flustered beyond measure. To let the revered Saintess of the demon sect dress him personally. Who in the world had such an honor? Yet when it struck him that he had already slept with her, what was there to fear in letting her dress him? His heart suddenly relaxed. Donning the azure constable uniform with a long blade at his waist, his lean and upright frame matched by his handsome features, he cut a chivalrous figure. Husband, be careful when you step outside. There's no need to risk your life for a few silver coins. Xin Yushu, while tidying his clothes, cautioned him with concern. I understand, wife. They'll be going now. Get some rest early. Qinglian nodded, gently kissed her smooth forehead, then turned and walked out the door. Outside the door, a young girl in a light blue dress stood demurely. She was Shen Yushu's personal maid, Qinglian. Name Qinglian, identity, one of the 4 maidservants under Saintess Shen Yushu of the demon sect, age 18, realm 7th rank, late stage. When he saw Qinglian's personal panel, Qinglian was secretly stunned. A mere maid younger than himself was already a 7th rank martial artist. Truly one of the Saintess retinue. Qinglian, take good care of your mistress. He pretended to know nothing and gave the instruction. Understood, master. You be careful too. Qinglian even made a funny face at him. If not for the system's ability, he might have really believed her to be a purely innocent, playful little girl. Watching Qinglian walk out of the courtyard, the innocence on Qinglian's youthful face instantly vanished, replaced by a composed, knowledgeable expression, as if she had become a different person. She pushed open the door and entered the bedroom, asking with utmost reverence, Mistress, any gains? Shen Yushu shook her head, a look of confusion and even some puzzlement on her face. Mistress, could that old bastard have miscalculated? Unlikely. The Tianji sect's great derivation, heavenly cycle art, is top tier. It has never erred. Perhaps we need time. There's no need for us to rush. If a matter were so easily resolved, the Demon Heaven strategy would not be known as one of the 10 extraordinary books. Let us wait and see. There is still 2 years anyway. Shen Yushu said calmly. It's just that it's unfair to you, mistress. Qinglian's spirits sank, seeming to feel it was not worth it for Shen Yushu. It is hardly unfair. He is quite different from other men, and living a plain simple life is not necessarily misfortune. Do not speak such words again. She raised her eyes and glanced at Qinglian. A hint of an aura that dominated the world flashed and vanished, causing Qinglian's delicate frame to tremble slightly. Stepping out of the courtyard, Qinglian felt an immense relief, as if a 1,000-pound shackle had been lifted from him. Glancing back at the yard, he let out a long sigh, his heart in turmoil. He could use this time to steady his mindset and carefully consider how to navigate their future interactions. Hey chief, can't bear to leave already? At that moment, Dong Rini, who had been standing outside the gate, let out a sly chuckle. Mind your own business. Spill it. What happened that you had to summon me in the dead of night? Li Qinglian shot him a glare. Seeing Li Qinglian's inquiry, Dong Renai's expression turned serious. It's the southern riverside area in the outer city. Trouble's brewing. Chief Zhang ordered all of us to patrol there. Anyone causing chaos is to be executed without mercy, no matter who's behind them. Isn't that the Sanhe gang's turf? Li Qinglian asked in confusion. The Sanhe gang was one of the three major powers entrenched in the outer city of Luoshui County. They controlled water transport docks, fish markets, and other trades, with countless lowlifes making a living under them. They had always been tyrannical, domineering, and exploitative. Their leader Qiao Si was a martial artist of the 8th rank with strength infused into his sinews and bones, and his Hua Gu Mianzhang technique was nothing short of masterful. According to the rules set by Luoshui County, the territories of gangs in the outer city were under their own jurisdiction, provided they didn't indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Of course, as the local powers managing those areas, they paid tribute to the authorities each month, akin to the government contracting out the management of certain outer city zones. The southern riverside area was Sanhe gang's domain. In theory, even if trouble erupted there, the authorities wouldn't meddle unless the gang couldn't handle it themselves or broke the rules. The situation in the southern riverside is chaotic now. Many wandering martial artists have shown up, along with some fighters hostile to the Sanhe gang. I heard several of their high-ranking members were killed recently. Dong Rennie briefed him on the intelligence head gathered. Soon they arrived at the southern riverside of the outer city. The area was in utter disarray. Flames roared in multiple spots, accompanied by screams and battle cries painting a scene of brutal carnage. Several corpses lay on the periphery, some from the Sanhe gang, others of unknown origin. Let's go take a look inside. Li Qinglian glanced at the dark alley and plunged into it. To be safe, he immediately contacted the system to advance his cultivation. Experience points: 500 golden body, jade, bone art, 3rd layer, 4th layer, 9th rank perfection, 8th rank initial stage. Torrential power erupted within him, born from flesh and penetrating into sinews and bones. His sinews grew thicker and tougher. His bones became denser and harder. A mysterious surge of memories flooded his mind. The profound secrets of the golden body, jade, bone art's 4th layer now fully mastered. At this moment he had finally shattered the shackles and stepped into the 8th rank. Just then a figure abruptly appeared at the corner ahead. It was a rough-looking man in coarse clothing, his face full of brutish flesh, wielding a sharp butcher's knife, his demeanor utterly menacing. Their sudden encounter left both momentarily stunned. Li Qinglian immediately checked the man's status panel. Name: Yu Laolu, identity 6th chief of Golden Rooster Stronghold realm, 9th rank perfection, skills: wind cleaving / minor mastery, butchery art, proficient, incomplete, iron shirt, grand mastery. After scanning the panel, Li Qinglian narrowed his eyes. In the past he might not have been confident against this bandit, but now. He was an 8th rank initial stage martial artist with a sword art at the mastery level. Why should he fear him? Hell, luck's on my side. 2 black-skinned dogs to butcher. Let me see if your insides are any different from others. Yu Laolu grinned at them, a cruel smile spreading across his face, his eyes gleaming with excitement like a hunter eyeing his prey. With those words, he transformed into a forest leopard, unleashing astonishing speed as he charged at them. The butcher knife in his hand glinted with a chilling light under the pale moonlight. In his mind he could already see these 2 officials as slaughtered livestock. Skinned, dismembered, and arranged neatly on a chopping block. A strange thrill surged through him, his blood boiling. Chief, watch out. Should we use our usual coordination? Seeing Li Qinglian standing still gripping his sword hilt, Dong Rennie urgently reminded him. No need, Li Qinglian said calmly. The next second, clang. The blade slid from its sheath like moonlight, ethereal and dreamlike. The sword energy swirled like a surging tide breaking through a seawall, unstoppable. Looking closer, Li Qinglian's sword had already returned to its sheath, as if it had all been a dream. But Yu Laolius' leopard-like body came to an abrupt halt just 2 meters from Li Qinglian. You, second brother, will avenge me. Yu Laolius' face was a mask of shock as he forced out the words with difficulty. Before he could finish, a red line spread across his neck. Crimson blood gushed out and his body thudded to the ground in the alley. Just like that. Chief, you're getting more formidable. Dong Rennie was taken aback, then flattered him as he strode over to examine Yu Laolius' corpse. Enemy: Yu Laolu slain. Host, please choose how to acquire the deceased skills. A prompt appeared before Li Qinglian. How many experience points to select a specific skill? Li Qinglian asked silently. Requires 200 experience points. A new prompt emerged. 200 points. That's a bit steep. He'll go with random. His remaining experience points were limited, so he had to be frugal. Congratulations, host, you have obtained wind cleaving/proficient. Is the host willing to spend 300 experience points to fuse wind cleaving/ with 100 waves sword art? After seeing the system, promptly Qinglian thought it over and agreed. He was curious to see what kind of martial art would emerge from merging two proficient level techniques. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 9th rank martial art windstorm sword art grand mastery. With the new prompt, he fully grasped the sword art. This technique combined the strengths of wind cleaving/ and 100 waves sword art, becoming more exquisite and fearsome, though its proficiency dropped to grand mastery. Yet he felt himself growing stronger. Truly heaven-defying. I never thought martial arts could actually be fused. This way, even without joining a prestigious clan or sect, I needn't worry about limitations in martial techniques. Qinglian was filled with awe. He felt that, with the system, he could truly live like a human. This world was a place of strict and brutal hierarchy. It was said that the founding emperor of the Great Qin dynasty had unified the realm largely thanks to the support of sects and aristocratic families. After establishing the Great Qin imperial court, he made a promise to share the realm with the imperial clan aristocratic families and sects. This, however, led to the monopoly of various martial arts resources. How difficult it was for an ordinary person to become a martial artist. Even if by some stroke of luck one acquired a fragment of a technique and stepped onto the path of martial arts, progressing further was immensely challenging without suitable martial arts and resources. Unless you possessed extraordinary talent and joined a sect or were willing to enter a powerful family as a servant or a dog, or perhaps join the Great Qin imperial court. However, joining the Great Qin imperial court was no easy feat. Even after joining, obtaining martial arts required not only meritorious service but also wealth and connections. Without these, you could never hope to acquire profound techniques. Take him, for example. After 3 years in the government, all he had obtained was a single ungraded blade technique. It was clear just how difficult it was to rise in this world. But now, with the system, everything was different. He could acquire martial arts by slaying enemies. His realm could be elevated through experience points. It was as if he now had a path leading straight to the peak. Damn, he's you the 6th. We're doomed, chief, we're truly doomed this time. At that moment, Dong Renai's panicked voice interrupted his thoughts. Don't make a fuss. Are we supposed to just stick our necks out and wait for death? Qinglian glanced at him and said calmly, No, chief, that's a bandit from Golden Rooster Fort. Golden Rooster Fort has already made it clear anyone who dares to touch their men will find their entire family in chaos. Dong Renai said with deep worry. No matter. Let them come. Qinglian showed not a trace of concern. Instead, he seemed eager. Golden Rooster Fort was a bandit stronghold entrenched in the Qingcang Mountains 50 li northeast of Luoshui County. They had been looting and committing all kinds of evil there. Passing merchant caravans detested them. The authorities had once sent troops to suppress them, but the bandits had vanished without a trace. As soon as the soldiers left, the bandits would reappear. Their motto was, when the officials advance, we hide. When they retreat, we emerge. With no other recourse, the authorities offered a huge bounty to deal with the bandits. But no sooner had someone hunted a bandit and claimed the reward than their entire family was slaughtered that very night. Golden Rooster Fort had declared that anyone who harmed their men would face their brutal vengeance. Since then, no one dared to act against Golden Rooster Fort's bandits. My dear Lien, there must be some family in Luoshui County backing Golden Rooster Fort. How else could they have such precise intelligence? Maybe they're just the white gloves of some family. Dong Renai was anxious for Qinglian. In this dark alley, if you don't tell and I don't tell, who would know? At worst, we don't claim the bounty. Qinglian said flatly and continued striding forward. Right? No one else saw us here. I was really scared out of my wits. Dong Renai slapped his forehead and quickly followed. An hour later, Qinglian's face was cold and stern with a faint trace of blood on his pale cheek, and his body exuded a shocking murderous aura. He walked with a commanding presence, warning others to keep their distance. The chaos in the Nanha area had also been suppressed. Qinglian's gains were even greater. Acquired Eagle Claw 13 strikes, acquired 6 harmonies, palm, acquired Ghost Blade 7 forms. Although the martial arts he randomly obtained were ungraded, he could fuse them through the system to transform them into graded techniques. This was a tremendous gain for him. Don't come near. Help. Hehe, little lady, let's see who can save you now. Who would dare? A beauty like you living in such a shabby and desolate place, what a waste. That bookish scholar husband of yours weak as a chicken could never satisfy you. You'd best obediently submit to me." Suddenly from the alley ahead came desperate cries and lewd remarks from a dissolute young master. A fierce killing intent flickered in Qinglian's eyes and his pace quickened. "Chief!" Dong Rini following behind tugged at his long coat, but swallowed his words. "Don't worry, I won't be reckless. If we really can't afford to provoke them, well, just steer clear." Qinglian patted his shoulder and smiled. But somehow Dong Rini saw coldness and overwhelming murderous intent in that smile. The chief has changed somehow. He sighed inwardly and tightened his grip on his sword hilt. You bitch, how dare you bite me?" As they rounded the corner into the dark, filthy alley, an exasperated voice came from one of the houses. When Qinglian and the other quickly reached the door, a disheveled woman nearly collided with him. By the pale moonlight, he saw a woman past her 20s. Though dressed in coarse cloth, her skin was like snow. Her delicate, flawless oval face, combined with her pitiful, panicked expression, made her look like a small white flower blooming from the mud. Pure and sorrowful. When she saw Qinglian's attire, as if meeting her savior, she fell to her knees with a thud. "Sir, please save me." The woman clutched his calf, her voice trembling with emotion. "Oh, so it's you black-skinned dogs. Have you no manners at all? Hurry up and bring this young master his beauty." Before Qinglian could respond, an arrogant, domineering voice rang out. The speaker was a young master in embroidered robes. His steps were unsteady, his face pale with a yellowish tint, and his eyes were sunken and dark, a clear sign of overindulgence. Beside him stood a middle-aged man holding a sword. Without needing the system, Qinglian already knew their identities. Fong Zishan, the 7th young master of the Fong family in Luoshui County, a latest-stage 9th-rank martial artist. His personal bodyguard, the wandering dragon sword Taifeng, an 8th-rank martial artist. Hearing Fong Zishan's words, the woman looked up at Qinglian in disbelief, as if utterly despairing. She slumped to the ground, her eyes filled with hopelessness. "7th young master Fong, leave now and ill pretend I saw nothing." Qinglian glanced at the 3 corpses at the door of the ruined house and spoke calmly. Fong Zishan was stunned for a moment, then his face turned livid. He pointed at Qinglian and cursed. "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Even your chief Zhang has to be respectful in my presence. What the hell are you? You like playing the hero, don't you? Today I'm going to have my way with her right in front of you, you black-skinned dog. What can you do about it?" Seeing the man's arrogance and insolence, Qinglian's heart surged with towering rage, yet his face remained terrifyingly calm. Had it been the him of old, he would never have embroiled himself in this trouble. He wouldn't even have patrolled this area with any seriousness ahead, have slacked off, just gone through the motions and prioritized his own safety above all else. But now everything was completely different. The system's heaven-defying abilities granted him ample confidence, allowing him to raise his voice in this era, and even alter the established rules. He glanced at the woman whose eyes were vacant, tears of hatred streaming down her face. Qinglian took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Fong Zishan with murderous intent, his voice resolute and powerful. "You lot have no regard for the law, trampling on the Empire's statutes, wantonly slaughtering the innocent and seizing virtuous women. Your crimes are heinous, death." His eyes cold, he drew his long blade and charged forward. Dong Rini, who had been standing by Qinglian's side, was stunned. He never imagined Qinglian would be so bold as to dare kill even the 7th young master of the Fong family. But there was no time to ponder. Gritting his teeth, he too drew his long blade and followed. Fong Zishan seemed intimidated by the aura emanating from Qinglian and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Enraged and humiliated, he shrieked curses. "You damned dog, daring to lay a hand on me. This is outright rebellion. Taifeng, don't kill him. I'll personally skin him alive, break his limbs, and make his life a living death." As if only such cruelty could salvage his earlier loss of composure. In truth, even without Fong Zishan's command, Taifeng had already acted. His feet slid, the sword at his waist hissed from its sheath, its tip like a viper's tongue, weaving several sword blossoms aimed at vital points across Qinglian's body. Qinglian narrowed his eyes, taking in the general information about his opponent at a glance. Indeed, it was just as the rumors had suggested. No hidden secrets. Qinglian didn't exert his full strength, instead feigning that his blade skills were barely passable and unranked. This fit the persona and background of a constable from a humble family. From the very first clash, Li Qinglian fell into a disadvantage, appearing quite beleaguered, which only deepened Taifeng's contempt. With strength like yours, not even possessing a 9th-rank martial art, and you dare dream of killing the 7th young master. You're simply tired of living. Taifeng sneered, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. He didn't even bother acknowledging Dong Rinny at his side. In his eyes, the man was far too weak, like a flailing chick easily dispatched at any moment. Suddenly, Li Qinglian's blade technique shifted, erupting into layers of swift dents and overlapping sword light. The blade seemed to meld with the wind, tracing a mysterious arc. In one stroke, he severed Taifeng's right arm, sending crimson blood spurting forth. You're an 8th-rank martial artist, and you've mastered a 9th-rank martial art to perfection. Taifeng's face paled, visibly staring at Li Qinglian in utter shock. He had never heard of any constable in the Yamen mastering a 9th-rank martial art. If such a person existed, they would have long been courted by other powers. And am I not worthy of mastering it? Li Qinglian stepped forward, twisting his blade to slice across Taifeng's throat. You dare kill a man of the Fang family? Fang Zishan was aghast to see his guard slain. Sensing the fierce killing intent radiating from Li Qinglian, fear finally seized him. His throat bobbed as he retreated, blustering with hollow threats. What are you doing? I am the 7th young master of the Fang family. If you kill me, every one of your relatives and friends will die. His answer was a flash of blade light. His head thudded to the ground, eyes wide with terror, staring sightlessly in death. So much useless chatter. Li Qinglian wiped the blade clean on the victim's brocade robe. Then he sheathed his sword. Chief, you secretly broke through to the 8th rank. So you're the one in our yamen who keeps the deepest secrets. Dong Rinny exclaimed with exaggerated flair before skillfully beginning to loot the bodies. Ignoring the man, Li Qinglian walked toward the woman. Seeing her enemy slain, a flicker of life returned to her previously dead eyes. I, a common woman, thank you, sir, for avenging me. Please take my life. She bowed slightly to Li Qinglian, then raised her head and closed her eyes, baring her pale neck, awaiting death. She was astute enough to know that news of the 2 deaths could not be allowed to leak. Only the dead could keep secrets. Forget it. Is there a convenient place nearby to dispose of the bodies? Seeing her demeanor, Li Qinglian abandoned the idea of explaining and asked directly. Sir, at the end of this alley there's an abandoned house with a dry well. It's been deserted for decades and it's rumored to be haunted. The woman opened her eyes, startled, then quickly replied. Is that so? About tonight's events? I understand, sir. Tonight a band of ruffians murdered my husband and in-laws, and a chivalrous hero appeared to save me. Before Li Qinglian could finish, the woman shuddered and spoke hastily. Good. By the way, what is your name? Li Qinglian asked with some surprise and curiosity. From her speech, manner, and temperament, it was clear she likely came from a scholarly family. Yet such a woman lived in this chaotic place, which seemed oddly mismatched. I am Zhang Yunyang. After a moment's hesitation, she gave her name. Seeing her expression, Li Qinglian realized he had been presumptuous to ask her name. He left a few pieces of silver, then grabbed the 2 corpses with Dong Rinny and hurried toward the place Zhang Yunyang had mentioned. At the end of the alley, there was indeed an abandoned courtyard with a dry well. After disposing of the bodies, they passed by Zhang Yunyang's door. Li Qinglian glanced at her tending to her family's remains but did not interfere further. He sighed inwardly. This was the stark reality of life at the bottom. Life was too bitter, especially for those martial sects and powerful clans. They treated the common folk as nothing. Rinny, take some time to look into her husband's background. Chief, that's not right. You just got married and now you've got other ideas. That Zhang Yunyang is indeed pretty, but what nonsense. I want to know what connection they had with the Fang family and why Fang Zishan targeted her. We need to prepare for the worst. Li Qinglian scolded him, exasperated. Sorry, Chief, I misunderstood. Dong Rinny gave an awkward laugh. The 2 left the alley, following the sounds of various disturbances as they continued their patrol. A moment later, as they entered the wide main road and passed an old locust tree, Dong Rinny suddenly stopped, turning his head to look at his right shoulder with confusion. What's that? Damn! A ghost! He cried out in alarm, stumbling backward, nearly falling as terror filled his eyes. Li Qinglian turned to look, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. Yet, on the thick trunk of the old locust tree, corpses hung suspended. Under the pale moonlight they swayed with the wind, a sight most horrifying. It must have been the foot of one of the corpses brushing against Dong Rennie that made him notice and frightened him. To even kill the officials, what audacity. When Qinglian saw two of the corpses clad in constable uniforms, a fierce killing intent surged from him. After all, constables represented the government. Now that a constable had been brutally murdered, it was a clear provocation against the authorities. No, why have they all become dried corpses? He suddenly realized the corpses were abnormal. Their faces were sunken like skulls covered in a layer of skin. Pulling open their trouser legs, he saw the same on their calves. Nothing but skin and bones. Judging by the few fresh bloodstains under the locust tree, they had clearly died not long ago, yet they had become like this, as if they had been dead for years. This was utterly abnormal. Could it be a demon? Qinglian murmured. In his view, only a demon could cause such a horrifying scene. Though he had never seen a demon in the 3 years since his transmigration, he had heard countless legends about them. All inexplicable phenomena were attributed to demons. Let's go. Quickly. Qinglian didn't even examine the corpses, carefully turning to leave immediately. He felt a chill at the back of his neck, as if some dreadful entity had set its sights on him. Hey, a demon. That's right, a demon. Just then a sinister voice descended from the crown of the old locust tree. Like a viper lurking in the darkness, it pounced down like a specter. Out of the corner of his eye, Qinglian saw a man in black. His face was pale, but his lips were a vivid red and his eyes were narrow and long. He had an extremely eerie appearance, like a demon. Qinglian immediately checked the man's information. Name: Lu Banzwang, identity bloodservant, infused with demonic blood, gender hermaphrodite, realm 9th grade, perfection skills bloodthirsty art, heavenly een claw, minor mastery, 9th grade, ghost shadow body art proficient. By then the man had already lunged at him, the sharp finger sheath on his right index finger glinting a dazzling crimson under the moonlight aimed at his throat. So it's you playing tricks. You're not even a man, no wonder you look so repulsive. Qinglian snorted coldly, his long blade sweeping out, transforming into layers of saber shadows. How dare you say I'm not a man? As if struck in a weak spot, Lu Banzwang went berserk, turning into countless ghostly shadows that coiled around Qinglian, seeking an opening. Such speed both in burst and reaction, surpassing ordinary 9th grade experts. Is this the effect of the demonic blood infusion? Qinglian mused silently. Demon, look here. At that moment Dong Rennie took the initiative to provoke, trying to draw the enemy's attention and create an opportunity for Qinglian. But Lu Banzwang was extremely shrewd and paid him no heed, as if Qinglian's words had thoroughly enraged him, making him want to tear Qinglian into 1,000 pieces. 8th grade. You, a dog of the government, are actually an 8th grade martial artist. Feeling Qinglian's power, the hermaphrodite grew even more furious. Strange red mist surged from his pores, forming a crimson fog with terrifying corrosive properties. Sensing the danger, Qinglian wielded his windstorm blade technique so densely that not even water could penetrate. The red mist was all blocked outside. Buzz buzz. Just as Qinglian was building momentum to finish the enemy, he heard a strange tone. The tone seemed to come from all directions, dizzying him. Damn it, you're lucky this time. You're destined to be my blood meal. Lu Banzwang's face shifted slightly. He opened his mouth and inhaled, drawing all the blood mist back into his body. After uttering a threatening remark, he vanished like a ghost. Truly eerie. Qinglian stared grimly in the direction the man had disappeared. With only the martial realm of 9th grade perfection, he had erupted with strength comparable to 8th grade. Moreover, the red mist his body had emitted was nothing like that of a normal martial artist. Could this be the effect of the demonic blood infusion? He wondered. Chief, sorry, I wasn't much help. Dong Rennie approached, apologetic and guilty. Good that you know. From now on, stay away from the Joy House. Those little enchantresses there are nearly draining you dry. Qinglian patted his shoulder and advised. Seeing his flushed face, Qinglian changed the subject and continued. Tonight's events are no simple matter. Tonight we've encountered bandits from Golden Rooster Stockade, people from the Li family, the Wang family, and even the Chow gang from Qinghe County town. With so many factions gathered around the South River, something big must be happening. We need to be careful. In truth, he felt the situation here was more complicated than imagined. Not only were there various factions, but also those who lurked deeper in the shadows, like the demon blood-infused Lu Banzwang. The strange sound from earlier was clearly some kind of signal. This meant that in the South River area there was someone above Lu Banzwang. Yes, Chief. Dong Rennie also sensed the immense danger here and became more cautious. Some people had already stopped caring about their official status, which showed just how dangerous it was. Thud. Just then 3 consecutive whistles tore through the dark night sky, followed by 3 bursts of fire. They were vivid against the darkness. Those are our signal arrows calling everyone to assemble. The 2 exchanged glances and immediately rushed toward the source. Following the signal, they soon arrived at the wide street outside the South River. Torches blazed there, illuminating the area like daylight. On the ground lay rows of corpses, some with shattered skulls beyond recognition, others missing limbs. A truly tragic sight. From their attire, they were all from the government office. The slightly stout Chief Constable Zhang Huida, clad in his dark uniform, stared grimly at the bodies of his subordinates. His face flickered in the firelight, shifting between shadow and flame, as if holding back a raging inferno. Around him, constables and detectives gripped their sword hilts, their faces filled with murderous intent, as they stared at the dozens of Sanhe gang members gathered on the left, as if waiting only for the chief's command to strike without hesitation. "Greetings, sir." Li Qinglian and Dong Rennie arrived and bowed respectfully. "I'm good that you're safe." Zhang Huaid looked them over, his expression softening slightly. "Sir, tonight's events. We'll talk about it later." Before Li Qinglian could report his experiences, Chief Constable Zhang Huaid waved him off. "Yes, sir." Li Qinglian paused for a moment, then obediently joined the ranks of his colleagues with Dong Rennie. When he caught sight of the corpses of his fellow officers, a chill ran through his heart. They might have exchanged greetings in the daytime or patrolled and drank together, but now they were nothing but corpses. Such was the cruelty of this world. "Alien, have you also encountered some inexplicable experts?" A burly constable in a dark uniform leaned in and asked in a low voice. This was Su Dashin, who had a fairly good relationship with him. Endowed with innate divine strength, though only at the 9th rank perfection, his unparalleled physique allowed him to contend even with some 8th rank martial artists. "Yes, and some abnormal individuals." "Old Su, do you know what's happening?" Li Qinglian nodded and asked. "I don't know. Perhaps the Sanhe gang knows something. I heard tonight's patrol was personally arranged by someone above the Sanhe gang, who paid a heavy price to persuade the chief constable. But they didn't reveal the specifics, which led to our heavy losses. The chief constable is fuming now." Su Dashin scratched his head and chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Li Qinglian felt a sudden realization. As someone from the Yamen, everyone knew that Chief Constable Zhang Huaid was a very laid-back man. He spent his days drinking tea, listening to music, and walking his bird, caring about nothing. Even when accepting favors, he did so sparingly. For county affairs, he would shirk whenever possible. For someone so devoid of desires and ambition, the higher-ups in the county were helpless. But tonight was extremely unusual. He had actively assigned them tasks to maintain order near the Sanhe gang. It turned out someone from the upper echelons had put in a word. Yet even Chief Constable Zhang had been kept in the dark. Given his nature, he would never have volunteered for such matters. No wonder his gaze toward the Sanhe gang members carried a clear, murderous intent. After a long wait, 2 constables emerged, supporting each other, clearly severely wounded. One of them, seeing the crowd, finally released his pent-up tension and fainted, quickly caught by 2 colleagues. The other constable, clutching the stump of his forearm, knelt before Chief Constable Zhang with a face full of grief. "Sir, Captain Gua has been killed. Get up first. Bandage your wound. I will handle Captain Gua's matter." Zhang Huaid immediately stepped forward to help the constable up, a deep fury and chill flickering in his eyes. "I never expected Captain Gua to fall inside." Su Dashin sighed with regret, his eyes also blazing with rage as he looked at the Sanhe gang members. Li Qinglian felt the same. He wished he could kill every last one of those Sanhe gang scoundrels. Captain Gua was known throughout the Yamen as a kind-hearted man. Though his martial cultivation was only at the 9th rank later stage, everyone admired his conduct. Many constables had received his care, including Li Qinglian. When he first joined the force, he had followed Captain Gua. In fact, Captain Gua had mentored him from the start. It was only later, as his strength grew, and he stood out from the junior constables to become a captain, that he left Captain Gua's team to form his own squad. But he remembered those debts of gratitude. Just then, from the Sanhe gang's ranks, a gaunt, middle-aged man stepped forward. Dressed in a white short jacket with hands hidden in loose sleeves, he appeared utterly unremarkable, yet no one dared underestimate him. He was Chao Si, the leader of the Sanhe gang. Li Qinglian narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Named Chao Si, identity leader of the Sanhe gang, outer member of the Eternal Life Society, outer disciple of the Wuji Sect realm, 8th rank later stage skills, 8th rank martial art. Red Sleeve Beckons Minor Achievement, 9th Rank Martial Arts. Bone Dissolving Palm Major Achievement 8 Trigrams Wandering Steps Minor Achievement. He was startled when he saw Qiao Si's personal panel. Though he had always heard that Qiao Si was a deep and cunning old fox, he had never known the full extent. Today he realized this man was even more concealed than imagined. Beyond his martial cultivation, Qiao Si harbored 3 hidden identities. He had never heard of the Eternal Life Society, but he knew of the Wuji Sect, a powerful sect based in the prefectural city above Luoshui County. Chief Constable Zhang, tonight's incident is my fault. I didn't fully grasp the situation, leading to heavy losses for you. Please accept this small token as compensation for the deceased. Qiao Si approached Zhang Huida, pulled a stack of silver notes from his sleeve, and offered them with utmost sincerity. Zhang Huida did not immediately take them, his gaze icy cold, as if he wished to devour Qiao Si. Chief Constable Zhang, our Sanhe gang must continue to operate in Luoshui County. We certainly don't want such incidents. The only thing we can do now is to offer compensation. Seeing the murderous aura rising from Zhang Huida, Qiao Si sighed and continued. Ha! Qiao Si, do you think my men are worth only this much silver? 2,000 taels. Would you sell the lives of 12 Sanhe gang elders for that? Zhang Huida laughed in fury. Qiao Si's expression remained unchanged. He gave Zhang Huida a deep look and said, Since you've put it that way, I'm not one to be ungrateful. Tomorrow morning I will send 5 unranked martial arts manuals and 15 portions of minor 3-yuan soup. Agreed. Qiao Si, I'll give you 3 days to resolve the situation in the Nanhe area. If you can't, I will request reinforcements from above, and you will bear all consequences. Also tell young Master Fong that if his forces can't hold the territory, hand it over to the Yamen and we'll take over. Let's go. Zhang Huida waved his sleeve and led Li Qinglian and the others away. The constables carried the bodies behind them. After the group departed, Qiao Si's eyes narrowed into slits, his face turning cold. He turned to a young man in a gold thread robe whose build was as sleek as a leopard's. What's the situation inside? Have you found out who the thugs targeting our gang are? Chief, the situation inside has grown more complicated. Besides those thugs, there are people from various other factions. We still don't know the thugs' origins or why they're targeting us. Based on our observations, the other factions seem to be searching for someone. Perhaps that person is hiding in the Nanhe area. As for their purpose, it's unclear. Maybe the Fong family knows something. The young man hesitated before speaking truthfully. The Fong family. Qiao Si muttered softly, his gaze profound. Though their Sanhe gang was the Fong family's dog, who truly wanted to be a dog, what worried him most was the thugs' motive for targeting the gang. Was it revenge, or had they discovered something? You heard Zhang Wei's words. We must stabilize the Nanhe area as soon as possible. If necessary, use those crossbows. I'll handle the rest. If possible, also investigate the true purpose of the various factions' arrival. Qiao Si's eyes showed a hint of ruthlessness. He had originally planned to use the Yamen strength to deal with the thugs, but he never expected so many experts from different factions to appear in his territory. This had caused heavy casualties among the Yamen personnel and sparked the chief constable's intense dissatisfaction. What he feared most was intervention from above. That would expose some of his secrets, consequences he could not afford. At the Luoshui County Magistrate's office in a grand hall on the western side, Zhang Huida lounged lazily against a vermilion armchair, his eyes half-closed, appearing utterly amiable and devoid of the earlier belligerent dominance. Tell me, what did you all encounter by the South River? He looked at the 4 constables, including Li Qinglian, and asked slowly. In truth, he was already aware of the general situation there. This inquiry was merely to confirm the details more precisely. Chief Constable, I encountered members of the Lu family, some hands from the prefectural city, and a few notorious bandits. Constable Qiao Si spoke first. He stood tall and straight as a pine with a stern gaze that radiated righteousness. This man had already stepped into the 8th rank, and was the lead constable, usually assisting Chief Constable Zhang in handling affairs. He was known for his impartiality and integrity. The reports from the other 2 constables were largely similar, with no unusual incidents. Zhang Huida, lightly tapping the armrest, fixed his gaze on Li Qinglian and smiled kindly. Congratulations on stepping into the 8th rank. It seems you had an encounter tonight. Chief Constable, I encountered a most peculiar martial artist. This man seemed capable of absorbing human blood and essence. All his victims were reduced to desiccated corpses. From his tone, it seemed some kind of demonic blood had entered his body. Li Qinglian recounted the matter of Lu Banzwang half-truthfully to understand what that person truly was. Before he could finish, with a sharp crack, Zhang Wei's armrest shattered into powder. He shot to his feet, staring intently at Li Qinglian. "Are you certain it was demonic blood entering the body?" "I cannot be certain, but that man indeed acted strangely. During our fight, a bloody mist inexplicably surged from him." Li Qinglian hastened to reply. "Trouble? Why would they appear by the South River?" Zhang Huai sat back down, frowning and muttering. After a moment's thought, he fixed a stern glare on the four of them. "Keep this matter confidential. No one is to speak of it." "Yes." Li Qinglian and the others cupped their fists in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Zhang Wei's expression softened. He continued, "Tonight's affair is complex. I don't know the full details, but it is certainly abnormal. Although I've given the Sanhe gang 3 days, you must keep a close watch on that area during this time. Report any anomalies immediately. We cannot allow a major disturbance. Also, patrols in other areas must not be neglected. The chaos along the South River must not spread elsewhere." Hearing this, everyone's expression grew serious. Everyone could see that tonight's events were no simple matter, especially by the South River where various factions had gathered. It was impossible to believe there was no hidden agenda. "Yes, Chief Constable." Li Qinglian and the others immediately cupped their fists. "Very well, go and rest. Starting tomorrow, each of you will oversee your assigned areas." Zhang Huai waved his hand, dismissing them. After Li Qinglian and the others left, his face grew heavy with concern. What exactly happened? Why have they all gathered by the South River? Could there be a secret hidden there? No secret, but there is one vicious criminal. Just then a clear voice came from outside. "Who?" Zhang Huai leaped from his seat, a surging force bursting from him, his black uniform billowing as he warily scanned his surroundings. With a sharp whistle, an object like a hidden weapon shot straight at Zhang Huai. He sneered, reached out, and caught it in his hand. Looking down, he saw it was a black token. One side was engraved with the character for Constable, while the other bore the image of a grand hall appearing most extraordinary. Upon seeing the token, his expression shifted dramatically. He immediately held the black token in both hands, facing the hall's entrance, and said with utmost respect, "Your subordinate greets the Black Token Patrol Officer." A young man in black brocade embroidered with the Sheji pattern strode in his cloak, flinging behind him as an invisible force slammed the wooden doors shut. Leaving the hall, Li Qinglian briefed Dong Rani on the next day's patrol duties before heading home. Arriving at his doorstep, it was nearly the hour of the rabbit. Li Qinglian looked at the wooden door, his heart a mix of complexity and trepidation. After all, he was about to face his wife, the holy maiden of the demon sect, a fearsome third-rank martial artist. What's there to fear? She's already asleep. What else is there to worry about? Besides, with the system surpassing her is only a matter of time. Then I'll understand why she chose to marry me. Li Qinglian steeled himself silently. He pushed open the wooden door and entered the courtyard. The yard was still, with remnants of the wedding night's festive red still scattered on the ground. In the main room, candlelight flickered. A faint silhouette could be seen sitting at a round table, nodding drowsily. From the chicken coop in the western part of the yard came the crow of a rooster. Such a peaceful and harmonious night scene brought Li Qinglian an unprecedented calm. In the past, it was just him full on his own, and each mission brought him back to darkness, an empty room, and coldness. Now everything was entirely different. He had a family, a wife. A single candle flame seemed like the tether of his heart. He walked to the well, stripped off his dark uniform, washed briefly, and with a shake of his body the water droplets scattered and evaporated. Only then did he quietly push open the door and enter. Qinglian was sitting at the round table, her fair arms propping up her head as she dozed off, clearly very tired. Though his movements were light, they did not escape Qinglian. She jolted awake, stood up, and upon seeing Li Qinglian, her face lit up with joy. She walked over and said, "Young master, let me take you to wash up first." "No need, I've already washed. You should go back to your room and rest." Li Qinglian waved his hand. With that, he lifted the curtain and headed to the inner chamber. "Is that my husband returning?" On the bed, Shin Yushu turned over, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and slowly sat up. Her disheveled hair was tidied and fell naturally. Her snowy neck, delicate shoulders, and jade-like skin were fully revealed. The sight stirred a flame in Li Qinglian's heart. "Don't get up, continue resting." He quickly shed his undergarments and slipped into the covers. Soft fragrance filled his arms. Tender and smooth it stirred Li Qinglian's desires anew. Not tonight. I need a little more time to recover. Sensing Li Qinglian's reaction, Xin Yushu shook her head apologetically. Understanding dawned on Li Qinglian. It was his wife's first time, and he couldn't be too demanding. A flicker of regret and disappointment crossed his face. He had hoped for more rounds to gain experience points and merge the martial arts head acquired, but it seemed he would have to wait. Husband, do you truly want more? Can your body handle it? Xin Yushu hesitated, then bit her red lip and asked, Are you doubting your husband's abilities? Li Qinglian gave her pert bottom a light slap, gazing at the beauty in his arms. Xin Yushu let out a soft moan, and 2 blushes bloomed on her gentle jade-like cheeks. She called softly toward the side room. Qinglian, come and keep the young master company. Ah, that's not quite proper, Li Qinglian said quite insincerely. As a man who wouldn't yearn for the pleasure of having both arms filled with beauties, especially when Qinglian was not lacking in charm, far surpassing those refined ladies of noble households. Yet a trace of apprehension lingered in his heart. He was uncertain whether this was a test from his wife or a genuine offer. You speak with a forked tongue. Xin Yushu cast him a coy, reproachful glance. As she spoke, Qinglian had already entered. She wore only a white bellyband embroidered with peonies, her snow-white jade-like arms, and glistening skin fully exposed. The bellyband was stretched taut, forming a perky curve. Her jade-like legs were straight and slender, yet exquisitely smooth and delicate, akin to the finest satin or a meticulously carved piece of ivory. A masterpiece of nature. Young master, Qinglian called out softly, a shy note in her voice. Her eyes shimmered with emotion, brimming with affection, as she climbed onto the bed. Seeing Qinglian in this state, Li Qinglian was utterly astonished. He never imagined that the seemingly innocent Qinglian possessed such abundant assets, rivaling even his own wife. My dear, perhaps we should forget it. Li Qinglian's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, a secret delight stirring within him, yet he feigned reluctance. If my husband truly does not wish it, this wife will send Qinglian away. Xin Yushu smiled, gently casting a meaningful glance at Li Qinglian. Well, I shall follow my lattice advice. Li Qinglian quickly expressed his agreement. He realized that Xin Yushu was not testing him but was sincere in her offer. Yet a question puzzled him: why would the esteemed Saintess of the demon sect not only give herself to him but also offer her personal maid? What was her ultimate goal given such a great sacrifice? But now, for the sake of experience points, he was willing to take the risk. Of course, he was also reaping great benefits. Young master. Before he could act, a warm, soft, snow-white arm coiled around him. It was Qinglian who initiated the closeness. He could distinctly feel a temptation entirely different from Xin Yushu's. Youthful, slender, like a freshly peeled green tangerine. Though her movements were practiced, Li Qinglian could still sense the slight trembling of her delicate body, a clear sign that this was her first intimate contact with a man. This filled him with a profound sense of psychological achievement. At that moment, he caught sight of his wife picking up her white undergarment, seemingly about to leave the bed to give them space. He quickly grasped Xin Yushu's soft, delicate jade wrist. My dear, don't go. At this moment, Xin Yushu, the Saintess of the demon sect, seemed to transform into a helpless, fragile maiden, her delicate frame collapsing into his embrace. The sound of the phoenix flute stirred the air, the jade pot's light turned, and through the night fish and dragons danced. The night was like a song. Within the bed curtains, the cycles of spring and autumn passed, stirred by several rounds of wind and rain. Experience points 1,170-174. On either side, the ones in his arms were fast asleep, but Li Qinglian felt unusually alert. The sudden surge of experience points signified an enhancement of his own strength. With Qinglian added, I gained 1,000 experience points, and the experience from the act itself also increased. By this logic, the more women I am intimate with, the more experience points I'll gain each time. Li Qinglian pondered this internally. Though he found his own speculation absurd, given the system's capricious nature, it might very well be correct. After all, higher martial realms required more experience points, and the fusion and enhancement of martial arts also demanded vast amounts. Only by continuously increasing the acquisition of experience points could he meet the needs for improvement. If that's really the case, then it's a problem. Li Qinglian began to feel a headache coming on. He was not one to rigidly adhere to rules. He could certainly accept having multiple wives and concubines. But with a wife like Xin Yushu, his ambitions would be difficult to realize unless she gave her genuine consent, as she had with Qinglian. Yet the probability of that was too slim. After all, Qinglian was her personal maid. As for other women, forget it, I won't dwell on it. They'll take it one step at a time. For now I can go and fuse some martial arts. Glancing at the sky, which was just beginning to lighten, Qinglian shook his head, quietly rose, donned a white form-fitting outfit, and left the room. The moment Qinglian stepped out of the room, Shen Yushu and Qinglian opened their eyes simultaneously. Miss, shall we go and check? Qinglian glanced outside and asked in a low voice. No need. My husband must have gone to practice martial arts. It seems something happened tonight that caused this change in him. Has Shumo not sent any news yet? Shen Yushu's eyes, as clear as autumn water, sparkled as she asked calmly. Not yet. Perhaps something truly did happen. Should this servant urge her? No need. Trust Shumo. Inform me immediately when there's news. You endured much just now, so rest well. Well, tend to the bed later. Shen Yushu waved her hand, and noticing the trace of crimson on the white silk cloth beneath Qinglian, softened her tone. A blush bloomed on Qinglian's youthful cheeks as she nodded obediently. In the spacious front courtyard, Qinglian swung the long blade in his hand. Shadows of the blade multiplied, bursting forth into patches of silver light like surging waves, as if to drown and overwhelm everything in their path. After practicing the blade technique for a while, his entire bodice blood and chi surged, circulating through every part. The force penetrated his bones and sinews, constantly tempering them. He checked his experience points. Experience points 1868. With so many experience points, I could certainly break through to the next minor realm. But there's no rush. I need to polish myself thoroughly and let my body adapt first. However, I can definitely upgrade my blade technique. Qinglian calculated inwardly. With a thought, he immediately began to fuse the newly acquired martial arts. Experience points 68. Obtained 9th rank martial art 8 trigrams wandering palm proficient. Experience points 70. Obtained 9th rank martial art shadowless blade technique proficient. In an instant he had acquired 3 9th rank martial arts, 2 blade techniques and 1 palm technique. He chose not to fuse the other unranked martial arts, fearing he might not have enough experience points. Can 3 9th rank blade techniques be fused into 1 8th rank technique? Qinglian murmured to himself. Yes, requires 3 9th rank blade techniques of equal proficiency. Upgrade. Fuse. Experience points 1460. Fusion. Obtained 8th rank martial art cloud shadow 18 slashes Grandmaster. Experience points 5. I'm left with only 5 experience points. I didn't expect obtaining an 8th rank martial art to consume so many. I was almost short. But an 8th rank martial art at the Grandmaster level combined with my 8th rank initial realm should be enough to contend with ordinary 8th rank intermediate or even latest-stage martial artists. Qinglian mused inwardly. He was well aware that to dominate the 8th rank he would also need 8th rank movement and footwork techniques. There was no rush. He would just accumulate experience points steadily. After all, he had already waited 3 years and could now see the dawn of his rise. He needed to maintain a steady mindset. Taking a deep breath, he began to practice the Cloud Shadow 18 slashes. This 8th rank blade technique incorporated the unique characteristics of the 3 9th rank techniques, making its execution as ethereal and dreamlike as clouds and mist. The blade light seemed to transform into a dragon coiled within the haze. Swift as lightning, capable of concealing and revealing itself, ever-changing and unpredictable. While Qinglian was practicing the 8th grade blade technique in the outer city of Luoshui County, within a courtyard tavern 5 men sat restlessly on wooden benches or paced about, their unease palpable. They cast frequent grim glances at a corpse laid out on the wooden table, the body of Eulaulio, the 6th chieftain of Golden Rooster Stockade. How did the 6th master end up at South River? Dayazi, you serve under the 6th master. Your men brought back his body. Do you know what happened? How would I know? The 6th master came only to say he had business to attend and ordered us to keep an eye on the South River area. I know nothing else. The speaker, Dayazi, wore a short blue jacket and a black square cap, his prominent front teeth marking him as a typical rogue. His heart churned with dread, fearing the blame for Eulaolius' death would fall on him. None could have foreseen this. Not long ago the Yaman's constables were deployed and many died. South River has become a sinkhole teeming with all sorts. Who knows how many masters have gathered there? The 6th master's matter has been relayed to the stockade via carrier pigeon. Someone will arrive soon to handle it. As they spoke, the wooden door burst open with a thunderous crash. A burly man clad in animal hide armor wielding twin axes stood at the threshold, his eyes wide as brass bells, resembling a guardian deity. His mere stature inspired awe. The 5 men inside felt their throats tighten and bodies tremble, frozen in fear, unable to utter a word. Quite a lively gathering. What were you discussing? A young man in a white-blue scholar's robe stepped in from beside the giant, his slender upright frame holding a paper fan. With a faint smile, he resembled a refined scholar. Subordinates pay respects to the second master and the fourth master. Upon seeing the young man, the 5 men dropped to their knees, sweat beading on their foreheads like soybeans, their faces deathly pale. As members of Golden Rooster Stockade, they knew well the terror of the second master. Compared to the other 5 chieftains, the second master's methods were more sinister and ruthless. Despite his smile, everyone knew he relished killing most when he grinned. Why kneel at every turn? Am I so fearsome? We are all brothers of the stockade. No need for this. Rise. The second master waved his fan benevolently, even bending to help Diazi up. Yet Diazi's calves trembled violently, his face twisting into an expression uglier than tears. Patting Diazi's shoulder, the second master walked to the wooden table and examined Euleolius' corpse. Remarkable blade work. The wound is clean, swift, precise, ruthless, and there are few signs of struggle. Old Six was a 9th grade perfected martial artist, his blade technique honed to minor mastery supplemented by external training. Even against an ordinary 8th grade initial stage martial artist, he could have survived. Yet he died, and so quickly. The killer is undoubtedly an 8th grade martial artist. In Luoshui County, how many 8th grade blade users were near South River last night? The second master analyzed to himself before turning to the 5 men. Not many, second master. We will find the one who killed the 6th master. Diazi was the first to pledge loudly, showing his loyalty. You said it. They'll give you 3 days. Mobilize all men and resources. If you fail, you'll join Old Six below. The second master snapped his fan shut, glanced at them, and seated himself in an armchair. Yes, yes. The 5 men hurriedly responded and withdrew. Unexpected changes at South River. Old Four, do you think it's connected to that person? The second master murmured, addressing the iron tower-like giant beside him. Hee, whatever second brother says, it'll do. The giant scratched his head, offering a simple gruff laugh. Alas, with Old Six gone, there's no one to consult with. That transaction must wait. Let's see how things unfold. The second master's gaze grew distant, as if piercing the walls to glimpse the scene at South River. The morning sun rose, casting boundless light. The spacious courtyard had been tidied. Shin Yushu, dressed in a yellow floral embroidered skirt, sat on a wooden stool, watching Li Qinglian sweat profusely under the sun as he tempered his physique. Strength flowed and permeated through his skin, muscles, and bones. A highly advanced technique for refining muscles and bones. Enough to let my husband reach the 8th grade perfected stage, she commented inwardly. Even to her discerning eye, the technique was extraordinary, undoubtedly a superior foundational art. Miss Young Master Aunt Hua has prepared breakfast. Jean Ling approached with small awkward steps. Her gait was somewhat unnatural. Li Qinglian halted, exhaling a long breath of stale air, feeling refreshed. Through rigorous training, he had perfectly mastered the 4th layer of the golden body and jade bone art, reaching a new stage in controlling his strength. Soon he believed he would achieve full mastery and could use experience points to elevate his realm. My wife Jean Ling, don't you need more rest? He asked with affection. No, it's late. Sleeping in would invite gossip. Jean Ling helped the young master freshen up. Young master, come quickly. Jean Ling teased, blinking her almond eyes. Her youthful fair cheeks glowed rosy in the sunlight, alluringly so. Li Qinglian nodded and followed. He finally appreciated the indulgent lifestyle of the feudal lords. Clothes were brought to him, meals served. Jean Ling's meticulous service brought him great pleasure. Husband, our modest wealth might as well be put to use. Why not open a few shops? Your martial training requires substantial silver. With shops, you won't have to worry about funds. After breakfast, Shin Yushu proposed. Open shops? What kind? Li Qinglian asked curiously. Since crossing over, he had thought of making glass soap and such to earn money for resources to boost his strength. But he dared only dream. In this world, noble families and sects monopolized everything. If he revealed those creations, he'd lose them or be silenced. Now, as an 8th grade martial artist, he was somewhat of a figure. Some small innovations could be protected. As for his wife, his powerful backer, he preferred not to rely on her. In his view, she had hidden her identity to marry a nobody like him, likely with her own thoughts and hardships. Exposing her identity might bring her great disaster, a regret he could never bear. Opening a tavern, then a medicine shop, and finally a clothing store. These 3 shops should be enough to support my husband's cultivation of martial arts. Shen Yushu seemed no longer the exalted saintess, but rather a dignified and virtuous good wife, always planning for Qinglian. Absolutely. While I am not very familiar with the medicine shop, I have some new ideas for the tavern and clothing store that you can consider. Qinglian put down his chopsticks and began to share some inspirations from Earth, such as the design of the tavern and new dishes, etc. As for the clothing store, it would include lingerie, stockings, high heels, and so on. Originally, Shen Yushu was quite interested in the ideas proposed by Qinglian, but when he mentioned the clothing store, her expression turned strange. According to her investigation, her husband had never been accustomed to frequenting such places, nor did he have any dubious women around him, but why did he seem so experienced when speaking of women's private items? This made her curious. My dear, please do not misunderstand. Those are just items from a woman's world. I happen to dream of. I merely describe them. I have no special preferences. Seeing Shen Yushu's expression, Qinglian hurried to explain. I believe you, my husband. Although he himself felt the explanation was somewhat forced, Shen Yushu still smiled gently, choosing to trust him, as if she had unconditional faith in him. How could this be possible? One could only say that a woman's acting skills are innate. My dear, from now on I'll leave the household matters to you. I will only focus on earning a living. Qinglian immediately changed the subject. All right. Shen Yushu's eyes glistened with affection, appearing particularly gentle. Lian. Just then, a loud voice from the entrance interrupted, belonging to Su Dashan, the head of the constables. The courtyard door was not closed, and he entered unceremoniously. Old Su, you arrived just in time. Let's have breakfast together. Qinglian stood up and went to greet him. No need, I've already eaten. Alian, the department sent a notice. We need to pay attention to a criminal while patrolling. Here is the wanted notice for that person. Su Dashan said as he handed over a rolled-up wanted notice. Oh, who is the wanted person? What crime did they commit? Qinglian asked in confusion, casually opening the wanted notice. It revealed the image of a middle-aged man. He had a thick beard, a large scar on his left cheek, and his gaze was cold and fierce, resembling a lone wolf, clearly a ruthless individual. This person seems quite formidable. His name is Xie Danqing, a wanted criminal. According to Zhang Zongbu, he seems to have killed a direct descendant of the Zhou family in Qinghai County, which led to his being hunted. By the way, this criminal is extremely ruthless, a 7th-rank martial artist. Although he is seriously injured, he is still not someone we can contend with. If you discover his whereabouts, report immediately. Su Dashan briefly outlined the situation regarding the criminal. Hearing this, Qinglian's heart sank slightly. Qinghai County is the major city governing their Luoshui County. Though he was not very familiar with the forces in the county, it was clear that the Zhou family was a terrifying power over there, similar to families in Luoshui County that could influence local dynamics. The fact that this person dared to kill a direct descendant of the Zhou family indicated how ruthless he truly was. Even if he was already injured, he was not something they could face. He believed that the man would not care about their official status. Old Su, why would that 7th-rank martial artist come to our Luoshui County? Does he think our situation is complicated and that's why he specially came here? Qinglian stopped here, as if realizing something. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at Su Dashan with an unusual expression. Don't tell me that Xie Danqing is hiding around Nanhe. That's right, it's exactly there. The reason why all parties have gathered around Nanhe might also be for him. I don't know much else, but I can assure you, if you really find him, you will definitely be rewarded handsomely. Su Dashan nodded with wide eyes. All right, I won't delay you and your sister-in-law's breakfast any longer. I need to hurry and patrol. Without waiting for Qinglian's response, he hurriedly left. Watching Su Dashan's departing figure, Qinglian shook his head. He was too anxious. Even if he had to find Xie Danqing, he shouldn't be so pressed for time. He returned to the dining table, casually placing the wanted notice aside as he continued eating. He did not notice that Jin Ling's expression slightly changed upon catching sight of the image on the wanted notice. My dear, I'm full. I'll head out to patrol now. After the meal, Qinglian bid farewell, slinging his long knife and stepping out. After Qinglian's figure disappeared, Shen Yushu looked at Jin Ling and asked, do you recognize the person on the wanted notice? Miss, that person used to be a disciple of Qingshu Palace, very famous. Later, due to internal strife, he lost all his martial arts, and there has been no news of him since. I didn't expect him to surface in Luoshui County. Qinglian shared all the information she had about him. Oh, what was his strength before? He seemed to be a 5th-rank martial artist. A 5th rank with his blood essence already condensed into chaos. He must have been directly defeated. If he can regain his martial arts, he certainly has some fortune. I'll have Shuemo keep a close watch on my husband in the shadows. Shen Yushu said calmly. In her eyes, that Xiedan Qing was merely a minor character. If it weren't for Li Qinglian, she wouldn't even bother to ask. Yes, miss, should we send someone to investigate Xiedan Qing? No need, we should not reveal our whereabouts. Let my husband handle these matters himself. In the future, he will inevitably be involved in our affairs. This is a good opportunity for him to gain experience. Shen Yushu shook her head, a hint of tenderness appearing in her eyes. After leaving home, Li Qinglian headed directly to the area they were responsible for. On ordinary days, the constables would just make a symbolic patrol and then return to the county office. The actual patrolling tasks were handled by the errand boys. If something happened that the errand boys couldn't handle, they would report it, and only then would the constables take action. When he arrived in the southern district of the outer city Dongreni, and the other constables were already waiting there. Head. They greeted respectfully. Why aren't Xiao Guzi and Uncle Chai here? Could it be? Li Qinglian glanced around and noticed the absence of 2 individuals, and his heart began to guess. Xiao Guzi and Uncle Chai both died last night. Their bodies were only delivered this morning. Dong Rennie said with a slightly downcast mood. From now on, let's pay more attention to Xiao Yi and Uncle Chase families. We should help them as much as we can. We can't let them die in service only to be bullied at home. Li Qinglian fell silent for a moment and sighed. Xiao Guzi was a servant boy, who wasn't even 18 sharp-witted, and had great talent in martial arts. With just a broken martial arts manual, he had entered the ranks of 9th-rank martial artists. It was precisely because of this that Li Qinglian had allowed him to advance a step and become a constable. Who would have thought that he would lose his life less than a month after becoming a constable? As for Uncle Chai, he was an old constable. Whether investigating cases or dealing with the dregs of society, he was very experienced. Having such an old constable in the team was impressive, but unexpectedly, he had also lost his life last night. By the way, everyone pass the word along. Let those errand boys know that if they spot the person on the wanted notice while patrolling, they should report immediately. Don't think about killing him for a reward. That person has killed a significant figure in the county. He suppressed the negative emotions in his heart, shifted the topic, and handed the wanted notice to Dong Rennie. The constables began to pass it around. Captain, why don't we find a skilled old scholar to paint dozens of copies, post them at every intersection, and write the reward amount clearly to draw everyone's attention? If someone happens to spot him, we might get a lead. Dong Rennie passed the wanted poster to the other constables and made this suggestion. Not a bad idea, but do you know why the county office hasn't posted these wanted notices? Do you think they couldn't have thought of it? Li Qinglian asked with a smile. Seeing Dong Rennie shake his head in confusion, he explained. It's naturally to avoid alerting the target and to maintain secrecy. If we plastered wanted posters everywhere, the target would surely disguise himself or go into deeper hiding. By then, it would be even harder for us to spot the person on the wanted poster. Let's go. Well, patrol the area, especially near the South River. After all, the South River District falls within our jurisdiction. Immediately, the group, clad in uniforms with long blades at their waists, strode through the streets. They cut an imposing figure. Wherever they passed, pedestrians made way, and vendors on both sides greeted them with fawning nods. Some sellers of snacks even proactively offered them food, claiming it was for tasting but actually giving it away, fearing they might cause trouble. Li Qinglian never stood on ceremony and accepted it all. If he refused, how could his subordinates take their share? They too had families to feed. Moreover, those vendors would think he held a grudge against them, living in constant fear. By accepting, he put them at ease. Before long, they arrived near the South River District. The area seemed much quieter. Many shops on both sides had closed, as if afraid of being affected. At the entrances of every alley, members of the Sanha gang stood guard. They inspected everyone coming and going. Inside, chaos reigned. Cries and sounds of smashing rose and fell in waves. Li Qinglian felt a deep disgust hearing this. Why are there so many people from the Fong family? Suddenly his gaze sharpened as he noticed that most of those causing the commotion were thugs from the Fong family. He immediately thought of the Fong family's young master whom he had slain. Perhaps these Fong family members were all searching for him. Sigh, what a tragedy. Is this any way to find someone? They're like bandits, every search leaves a home ransacked. The Fong family is too overbearing. It can't be helped. I heard a direct descendant of the Fong family went missing near the South River. Listening to the murmurs around him, Qinglian's gaze once again fell on the narrow, secluded alleys of the South River. He saw the Fong family members acting like masters, arrogantly barging into commoners' homes and rummaging through everything. Under the pretext of searching for someone, they plundered money and valuables. When they encountered a pretty woman, they would take the chance to grope her. Then, amid the grief and resentment of the families, they would swagger away. This was the way of those clans. They didn't regard the lower class as human beings but as objects they could kill or exploit at will. Last night, a direct descendant of our Fong family went missing near the South River. I know many of you are dissatisfied, even angered by our actions. But the culprit behind all this is the one who made our family member disappear. So I need all of you to think carefully. Has anyone seen our 7th young master? Whoever provides a clue will be rewarded with 10 taels of gold by the Fong family. Just then, a middle-aged steward in a blue-collared robe stood atop a high roof and announced loudly. His voice echoed over the South River. As his words fell, someone stepped forward to offer information. The steward didn't hesitate and immediately rewarded him with 10 taels of gold, sending the crowd in the South River alleys into a frenzy. Lies, shifting blame, heavy bribes. They've truly mastered these tricks. Qinglian watched coldly. A surge of immense anger welled up inside him, as if he wished he could hang them all at the city gate to serve as a warning or launch a sweeping revolution to change the heavens. But he knew well that his current strength was insufficient to change things. Just wait. Once I step into the 7th rank and gain control of the Luoshui County soldiers and the county office, I will reshape this town according to my will. He swore silently. Let's go. Well, continue patrolling elsewhere. Qinglian took a deep breath and said calmly. Though the other constables also felt a bit uneasy, their emotions were not as intense as Qinglian's. After all, they had grown up in such an era, never knowing what true human rights or freedom were, and had grown accustomed to it. Captain, how about I take a few men and stay here to keep an eye on things? After walking a few steps, Dong Rinny hurried forward and whispered in his ear. All right, notify me immediately if anything turns up. Qinglian naturally understood Dong Rinny's purpose in staying. He feared that someone might actually provide a lead, trace it back to Zhang Yunyang, and then follow the thread to find them. He too needed to prepare for the worst. Yes, Captain. Dong Rinny selected 3 constables to remain. The others followed Qinglian to continue the patrol. As he surveyed the area, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of a figure. It was a slender silhouette, almost like a woman's. The person wore coarse clothes, kept a low profile, and even disguised themselves, but it couldn't escape the system's detection. That person was none other than Lu Banzwang. I haven't settled scores with you yet, and you've come to me yourself. Fine, I'll give you a chance. A cold glint flashed in Qinglian's eyes. He also saw that the other was vengeful, had already set his sights on him, and was tailing him in secret, as if waiting for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Ho Fong, take them to patrol over there. I'll go this way myself. We'll meet at the dock later. Qinglian immediately turned and instructed a dark-skinned, stern-faced constable. Yes, Captain. Ho Fong cupped his hands in acknowledgement and led the other constables down another path. Qinglian meanwhile crossed through a different street. This street appeared bustling, lined with various stalls, and the crowd was a mixed lot. Besides villagers and hunters, there were also martial artists who had trained in some fist and foot techniques. On their stalls were displayed remnants and fragments of various low-grade martial arts. Qinglian kept an eye on Lu Banzwang from his peripheral vision. By now the latter had disguised himself as a rough-skinned lower-class woman and was rapidly closing in, clearly ready to make a move. This time I'll kill this black-skinned dog, drain your blood, and make a wine cup from your skull. Lu Banzwang carried a cloth bundle on his arm, looking like a hurried passerby steadily approaching the uniformed figure ahead. Excitement gleamed in his eyes. Closer, closer. In his mind, he could already see the county constable turning into a skeleton before the crowd. The blood within him simmered and his fingers trembled slightly. He had approached within a meter of Qinglian, yet he revealed not a hint of flaw, as if he truly were an extraordinarily ordinary village woman in a hurry. As he passed by Qinglian, his right hand suddenly shot out from the wide sleeve's fingers, striking like lightning, the sinister finger glove on his index finger bursting forth with a vivid blood-red hue. It tore through the dark uniform, easily piercing the white shirt. The fang-like sharp point had already grazed the skin. It seemed that, in the next moment, it would pierce flesh and instantly siphon the blood from Qinglian's body. However, a wisp of mist unexpectedly floated out, appearing dreamlike under the sunlight. He glimpsed the most exquisite colors, yet his own movements had completely stiffened, as if he had been petrified. Immediately after, he saw the dark-skinned figure turn around, their gaze cold as ice. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, hermaphrodite." This was the last voice he heard in his ear. "Did you really think I was the person from last night?" Looking at Lu Banzwang collapsed on the ground, Qinglian sheathed his long knife, letting out a cold laugh. Acquired the 9-rank martial art ghost shadow technique mastery. Lu Banzwang was slain by him, and the system randomly selected this martial art, making Qinglian feel quite fortunate. The only valuable aspect on the opponent was this martial art, everything else was worthless. The mysteries and related knowledge of this martial art flowed into his mind, allowing him to absorb and comprehend it. There's been a murder. The officials are indiscriminately killing the innocent. Upon witnessing Qinglian kill a village woman, some ordinary people nearby scattered like startled birds. Even the vendors hurriedly packed up their stalls, intending to flee. "Don't panic, this person is a heinous demon, deliberately disguised to attempt to assassinate this chief of police. Now that I've slain them, there's no need for anyone to worry." Qinglian's voice was clear, as he directly unveiled the opponent's disguise. Under the coarse cloth, like a curved blade, there were 2 blood grooves, etched faint traces of blood, still visible, along with the sharp finger glove, indicating that this person was not an ordinary village woman but a murderer. After witnessing this, the surrounding vendors and ordinary people let out a sigh of relief. Some bold vendors approached, confirming that Lu Banzwang was a criminal, then spat on the corpse in indignation. In the blink of an eye, order was restored here. "Greetings, Chief Li." At that moment, 4 constables hurried over, greeting Qinglian respectfully with clasped fists. "Take the body to the county office and inform the chief constable that this person's blood has issues." Qinglian bent down to remove the glove from Lu Banzwang's finger, glancing at the 4 constables. "Yes, Chief Li." They quickly lifted the body and headed towards the county office. A trickle of crimson blood finally flowed from the position between Lu Banzwang's brows. If someone were to investigate, they would find that the bone at Lu Banzwang's brow had cracked open, and the brain had been completely mashed. "Is this a demon's artifact?" Qinglian glanced at the glove, before putting it into his pocket, and continued forward. Unbeknownst to him, among the crowd, a peasant man in a short brown attire had been watching him for a long time before his figure quietly vanished. Not long after he arrived at the dock, Ho Feng and the others were already waiting here. The dock was bustling with activity, with ships coming and going. Laborers were carrying goods on their shoulders, hurrying back and forth. Some laborers' shirts were completely soaked, yet they still gritted their teeth and persevered. It seemed that what they carried on their shoulders was not cargo but the livelihood of a family. "Chief Li, what brings you to the dock today?" Just as Qinglian and his group were inspecting the dock, a man dressed in a red-brown short coat, paired with a deep blue skirt, approached and asked. He was toying with 2 iron balls in his right hand, the smooth iron balls spinning nimbly between his fingers, as if he were practicing a peculiar martial art. Behind him followed 8 robust men radiating vigor. "What? Is this place off-limits for me, Qinglian? Or do you Ma Laosan claim this dock as your private domain?" Qinglian shot a sidelong glance at Ma Laosan. Ma Laosan was a hall master of the Sanhe gang, responsible for the laborers at the dock. They took a cut from every laborer. This person was a 9th-rank perfect martial artist, and he had always been at odds with Qinglian, mainly because Ma Laosan operated quite unethically, continuously exploiting those laborers, even lending them usury, causing many families to be ruined. Qinglian had intervened several times to prevent him from causing such chaos, leading to their conflict. "Chief Li, don't go throwing around that high hat. My Ma Laosan is too weak and slender to bear it. Besides, if there's nothing else, it would be best for you to leave early. If the laborers start getting crazy because of you impacting their earnings, it could create a big mess." Ma Laosan narrowed his eyes, his tone lukewarm, faintly threatening. "If a big mess really occurs, Qinglian will be the first to kill you. You might as well try." Qinglian swiftly drew his long knife and sheathed it again like a flash of white light. Almost no one saw clearly, thinking they had been seeing things. Only Ma Laosan's face froze, as if he had turned into a statue. "By the way, let me remind you, in Luoshui County, the county office is the boss. You Ma Laosan are merely a watchdog. I can kill you whenever I want. Do you understand?" He raised the knife sheath and tapped it against Ma Laosan's face, asking, "What are you doing? How dare you humiliate our third brother?" Li Qinglian's actions ignited the anger of Ma Laosan's subordinates, each seemingly ready to lash out at Li Qinglian and his group. "Silence!" Ma Laosan shouted angrily. Taking a deep breath, he smiled at Li Qinglian, saying, "I understood what you just said, and from now on wherever you go I will retreat far away. This is a small token of my goodwill. I hope Chief Li will have a drink with your brothers and ease your anger." As he spoke, he slipped a small bag of silver coins into Li Qinglian's hand. He slightly bent his body, appearing humble and insignificant. "To be able to bend and stretch is a talent, but I don't like it. I hope you do not fall into my hands." Li Qinglian gazed deeply at Ma Laosan before continuing to inspect with his constables. This was all a result of strength. Without absolute power, Ma Laosan would have likely continued to provoke him, even making him lose face. "Third brother, just now. What was that?" After Li Qinglian's group walked far away, someone behind Ma Laosan was extremely puzzled, and before he could finish asking, his pupils shrank. He saw a strand of hair fall from Ma Laosan's head. A wound had also appeared on his neck, faint traces of blood seeping out. "Hey, I nearly lost my head." I didn't expect he had stepped into the 8th rank and mastered a terrifying sword technique. Ma Laosan took a deep breath, his face pale and unpleasant. He touched his neck, his fingers stained with a hint of crimson. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had also begun to form on his forehead. He paused and continued, "In the future, be more disciplined, don't let him catch you. Also pass this message to the gang leader." "Yes, third brother." After completing their inspection of the dock, Li Qinglian and his group planned to return to the county office. However, they saw one of the constables rushing over, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. "Chief Yaij asked me to tell you that there's a situation over at the South River and that you should hurry over. Let's go to the Nanha area." Li Qinglian made a prompt decision. He was certain that the Fong family had already traced Zhang Yunyang, or otherwise Dong Rinni would not have sent someone to notify him. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qinglian hurried to the Nanha area. He saw many members of the Fong family near the alley, with members of the Sanha gang scattered around, constantly scanning passersby, as if searching for someone. 3 coffins were haphazardly placed on the street, nearly shattered from impact, emitting a foul odor that spread through the surroundings. Through the cracks in the coffins, one could vaguely see corpses clad in burial shrouds. Many onlookers were pointing at the coffins. "What's the situation now?" Li Qinglian quickly approached Dong Rinni and asked. It was Zhang Yunyang's neighbor who tipped off Manager Chiu of the Fong family, claiming to have heard the 7th young master visiting her home. "That's the one." Dong Rinni lowered his voice with a solemn expression. He then pointed to a shifty-looking man in the distance, huddled among the Fong family members like a frightened quail. The man appeared to be around 30, clad in coarse cloth, occasionally lifting his head to reveal darting, cunning eyes. Clearly a restless character. Quite bold, a man who values money over his life. Li Qinglian snorted coldly. Those families were notoriously harsh and miserly toward outsiders, never giving a penny more than necessary, exploiting their subordinates to the utmost. Now they were offering 10 taels of gold as a reward for information. How could that be? It was practically signing a death warrant. Anyone who took that reward would likely be killed soon after. The man hasn't received the reward yet, mainly because Zhang Yunyang is out. But the coffins in her home have been brought out by the Fong family to prevent her from fleeing. By the way, Chief, I've also investigated the matter you assigned. Zhang Yunyang's husband is Zhang Ru. His ancestors once passed the provincial exam, but the family later declined. Still, Zhang Ru proved capable, becoming a scholar before the age of 20. He was then invited by the Fong family to serve as an accountant. One day, the 7th young master Fong Zishan saw Zhang Yunyang and took a liking to her, repeatedly hinting that Scholar Zhang should offer his wife willingly. Scholar Zhang, a man of strong character, cursed the 7th young master and decisively left the Fong family. Later, Fong Zishan's men set a trap, luring Scholar Zhang into gambling addiction. He fell into heavy debt and the family became destitute. Dong Rinni recounted everything he had uncovered. "So it's Zhang Zhanghe." Li Qinglian sighed, a complex expression crossing his face. "Chief, you know Scholar Zhang?" Dong Rinni asked curiously. "I know him, but only as an acquaintance. We passed the scholar exam in the same year. Later I chose to abandon letters for martial arts and become a constable, while he continued on the path of civil service. Alas, in this era there's no future for pure scholars." Li Qinglian sighed softly. He Chief made a wise choice. What's the use of studying? In the end, it's no match for a blade. Dong Rini sneered at scholarship, clearly disdainful of scholars. Li Qinglian fell silent. Dong Rini was right. During the reign of the Great Qian's founding emperor, the first human sovereign, he replaced the recommendation system with the imperial examination to suppress the power of sects and noble families, promoting children from humble backgrounds. Scholars were granted high status. But after the first human sovereign ascended to heaven, the current emperor Qianwu emperor clearly did not value defenseless scholars as much. The status of scholars plummeted. Now even the top scholar could at most become a county magistrate or a deputy post, never the highest authority of a prefecture or commandery. Realizing this, Li Qinglian had spent his entire fortune to become a constable. Yaij Chief. On the west side of the street, members of the Sanhe gang are bringing a woman in mourning clothes. A constable hurried to Li Qinglian's side. Li Qinglian nodded slightly and continued waiting. Without a doubt, the woman was Zhang Yunyang. The Sanhe gang had found her. Moments later, several gang members escorted a woman in white mourning clothes. That woman was Zhang Yunyang. She looked terrified, her oval face, pale eyes red and swollen, filled with grief and panic. Manager Chiu, we've brought the person. The Sanhe gang members brought Zhang Yunyang before Manager Chiu cupped their fists respectfully and dispersed. Manager Chiu looked down at Zhang Yunyang and nodded slightly. Not bad, excellent looks. No wonder our seventh young master can't forget you. Did our seventh young master visit your home last night? No, he didn't. Zhang Yunyang was clearly not good at lying. Despite her mental preparation, she appeared flustered. Sir, she's lying. I'm certain the seventh young master came. He visited her home many times. I remember his voice. Last night I heard his voice from her house. His disappearance must be related to her. The shifty man stepped forward, pointing at Zhang Yunyang. A flicker of malice and hatred could be seen in his eyes. It seemed he had harbored feelings for Zhang Yunyang, but was rejected, leading to a vengeful desire to destroy her. Seeing the shifty man, Zhang Yunyang's body trembled. She bit her lip and a trace of resentment appeared in her eyes. She took a deep breath and addressed Manager Chiu calmly but firmly. Sir, this man is a lecherous rogue who has harassed many women. He's lying to you out of spite. If you doubt me, ask the neighbors. No, sir, I'm telling the truth. The shifty man hurriedly tried to explain. Before he could finish, Manager Chiu waved him off. Regardless, your tip is meritorious. Here are 10 taels of gold. The Fong family always keeps its word. He produced the gold from his sleeve and handed it over, subtly signaling a guard. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The shifty man ecstatically took the gold, sneered at Zhang Yunyang, puffed out his chest, and strutted away triumphantly. He didn't notice a guard quietly following him. Zhang Yunyang, if you say our seventh young master never visited, then how did your husband and in-laws die? Manager Chiu turned his sharp, oppressive gaze on her. They were murdered by a band of ruffians. Zhang Yunyang spoke, tears of sorrow streaming down her face. Ha! If it were truly ruffians who killed them, how could you have survived unscathed? With your beauty, do you expect me to believe those villains wouldn't be tempted? Moreover, the corpses of your family have already revealed the truth to me. How they were slain and what martial arts were used. Chiu Steward sneered, coldly pointing at the 3 coffins that had been shattered beyond recognition. Following his gesture, Zhang Yunyang noticed that her family's coffins had been dragged out, now utterly disfigured, and her pretty face turned deathly pale. Husband! She cried out in anguish, lunging toward the 3 coffins. Yet she was blocked by several Fong family guards, unable to get through. Zhang Yunyang, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me where our seventh young master is now, or don't blame me for being ruthless and showing no mercy to a fair maiden. Chiu Steward stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down, as if he were an immortal. Your Excellency, this humble woman truly has not seen young Master Fong. Zhang Yunyang sobbed. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you truly think the Fong family operates like the county yamen, needing evidence? Men strip her naked and hang her on the gate arch so all passers-by can feast their eyes. Chiu Steward let out a cold laugh, his tone sinister. At these words, the guards' faces lit up with excitement, greed flickering in their eyes, as they roamed over Zhang Yunyang's figure, scrutinizing her brazenly. They reached out their large hands to tear at her clothes. No! You cannot do this! Panic and terror flooded Zhang Yunyang's eyes, which were as clear as autumn waters. She looked pleadingly at the approaching guards. Little did she know her appearance only stoked the flames of desire in their hearts, their faces twisting into leers. "Stop!" Just then a thunderous shout rang out like a bolt from the blue. It was Li Qinglian stepping forward at this moment, unable to stand by and watch. After all, this was the consequence of him slaying the Fang family's 7th young master. Moreover, how could he bear to witness Zhang Yunyang, a pure and delicate white blossom, being humiliated and defiled? He stood tall with a solemn expression, his dark uniform accentuating his capable and heroic bearing. 7 constables and over a dozen runners followed behind him, their presence imposing. In broad daylight to violently humiliate a woman, what audacity! Li Qinglian strode forward with righteous indignation, his tone icy as he demanded. He shielded Zhang Yunyang behind him, speaking in an exceedingly gentle voice. "Don't be afraid. With the constable here, no one can bully you. This humble woman thanks you, your excellency." Zhang Yunyang's voice trembled, a hint of color returning to her delicate, tear-streaked face. The terror and helplessness in her eyes also began to fade. She had already resolved to bite off her tongue rather than reveal the truth or suffer disgrace. Unexpectedly, the constable who had killed Fang's 7th young master appeared and stood up for her. Was he not afraid of offending the Fang family? At the sight of Li Qinglian, Chiu steward, the Fang family members, and the Three Rivers gang men all furrowed their brows, none having anticipated the county yaman's interference. "So it's Constable Li from the yaman. This woman is connected to our Fang family's 7th young master's disappearance. I ask Constable Li to show some courtesy." Chiu steward remarked with a lukewarm tone. "If I show you courtesy, who will show me courtesy? To bully a weak woman so brazenly in public? Is this the Fang family's way of doing things? Moreover, even if she is connected to your 7th young master's disappearance, you could have filed a complaint at the county yaman. Since when can the Fang family preside over trials in place of the yaman?" Li Qinglian's face was ashen as he thundered. Hearing this, Chiu steward's expression shifted slightly. These words clearly implied that the Fang family harbored treacherous intentions and rebellious thoughts. "Li Qinglian, are you saying you insist on opposing the Fang family?" Chiu steward asked with a grim expression. "It is your Fang family that opposes the statutes of the Great Qian Empire. Not arresting you troublemakers is already a courtesy to your family. Load those 3 coffins. We're leaving." Li Qinglian waved his hand, preparing to depart with Zhang Yunyang. Unexpectedly, the Fang family guards and the Three Rivers gang members blocked their path. According to the Great Qian statutes, anyone obstructing a constable in the line of duty is deemed a rebel, punishable by death without mercy. Li Qinglian bellowed, drawing his long blade in a flash like lightning. With a splat, the nearest Fang family guard was cleaved in two, his body splitting apart like firewood, blood spilling across the ground. This scene stunned everyone. None had expected Li Qinglian to kill, especially a member of the Fang family. The obstructing guards and Three Rivers gang members retreated, their faces filled with wariness. The constables and runners behind Li Qinglian all drew their long blades, as if ready to strike at his command. "Li Qinglian, you have some nerve daring to kill one of our Fang family." Chiu steward erupted in fury, charging like a hunting falcon. His fingers curled into claws hard as steel, reaching for Li Qinglian. With a splat, Li Qinglian effortlessly swept his blade upward, severing Chiu steward's right arm, crimson blood spurting forth. "Ah! You are an 8th-rank martial artist!" Chiu steward screamed in agony, glaring at Li Qinglian with shock and hatred. In Luoshui County, the records of all 8th-rank martial artists had long been laid out on the tables of every faction, yet Li Qinglian's name was nowhere to be found. Had he known Li Qinglian was an 8th-rank martial artist, he would never have attacked. "Bai Yutong, this is your Three Rivers gang's territory. How long will you keep watching the show?" Chiu steward gritted his teeth against the searing pain of his lost arm, shouting toward a tavern a dozen meters away. "Sigh!" With a sigh, a figure leaped down from the 2nd floor of the tavern. It was a young man clad in golden-threaded robes. Li Qinglian recognized him at once. It was the same young man who had been following Qiao Si. Named Bai Yutong, identity lord of the Divine Jade Hall of the Three Rivers gang, descendant of the Chui clan of Min River Realm, 8th-rank midstage. When he saw Bai Yutong's personal panel, he was slightly startled, never expecting Bai Yutong to have a hidden identity. He was also a descendant of the Chui clan of Min River. He wondered if it was the renowned Chui clan. "Constable Li, you truly keep your skills hidden, being an 8th-rank martial artist. But even so, you shouldn't be handling this matter on our Three Rivers gang's turf, should you? Among us factions there are established rules. Even if Chief Constable Zhang himself came today without a valid reason, he couldn't just take someone away. Bai Yutong sized up Li Qinglian and spoke calmly, without a trace of murderous intent, appearing reluctant to get involved. This lies beyond the southern river, and I have not violated the rules of Luoshui County. If Hallmaster Bai has objections, feel free to try and stop me. Li Qinglian's gaze was icy as he stared at Bai Yutong. How dare I obstruct you? Would that not make me a rebel? However, young Master Feng Qi is after all a direct descendant of the Feng family. His whereabouts are now unknown, and since she met him last night, the Feng family will certainly not let her go. I hope Captain Li considers the consequences. Bai Yutong shifted his steps, yielding the path as he advised. That is none of your concern, Hall Master Bai. Li Qinglian said indifferently, then led Zhang Yunyang and the other constables away with long strides. The attendants behind them lifted the 3 coffins and followed closely. Perhaps seeing that Bai Yutong did not stop them, the members of the Sanhe gang also refrained from blocking, including the Feng family guards. The death of that guard served as a stark warning. Who would dare to obstruct further? Steward Chio's eyes burned with immense hatred, yet he ultimately dared not block them again, nor did he utter any meaningless threats. He knew that if he persisted in blocking them, Li Qinglian would surely kill him. After watching Li Qinglian's figure recede into the distance, he turned to Bai Yutong and demanded with fury and resentment, Bai Yutong, why didn't you strike just now? It is my prerogative to act as I see fit. You, Steward Chio, have no right to dictate to me, nor are you qualified. Bai Yutong glanced at Steward Chio and said flatly, showing no regard for him whatsoever. Bai Yutong, you are nothing but a dog of our Feng family, yet you dare disobey your master's orders. Are you planning to betray our Feng family? Steward Chio shrieked angrily, as if he truly saw himself as the master. Are you not also a dog of the Feng family? When did you rise to become the master? I call you Steward Chio out of respect. Without it, you are nothing but filth. Bai Yutong, unperturbed, gave a sarcastic smile, flicked his sleeve, and strode away. The surrounding Sanhe gang members also dispersed, silently paying no heed to Steward Chio. Bai Yutong, you wretched cur, daring to bite the hand that feeds you. I will remember this debt. And Li Qinglian, I will tear you limb from limb. Steward Chio, like a madman, growled hoarsely. What happened here? Steward Chio, have you found any trace of the 7th young master? Just then a young man dressed in a snow-white outfit embroidered with a silver dragon pattern approached. This young man had a face like polished jade, an elegant demeanor, and exuded a refined, noble aura. There was also a subtle, all-encompassing arrogance about him. When he saw the corpse of the guard, a cold glint flickered in his eyes, hardening into a chill. Third young master, you've finally come. This old servant has found clues to the 7th young master's disappearance, but someone has cut off my arm. Seeing the young noble appear, Steward Chio, as if seeing a savior, wept bitterly and recounted the events with exaggeration. Li Qinglian, quite audacious indeed. It's been a long time since anyone dared to so disrespect our Feng family. The 3rd young master Fang's tone was icy, his face cold as frost. Pausing, he turned to Steward Chio, his tone softening, as if with concern. Steward Chio, quickly take your severed arm to a physician. It might still be reattached. I will handle this matter personally. Thank you, 3rd young master. This old servant will go at once. Steward Chio wiped his tears, picked up his severed arm, and left with theatrical sobs. It seems our Feng family has lost its authority. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to lay hands on our people, and even the hounds we keep have grown disobedient. It's time for a reckoning. The 3rd young master murmured to himself, a sinister light flickering deep in his eyes. Feng 11, immediately investigate the details of that Captain Li. Yes, 3rd young master. A guard in dark attire cupped his fists respectfully. Meanwhile, Bai Yutong had arrived at the Sanhe gang's headquarters. This was a sprawling estate covering dozens of acres. Inside, covered walkways connected numerous courtyards, and ranked guards patrolled back and forth, creating an atmosphere of strict security. Gang leader, the situation is roughly as described. I suspect that Captain Li may be connected to Feng Zishan's disappearance, or otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager to defend that poor woman. In the county office, aside from the upright Captain Chun, I've never heard of another constable with such a strong sense of justice. Bai Yutong slightly bowed, addressing Qiao Si with great respect. Li Qingyuan, the county office has indeed produced a talent. You did well in this matter. It's best not to clash with the county office for now. As for the Feng family, do they truly think we are their dogs? A mere steward dares to lord it over us. Courting death. Qiao Si sat on a stone stool squinting as a few glints of cold light escaped his eyes. By the way, gang leader, I found out why those factions sent experts here. They are pursuing a master named Xie Danqing, who killed a direct descendant of the Zhou family in the prefectural city. Bai Yutong changed the subject. Oh, that is quite a coincidence, all choosing the Southern River. Investigate whether the thugs who harmed our Sanhe gang's high-ranking members are connected to the Xie Danqing. Also get me a detailed file on that Captain Li Qinglian. Qiao Si picked up the tea on the stone table, took a sip, and said with a profound gaze, "Yes, gang leader." At a desolate cemetery outside the city, Zhang Yunyang knelt before a new grave, sobbing sorrowfully as she burned paper money. Her white mourning clothes made her appear even more fragile and pitiable. "Zhang Yunyang, that's enough. Let's go." Li Qinglian, standing behind her, stepped forward and patted her slender shoulder. After leaving the Southern River, Li Qinglian had brought the group here to bury Jiang Ru and his family. The deceased deserve respect, the buried find peace. Zhang Yunyang slowly turned, wiped the tears from her jade-like face, looked up and asked mournfully, "Captain Li, is there still justice, still law in this world?" "Perhaps there is. But I believe more that justice and law lie in one's own hands." Li Qinglian gripped his long blade tightly and said firmly. Pausing, he lowered his voice, "Don't worry. That seventh young Master Fong has already paid the price. As for the Fong family, your priority now is to survive. Watch them build their tower high, watch them feast their guests, watch their tower crumble. This humble woman will surely live on." Hearing this, a glimmer of light returned to Zhang Yunyang's dim eyes. She slowly rose, nodded, and said earnestly, "That's right. I'll take you to the county office shortly. I doubt even the Fong family would dare to storm it." Li Qinglian sighed in relief and smiled. He had feared this woman might be driven to despair. Well, they've chosen a fitting place. This cemetery is just right for burying your corpses. Just then, a black-clad figure wearing a hooded cloak emerged from the dense woods 10 meters to the left. Behind him followed more than a dozen other men in black. Each of them was a ranked martial artist exuding a chilling aura of slaughter. Without needing Li Qinglian's order, Dong Rini and the others had already drawn their long blades, watching the black-clad men warily. "Who are you? Do you not fear offending the imperial dynasty by attacking us?" Li Qinglian shielded Zhang Yunyang behind him and asked. At the same time, he inspected the personal information of these individuals. Name: Qiao Jialio. Identity: Qiao family, death-sworn. Realm: middle stage of the 8th rank. Skills: 8th rank martial art. Life-seizing sword technique mastery, 9th rank martial art. Qi concealment technique, minor achievement. Spirit serpent sword technique, minor achievement. Name: Qiao Shirsan. Identity: Qiao family, death-sworn. Realm: early stage of the 8th rank. 3 8th rank martial artists. Quite a formidable force. When Li Qinglian glimpsed their information, his expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that all these men were Qiao family, death-sworn. The Qiao family was one of the 3 great clans of Luoshui County, wielding immense power. Even the county constable was their man, and the Falcon Hall outside the city was their creation. They monopolized the fur, meat, and other spoils from hunters across hundreds of miles. Yet he bore no grudge against the Qiao family. Why would they dispatch such force to kill them? If not for his mastery of the Cloud Shadow 18 cuts, they would all likely have perished today. A mere constable dares to kill our Fong family men. Do you think we are made of clay? Kill them all. Leave none alive. Qiao Jialio, their leader, snarled. With his words, he drew a slender sword, darting toward Li Qinglian like a falcon. His wrist twisted, conjuring blossoms of sword light, radiant and perilous. The other death-sworn also set upon the constables and runners. Die! Qiao Jialia's sword was swift and ruthless. The blossoms of light hummed with a piercing ring. Before the sword tip even reached him, Li Qinglian felt a biting edge, a chill on his neck that raised goosebumps. With a clang, a sheet of blade light unfurled like crashing waves rolling up 1,000 piles of snow. Shadows upon shadows, as if a dragon churned between water and sky. The long blade was faster, more profound. Qiao Jialio, at the middle stage of the 8th rank, never imagined Li Qinglian had mastered an 8th rank martial art to perfection. Only the deadly blade light filled his vision. A wet thud. The blade swept across his neck. A red line widened, then crimson blood gushed forth as his body pitched forward and collapsed. Li Qinglian had already passed him, appearing before another death-sworn at the early stage of the 8th rank. The perfect 8th rank blade art was overwhelmingly powerful and exquisite. These Deathsworn could not withstand it. 1/1 kill. Obtained Chi Concealment Technique Minor Achievement. Obtained Swift Wind Sword Technique Minor Achievement. Obtained Trace Investigation Mastery. No good flee. Seeing Qinglian's terrifying might, Deathsworn falling one after another under his dreadful blade, even the 3 leaders dead, the black-clad Deathsworn were seized with terror. They fled, decisively scattering like startled birds into the dense forest. Don't pursue. Qinglian sheathed his long blade, stopping the constables who wanted to give chase. Chief, 3 brothers are beyond help. Ho Feng approached, his face sorrowful. Let's go see. Qinglian's expression tightened. He sighed softly and walked over. 3 runners lay there, their bodies riddled with sword wounds, the ground soaked in crimson blood. They were barely breathing, clearly beyond saving. Rest in peace. Your families will be taken care of, rest assured. Seeing them struggle to speak, Qinglian spoke solemnly first. Hearing his promise, the 3 runners relaxed, exhaled their final breaths, and fell silent. Though he had long grown accustomed to life and death, seeing his colleagues die before him still stirred something within. Runners were mere temporary workers. They received no official salary from the imperial court, only subsidies from the county office and what they gained on patrol. Even in death, there was no compensation. They were treated as expendable. But Qinglian was different. He was not so callous. As long as they were under his command, he would do his utmost to care for them. The injured rest for a while. The rest of you search the bodies of the black-clad men. Qinglian glanced at the runners and constables around him, then his gaze fell on the corpses of the Deathsworn, a cold glint in his eyes. Yes, Chief. The runners and constables set about searching the Deathsworn's bodies. Constable Li, it's all my fault. If not for burying my family, they wouldn't have been hurt, wouldn't have died. Zhang Yunyang approached, softly, timid and full of apology. Her swollen, clear yet melancholic eyes were filled with guilt. Her plain white mourning clothes fluttered wildly in the mountain wind, rustling like a pure, flawless white flower blooming in the wilderness. This is not your doing. Even if we hadn't come outside the city, trouble would have found us. Someone doesn't want peace in Luoshui County. Qinglian comforted her gently. Those Deathsworn were clearly from the Chao family, yet they claimed to be Fong family men. An obvious frame-up. With the strength those Deathsworn possessed, given his original level, he could have slain them all. With so many constables and runners dead, the county office would be furious, possibly drawing attention from the prefectural city. An uproar would inevitably lead to an investigation of the Fong family. That would spell doom for the Fong family. Unfortunately, the Chao family had misjudged his strength, never imagining he possessed a system that could see through everyone's information. Chief, those men were from the Fong family. Here are their waste tokens. I never thought the Fong family would be so bold as to ambush us, Dong Rini said in a low, angry voice. Waste tokens mean nothing. They may not be from the Fong family after all. Qinglian shook his head. Ah, not the Fong family. Dong Rini was puzzled, not understanding why the chief would say that. Any other findings? Yes, we found silver notes and loose silver. On the leader, we also discovered a bottle of body-tempering pills. Dong Rini handed over the items. Qinglian took only the small porcelain bottle, opened it and sniffed. It was indeed body-tempering pills. Such pills were extremely precious, often costing 100 taels of silver each. They were highly beneficial for 9th rank martial artists, but useless for those at the 8th rank. Divide them among yourselves. He took 1 pill and gave the bottle to Dong Rini. Chief, you're generous. Keep the silver notes for yourself. Dong Rini grinned. I don't need that much. The dead runners and the injured need compensation. Handle it properly. Qinglian took 200 tael notes and spoke sternly. Yes, Chief. Dong Rini immediately began dividing the spoils with the others. Looking at the body-tempering pill in his hand, Qinglian swallowed it directly. He wanted to see what changes the system would register once the pill entered his body. Pill detected. Convert to experience points. The moment he ingested it, a translucent prompt appeared before him. This filled him with delight. At last he had found a way to gain experience points. Otherwise, with the massive amounts needed to raise his strength, even if he turned into an iron kidney, he couldn't keep up. Moreover, as his power and status grew, he would surely obtain more money and pills. If he couldn't convert them into strength, it would be a terrible waste. Now he no longer had to worry about that. Yes. He composed himself and silently affirmed. Experience 56. Not bad. If it were a pill usable by 8th rank martial artists, the experience gain would probably be even higher. A gleam shone in Qinglian's eyes. He turned to the group and said, "Pack up. Bring 2 or 3 of the black-clad corpses back to the county office." A lien impressive. Slapping the Fong family in the face like that in public. How satisfying. On the way back, he ran into Su Dashin, who gave him a thumbs up from afar. But as he approached Qinglian, he lowered his voice. "Brother, you'll need to keep a low profile for a while. Those families care most about their dignity. They're ruthless and won't hesitate to resort to underhanded means. If there's anything I can help with, just say the word." "Thanks. Did you find anything during your patrol?" Qinglian asked. "What could there be? Just more and more troublemakers. A motley crew has shown up. Even small forces from other counties are joining the fray." Su Dashin's face immediately fell, and he sighed deeply. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qinglian continued toward the county office. "Why are they all battered? And who are those black-clad men? It seems my young friend here has more hidden depths than I imagined." Watching Qinglian's retreating figure, a glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Su Dashin's simple, honest eyes. He didn't seem as simple-minded and brawny as he appeared. Just as Qinglian and his group reached the county office gate, Chun, see, a man of upright character walked out. "Captain Li, just in time. The chief wants you in the main hall." Chun's attitude was noticeably warmer when he saw Qinglian, as if he saw a kindred spirit who, like him, defied the powerful. "The main hall?" Qinglian was puzzled. "Yes. The Fong family's 3rd young master came in person and persuaded the secretary to intervene. They'll likely demand you hand over that woman." Chun Si explained, glancing at Zhang Yunyang following Qinglian. He paused, then continued, "But don't worry. Handle it as you see fit, I'll speak up for you." Hearing this, Qinglian was taken aback. Chun Si was always aloof and prideful, keeping his distance from other captains as if afraid of catching their bad habits. Yet today he voluntarily offered his support. "I judge matters on their merits, not people. What you did today was right." "Then thank you, Captain Chun. But I can handle the main hall myself. Please take Yunyang to our quarters and ensure her safety." Qinglian cupped his hands in thanks and spoke earnestly. "All right." Chun Si nodded solemnly. Qinglian then arranged for Ho Feng to take 2 constables with Chun Si to settle Zhang Yunyang, while Dong Rennie handled the affairs of the fallen officers. He himself led the remaining men carrying the bodies of the black-clad assassins to the main hall. Entering the hall, he saw 3 people seated inside. One was Chief Zhang Huaid. Another wore a gray Confucian robe, thin with prominent cheekbones and narrow eyes. He seemed ordinary, but no one dared underestimate him. He was Secretary Go Zhang. Though holding no official rank, he was the magistrate's most trusted aide. The magistrate's swift consolidation of power in Luoshui County owed much to the secretary's deft maneuvering. The last was a noble young master in fine silk, graceful and elegant. Undeniably Fong Zirong, the Fong family's 3rd son. Qinglian pays respects to the secretary and Chief Zhang. He cupped his hands to them, his voice clear and steady, neither servile nor arrogant. He completely ignored Fong Zirong, treating him as if he were heir. "Qinglian, I hear you killed the Fong family's guards and maliciously shielded a suspect. Is that true?" Chief Zhang's tone was stern as he stared at Qinglian. Qinglian breathed a sigh of relief. The chief's harsher tone in front of outsiders meant he was protecting his own. This showed Chief Zhang wouldn't side with the Fong family and Zhang Yunyang was safe. "Chief, that's not true at all. As for the Fong guards, a mere guard daring to obstruct our duty is an affront to the county office and the imperial court. Such lawless individuals deserve death." Qinglian's words were resolute and righteous. Hearing this, Chief Zhang nearly spat out his tea. His expression was odd, but clearly held a note of appreciation. Sharp-tongued indeed. Captain Li lives up to his reputation as a scholar who passed the imperial exams. Fong Zirong's words dripped with sarcasm. He then turned to the secretary. "Secretary, my 7th brother vanished without a trace in Nanha. Investigation shows that woman Zhang Yunyang knows something, but Captain Li deliberately shields her, obstructing our inquiries. She's just a weak woman living in Nanha. Why is Captain Li so eager? Either he has some illicit connection with Zhang Yunyang, or he played a role in my brother's disappearance. Of course, the Fong family has no desire to be at odds with Captain Li. Just hand her over and I swear we will take no action against you. I seek your judgment, Secretary." He stood, bowed to the secretary and sat back down. Li Qinglian couldn't help but check this third young master's information. Name Fong Zirong, identity third young master of the Fong family, future heir, formal member of the Eternal Life Society, realm 8th grade, perfection skills, Eternal Spring Art, 2nd layer, 8th grade, martial art, bone forging technique, mastery, flying cloud, palm, minor mastery, withering finger, minor mastery, upgradable. Seeing this, Li Qinglian's heart churned with turmoil. He never expected Fong Zirong to also be a member of the Eternal Life Society and so deeply hidden. Openly, Fong Zirong was only at the 8th grade midstage, but he was actually at perfection, mastering multiple 8th grade martial arts. Even Chief Zhang might not match him. Such strength made him peerless in Luoshui County. This also raised questions: what was the Eternal Life Society with its far-reaching influence? He had never heard of it before. Ahem. Captain Li, do you have any difficulties? If so, speak freely. If not, it's better to hand her over. Not worth it for a weak woman. The Fong family is a pillar of our county, contributing greatly to its stability and prosperity. The secretary cleared his throat, deliberately speaking gently to Li Qinglian. Li Qinglian understood the hint, opposing the Fong family for an ordinary woman wasn't worth it. Secretary Chief Zhang, in the past, for fairness ID, suggests the county and Fong family jointly question Zhang Yunyang. But now I truly dare not hand her over. Chief, earlier, while handling Zhang Yunyang's family's funeral outside the city, we were ambushed by assassins. Many officers died, several were gravely injured, and I barely made it back. This was clearly an attempt to silence her. Perhaps Zhang Yunyang knows of some unspeakable deeds by certain forces. I brought back a few of the assassins' bodies, there in the outer courtyard. Li Qinglian spoke with a grave and angry expression, deliberately glancing at Fong Zirong as he did so. This made Fong Zirong's heart skip a beat, sensing trouble. Oh, let's go take a look. Chief Zhang rose and led the way out, the others following. In the spacious courtyard, 3 bodies clad in black lay strewn across the ground. Zhang Huaid and the advisor stepped forward to examine them. Their sinews and bones have been tempered. They are all 8th rank martial artists, and their weapons are forged as one piece. This is undoubtedly the work of a major power. Excellent blade work. A single strike, instant death. Congratulations, Chief Zhang, on having another capable hand under your command. Advisor Go cast a glance at the fatal saber wound, offering praise without stint. Yet Fong Zirong's eyes flickered, as if he was deducing a part of Li Qinglian's strength from the nature of the wound. What is the origin of these men? Chief Zhang turned to Li Qinglian and asked. They are all from the Fong family. Here are their waist tokens. Li Qinglian handed over the tokens he had collected. Chief Zhang took them, examined them closely, and upon confirming they were indeed from the Fong family, his expression turned icy. He tossed one of the tokens to Fong Zirong and fixed his gaze on him. Third young master Fong, your family has quite the audacity, daring to attack even the men of our county office without restraint. After carefully examining the token, Fong Zirong's expression also soured. Chief Zhang, advisor, the tokens are indeed from our family, but these 8th rank martial artists are definitely not members of the Fong clan. I, third young master Fong, can swear to heaven. He took a deep breath and explained patiently. As the future helmsman of the Fong family, he was naturally aware of the clan's secrets and knew they secretly harbored experts, but these men were not among them. Third young master Fong, don't you find this absurd? So many tokens all from your family. Did your family lose that many tokens all at once? Do you think that's possible? Li Qinglian sneered. He knew full well that the deceased were from the Chow family, but for now it suited him to splash this muddy water onto the Fong family. Chief Zhang, advisor, our family will surely investigate this matter thoroughly. I ask only that you grant us some time. Captain Li, the disappearance of my 7th brother will not end like this. Farewell. Fong Zirong could no longer bear to stay. He cupped his hands in a salute, cast one last deep glance at Li Qinglian, turned and strode away. After he left, Chief Zhang arranged for men to head to the graveyard outside the city to collect the remaining dead warriors. He then went to the courtyard where the constables were stationed, met with Zhang Yunyang, asked a few gentle questions, and brought Zhang Yuan to the affairs hall. You rascal only married yesterday, and I hear your bride is quite elegant and virtuous. Couldn't you wait even this long before keeping a woman outside? Once inside the hall, Zhang Huaid launched into a scolding of Li Qinglian. Chief, others may not know me, but you do. Am I that kind of man? Li Qinglian asked helplessly. Ha, of course I know you. It's not that you're too noble to visit the pleasure quarters with your colleagues. You simply look down on those courtesans. But if it's a beautiful, respectable woman, would you refuse? That Zhang Yunyang is indeed lovely and alluring, but you must keep yourself in check. I don't want your wife storming the office one day. Zhang Huaid snorted. If she were an ordinary woman, he wouldn't have said such things. But Zhang Yunyang's appearance and bearing made people feel drawn to her like moths to a flame. He truly feared Li Qinglian might cause some scandal. To this, Li Qinglian could only offer a helpless, bitter smile. All right, no need to explain. The county office can certainly accommodate a weak woman. But let me ask you, do you truly believe those dead warriors were from the Fong family? Zhang Huaid waved his hand, stating his position, then asked seriously. They should be from the Chao family. I once saw one of them in contact with an important figure from the Chao clan. Li Qinglian spoke half-truthfully. The Chao family, trying to kill with a borrowed knife. To deploy such force, they clearly intended to wipe you all out. They just misjudged your strength. Zhang Huaid gave Li Qinglian a penetrating look. From the saber wounds, it was evident they were far from ordinary, likely 8th-rank saber techniques. An 8th-rank martial artist wielding 8th-rank saber techniques could be considered a figure of some standing even in Luoshui County. Go on. Continue your patrol, keep an eye on the movements along the South River, and don't forget the wanted men on the notice. Report any developments immediately. Yes, Chief. Li Qinglian departed respectfully. Things are getting more and more complicated. Xia Danqing, the blood servants experts from various factions and a mysterious eternal life society. All seem to be gathering near the South River. What connection lies among them? Surely Xia Danqing knows all these forces are converging there. Why doesn't he choose to leave? Stepping out of the county office, Li Qinglian paused for a moment, glanced back, and a series of questions arose in his mind. The source of it all seemed to trace back to a few days ago, when high-ranking members of the Sanhe gang were killed. Ho Feng, investigate the specifics of those Sanhe gang leaders who were slain a few days ago. Do it secretly. Better to go slowly than to be discovered. He turned to Ho Feng and said, Yes, sir. Ho Feng acknowledged and led 5 or 6 runners to begin the investigation. Li Qinglian took the remaining constables and runners and continued their patrol in the southern district. The county office was like a house leaking from all sides. News of what had happened there quickly reached every faction. They all speculated about who had tried to kill the county officers, while also marveling at Li Qinglian's formidable strength. At that moment in Li Qinglian's home, Shen Yushu, dressed in a white robe, embroidered with blue floral patterns that perfectly highlighted her dignity and gentleness, was overseeing several craftsmen as they repaired and leveled the side courtyard. Miss Shumo sent word that the young master was attacked by assassins, but he killed them all. The origin of those assassins has not yet been traced. Also, Jin Ling hurried to her side and relayed the news about Li Qinglian, but hesitated at the last sentence. Speak if you have something to say. Stop beating around the bush. Shen Yushu found a sharp glint flashing in her warm jade-like eyes. Also, it's rumored that the young master has taken a fancy to the woman he rescued last night, Zhang Yunyang. He has placed her in the county office. Oh, what does this Zhang Yunyang look like? Shen Yushu was not angry but rather intrigued. This is a portrait of Zhang Yunyang drawn by Shumo. According to Shumo, she is still a virgin, pure and untouched. Jin Ling handed over a scroll. Shen Yushu took it and slowly unrolled it. The painting depicted Zhang Yunyang in mourning clothes, looking pitiful and delicate. Lushly sorrowful, pure and fragile, of exceptional beauty. I didn't expect such a stunning woman to appear in this small county. She is barely worthy of my husband. She commented appreciatively as she admired the portrait. Ah, miss, aren't you angry? Jin Ling asked in surprise. Why would I be angry? As the personal maid, she knew best how domineering her mistress could be. Yet she never expected her mistress to be so lenient in this matter. Why should I be angry? Isn't it normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines? Besides, do you think someone of my status needs to compete with a weak woman for affection? Shen Yushu asked with a faint, composed smile, as if this were her true sentiment without the slightest pretense or insincerity. But Jin Ling felt something was amiss but couldn't articulate it. You know our situation. In this life, I fear I cannot bear children like an ordinary woman, yet my husband's family line must not end. Moreover, once I truly resolve my own issues, I will inevitably leave. Then my husband would be alone and desolate, surely unhappy. If he has other sisters for company, it would be different. Shen Yushu sighed softly. Miss you? Have you completely fallen in love? Jin Ling asked, staring at her in astonishment. Perhaps. At least it feels quite good right now. Shen Yushu paused briefly before replying. Then what will you do in the future? How will you sever the bond of love? Deep worry clouded Qingling's bright eyes. I'll take it one step at a time. My heart tells me that honoring my feelings is the right path, and I should cherish the present. A radiant smile bloomed on Shen Yushu's exquisite face, brilliant as a flower. By the way, have Shumo keep an eye on Zhang Yunyang. We can't let anything happen to her. Yes, miss. Qinling acknowledged and left the side courtyard. Soon a red falcon soared into the sky and vanished beyond the horizon. Dusk fell. Repairs in the side courtyard halted as the craftsmen returned home. Lanterns in the yard cast a hazy glow, and the aroma of food wafted through the air. Qinglian returned weary. Seeing this warm scene, his heart felt light. The feeling of being married was far better than when he was alone. The master has returned. This servant will lead you to freshen up. Qinling, who had been waiting in the yard, hurried forward with evident delight. Under Qingling's care, he shed his uniform, unbuckled his long blade, and washed up thoroughly. Paired with a delicious and hearty meal, much of his fatigue dissipated. My lady, this is what I earned today. I entrust it all to your care. After dinner, back in their room, Qinglian took out all the silver notes he had earned and offered them to Shen Yushu. Husband, you are often away and need silver to build connections. I still have plenty here. Shen Yushu said gently. I still have some loose silver. Let's save up and eventually buy a larger courtyard. This one is too humble for you. Qinglian said with a smile. In the past, such a courtyard would have sufficed. But now, as his strength grew and his status would rise, he would inevitably need to develop his own people, such as guards. This courtyard could no longer meet his needs. I've already begun renovations on the side courtyard. Wouldn't that be wasted? Shen Yushu said, her spirits low. No matter. Once it's renovated, we can sell it for a good price. My lady, it's getting late. Let's rest early. Qinglian comforted her, then scooped Shen Yushu into his arms and carried her to the bed. The person in his arms was as soft as if boneless, stirring a fire within him. My lady, how about you take the lead tonight? After placing Shen Yushu on the bed, Qinglian grinned. Shen Yushu's face flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes shimmering with allure, her skin seeming to glisten with moisture, shy and seductive. She took the initiative to undress Qinglian. Her slightly cool fingertips traced across his skin, stirring his heart as the flame within him surged, filling every part of his being. Moments later, she removed her final red undergarment. Her luminous skin was fully revealed before his eyes, every inch like carved white jade, delicate and soft, stirring an irresistible urge, as if he could sink forever into such a tender paradise. She bit her lip lightly and leaned in. Her movements were clumsy and inexperienced, yet they filled Qinglian with a sense of accomplishment. Soon the room echoed with the song of spring, mingling with the garden's insect chirps like a celestial maiden's chant. In the side chamber, Qingling's cheeks were flushed as she covered her ears, her almond eyes glistening, and her slender, shapely legs unconsciously rubbed together. The night of passion stretched on with song and dance. As time flowed, one could not help but be entranced. 2 mornings later, in the spacious yard, Qinglian's figure flickered like a drifting leaf. The long blade in his hand moved like an illusion, layering flashes of light like clouds, beautiful yet dangerous, encompassing a 5-meter radius. His blade technique combined with his movement elevated his skill to a new level. Soon the blade slid back into its sheath. He exhaled a long breath of stale air and checked his personal status panel. Namely, Qinglian Identity, Constable, Realm 8th rank, Midstage Skills, Golden Body, Jade Bone Art 5th layer, 8th rank, Martial Art, Cloud Shadow 18 / Mastery, Drifting Leaf Movement Proficiency. Experience 3 consecutive nights of hard work had nearly exhausted his stamina. He had gained over 2,000 experience points, but almost all had been spent. Yet the improvement was immense. His martial realm advanced a small step, reaching the 8th rank midstage. Additionally, through the system's fusion, he integrated his movement and footwork into one, obtaining an 8th rank movement technique that had reached the proficiency level. Such strength was a full tier above his former self. The only drawback was the toll on his back. If I could elevate both blade and movement techniques to perfection, no 8th rank in Luoshui County would be my match. But that would require around 4,000 more experience points. If I go all out, it would take another 7 or 8 nights. But my body might not hold up. No, I need to pace myself. There's no rush. Qinglian calculated carefully in his mind. Husband, I personally made a bowl of ginseng and wolfberry kidney tonifying soup. Drink it while it's hot. Just then Shun Yushu approached, gracefully carrying a bowl of soup, her face radiant and charming. Qinglian, standing nearby, covered her mouth with a giggle. Do I look like someone who needs such tonic? But since you went to the trouble, I won't be rude. Qinglian's expression stiffened briefly before he declared righteously. He picked up the small bowl and drank it in one gulp. By the way, Master the Miss, and I just thought of some new positions. Let's try them tonight. Qinglian said boldly, her cheeks like peach blossoms, with a giggle. Hearing this, Qinglian felt his legs go weak and his back ache. Before marriage, he thought he could take on 10 men. After marriage, he fancied himself the legendary 7-time-a-night man. But now he realized a man must learn to protect himself. 3 consecutive nights of revelry had taken their toll even on his iron constitution. Compared to the demure and gentle Shun Yushu, Qinglian was a voracious little vixen. Bold, open-minded, highly perceptive, and full of tricks. This made them even more radiant and alluring. As for him, he felt as if he had been drained, his body sore. Fine, but don't you beg for mercy tonight. Qinglian snorted, putting on a brave front. He knew well that with his current martial realm, he could hardly withstand the combined force of a 3rd-rank and a 7th-rank martial artist. Their physiques were far superior to his, but a man could never admit defeat in this arena. Master, don't make excuses later. Qinglian tilted her head, covering her mouth with a laugh. Qinglian, stop it. My husband has to patrol and train every day. He can't indulge in such pleasures. Shun Yushu gave Qinglian a way out. Shun Yushu gave Qinglian a graceful exit at that moment. Upon hearing this, Qinglian stuck out her tongue at Qinglian and made a funny face. Husband, do you need another drink? The ginseng in the medicinal broth is also very beneficial for restoring your vitality. Shun Yushu asked gently. Yes, as long as it enhances my strength. Greater power will allow me to protect you all. Qinglian found an excuse for himself. He would never admit that he was doing it to replenish himself lest his prowess wane at night. Hearing Qinglian's words, Shun Yushu smiled faintly, her peerless grace evident as she gracefully walked toward the kitchen. He followed her. After drinking 3 full bowls of the broth, he set off for the county office. The courtyard near the main hall of the county office's investigative department. Zhang Yunyang, dressed in a plain white gown, held a broom and swept the fallen leaves in the courtyard. 2 days had passed. She had recovered, though a trace of sorrow still lingered in her eyes, but the grief was no longer as intense. This humble woman greets Captain Li. As she saw Qinglian approaching, she slightly bowed her body in greeting. Her eyes, clear as a mirror lake, were filled with deep gratitude. Her gaunt and pale jade-like face had regained some color, and it had also filled out a bit, making her look even more alluring. Why are you sweeping the courtyard? Qinglian glanced at her and asked. This humble woman has been residing in the county office and cannot receive without giving. Zhang Yunyang lowered her head, slightly fidgeting, with her slender jade-like fingers, her voice delicate, but filled with determination and persistence. That's fine. Adjusting your mindset is good. Qinglian nodded and walked into the main hall. Watching Qinglian's retreating figure, Zhang Yunyang's eyes sparkled with hope and a hint of shyness. Over the past 2 days, she had naturally heard the rumors in the county office. They said she was a woman favored by Captain Li, but that was not the case at all. Captain Li was a beam of light in her darkness, allowing her to continue living with strength. If not for Captain Li, her fate would have been very, very grim. She felt immensely grateful for this, and even the gossip did not bother her. As for Zhang Yunyang's thoughts, Qinglian naturally had no idea. Upon entering the main hall, he saw that the other captains and constables had already arrived, as if he were the only one missing. Since everyone is here, I, the chief captain, will first announce some news. Zhang Huaid shot a glare at Qinglian, then swept his gaze across everyone, and continued. A few days ago, Captain Gui died in the line of duty, leaving a vacancy in the captain's position. Now, upon the recommendation of the County Marshal Zhao Kuang, the former captain of the City Defense Forces, will be the new captain. Zhao Kuang, step forward, so everyone can get to know you. As his words fell, a young man in a captain's uniform stepped forward and stood before the crowd. He had a well-proportioned build and regular features exuding a military aura. A black mole the size of a fingernail on his right cheek somewhat marred his appearance. Zhao Kuang greets all colleagues. I hope that in the days to come we can cooperate and help each other. He clasped his hands at the crowd, speaking succinctly. He seemed like a decisive person. Qinglian found it somewhat unexpected. Captains had always been promoted from within, but this time an outsider had been brought in. Could it be that the county marshal had reached some agreement with the chief captain? Although the chief captain's official position was below the county marshal and subject to his command, the appointment was decided by the prefectural city. The county marshal only had the right to recommend, not to directly appoint or dismiss. This was also to prevent the county marshal from wielding too much power. Li Qinglian checked Zhao Kuang's personal information. Name Zhao Kuang, identity Captain Zhao, family branch member, White Lotus Sect disciple, age 28, realm 8th grade, late stage, skills 100, refining body art, 2nd layer, 8th grade, martial arts, blood fiend blade technique, minor mastery 5, poison palm, minor mastery 9th grade, martial arts, lotus step, minor mastery, white lotus body protection technique, minor mastery. When he saw Zhao Kuang's information, Li Qinglian was not surprised at all. He had suspected that Zhao Kuang must have some ulterior motive. Otherwise, why would he give up a good position as a city defense captain to become a constable captain, especially in such chaotic times? It really has become a big stew. Even the White Lotus sect has come to join the fun. Li Qinglian grumbled inwardly. He had heard of the White Lotus sect. They had always been professional rebels. Even after the Great Qian Empire unified the realm, news of them still surfaced from time to time. Not long ago, news of a rebellion by White Lotus heretics had come from Xiling Prefecture, southwest of Luoshui County. There is another matter. I gave the Sanhe gang 3 days, and today is the deadline. Yet the unrest on the South River side has not only continued but has intensified. The county marshal has dispatched a squad of city defense forces to take over the South River area. In addition, Luoshui County has begun a lockdown. Your task is to keep a close watch on your own territories and ensure no major incidents occur. Those with ability may also go to the South River area to slay the reckless bandits and claim merit based on their heads. Chief Captain Zhang sternly glanced at everyone. Yes, Chief Captain. The crowd acknowledged and dispersed with their teams. After everyone had left, a figure draped in a black cloak appeared in the main hall like a ghost. Greetings, sir. Zhang Huaid quickly rose from his seat, clasped his hands and bowed. Well done, but you should have sent everyone to the South River. Simply blockading the area will not make it possible to find Xie Danqing. The man in the black cloak glanced at Zhang Huaid. Sir, I did this to prevent Luoshui County from spiraling out of control. If it does, matters will become even more complicated and various factions will have an excuse to interfere. Zhang Huaid replied with utmost respect. That's true. Handle it as you see fit, but this cannot drag on for too long. We must find the person as quickly as possible. The man in the black cloak pondered for a moment, nodded in agreement, and added a final remark. Yes, sir. May I ask, is the warrant for Xie Danqing truly because he killed a direct descendant of the Zhou family in the prefectural city? Zhang Huaid asked curiously. There are some things that are kept from you for your own good. The man in the black cloak gave Zhang Huaid a meaningful look, then vanished. Zhang Huaid straightened up, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and felt a lingering fear. I hope this doesn't cause a major disaster, he murmured to himself, his eyes filled with deep concern. Leaving the county office, Li Qinglian's heart was not at peace. He knew that once news spread of the city defense forces blockading the South River area, many experts would inevitably leave that region and disperse into various parts of Luoshui County. When that happened, even more incidents would arise. During his patrols over the past 2 days, Li Qinglian had noticed that the number of fights and injuries had increased more than tenfold compared to before. They would also become busier, and the dangers they faced would greatly increase. Chief, that newly appointed Captain Zhao is quite arrogant. He just gave a brief greeting and that was it. It feels like he looks down on us. Dong Rini said in a low voice. He has the capital to be proud, Li Qinglian said with a faint smile. After all, he was at the 8th grade late stage, a member of the Zhao family in Luoshui County, and a disciple of the White Lotus sect. How could he not be proud? In his mind, he also analyzed the purpose behind the others becoming a captain. What are you doing? As they were walking through the outer city, a little beggar rushed straight toward Li Qinglian, but was stopped by Dong Rini. It was a disheveled little beggar, appearing to be only 11 or 12 years old, skinny as a rail, holding an embroidered pouch that seemed out of place for him. Sir, someone told me to give this to you. The little beggar, trembling with fear, shook the pouch in his hand and shouted at Li Qinglian. Oh! Li Qinglian wondered inwardly who would seek to contact him through this little beggar. Without needing his instruction, Dong Rini snatched the brocade pouch from the beggar's hand and handed it to Li Qinglian. Who sent you? Li Qinglian asked, looking at the little beggar. I don't know, sir. Truly I don't. The person wore a cloak and spoke in a strange tone. They gave me a piece of silver and told me to deliver this to you. The little beggar stammered in panic. As if realizing he was entangled in grave trouble, the beggar's legs trembled uncontrollably, threatening to give way at any moment. Let him go. Qinglian glanced at the beggar and waved his hand. This person was worthless, surely ignorant of the instigator's identity. Putting himself in their shoes, he wouldn't leave behind any clues either. Get lost now and behave yourself from now on, Dong Rinny warned before releasing the man. After the beggar departed, Qinglian surveyed his surroundings and continued onward. At the same time, he opened the brocade pouch. Inside was half a sheet of paper inscribed with a message. Captain Li, do you wish to know the hidden secrets of the Sanhe gang? Do you wish to know why the high-ranking members of the Sanhe gang are dying off one after another? If so, come to Qingni Alley number 16 at the hour of noon. Reading these words, Qinglian felt a strange sensation in his heart. It was as if he were glimpsing the opening of approaching science before his transmigration. Ren-yi, take the brothers on patrol. I have matters to attend to. If anything arises, fire the signal arrow promptly. Qinglian clenched his hand and the half-sheet of paper crumbled into dust, slipping through his fingers like fine sand. He turned to instruct Dong Rinny, then his figure vanished like a fading illusion. The captain's strength grows ever greater. Dong Rinny sighed with emotion, silently vowing to reduce his visits to the pleasure quarters and devote himself to martial arts. After parting ways with his subordinates, Qinglian took a long detour before arriving at the place indicated on the half-sheet of paper. He had noticed that ever since leaving the county office, someone had been tailing him in the shadows, as if monitoring his every move. He also did not wish for his meeting with the mysterious figure to be discovered. Qingni Alley number 16. This is it. Qinglian found that the address on the paper led to a long-abandoned courtyard. At the entrance, wild grass thrived, mingled with piles of household garbage. There were also feces and bones of unknown creatures. A pungent odor permeated the surrounding air, far more foul than the stench by the South River. The outer walls were overgrown with climbing vines and dark green moss. The wooden gate was shattered, bearing marks of blades and dried black bloodstains. Even the plaque above was broken beyond recognition. Faintly, 4 large characters could be discerned. White Crane Martial Hall. White Crane Martial Hall. Isn't this the Martial Hall that suffered a massacre a year ago? Qinglian recalled the place, his expression growing solemn. At that time, he was still just a constable. He had heard from his colleagues that a tragedy had struck the White Crane Martial Hall in the outer city. Overnight, everyone in the hall had vanished, leaving only the traces of a brutal struggle. The White Crane Martial Hall was a renowned establishment in the outer city. It was said that the hall master was an 8th-rank martial artist with several 9th-rank disciples under him, making it a formidable force in the area. Alas, it met with a calamitous fate. After the incident, the county's veteran coroner examined the scene and declared it a slaughter. The perpetrator's overall strength far surpassed that of the White Crane Martial Hall. As for the identity of the killer, the county office pinned it on bandits, claiming it was an act of revenge. The truth of the matter remained unclear to all. The county office did not pursue further investigation, mainly due to the absence of bodies, and the case eventually fizzled out. Notably, 3 days after the tragedy, Captain Xing Buisong, who oversaw the southern district, vanished mysteriously. No trace of him was ever found alive or dead. It was thus that he became the captain of the southern district. What purpose does the other party have in meeting me here? Qinglian was filled with doubt. He glanced around and stepped through the broken wooden gate. The vast martial hall was strewn with signs of combat, overgrown with weeds. The wooden training dummies in the practice yard had rotted, sprouting unknown fungi. Stone locks, plum blossom stakes, and other equipment were worn and decayed with the passage of time. Captain Li is indeed a man of your word. Just then, a figure appeared at the moon gate 7 meters to his left. The person wore a gray, tight-sleeved outfit and a bamboo hat, making their features impossible to discern, but they cradled a sword in their arms. Such attire was all too common, and many of the martial artists recently gathered in Luoshui County dressed similarly. Captain Li, stay where you are or I will leave immediately, and you will learn nothing. As if sensing Qinglian's intention to approach, the other person promptly warned. If you don't trust me, why seek me out? Qinglian asked, studying the figure. From their actions, it was clear they were extremely wary. He narrowed his eyes, checking the other's personal information. Name: Hu Hong Hu Guer. Identity: head of the Ingfeng Hall Sanhe gang, laborer of White Crane Martial Hall. Age: 18 realm, early 8th rank. Seeing this, Li Qinglian understood why the other had chosen to meet him here. From Hu Hong's earlier message, it was clear he harbored a grudge against the Sanhe gang. Yet now he was a leader within the gang, likely operating as a mole. Captain Li, your actions these past days have been very much to my liking. Unlike other constables who collude with the corrupt, blurring right and wrong, and unlike other officials who treat the lowly as less than human. Hu Hong's voice was hoarse as he spoke slowly. During these days, Li Qinglian had indeed dealt with many instances of oppression against commoners, even slaying several martial artists in the street, earning widespread support. It seemed his recent conduct had been observed by the other. Knowing he wouldn't collude with the Sanhe gang, they had chosen to meet him. Friend, since you've summoned me here now, can you reveal the secrets of the Sanhe gang? Li Qinglian, without exposing the other's identity, asked directly. Hey, on the surface, the Sanhe gang is a dog kept by the Fong family, but they hide deeper than anyone. Ostensibly, the gang has 3 halls, but in secret, there is an Annal Hall. The Annal Hall houses the gang's aged veterans along with some high-ranking members who were severely injured or crippled. It seems like a retirement hall, but in truth those old-timers are incredibly formidable. The strength they display far exceeds anyone's imagination. The high-ranking members who died recently from the Sanhe gang were veterans of this hall. As he spoke, Hu Hong's voice dripped with deep-seated hatred. You mean those seemingly powerless old-timers are all hidden masters? Li Qinglian asked curiously. Exactly. One veteran is over 70, yet his vitality is no less than that of us youngsters. Does that seem reasonable? Hu Hong countered. Li Qinglian shook his head. Even a 7th-rank martial artist once aged sees their vitality wither. They might retain 70% of their strength at most and lack endurance. In short, they could only serve as a deterrent, unable to fight anymore. But those old-timers of the Sanhe gang, as Hu Hong described, defied common sense, which was clearly abnormal. Could it be? Could they be colluding with demons? Li Qinglian asked immediately. Demons? The treachery of the human heart is far more terrifying than demons. Captain Li, do you know how the 74 people of White Crane Martial Hall met their brutal end? Hu Hong asked in a chilling tone. Upon hearing this, Li Qinglian's mind conjured images of Lu Banzwang with demonic blood infused into her Chao Si of the Everlasting Society, and the high-ranking members of the Sanhe gang mentioned by Hu Hong, along with the lives lost at the White Crane Martial Arts School. The scattered clues converged, forming a complete chain. Do you mean the White Crane Martial Arts School massacre was the work of those Sanhe gang high-ups? They used the school's people to practice some vile martial art, which is why they were targeted. Li Qinglian's eyes narrowed as he questioned. Truly worthy of Captain Li, so perceptive. Your deduction is nearly spot on. Hu Hong clapped his hands in admiration of Li Qinglian's acumen. In fact, before the White Crane incident, warriors had been vanishing from Luoshui County. Even the conflicts in the outer city were deliberately instigated to gather those fighters. It was just never taken seriously. Until Wang Chongfeng, a disciple of the school, stumbled upon someone collecting warrior corpses. Curiosity led him to investigate, but he was discovered, triggering the tragedy. Those at the Sanhe gang's peace hall used vile methods to drain warriors' blood for their cultivation, which in turn brought calamity upon themselves. The high-ranking members killed not long ago, all drained of blood, got there just deserts. The man laid out the entire affair with remarkable candor. Li Qinglian now understood why the killers had targeted the Sanhe gang's elites. Their blood likely held abnormal properties and power beyond ordinary warriors, drawing covetous eyes. Much like Lu Banzhuang's methods, it seemed aimed at collecting essence blood. Do you know who hunted the Sanhe gang's high-ups? Li Qinglian inquired. I do not, but it's certainly no benevolent act. The Sanhe gang has been frantically searching for them with no success. Here is a map of their territory along the Nanha River marking where they dispose of warrior bodies. If Captain Li seeks the truth, you can investigate yourself. With that, Hu Hong flicked his sleeve and a sheet of white paper shot through the air like a blade. His figure blurred and he vanished. Li Qinglian caught the paper effortlessly. On it was a crude childlike sketch of the Nanha area marking the residences of Sanhe gang high-ups and several sites where they disposed of corpses. Using me as a blade, Li Qinglian murmured, tucking the map away. Now half the puzzle of the Nanha events was clear. Yet he still couldn't determine if the blood servant was a pawn placed by someone or if it was linked to Xia Danqing, the wanted man. These remained unresolved mysteries. His suspicion fell on Xia Danqing mainly because the man had been lurking around Nanha, and his timing was too convenient, raising inevitable doubts. Moreover, what purpose did they have for such high-quality essence blood? Was Xie Danqing truly wanted only for killing a scion of the Zhou family in Qinghe Commandery City? Slow and steady. No matter their schemes, I must focus on improving my strength. I also need to earn money to buy those precious elixirs. Li Qinglian thought to himself. Luoshui County was too small, elixirs were rare, and exorbitantly priced, often unavailable even with wealth. But the Commandery City was different. With enough money one could purchase all kinds of rare pills. For now though he would toil in Luoshui County climbing step by step. Leaving the White Crane Martial Arts School, Li Qinglian first headed to the Nanhe area. Due to the curfew, the streets were sparsely populated with far fewer farmers driving ox carts or carrying baskets. Upon reaching the Nanhe vicinity, Li Qinglian saw every entrance blocked by city defense troops. Clad in armor and bearing longbows, they looked imposing, but their stances were slack, their armor rusted. Some soldiers yawned, their bodies bloated from lack of training. The Great Qian imperial dynasty is only in its second generation of the human emperor, yet military readiness has decayed to this extent. Li Qinglian shook his head in understanding. The county constables were a prime example. Many had slackened their martial cultivation, indulging in leisure as if they had lost all drive. Just as he once had. His talent was too poor, with no hope of advancement, so he chose to enjoy life. Many city defense soldiers were likely in the same boat. With the realm unified, the role of city defense had dwindled and meritorious deeds were scarce. Soldiers turned to pleasure for what was drill compared to fine wine and fair women. He saw commoners with spare cash bribing soldiers to pass through unhindered. The blockade, he realized, was a farce. Its effect was surely minimal. Turning away, Li Qinglian resumed his patrol. The clues from Hu Hong were best investigated at night, not in broad daylight. Bastards dare lay a hand on me. Feng Sanyang, don't be unreasonable. Debts must be paid. Your husband owes 50 taels in gambling debts and has fled. By the contract, we're taking you as compensation. Take it up with him. If you so much as touch me, I'll fight you with my life. As Li Qinglian turned onto a street, he heard a commotion ahead. He saw a crowd gathered around Feng's tofu shop. A woman in coarse cloth wielding a cleaver guarded her stall, glaring fiercely at 4 thugs armed with wooden staves. Li Qinglian recognized her. She was the famed tofu beauty of the southern district Feng Sanyang. Though past 30, she retained considerable charm. Her voluptuous figure was like a ripe peach tempting one to bite. Yet now she looked like a tigress, which only added to her allure. Feng Sanyang, don't be ungrateful. Think that cleaver can stop us. The leader, a man in a blue robe, sneered, his eyes lecherous as he reached for her tender tofu-like cheek. What's going on? Who's causing trouble? Li Qinglian barked, striding over. The leader withdrew his hand. Initially furious at the interruption, the man's expression shifted. When he saw Li Qinglian, his face breaking into a fawning smile. Ah, Captain Li. No trouble here. We're just collecting a debt per the contract. Captain Li, you must help me. Feng Sanyang's ferocity vanished. She brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, adopting the air of a helpless maiden. These men tried to drag me away in broad daylight. Moments ago she was all "I'll fight you with my life," now she called herself this humble one. It was like a complete transformation. Li Qinglian took a second look. Name: Feng Sanyang, identity owner of Feng's tofu shop, class C, assassin, listening, Snow Pavilion, age 26, realm 8th rank, late stage. Upon seeing her personal information, Li Qinglian's lips twitched. Truly, a small temple harbors great demons, and a shallow pond holds many turtles. This tiny Luoshui County was full of hidden masters. Captain Li, repaying debts is only right and proper, and we have the contract as proof. The leader hurriedly explained. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Feng Sanyang. Silence! Feng Sanyang glared fiercely at the leader. Then her gaze shifted to Li Qinglian, instantly softening. She swayed her wasp waist and voluptuous hips as she approached him, putting on a pitiful look, and said, Your Excellency Li, even if you truly owes gambling debts, you cannot come to me. Even less can you use me as collateral. I am a person, not an object. How can such a thing be allowed? This is clearly ill-intentioned, a scheme to bully me. I beg Your Excellency Li to seek justice for me. She bowed low before him, deliberately brushing her strikingly alluring firm curves against his arm. Captain Li Yuhai is her husband and the contract is genuine. We are merely acting according to the contract, which is reasonable and justified. Seeing Feng Sanyang flaunting herself before Li Qinglian, the leader feared. he might fall for her act and quickly interjected. But it is not lawful. The imperial law clearly states that no one has the right to mortgage or sell a free adult without their consent. Are you unaware of this? Qinglian's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on the man and questioned. Though he knew Feng Sanyang was an assassin and that these men could not harm her, he still chose to intervene. This was partly because he inherently disliked gambling houses, but also because he wished to uncover why an assassin like Feng Sanyang was hiding in the small town of Luoshui County, and to learn more about the assassin organization known as the Listening Snow Pavilion. Captain Li, are you deliberately slighting our Golden Fortune gambling house? The leader's expression darkened as he stared at Qinglian, demanding an answer. Of course he knew the imperial law, but who truly abided by it in such trivial matters? At least their gambling house had frequently forced women into prostitution, without anyone daring to speak out. Yet today someone dared to invoke the law before them. It was almost laughable. Is your face more important than the imperial law? Is the law merely a decoration? A surge of killing intent emanated from Qinglian as he questioned with righteous indignation. His words immediately drew cheers from the surrounding crowd. Fine, fine. Captain Li truly is impartial and incorruptible. The Golden Fortune gambling house concedes defeat. The leader laughed bitterly in anger, glanced at Qinglian, then turned and left without hesitation, his men following. Your servant thanks you for saving my life, Your Excellency. After the ruffians from the gambling house departed, Feng Sanyang spoke with a seductive, grateful tone. She deliberately closed the distance, seemingly seeking to take advantage of him, but Qinglian sidestepped her advance. Be careful these days. If you truly encounter trouble, you may seek help from the patrolling constables. We will handle it as soon as possible. Qinglian said indifferently, then turned and walked away. The tofu beauty, though charming and possessing an enticing figure, paled in comparison to his own wife and held no allure for him now. Moreover, this woman was an assassin. An unprovoked seduction spelled nothing but trouble. Leaving so abruptly and coldly, have I lost all my charm? A flicker of light gleamed deep in Feng Sanyang's eyes. Sanyang, Captain Li has a virtuous wife at home. How could he fancy you? Since Yu Hai is away, why not settle for me? A change of taste might do you good. A rascal, said, his gaze burning as he stared at Feng Sanyang. With your scrawny frame, I could break you with one sit. Scram. No tofu for sale today. Feng Sanyang shot him a contemptuous glance and said disdainfully. She seemed to transform into a different person, sharp-tongued and fierce. Swiftly packing up her tofu stall, she entered the shop and slammed the door shut. Outside, jeers and chatter arose from the crowd. I planned to try the honey trap, but that Captain Li remained utterly unmoved. This mission is proving difficult. She murmured softly, rubbing her temples. Having received the assassination mission targeting Captain Li yesterday, she had already begun plotting, but had yet to devise a method. Today she encountered him by chance. She had intended to use the honey trap to get close and then eliminate him without a trace. Unexpectedly, he was impervious to temptation. This dealt a heavy blow to her confidence. Creak! At that moment, the sound of a wooden door turning came from the back room of the tofu shop. Who's there? Feng Sanyang immediately grew alert, gripping the short knife used for cutting tofu, as she crept cautiously toward the back room. When she entered the back room, she saw a young woman in black robes leaning casually against a pillar, delicately pinching a small piece of tofu with her pale hand and eating it gracefully. It was Shun Yushu's personal maid, Shui Mo. Miss. Feng Sanyang had barely uttered 2 words when the black-robed woman turned her gaze toward her. A single glance made every hair on Feng Sanyang's body stand on end, as if she had glimpsed something utterly terrifying. Her delicate frame trembled, and she stood frozen, not daring to move. The tofu is well made, smooth and tender, with a rich bean fragrance. After finishing the tofu, the black-robed woman gently wiped her moist, thin lips and walked toward Feng Sanyang while offering her critique. I am but a humble tofu seller. How may I serve you, milady? Feng Sanyang feigned weakness and pitifulness, her voice trembling as she asked. No wonder you're called the tofu beauty. You certainly have the assets, especially those 2 plump pieces of tofu on your chest. Quite eye-catching. The black-robed woman glanced at Feng Sanyang's nearly bursting bosom, her tone gradually turning icy and menacing. You may use your generous endowments to flirt with any man you please, but you should not have stooped to seducing my master's husband. Slap. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across the face. Feng Sanyang did not dodge, silently enduring the blow, as a vivid red handprint bloomed on her fair cheek like a blood-colored tattoo. The woman before her was terrifying, undoubtedly beyond the 7th rank. A single glance had rendered her immobile. And you dare to covet our master's husband? Look at yourself. Faded beauty, withered flower, a cheap slut. The black-robed woman's face was frosty as she berated her, then looked down with contempt and disdain, continuing. From now on, sell your tofu and keep to yourself. Don't you dare flirt with my master's husband again. Otherwise, I'll sell you to the Ihong brothel, where you can flirt to your heart's content. With that, she walked out of the back room calmly. After the black-robed woman disappeared, Feng Sanyang leaned against the stone mill, her firm chest heaving with rage and fear. She was barely over 20. How could she be called a faded beauty and a withered flower by that woman? Thinking of the woman's flat, board-like chest, Feng Sanyang muttered under her breath. This is clearly jealousy. A little girl who knows nothing. As soon as she spoke, she quickly looked around. After confirming the woman had truly left, she breathed a sigh of relief. But seriously, what kind of wife did Captain Li marry to have such a formidable expert by her side? This assassination mission is now utterly impossible. Feng Sanyang's eyes were filled with worry. Meanwhile, Qinglian walked into a secluded alley. With a flicker of his figure, he leaped onto a high wall. The next moment, 2 figures sneaked in after him. Where did he go? What do we do now? Both were dumbfounded and panicked. Who ordered you to tail me? Qinglian jumped down from the wall and looked at the 2 men calmly. Ever since he had entered the outer city, these 2 had been following him. Even after he shook them off to meet Hu Hong, they had picked up his trail again, sticking to him like glue. He was curious which faction these persistent stalkers belonged to. Ah, Captain Li, we were just passing through. Yes, just passing through. The 2 quickly replied. Just passing through. Qinglian sneered, drawing his long blade. With a flash of crimson, an ear fell to the ground. Ah! One of them screamed, clutching his severed ear and wailing in agony. I'll give you one last chance. Who sent you to tail me? Qinglian's gaze was icy as he questioned them. Ill talk, ill talk. It was Master Fu. Master Fu is the owner of the Golden Fortune gambling house. The 2 men, terrified, scrambled to confess. The Golden Fortune gambling house. What a coincidence. The Golden Fortune gambling house. Wasn't it the very establishment behind the group that had tried to forcibly take Feng Sanyang away earlier? He had always harbored a deep aversion to gambling houses. Many had lost their families and homes to gambling, or some had even seen their wives and daughters sold into brothels, forced to entertain guests day and night, their laughter and tears no longer their own. At least in Qinglian's memory, many tragic cases were linked to gambling houses. Yet these establishments raked in money too quickly and were backed by various powers, making them impossible to shut down. Who is behind your Golden Fortune gambling house? Qinglian pressed on. I wouldn't know. How could a small fry like me know such things? The man whose ear had been cut off shook his head hastily. Still not being honest. Do you take me for a blind fool? A pair of 9th grade initial and mid-stage cultivators like you in a place like Golden Fortune? Small fry. Qinglian sneered, half drawing his long blade. Stop, Captain Li, ill talk. On the surface, Golden Fortune is propped up by young Master Chao Yuanji, but in truth it's an outpost for the Golden Rooster Stockade bandits here in Luoshui County. Every move in the county gets reported to them. The earless martial artist gritted his teeth and confessed the truth. Lu, can have you lost your mind? How dare you spill such matters? The other man's face twisted in fury as he roared at the earless martial artist. With a soft thud, a glint of dark light pierced his throat before he could finish. Crimson blood gushed forth and he crumpled to the ground, a corpse. It was Lu Ken who had struck, now holding a foot-long spike. Please forgive me, Captain Li. This man could not be spared. His heart belonged to the bandits. He wanted to join the Golden Rooster Stockade. He was beyond redemption. This is my pledge of loyalty. From now on, I am your man. Lu Ken knelt on one knee, declaring his allegiance. He bowed his head, his heart pounding with uncertainty, wondering if Captain Li would accept him. Qinglian regarded Lu Ken and asked calmly, Why have you chosen to pledge yourself to me? I had no choice. Having confessed to you, if I were to waver, I wouldn't even know how I'd die. Besides, you have risen to great fame and wield immense power now. You will surely be entrusted with important duties in the future. By following you, I might avoid being purged as a bandit or outlaw one day. Lu Ken gave a bitter smile, speaking honestly. You're a man of talent. Rise. Qinglian chuckled lightly. Hearing those words, Lu Can finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood up knowing his life was spared. Seeing Qinglian sheath his long blade, he hesitated then added, "Captain Li, there's another piece of news. A few days ago, the second chieftain of the Golden Rooster Stockade came down to the county supposedly to investigate the sixth chieftain's death. He said the sixth chieftain was killed by an 8th grade martial artist with exquisite blade skills. And you have just demonstrated 8th grade strength and remarkable blade technique. So, the second chieftain, Yang Xuanzi, the pale-faced scholar, that failed scholar who fancies himself a strategist." Qinglian let out a scornful laugh. As a captain, he was well acquainted with all the chieftains of the Golden Rooster Stockade. It was said that the second chieftain possessed extraordinary wisdom and had always been the decision-maker among the bandits. Moreover, his personal strength was formidable, likely reaching the late 8th grade. He came down to the county just to investigate Old Sixth's death. Were they really that close? Qinglian's mind stirred as he continued probing. From various records, he had some understanding of the pale-faced scholar's character. He was hardly a man of deep loyalty. To believe he had made a special trip to avenge Old Sixth. He absolutely did not believe it. There had to be another motive, especially given the sensitive timing. How would a small fry like me know such things? Lu Can said cautiously. Next, Qinglian inquired about the man known as Fu Yi, and also instructed Lu Can to investigate all the Golden Rooster Stockade's informants in Luoshui County before taking his leave. He trusted Lu Can to handle the rest, otherwise, he wouldn't be worthy of following him. As dusk approached, Qinglian finally rendezvoused with Dong Rennie and the others. "Chief, hey, race today's collection." Dong Rennie handed over a money pouch as soon as he arrived. Qinglian accepted it without ceremony, hefted it, and looked at Dong Rennie. "This amount doesn't add up. Did you stir up some trouble again?" The collection came from street vendors and small shops. It was part of the extra income for captains and constables like them. But today's take was far larger than usual, which defied common sense. "Hey Chief, your foresight is unmatched. We did stir up a bit of trouble." Dong Rennie slipped in a subtle flattery, then turned and waved to the 4 runners behind him. "Come on, apologize to the chief." "Chief, we made a grave mistake. We beg you not to dismiss us." The 4 runners, anxious and uneasy, hung their heads in a gesture of remorse. "I remember you 4. Weren't you tasked with delivering a corpse to the county yamen?" Qinglian recalled them. As he spoke, a realization struck and his gaze turned stern. "Don't tell me you abandoned your post and lost the corpse." The 4 runners' faces went ashen, their expressions turning deathly pale, nearly dropping to their knees. "Forgive us, Chief. We truly didn't mean to." They were all temporary workers under Qinglian's command, and he held the power to hire and fire them. As long as he didn't pursue the matter, they would be fine. Though runners held a lower status than constables, they were still nominally part of the official apparatus. This badge of office kept others from acting rashly and came with many hidden perks. Unless absolutely necessary, they didn't want to lose this job. "What exactly happened? And why are you only telling me now?" Qinglian demanded with a cold expression. He had wondered why the chief constable hadn't inquired about Lu Banzhuang's case for days. So this was the root of it. "Chief, that day we were carrying the corpse back when suddenly we felt hungry. We stopped at a roadside eatery. Somehow we felt like having some wine, and then everything became hazy. When we woke up, it was already late. So we just went home, forgetting all about the corpse. It only came back to us today." One of the runners spoke in a panic. "All 4 of you forgot, and only remembered today." Qinglian frowned, studying each of them. "Yes, Chief, we swear we're telling the truth. We wouldn't dare deceive you. We don't know what came over us. It was like we were bewitched." "Chief, I questioned them thoroughly. This seems very suspicious. The runners under you were personally selected for their discipline and obedience. Something's definitely off." Dong Rennie stepped in to speak up for the 4 runners. "Take me to the eatery where you ate." Qinglian refrained from making any hasty judgment. Though he also sensed something was amiss, he needed to investigate first. Under the guidance of those 4 constables, they found the eatery where they had dined. It was a shop selling offal soup, already beginning to close up for the day. "Honorable sirs, I am terribly sorry, but today's offal soup has been sold out." Seeing Qinglian and his group approaching, the shop owner's expression shifted slightly. He greeted them with a fawning smile, his rough, cracked fingers reaching toward the money pouch at his waist, as if preparing to offer a bribe to avert trouble. "No need to be afraid. We're just here to ask you a few questions." Those 4 brought a corpse here a few days ago to eat. Do you recall that? Qinglian raised his hand to stop the man's gesture and asked directly. Ah, that matter I remember it well. At the time the 4 gentlemen were drinking with a friend of theirs, and they let that friend take the corpse away. The shop owner paused for a moment, then quickly divulged everything he knew. Sir? Seeing the 4 constables about to explain, Qinglian waved his hand to silence them, and continued questioning the shop owner. Do you recall what that friend of theirs looked like that day? I do remember. Go to the shop next door and buy a sheet of rice paper and a charcoal pencil. Qinglian turned and said to Dong Rini. Though puzzled, Dong Rini quickly went to purchase them. Within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he had swiftly returned. Qinglian, holding the charcoal pencil, began to sketch based on the shop owner's recollections. After a moment, the portrait of a man with a full beard materialized on the paper. He appeared unremarkable, but his eyes were distinctive. One large, one small, and with irises of different colors. The one who took the corpse, one of the blood servants. Take a look. Is this the man? Qinglian handed the paper over and asked. Yes, that's him. Your skill in drawing is truly remarkable, sir. It's as if the real person has been sealed into the paper. The shop owner flattered obsequiously. All right, sorry for the trouble. With that, Qinglian led his group to a secluded spot. Do any of you recognize this man? He seems somewhat familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen him. The loss of the corpse is not your fault. I was careless. If my guess is correct, that man possesses some mysterious power, or otherwise, he couldn't have made all 4 of you lose control simultaneously. From now on, keep your eyes sharp. Be extra vigilant during your patrols. If you see him again, report to me immediately. Qinglian swept his gaze across all the constables and officers. Yes, Chief. All right, dismissed. After dismissing all his subordinates, Qinglian headed home, lost in thought. Clearly the one who took Lu Banzhuang's corpse was most likely another blood servant. The man was probably also a martial artist who had infused demon blood into his body. Otherwise, the strange events the 4 constables encountered would be inexplicable. He must have taken Lu Banzhuang's corpse for the essence blood within it and also for the finger ring. It seems there are multiple blood servants. Their goal is to collect essence blood, but is their master Xie Danqing? Qinglian mused. Before he knew it, he had arrived at his doorstep. The master has returned. Allow your servant to attend to your washing. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Jinling greeted him with a smile, her apricot eyes sparkling, a faint blush coloring her youthful cheeks, making her look charmingly beautiful. It seemed she was anticipating the night's pleasures, or perhaps a new position. Ahem, not for now. I need to go out again tonight. There's something I have to deal with. Could it be that the master finds both me and the young mistress insufficient and seeks pleasure elsewhere? Jinling pouted on the verge of tears, as if her deep affection had been wounded. I truly have matters to attend to. How could those wildflowers and weeds outside compare to your exquisite fragrance? Qinglian explained helplessly. This servant knew that in the master's heart, the young mistress is most important. I was just testing you. Jinling giggled, her expression playful. She was like a teasing little minx. Husband, you're back. Aunt Hua has prepared the meal. Come eat while it's hot. At that moment, Shun Yushu's warm, jade-like voice rang out, filling Qinglian's heart with warmth. No matter how tired he was outside, returning home and hearing his wife's voice brought him immense satisfaction and relaxation. Soon Qinglian changed into casual clothes and sat at the table to dine with his wife and Jinling. Husband, do you have an operation tonight? Not exactly an operation. I've come across some matters and plan to investigate tonight. By the way, my dear, where did you put my black casual clothes? Qinglian asked after a brief explanation. I'll have Jinling bring them to you. Please be careful during your night mission. Shin Yushu reminded him softly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Qinglian took her soft, smooth hand in his and said confidently, Master, do you need black clothes because this investigation is out of the ordinary? Jinling's apricot eyes flickered with curiosity. Not really. I just don't want anyone to know I'm the one investigating. Eat up and don't be so nosy. I'll deal with you when I get back. Qinglian didn't elaborate, shooting Jinling a glare. All right, then don't make any excuses when you return, master. Jinling deliberately winked at him. After dinner, he rested briefly. Changing into the black clothes Jinling had brought along with a black face cloth, he took a long sword hanging on the hall wall and slipped out of the house. Though he had never used a sword, he had slain martial artists and synthesized a 9th-grade sword technique. This was also to further conceal his identity. After all, the Saintess gang was connected to the Eternal Life Society. Though he had never heard of this organization, he understood that the more hidden a force, the more terrifying it was. He didn't want to be suspected and then targeted by those powerful martial artists. Although his wife was a peak 3rd-rank martial artist, she couldn't protect him every moment. "Young mistress, what do you think the master is going to investigate?" After Qinglian's figure disappeared, Qinglian asked curiously. "Did Shumo send any news today?" Xinyushu glanced at the pitch-black sky outside. "Just about that tofu beauty. She said that vile woman was trying to seduce the master and told us to keep an eye on him so he doesn't go astray. Also, the master went to the White Crane Martial Arts School." Qinglian recounted all of Qinglian's movements during the day without missing a single detail. It seems there are indeed hidden matters in Nanha. Such complexity in a small county town. I look forward to my husband slowly unraveling these mysteries. A glint of keen interest shone in Shun Yushu's gentle eyes. The sky was like ink. The night wind was as sharp as a blade. Darkness was the best disguise. Qinglian was clad in black garments, his head veiled in a black shroud, wrapping himself so thoroughly that not a trace of his identity was visible. In his hand he held a 3-foot 3-inch long sword. Even those who knew him well might not recognize him. The Nanha district of the outer city was plunged into utter darkness save for the torches burning brightly at every entrance and exit. If one looked down from above, the torchlight seemed to completely isolate the Nanha district from Luoshui County. Pity the city garrison is too lax in discipline, or otherwise we might catch some big fish. Glancing at the drowsy garrison soldiers, Qinglian mused to himself. He transformed into a phantom of the darkness, employing the falling leaf movement technique to slip through the garrison's blockade soundlessly and enter Nanha. If the knights of Luoshui County were as silent as a dead stillness, then the knights of Nanha were like a ghostly realm with countless figures moving freely as if all searching for something. Quite a lively scene. Qinglian narrowed his eyes, watching the figures darting over walls and rooftops, murmuring to himself. The identities of those figures could not escape his scrutiny. They were laid bare before him as if stripped naked. This gave him a clear understanding of the forces in Nanha. Following the clues provided by Hu Hong, he located a courtyard. The courtyard appeared utterly ordinary, covering about 2 acres divided into a front and backyard with 6 buildings in total. A sizable estate. The wooden gate of the estate was worn and plain. Yet within the courtyard security was tight, with martial artists patrolling constantly. Those martial artists seemed particularly abnormal. Expressionless, their blood and chi surging like wolf smoke, as if harboring a fearsome power within that once unleashed could exceed the strength of their cultivation level. This clearly defied common sense. Could these people be practicing martial arts through blood? Qinglian wondered. He waited patiently. Before long, he saw a figure wearing a bizarre mask carrying a corpse into the courtyard. Name: Yongming, identity escort of the Weiwu Escort Agency, peripheral member of the Hall of Serenity Realm, 9th grade perfection. It's him. Qinglian was shocked upon seeing the man's personal information. Qinglian knew of Yongming. Many martial artists in Luoshui County knew of him. He was a martial prodigy. Within a month of joining the Weiwu Escort Agency, he had entered the ranks in 2 months. He reached the mid-9th grade, in 3 months the late 9th grade. And in 5 months he became a 9th grade perfection martial artist. Such a cultivation speed was unprecedented, especially under conditions of extreme resource scarcity. Had resources been ample, he would have reached the 9th grade perfection in less than half a year. However, an accident occurred during one escort mission, a brutal attack that nearly wiped out the entire escort team. Yongming was crippled and abandoned by the Weiwu Escort Agency. After that, he was never heard from again. Unexpectedly, he had joined the Hall of Serenity of the Saintess gang. A late 9th grade martial artist, slightly older, average blood and chi worth only 5 blood pills. In the courtyard, a martial artist examined the corpse and handed Yongming a porcelain bottle. Good. Yongming took the bottle and turned to leave without a backward glance. By the way, we need a large number of martial artist corpses these days, and the price will be 20% higher than usual. If you have the means, you might want to procure more goods. As he was about to step through the gate, the martial artist reminded him. Blood pills. Could he have been healed by the Saintess gang? Qinglian kept his eyes on Yongming, a gleam flickering in his gaze. After a moment's thought, he immediately followed. Yongming of the Weiwu Escort Agency. Following him to the mouth of an alley, Qinglian called out softly from atop a high wall. Who? Yang Ming stopped and looked around warily. When he saw Li Qinglian on the wall 5 meters away, his pupils contracted. He sprang up like a sparrow hawk, his long sword drawn with a screech. Like a dragon, swift, precise, and ruthless, he thrust straight at Li Qinglian. A fine swordsmanship, but your realm is too low. Li Qinglian moved like a falling leaf, graceful and ethereal, easily dodging the fierce strike. Realizing the gap between them, Yang Ming stopped abruptly, staring intently at Li Qinglian. Who are you? What do you want? You reek of decay. It seems the so-called blood pills have severe side effects. Who would have thought that the once peerless genius would fall to such a state? Li Qinglian looked at him and sighed lightly. In the past he had envied Yang Ming, envied his talent, but some forces simply could not bear to see such a genius rise, and so disaster struck. If you've come to humiliate me, then congratulations, you've succeeded. Yang Ming's voice was hoarse. The mask hid his expression, but his clenched left fist betrayed his inner turmoil. I did not come to humiliate you. I only wish to know about your situation. I heard that your qi and blood were dispersed and your tendons severed. Your recovery is due to the blood pills, isn't it? Li Qinglian asked, looking at him. What do you want to know? The specific effects of the blood pills. How much do you know about those people? Though Li Qinglian already knew they were from the Hall of Serenity of the Saintess gang, he decided to probe Yang Ming to learn more about the hall. The blood pill is a thing both loved and hated. It is truly miraculous. No matter how severe the injury, taking a blood pill can restore one. However, after taking a blood pill, a black vapor forms within the body, extremely sinister. Once you stop taking them, that vapor erupts, causing pain like a million insects gnawing at your flesh, and the original injuries return. In short, once you take a blood pill, you are no longer your own master. As for those people, I know little about them. I only know that by trading martial artist corpses or participating in certain operations, I can obtain blood pills. Yang Ming's tone was fraught with complexity, as if he too had regretted it, but in this world, the weak have no say. Compared to being a cripple, being controlled seemed to mean little. Then who first contacted you? Li Qinglian pressed on. A mysterious figure. I don't know who it was. He gave me a blood pill and explained the side effects, leaving the choice to me. Yang Ming seemed to hold nothing back, revealing all he knew. He spoke so freely because he knew he was outmatched and his knowledge was limited. After obtaining a blood pill from Yang Ming, Li Qinglian let him go. He then returned to the courtyard. Just as he was about to strike at the patrolling martial artists to uncover their secrets, he sensed a strange aura. Turning his head, he saw a bearded man in coarse cloth holding a wine jar standing on a rooftop 10 meters away. When he saw the man's face, Li Qinglian's pupils contracted. Wasn't this the one who had taken Lu Banzhuang's corpse? Hey, I've waited so long for the fruit to ripen. I can't allow you to ruin it. Seeing Li Qinglian's gaze, the man grinned at him, took a swig from the jar, and a peculiar light shone in his mismatched eyes. In an instant, Li Qinglian felt dizzy and disoriented, as if he had not rested for 3 days and nights. His reactions sluggish, his mind rusted and refusing to function. At that moment, the bearded man spat toward Li Qinglian, the liquor turning into a mist that surged forward like a beast from the darkness. Just at this critical juncture, Li Qinglian shuddered, snapped back to alertness, and caught sight of the oncoming wine, missed a sense of crisis rising in his heart. He retreated swiftly, leaving an afterimage in his wake. The wine mist landed on the ground, eerily transforming into a patch of azure flames like ghostly fire. Li Qinglian was startled. High-concentration alcohol. Awake so quickly. The bearded man eyed him with surprise, strange light shimmering again in his mismatched pupils. This time Li Qinglian learned his lesson, quickly averting his gaze to avoid eye contact. Now he understood how his 4 subordinates had fallen prey. The man's eyes were peculiar, capable of bewitching the mind. Had Li Qinglian not been steadfast and snapped awake in time, he would have perished in the flames. Name: Fan Changyan. Identity: one of the blood servants, transplanted demon pupils. Realm: early 8th grade. Skills: celestial demon body, refining art or divine strike technique. 8th grade martial art. Red falcon fist mastery. 9th grade martial art. Small boulder smashing hand grand mastery. Indeed, he's with Lu Banzhuang. There must be stronger figures behind them. When Li Qinglian saw the man's information, he fully confirmed his earlier deduction. Notably, Fan Changyan wore an identical sharp finger sheath on his rough hand, appearing quite extraordinary. You've been reaping the Saintess gang like crops. I've been hunting you for a long time, and now you deliver yourselves to my doorstep. A welcome surprise. Li Qinglian feigned being a dedicated hunter of these blood servants, his gaze burning with intensity. From the man's earlier words, it was clear they had been hiding in the Nanha region partly to target the Anil Hall for its vital blood. As for other reasons, he remained uncertain. With a clang, his form moved like a phantom sword, light cascaded into layers of illusions, the tip quivering and singing as it aimed at the opponent's vital points. A skulking rat dares to bluster. Fan Qinglian sneered, his pupils blazing, as he tried to exert his influence while raising his arms to block. He maneuvered nimbly along the high wall, his movements surprisingly agile for his size. Clang clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out. Fan Qinglian's sleeves concealed metal arm guards that deflected Qinglian's sword. He shuffled forward, his hands darting like weaving flowers, flexible and precise. Turning into a bird's beak, he struck at Qinglian's joints. Recognizing Fan Qinglian's expertise in close combat, Qinglian sidestepped to create distance, his sword sweeping into layers of shadows that enveloped the opponent again. Their fight drew the attention of nearby martial artists. The guards patrolling the courtyard watched warily, fearing the clash might affect them. Fan Qinglian, I know you. Neither human nor demon. If you wish to live, name your master. Qinglian shouted coldly, deliberately revealing the man's name to apply pressure. Though confident in killing him, he wanted to avoid delays that might invite complications. And who are you? Indeed, Fan Qinglian trembled, his pupils contracting, caught off guard that Qinglian knew his identity. Seizing the moment, Qinglian unleashed his movement technique to its fullest. He vanished from his spot, arcing low along the ground, and reappeared behind Fan Qinglian. With a swoosh, the sword shrieked like lightning, piercing through Fan Qinglian's back. The blade vibrated, sending a surge of force into the opponent's body to shred his heart. Qinglian was taken aback. He couldn't sense the heart through the force, as if it were not in the left side of the chest. At that, Fan Qinglian grunted, swinging his wine jar to scatter droplets like rain, covering a 5-meter radius, as if seeking mutual destruction. Qinglian withdrew his sword and flashed 7 meters away. The area burst into azure flames, blazing intensely, forming an impassable barrier that prevented pursuit. You can't kill me. Ha ha. Fan Qinglian clutched his wound, laughing as he fled through the azure flames. The flames seemed harmless to him. Watching his retreating figure, Qinglian narrowed his eyes but did not give chase. He was unsure if more accomplices lurked in the shadows. Caution was paramount. Besides, many martial artists were present. Perhaps they would pursue. He glanced at the courtyard, noting the guards had hidden themselves as if afraid of exposure. With a cold laugh, he moved like a specter, leaping along the high wall to the front yard. This is private property. Leave immediately. 7 martial artists emerged from the darkness, led by a middle-aged man who stared at Qinglian expressionlessly. Private property? Do you think no one knows about your bloody dealings? Qinglian sneered. Attack together. Kill him. The middle-aged man's face twisted, glaring at Qinglian as if he were already dead. He lunged first like a leopard, his standard-issue blade cleaving down with raw force. Unadorned, relying on sheer power. The other martial artists surrounded them. The whoosh of their strikes indicated formidable strength, though their technique was lacking. Impressive strength, but mere brutes. Qinglian commented, spreading his form as he swung his sword. With wet thuds, crimson blood blossomed in the darkness. In an instant, 5 martial artists fell to his blade, as if he were a reaper harvesting lives. He struck backhand, piercing another through the brow. The remaining leader, though at the early 8th grade, only wielded 9th grade martial arts at the mastery level. He was no match for Qinglian. The sword tip danced, severing his tendons before stopping at his throat. Where do you extract the martial artist's blood? Qinglian asked calmly. The middle-aged man closed his eyes, resigned to death, refusing to answer. Wang Jingxing, do you think I can't find the place without your words? It's just a waste of time, but think carefully. You have a family, don't you? Qinglian threatened coldly. Hearing this, the middle-aged man finally opened his eyes, glaring at Qinglian with fury and deep hatred. If looks could kill, Qinglian would have died 100 times over. Go down the dry well in the backyard, and you'll find what you seek. Please spare my family. Wang Jingxing's voice was hoarse. Tears trickled from the corners of his eyes. A mix of reluctance and relief. He lunged toward the longsword in Qinglian's hand. With a splash, the blade pierced his throat. Crimson blood streamed along the steel, dripping onto the ground with a soft patter. Qinglian froze, never expecting Wang Jingxing to take his own life so willingly. May you find peace on your journey, and may your next life take a better path. He sighed softly, withdrew his sword, and headed to the backyard. Wang Jingxing chose death because he had no other way out. Having consumed the blood pill, even escape was impossible. Moreover, he had uncovered the stronghold of the Hall of Tranquil Joy here. As its overseer, Wang Jingxing would bear the blame. If he lived, his days ahead would be unbearable and his family would suffer. Death, however, ended it all. Qiao Si would not hold a dead man accountable. Gained footprint investigation, gained detection art, gained quick blade, gained small entangling hand. This encounter yielded a bounty of martial skills. Though all were unranked gathered together, they could be synthesized into higher-level martial arts through experience points. In the backyard, weeds surrounded a dry well, its depths fathomless. Li Qinglian glanced at it, then leaped down without hesitation. He braced his hands against the well walls, descending steadily like a gecko. Before reaching the bottom, he spotted a half-man-high tunnel in the wall, faint light glimmering within. Entering the tunnel for about 10 meters, he rounded a corner. The passage ahead widened, abruptly sloping downward. Along both sides, spaced at intervals, hung oil lamps filled with an unknown grease that seemed to burn slowly. He advanced another 30 meters. Before him lay a vast underground cavern. Illuminated by the blazing lamps, countless stone pillars stood densely packed. Each pillar held a corpse hanging upside down. Their faces were pale green, shrouded in faint black mist, an eerie sight. Beneath, the body's lines connected to form an intricate, mysterious pattern. The overall arrangement resembled an altar. At its center, the ground dipped. Faintly, the sound of bubbling liquid could be heard. Even Li Qinglian felt his scalp tingle. Before he even stepped into the cavern, a chilling aura swept over him, raising goosebumps all over his skin. Truly monstrous. A cold glint flashed in Li Qinglian's eyes. He strode forward. Weaving through the stone pillars, he reached the center where crimson blood flowed through the grooves into an earthen jar. A sweet fragrance emanated from the jar, as if it held some delicacy. Li Qinglian's throat moved, instinctively overwhelmed by a primal urge to consume it. Yet his sixth sense sent a warning, telling him the substance was not benign. How bizarre! Could this be the ripening fruit Fan Chongyan spoke of? His expression shifted uneasily. Whatever lay in the jar was no ordinary thing, but he would never ingest it, nor would he use it to harm others. With the system at his disposal, he had no need for such unknown substances. Suppressing the instinctive craving, Li Qinglian approached the lamps along the cavern walls, removed them one by one, and poured their oil into the jar, also dousing the corpses. With a roar, flames erupted, burning fiercely and crackling. A pungent, rancid odor filled the air. Thin wisps of black vapor rose from the bodies, and the blood in the jar churned violently, as if all sin and filth were being consumed by the fire. The Eternal Life Society. Li Qinglian murmured, casting a last look at the blaze before turning away. He knew such sinister methods likely originated from that mysterious organization. Emerging from the well, he sensed martial artists lurking in the shadows, watching the courtyard. Perhaps the earlier fight had drawn their attention. Or perhaps they sought to trade in corpses. Little of it concerned him now. He had roughly understood the purpose of the Hall of Tranquil Joy's stronghold and deduced that the contents of the jar were what had drawn the blood attendants to this area. Following Hu Hong's map, he visited several more strongholds. Two of them, like the first courtyard, appeared ordinary, but were patrolled by martial artists clearly hiding secrets. Another was a slaughterhouse. On the surface, nothing seemed amiss, but inside, numerous martial artists from the Hall of Tranquil Joy lurked, like beacons in the dark to Li Qinglian's senses. The last location was an underground boxing ring. This ring was public knowledge, and Li Qinglian knew of it. Many came to watch, and some martial artists stepped into the ring to earn money. Gambling stalls flanked it. Li Qinglian had visited once before with Su Dashan. That fellow was a regular, hooked on the thrill of brutal combat and the rush of betting. His monthly salary and allowances all went to this vice. So they chose the underground boxing ring as their base. It makes sense. Deaths in the ring are common and bodies can be disposed of openly. The Sanha gang hides so deep. How many in the county office know the truth? Li Qinglian whispered to himself, concealed in the darkness, watching the surface buildings above the ring. With Qiao Si's Hall of Tranquil Joy operating on such a scale, he refused to believe the county office was completely ignorant. Otherwise, the government's grip on Luoshui County would be far too weak. This matter must not be leaked. I'll keep it to myself, he thought. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, as if an explosion had occurred. The ground trembled beneath him. Li Qinglian turned toward the source of the deafening sound, a look of surprise crossing his face. The sound came from the direction of the first stronghold. Could it be? The fire triggered some catastrophe. He pondered for a moment, then dashed toward the commotion. Such a disturbance would inevitably draw many martial artists to investigate. He wanted to see what kind of shady figures had gathered in the Nanha area and what exactly had happened. In a tree 10 meters from his hiding spot, a woman in black robes also gazed toward the source of the noise, remaining silent for a long time. This young master really knows how to stir things up. I wonder what he's done. A flicker of surprise crossed her aloof face. The next moment her figure faded away, following after him. The spacious courtyard had nearly completely collapsed, forming a massive crater that also engulfed the alley behind it. Countless fragments of stone were scattered across a 100-meter radius. The surrounding roads were fissured with cracks like a spider's web. The central area was scorched black with faint flames still flickering. Most mysteriously, the black smoke was accompanied by waves of Qinglian energy, as if a vast ice cavern lay deep underground. Even from 30 or 40 meters away, the bone-piercing cold was distinctly felt. The commotion had indeed attracted many martial artists. They lurked in the surroundings, silently observing, as if awaiting the next development. When Qinglian appeared on a rooftop 50 meters away and saw that the courtyard had vanished, replaced by an enormous pit, he immediately realized that the flames within the underground cave had likely reacted with something. This had caused a massive explosion, which also exposed some contents of the underground cave: fragments of limbs and stone pillars engraved with strange patterns. Though shattered, close inspection still revealed traces of their original form. I never expected such a stir, Qinglian murmured to himself. He shifted his gaze from the huge crater to the martial artists gathering around. The personal information of those martial artists surfaced one by one. I didn't expect so many martial artists to come from Qinghe County town. Zhao Kuang is here too, without hiding his identity. The Chao Feng and Zhao families have all sent people. The people from the Sanhe gang's Anlatang have finally arrived. He spotted several figures, and their personal information clearly indicated Anlatang. The leader's cultivation had reached the late 8th rank. The others behind him were of the 8th or 9th rank, with the lowest being late 9th rank. Each of them seemed to harbor a deeply unsettling Insha energy within. Shi Jiandong of Anlatang, the middle-aged man at late 8th rank. When he saw the changes in the courtyard, his expression shifted drastically. He approached quickly, carefully examining the situation, as if he no longer cared whether his identity would be noticed by those with keen eyes. Search everywhere for survivors. Seeing no patrolling martial artists emerge to greet him, he ordered decisively. Yes. The martial artists behind him dispersed, rapidly searching the surroundings. From a distance, Qinglian continued using his system to check the identities of the newly arrived martial artists. To him, this brought a thrilling sense of being the only one awake in a world of dreamers. Name Chai Yu, Identity Blood Servant infused with Demon Blood Realm, mid 8th rank. Name Yang Xianche, Identity Second Chief of Golden Rooster Village Realm, late 8th rank. Skills: 100 Poisons, Devouring Body Art, 8th rank. Martial Art, 5 Poison Palm Minor Mastery, 1000 Illusion Shadowless Palm Mastery, 9th rank. Martial Art, Spirit Snake Body Technique, Minor Mastery. Suddenly, Qinglian noticed the information of two individuals. These two stood shoulder to shoulder, appearing to know each other. A bandit from Golden Rooster Village and a blood servant. How are these two mixed together? Is there some conspiracy? Qinglian's gaze shifted between them, burning with curiosity. Just then, a fiery dragon approached from afar, accompanied by clamorous noise. It was the city defense force drawn by the commotion to prevent any major disaster. Time to leave. At least tonight I've learned that something major is brewing in Nanha. Qinglian cast one last glance at the two figures, then melted into the darkness and withdrew quietly. When he returned home, the lantern in the courtyard was still lit. It seemed to have been left burning for him, awaiting his return. The main room was also illuminated by dancing flames. Pushing the door open, he saw Shun Yushu sitting at a wooden table, needle and thread in hand, mending his uniform. Her flawless, exquisite face glowed with a rosy hue in the lamplight. Her focused, earnest demeanor made her appear even more virtuous and strikingly charming. "Wife!" Qinglian called out softly, gently embracing Shun Yushu from behind. His heart was deeply moved. It was hard to imagine that a third-rank perfected Saintess of the demonic sect would willingly play the role of an ordinary woman mending his clothes. Though he didn't understand the reason for her self-abasement, he cherished this feeling in his heart. "Husband, you smell strange. Go wash up quickly." Xin Yushu wrinkled her delicate nose and turned her head to look at Li Qinglian's waist. Ha! It might be this thing's smell. Li Qinglian took out a blood pill from a pouch at his waist, smiling sheepishly. When she saw the blood pill, Xin Yushu's pupils contracted slightly, but she hid it well, asking with feigned confusion, "Husband, is this a pill? Its smell is so strange." "This isn't a pill, it's a blood pill. Don't touch it, wife," Li Qinglian said hastily. Only after speaking did he remember that his wife was a third-rank expert and had likely seen such eerie things before. "What is a blood pill? Husband, can you tell me about tonight's operation? I want to hear it." Xin Yushu lifted her face, her eyes calm as a lake, gentle and earnest. "All right, I'll give you a rough idea." Li Qinglian briefly recounted the night's events, omitting the dangers he had faced. "I never thought there could be such heinous people. How disgusting. Husband, you must be careful in your future endeavors, especially if you thwart their plans. Never speak of it. I feel it's very dangerous," Xin Yushu said with deep concern. "Of course. We'll keep it to ourselves. I'll go wash up now. Wait for me in bed, my dear." Li Qinglian planted a gentle kiss on her soft, warm lips before stepping out of the main room. "That Eternal Life Society seems to have a formidable background, or my wife wouldn't have warned me so," he thought. Telling Xin Yushu about his night's activities was also a way to glean information from her. Though his wife hid her true identity, and he couldn't call her out on it, he believed that if real danger arose, she would warn him in her own way. "Miss, is the young master back?" Just as Li Qinglian left the main room, Qinglian emerged from the side chamber in a thin white bellyband. "Oh, a blood pill from the Eternal Life Society. Miss, how did this come to be here?" Her expression shifted slightly when she saw the blood pill on the wooden table. "My husband brought it back. Someone is collecting martial artists' corpses in Nanhe to refine living blood. I didn't expect those madmen's claws to reach even Luoshui County," Xin Yushu said calmly. "Miss, refining living blood requires extremely specific environmental conditions. Could there be dense Insha energy underground in Nanhe?" Qinglian asked curiously. "Yes. You must have felt the commotion earlier. Insha energy burst forth. It was caused by my husband. I hope those madmen don't take notice of him." Xin Yushu nodded, a cold glint flashing in the depths of her eyes. The young master stirred up trouble. Truly he is worthy of the latest favor he. My lady need not worry. With the young master's intelligence, he surely won't reveal his identity. Qinglian had unwavering faith in Li Qinglian and instead sought to comfort Xin Yushu. Now that those madmen have surfaced, they have likely begun their schemes in many places. Perhaps they have already sensed the scent of chaos. This world will not remain peaceful for long. Xin Yushu shook her head slightly and let out a soft sigh. No way. The Great Qian Imperial Dynasty was founded only 700 years ago, and it has only passed to the second human sovereign. How could chaos come so soon? Qinglian asked in shock. The seeds of disaster were sown at the very founding. The imperial court, noble families, and sects share the realm. How could it be easy? When the founding emperor ruled, he suppressed the world with absolute power and wielded extraordinary tactics. He subtly weakened the noble families and sects over time, but the current human sovereign is too impatient. Upon ascending the throne, he valued martial arts over literature and promoted commoners en masse, drawing the attention of the noble families and sects. Moreover, news from the divine capital says the human sovereign intends to establish military academies, a move to strike at the roots of the noble families and sects. How could they not resist? Now the imperial court is in an uproar. Xin Yushu's eyes shimmered with the light of wisdom, as clear as a mirror lake. Your servant does not understand much. It is a matter for the great ones, not for us. Qinglian seemed uninterested in court affairs, yawning as she spoke. Just then the mistress and her maid heard footsteps and promptly ceased their discussion. The door opened and Li Qinglian entered carrying a black garment, his upper body bare. After washing up, he felt much refreshed. Is the young master ready? Qinglian blinked her almond-shaped eyes, examining Li Qinglian, and licked her cherry-like lips. Her demeanor was both innocent and subtly alluring. She was frank yet pure, truly like a fox spirit not yet fully grown. Don't beg for mercy later. Li Qinglian snorted, speaking the boldest words. Then the young master must try his best. My lady, your servant will go to the bed first. Qinglian giggled, saying this to Xin Yushu. Seeing that her mistress remained silent, Qinglian bounced to the bed, rolling about joyfully like an ungrown child. Let us retire together, my lady. Li Qinglian said softly, then lifted Qin Yushu by the waist and carried her to the bed. The young master is biased. Seeing Li Qinglian's actions, Jinling pouted, feigning displeasure. I'll make it up to you later. Li Qinglian lifted her chin and flicked her forehead with a finger. What followed was a natural progression. The shadows of lamplight sealed the deep autumn, while the chamber bloomed with spring's passion. As he indulged in dual bliss, many in Luoshui County found themselves sleepless that night. The stronghold of the Sanhe gang. The underground hall beneath Qiao Si's courtyard. Bang! Qiao Si, his face twisted with rage, hurled his beloved sky-blue Ru-ware teacup to the ground. Shards of porcelain scattered and tea splashed everywhere. Shi Jiandong, standing before Qiao Si, trembled in silence, not daring to breathe. Though he was a latest-stage 8th-rank martial artist, he dared not show the slightest disrespect before the gang leader, remaining utterly deferential for fear of any negligence. Gang leader, please do not be angry. Let us think of another way. With so many martial artists arriving recently, we can hunt them down and gather those items as quickly as possible. Shi Jiandong hurriedly spoke. Even if we can hunt enough martial artists, it will be difficult to collect those items in a short time. Those things cannot be refined from martial artists' blood just anywhere. Our few sites were built under the guidance of the envoys from above. Once destroyed, they can never be used again. The villains are truly despicable. Was it those same people who struck this time? Qiao Si's face was ashen as he spoke. It seems unlikely. Those people only want fresh blood and do not destroy the sites. Moreover, our men at that outpost all died by the sword with no abnormalities on their bodies. Perhaps someone has set their sights on us. Shi Jiandong shook his head, his expression grim. Truly a time of turmoil. Just as this year's tribute was nearly complete, something goes wrong. Until we find those who struck at us, we will know no peace. Recall all our men to guard every outpost. I will also have the other branches of the Sanhe gang send patrols. At the first sign of trouble, fire a rocket signal. Qiao Si steadied himself and issued the order in a deep voice. Yes. By the way, don't those mysterious people love fresh blood? Well, set a trap to lure them out. Also, I've heard from our men that the bandits from Jinji village have been active in our territory lately, with a high-profile figure entering the city. Investigate the situation. Why are they here? Qiao Si continued. For some reason, he felt a great storm brewing over Luoshui County. And he stood at the very heart of it. One misstep and he would be ground to dust. Master, how should we handle the courtyard? The explosion has caused a collapse there, and some secrets may be exposed. We must worry about the county yaman's attention. If the sword suspension office's executioners catch wind of this, it would be disastrous. Do not worry. The sword suspension office only deals with matters of demons and monsters. As for the yaman, we can put on a good show and cry thief. Qiao Si waved his hand, speaking with feigned ease. Yes, master. Your servant will take his leave. Shi Jiandong retreated, respectfully bowing as he went. Watching Shi Jiandong's figure disappear, Qiao Si murmured softly. Who is it? Are those mysterious people who seize fresh blood connected to Xie Danqing? If they are, what does he want with fresh blood? Could he be trying to restore his martial cultivation? His patron in Qinghe Commandery City had sent word for him to keep a close watch on the wanted man Xie Danqing and report any news immediately. Judging by the timing, he strongly suspected the mysterious people were linked to Xie Danqing. But for now, it was only suspicion. As Shi Jiandong had said, the courtyard in Nanhe had already alerted the county yaman. The city defense forces had stepped in, sealing off the courtyard. They were conducting a detailed investigation. For them, digging up anything would be a merit. The explosion of that courtyard had drawn attention not only from the yaman but also from the three great families who were intensely curious about who had set up such an array in the Nanhe area. For a time, undercurrents surged. The next day, Li Qinglian, clad in his uniform, went on patrol with a hand supporting his aching waist. After a night of battle, he had ultimately been outmatched. Jinling alone had left his legs weak. Fortunately, his wife took pity on him and granted him only one night of intimacy. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get out of bed today. Chief, this is terrible. Our secret is out. As soon as he arrived at the rendezvous point outside the city, Dong Rini whispered urgently, his face pale with anxiety. What's going on? Li Qinglian pulled him aside and asked. Fong Zishan's corpse has been found. Early this morning, I saw the Fong family coming out carrying Fong Zishan's body from the Nanhe area. I'm afraid they won't let this go easily, Dong Rini said with worry. What's there to panic about? The Nanha area is chaotic. As long as we don't admit it, who would know it was us? Even if the Fong family suspects something, they'd have to think twice before making a move against us considering the black uniforms we wear. Qinglian scolded in a deep voice. Dong Reni was good in every way except for being too timid. Their uniforms were the best form of protection. Unless absolutely necessary, those families wouldn't openly act against them. Though many cursed them as black-skinned dogs, in truth, everyone wanted to wear that black uniform. Chief Im just too worried. The Fong family is powerful with a 7th-rank martial artist backing them. If they really come after us, we won't be able to hold them off. Dong Reni said, utterly distressed. You always overthink things. Even if they strike, they won't target a lowly constable like you. I, the captain, will be the one standing in front. Qinglian glared at Dong Reni in annoyance. Tell me in detail. How did they find Fong Zishan's body? It seemed Qinglian's explanation calmed Dong Reni down, who then scratched his head and spoke. Chief, last night there was a massive explosion in the Nanha area. Word is someone was conducting some kind of ritual underground, and the entrance to that underground space might have been an old well. The city defense forces then searched all the old wells to investigate, and that's when they found Fong Zishan's corpse. Hearing this, a strange expression crossed Qinglian's face. After all the fuss, the culprit was none other than himself. The city defense forces were desperate to claim credit, and with this opportunity and temporary authority granted by the county office, they naturally launched an extensive search. If they could uncover something, it would be a great achievement. And so Fong Zishan was found. Suddenly Qinglian realized that since Fong Zishan's body had been discovered, and the old well was so close to Zhang Yunyang's home, the Fong family would inevitably keep an eye on her. Previously, the Fong family hadn't made a move because they lacked absolute certainty. But now that Fong Zishan's corpse had been found, their attitude toward Zhang Yunyang would surely change. Continue the patrol with your men. Assign some to keep a close watch on the Nanha area. I'm heading back to the county office. Leaving these words, Qinglian hurried toward the county office. When he returned to the county office, he found several skilled fighters from the Fong family, led by a middle-aged man in official robes, confronting the constables of the investigative department. That man in official robes was County Registrar Fong Yen, said to be a member of the Fong family's collateral branch and their representative in the county office. Standing beside Fong Yen was a middle-aged man in fine clothes with a small mustache, evidently a figure of status within the Fong family. Name Fong Yaoxian, status 4th elder of the Fong family realm, mid-8th rank. Through his system, Qinglian clearly knew the man's identity. The Fong family members following him were also all martial artists of the ranks. Hurry up and bring out that Zhang Yunyang. Don't make me say it twice. Fong Yen said impatiently to the constables. Registrar Fong, we don't have the authority to handle Zhang Yunyang's case. You can speak to the chief constable. If he gives the order, well, naturally bring her out. One constable said with a troubled expression. Chief Constable Zhang is not here. We suspect Zhang Yunyang is involved in the death of the 7th young Master Fong, and need to detain her temporarily. Are you trying to break the law? Fong Yen said sternly. Hearing this, Qinglian's face turned cold, and he strode over. Since when does the investigative department need you, Registrar Fong, to dictate how we do things? Captain Li, you've arrived just in time. They're trying to forcibly take Zhang Yunyang. Seeing Qinglian, the constables breathed a sigh of relief and quickly explained what had happened. It was clear that the Fong family intended to use suspicion to drag Zhang Yunyang out of the investigative hall, and then make their move. Qinglian, don't be ungrateful. Don't throw away your future for some lowly woman. Hand her over now. Fong Yen glared at Qinglian and shouted. If Zhang Yunyang is truly guilty, present the county magistrate's arrest warrant. A mere registrar like you has no right to command this, captain. Qinglian glanced at him, dismissively, showing no regard for Fong Yen. In the past, a registrar held great power, certainly exceeding that of a captain. But now, with the human emperor valuing martial prowess over civil affairs, their status had declined, leaving them no authority over captains and constables. You insolent wretch, Qinglian. Seeing Qinglian so presumptuous, Fong Yan's face flushed red with anger, and he couldn't find words to retort for a long time. Qinglian shifted his gaze to Fong Yaoxian, completely ignoring Fong Yen. Honored members of the Fong family, if you truly suspect Zhang Yunyang's involvement in Fong Zishan's death, please file a formal complaint by beating the drum. As the captain, I will then investigate, and you can rest assured awaiting the results. Hearing Qinglian's words, Fong Yaoxian's face darkened. Before coming, his third nephew had warned him that Captain Li of the county office was not easy to deal with, but he hadn't expected the man to be so utterly unyielding. Squinting, he said coldly, "Captain Li, are you truly willing to oppose the Fong family for the sake of a Zhang Yunyang? This captain merely acts in accordance with the imperial code. No matter how powerful the Fong family is, you must still obey the law." Li Qinglian replied with neither humility nor arrogance. "Ha! Captain Li is indeed upright and incorruptible. I heard you just married a stunningly beautiful wife a few days ago. These days Luoshui County is far from peaceful. Captain Li, you'd better make sure you can protect your own family." Fong Yaoxian sneered mockingly, casting a venomous glance at Li Qinglian. Without further argument, he turned and led the Fong family away. He knew that, with Li Qinglian present, they wouldn't be able to take the person today. As for making a move, there would be other days. "Li Qinglian, you're digging your own grave." Fong Yan pointed at Li Qinglian, spat out a threat, and also left the investigative hall. "Thank you all for your help. For some time to come, I'll trouble you to keep an eye on Zhang Yunyang. I'll treat you all to a drink another day." Li Qinglian said politely to the constables, cupping his hands. "We're all on the same side, Captain Li, no need for such formality. By the way, where has the chief constable gone?" Li Qinglian changed the subject and asked. "He went to the Nanha area. I heard something major happened there last night and some troubling things were discovered." Hearing this, Li Qinglian realized that the fallout from his actions was greater than he had imagined. Otherwise, the usually lazy Chief Constable Zhang wouldn't have gone there in person. After a few brief words, the constables dispersed. Thud. At that moment, Li Qinglian heard the sound of a heavy object falling from a side room in the courtyard. That side room was where Li Qinglian was temporarily staying. Frowning, he hurried over. With a loud bang, Li Qinglian burst through the door. He discovered a hemp rope hanging from the beam, tied into a noose. Zhang Yunyang's neck was suspended in it, her legs instinctively kicking and struggling. Her jade-like cheeks were flushed crimson, and her autumn-water eyes were rolling white. With a swift draw, Li Qinglian pulled out his long blade, severed the rope, and caught the falling Zhang Yunyang in his arms. "Zhang Yunyang, what are you doing?" His face cold, he glared angrily at the foolish woman in his arms. "Captain Li, I apologize for troubling you. The Fong family will not let me go. Once they capture me, I will surely not survive the torture. You saved me and avenged me. I cannot bear to implicate you. Only by dying can I ensure your safety." Zhang Yunyang's voice was slightly hoarse, her flawless face etched with sorrow and pain. "You are truly naive and foolish. Do you really think that if you die, the Fong family will not make a move against me? By the time I brought you back to the county office, the Fong family was likely already suspicious. Those families act without needing evidence. Suspicion alone is enough. And you chose to hang yourself. If you died, it would truly be in vain." Li Qinglian's tone softened slightly. He had not expected this woman to prefer death rather than implicate him. I. Zhang Yunyang felt a mix of guilt and grievance, her slightly rough fingers fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. "Enough. Do not think such thoughts again. Live well. Only the weak choose death." I won't anymore." Zhang Yunyang looked up and said earnestly. "That's good." Li Qinglian patted her instinctively to encourage her. But he unexpectedly noticed something felt off beneath his hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized his right palm was resting on the woman's round, full bosom. As his attention focused on the woman in his arms, he caught a faint, elegant feminine fragrance. His mind went blank and he subconsciously squeezed. The sensation was truly pleasant even through the coarse fabric. He could still feel the ample roundness and softness. "Sir, could you please release me?" Zhang Yunyang's voice was as faint as a mosquito. A layer of blush crept silently onto her pitifully lovely face, spreading from the roots of her ears to her fair, slender neck. Her delicate body trembled slightly. "My apologies. I was just afraid you might fall." Li Qinglian quickly released her and apologized. "I understand." Zhang Yunyang's face remained flushed, her head lowered, her voice very soft. "Well, I'll take my leave now. Don't do anything rash in the future. If anything happens, have the constables in the yard notify me." Li Qinglian hurried out. Once outside, the cool breeze helped clear his mind a little. Li Qinglian, you already have a wife as beautiful and virtuous as Shen Yushu. How dare you harbor improper thoughts about another woman? How ungrateful you are." He pinched his own thigh and warned himself inwardly. After Li Qinglian left Zhang Yunyang, took several deep breaths, her fluttering heart gradually calming and the blush on her cheeks fading by a third. For some reason, being held in Lord Li's arms did not repulse her at all. Instead, it made her heart race and brought her a sense of joy. Watching Qinglian's retreating figure, her eyes like misty Jiangnan rain flickered with a trace of confusion and complexity. Leaving the county office, Qinglian continued his patrol in his assigned district. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Since the night of the commotion, the Nanha area had fallen into an eerie calm. The city defense forces seemed to have uncovered some information and intensified their patrols there. The number of martial artists causing trouble dropped sharply, as if they had all left Nanha for other parts of the county town. But troublemakers in other areas also dwindled, as if those martial artists had started following the rules. Those with keen instincts sensed that something was amiss and that major events were brewing. Some third-rate martial arts schools in the outer city, along with a number of merchants, quietly left Luoshui County fearing they might be caught in the turmoil. In recent days, Qinglian had not encountered Fan Chongyan again, nor had he seen any blood servants. Even the active bandits had greatly diminished. It seemed that all factions had tightened their ranks. At the county office in the criminal affairs hall, Qinglian strode in quickly. Chief Constable Zhang sat on his chair, his face weary, and his gaze particularly somber. Qinglian, I've just received word from the Hutu town office that Shangliu village has been massacred. Take some men and go there immediately to see what happened and whether it's related to demons. Zhang Huaid rubbed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. A village massacre. Understood. Qinglian was taken aback, his heart filled with shock. This was a matter of grave importance. Since the unification of the Great Qian Empire, they had quelled bandits, slayed demons, and vanquished monsters, sweeping away countless sources of instability. In the past century, such large-scale atrocities had become rare. Even when demons appeared, they rarely claimed so many lives, and the Empire's specialized agencies would swiftly deal with them. No one expected such an incident to occur in Luoshui County. If not handled well, the entire county office from top to bottom would bear the blame. Leaving the hall, Qinglian quickly sent word to Dong Rennie and 2 other constables. They saddled 4 horses and rode out of the inner city ahead of the others. Chief, what's happened? Just outside the inner city, he met Dong Rennie and the other 2 constables. Mount up and follow me to Hutu town, Qinglian ordered decisively. Yes, Chief. Seeing his grave expression, the 3 dared not ask further and immediately mounted their horses. The 4 of them galloped out of the city in obvious haste. This naturally caught the attention of observant eyes, and news spread to various factions in Luoshui County. In the inner city, at a pleasure house, Fang Yaoxian was surrounded by women, his head buried in softness and fragrance, reeking of alcohol, indulging in a life of debauchery. Fourth Master, let's have another drink. Don't rush into the main event. Hee Sister Honger, Fourth Master must want to drink your wine. Exactly. Fang Yaoxian raised his head, picked up the wine cup on the table, and poured it down the snow-white cleavage of the beauty in his arms. He casually threw the cup to the ground and buried his head again. Bang! At that moment the door was pushed open and a figure barged in. Fourth Master. Get out. Can't you see I'm busy? The figure had barely spoken when Fang Yaoxian interrupted him rudely. No man wants to be disturbed while enjoying himself. Oh, matters of great importance can wait until after the fun. Fourth Master, it's Qinglian. He's ridden out of the city with his men and won't be back for a while. Don't forget that the 3rd young master instructed us to handle this matter properly. The man spoke rapidly, as if afraid Fang Yaoxian would drive him away again. Hearing this, Fang Yaoxian abruptly sat up straight. Steam rose from his body, carrying a strong smell of alcohol. His intoxication dissipated by more than half and his eyes became clear and sharp. All of you leave, he said, waving away the seductive women. After those fluttering ladies had departed, Fang Yaoxian fixed his gaze and asked, Tell me in detail, did that Qinglian truly leave? Yes, he rode off in haste with 3 constables. They must be heading to a distant place and won't return anytime soon. As for Zhang Yunyang's background, we've also looked into it. She hails from Qinghe Commandery. Her father was once a civil clerk managing documents, and such, while her mother vanished when she was very young. A year ago, thieves broke into the archives. Her father happened to be organizing documents when the villains struck him gravely, and he passed away not long after. We haven't yet uncovered why she married Jiang Ru, but she shares a close bond with her former servant Lu Xianghe, whom she regards as an elder. They still exchange letters. We could easily forge a letter to lure Zhang Yunyang out and then make our move. The martial artist spoke with deference, looking at Fang Yaoxian. Not bad. To come up with such a plan. Though a bit cliché, as long as that Zhang Yunyang is a woman of deep sentiment, she's sure to fall for it. Let's go. Well, make preparations and strive to capture her smoothly. Just in time. I, fourth master, also wish to see what kind of woman this Zhang Yunyang is to make my seventh nephew so obsessed. Fang Yaoxian rose, his gaze shimmering with anticipation and lascivious desire like a lecherous fiend. On the desolate official road for horses, galloped away, stirring up clouds of dust. The trees on both sides flourished in a lush dark green, and the vegetation was exceptionally vigorous. Distant peaks towered, rolling in an unbroken chain. Faintly, the cries of wild beasts could be heard from the woods. Chief, do you think it's the work of demons? Aside from demons, who else could commit such heinous acts? Dong Rini asked loudly. Li Qinglian had just told them the task for this outing. I don't know. If it truly is demons, well, report it up the chain, and someone will handle it, Li Qinglian said, shaking his head. As a member of the ruling class of the imperial dynasty, even at the lowest level, he knew of a specialized organization for dealing with demons called the Suspended Sword Office. The Suspended Sword Office reported directly to the human sovereign and wielded great authority. They acted with decisive ruthlessness, feared by every civil and military official. They were also shrouded in mystery. Though they had official mansions and offices on the surface, these were mostly staffed by clerks. The actual operatives rarely appeared there. However, the likelihood of demons is slim. From now on, we must be cautious. Out here, unlike in the county town, if you die, it's for nothing. Li Qinglian warned with a solemn expression. Hutu Town had always been within their squad's jurisdiction. Usually, even if incidents occurred, the local gentry and township office would handle them. Only major events prompted a plea for aid from the county, like the recent village massacre. As they neared Hutu Town, Li Qinglian sensed something amiss. White funeral paper swirled in the wilderness wind like fluttering butterflies, chilling the heart. The closer they got to Hutu Town, the more paper there was blanketing the road. Chief, has someone of high status died in Hutu Town? Dong Rini asked in confusion. In rural towns, ordinary families would wrap the dead in straw mats and bury them in a shallow pit in the wilds. Only the well-to-do could afford coffins, paper money, and tombstones. Perhaps, Li Qinglian said, glancing at the white paper on the ground with a grave expression. Unlike Dong Rini, he noticed the varying sizes of the paper, indicating it wasn't just a single death of a notable person. From these clues alone, he sensed that Hutu Town might no longer be a safe place. He quietly checked his experience points. Experience points 1762. This was what he had earned over these days by appeasing that troublesome little vixen at home. Enough experience to break through to the late 8th grade. If I set aside martial arts cultivation, I could also elevate the Cloud Shadow 18 slashes to perfection. A perfected 8th grade blade technique would unleash unimaginable combat power. But if I choose to boost my cultivation, the remaining points could bring the drifting leaf movement technique to the Grandmaster level. That's the way to go, Li Qinglian thought to himself. All things considered, raising his martial realm and movement technique would enhance his overall strength more. If not for the uncertain situation ahead, he would have continued saving experience points. Breakthrough, he commanded in his mind. Experience points 1000. Golden Body Jade Bone Art 5th layer 6th layer. Mid-8th grade, late 8th grade. Experience points 689. Drifting Leaf Movement Technique Minor Grandmaster. As the Golden Body Jade Bone Art broke through, new movement sequences appeared in his mind, as if from years of diligent study. A mysterious force surged from nowhere, seeping into his sinews and bones. They were further tempered, the bones faintly taking on a metallic luster, growing harder, and the force he could exert became astonishing. Stepping into the late 8th grade elevated his physical condition to a new level. Speed, explosive power, strength. All far surpassed before, and his internal force was mightier than ever. With his movement technique reaching the Grandmaster level, Li Qinglian's understanding of the drifting leaf movement technique deepened, becoming unfathomably elusive. Elevating martial cultivation brings a comprehensive transformation. Advancing martial arts changes the subtleties of technique, making them harder to predict, allowing one unit of force to be unleashed as three. The two are complementary. Of course, if the gap in martial arts mastery is vast, one can overcome skill with sheer power. Through this enhancement, Li Qinglian gained a deep understanding of martial cultivation and techniques. In essence, martial cultivation is self-transformation, a boost to one's core attributes, while martial arts are about skill. Chief, has your martial cultivation advanced again? Your aura felt formidable just now. Dong Rini turned and asked respectfully. Just a minor improvement. You should work hard too and strive to reach the 9th grade perfection soon. Li Qinglian replied, glancing at him. Yes, Chief. Dong Rini grimaced. With his talent, reaching 9th grade perfection would require arduous effort and expensive medicinal decoctions. But his monthly earnings went to pleasures, leaving little to spare. Besides, he had no grand ambitions. Being a constable for life was enough. As they spoke, the four of them entered Hutu town. The town looked desolate, its former bustle gone. White funeral paper fluttered everywhere like falling snow. Pedestrians hurried past. Only when they saw the uniforms did their faces show a hint of color. Hutu town has become so bleak. Let's head to the township office first. Li Qinglian rode toward the township office. Hutu town, nestled against Hutu Mountain, had once thrived on the fur trade, bustling with life. Hunters and peddlers from the surrounding villages would gather here to trade goods. But that prosperity was gone now. Clearly something had changed. Hutu town magistrate pays respects to Constable Li. As they arrived at the office, an old man in brocade robes emerged with 7 or 8 others cupping his hands respectfully. Magistrate Gu, it's only been a short while, and Hutu town has transformed. If this continues, it'll be abandoned before long. Li Qinglian looked down at him from his horse and spoke. Captain Li, please come inside for a discussion. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Chief Gu offered a wry smile and made a gesture of invitation. Li Qinglian snorted, dismounted, and handed the reins to Dong Rini. Keep an eye on them. Our horses must not encounter any mishaps, he instructed deliberately. In a rural town like this, imperial decrees were hard to enforce, and it had always been a den of iniquity. All sorts of people, bold and reckless, dwelled here, and it was not unlikely that someone might harbor ill intentions toward them. Following Chief Gu into the main hall, he was accompanied by a middle-aged man and a youth. The middle-aged man, clad in a Confucian robe, appeared refined and amiable, as though he had practiced some martial arts with a solid foundation in his lower body. The youth wore a long saber at his waist, a curved bow on his back, and garments of beast hide. Though still bearing the trace of youthful innocence, he exuded a wild aura. He was like a wolf cub from the mountain forests. Despite his tender age, he had already reached the 9th rank midstage martial artist level, matching some of the constables in his team. Captain Li, this is Mr. Jia, who assists me with my duties, and this is a distant relative of mine quite skilled in unarmed combat, so I have kept him by my side. As if sensing Li Qinglian's gaze, Chief Gu introduced them respectfully. Both men clasped their fists and bowed slightly in greeting. Greetings, Captain Li. Li Qinglian nodded faintly, then fixed his gaze on Chief Gu as a formidable aura surged from him. Chief Gu, what exactly is going on in Tiger Head Town? Why has it come to this? Captain Li, to be honest, some time ago, a madman came to Tiger Head Town claiming to be a chivalrous hero who sought justice for the people. He declared that anyone with a grievance could write a petition and post it at the Earth God Temple on the west end of town. After investigating, that chivalrous hero would take action himself. The first to suffer were the Liu family. 3 members of the Liu family died that very night, including the family patriarch. Chief Gu spoke with a mixture of helplessness and trepidation, recounting the events in Tiger Head Town. That chivalrous hero did not merely seek justice for the people. He also distributed the ill-gotten wealth to the common folk. As a result, the ordinary people faced warnings from various local gentry and minor clans. Some even deliberately caused chaos, plundering and harassing women under the guise of that chivalrous hero. This threw Tiger Head Town into disarray. Many people fled to villages or neighboring towns, leaving the town itself desolate and lifeless. If that was the case, why didn't you send someone to the county seat for help sooner? Li Qinglian asked with a cold expression. I am wronged. I sent messengers 3 times to the county to report the situation, but you all said the county was too busy to attend to it and would come once matters were settled. Chief Gu hastily explained, his voice growing softer as he spoke, as if fearing that Li Qinglian would place the blame squarely on him. That cannot be. When did you send people to the county? Why am I, as the captain, completely unaware? Li Qinglian frowned. During this time, he had never heard of anyone from Tiger Head Town seeking assistance. Had Dong Rini and the others known, they would certainly not have dared to conceal it from me. What? You were unaware? Impossible. Every time it was he Lao Wu who personally went to the county. Chief Guest's face paled, and as if realizing something, he abruptly turned to the youth and asked, Shenner, do you know where he Lao Wu is now? Uncle, he should be at the Fei family tavern, the youth replied after a moment's hesitation. Humph. It seems this He Laowu is deeply problematic. Li Qinglian let out a soft laugh, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He Laowu was the town's runner responsible for its protection, so I trusted him implicitly. I never expected. I should have used the Red Falcon to send a message. Chief Guest's face showed regret. At the same time, he felt a trace of relief. Fortunately, the incident at Upper Willow Village was dire and urgent, prompting him to use his nephew's trained Red Falcon to report to the county office. Otherwise, the situation might have been far worse. Enough of this for now. I still need to go to Upper Willow Village to assess the situation, and I will also stop by the Fei Family Tavern to meet this He Laowu. Perhaps your nephew could serve as our guide. As for the affairs of Tiger Head Town, let them rest for now. Li Qinglian waved his hand and looked at Chief Go. It is an honor for Shen'er to be of use to you, sir. Chief Guest's face lit up with surprise as he quickly expressed his agreement. Li Qinglian nodded and rose to leave the main hall. Dong Rennie and the others were waiting outside. Rennie, bring him along. Seeing that the horses had been fed, Li Qinglian was satisfied with Dong Rennie's efficiency. Yes, Chief. The group mounted their horses and, guided by the youth Guxian, arrived at the Fei Family Tavern. As soon as they reached the tavern's entrance, Li Qinglian caught a faint scent of blood, and his expression shifted. Careful, something is amiss inside. He warned them and dismounted immediately. Dong Rennie and the other two drew their long sabers, while Guxian pulled back his curved bow, aiming at the tavern, all ready to strike at a moment's notice. With a loud bang, Li Qinglian kicked open the wooden door. Inside the tavern, an eerie calm prevailed. A young scholar sat gracefully at a wooden table, sipping wine and eating slices of meat, looking entirely at ease. Beside him stood a young woman in coarse cloth, her face pale, clutching a wine jar. Her body trembled slightly, and her eyes betrayed an indescribable fear and terror. She stood like a maidservant. Name: Han Ziwen, identity scholar, one of the blood attendants, implanted with demon skin, realm 8th rank, early stage martial arts, 8th rank art. Butcher's knife technique, minor mastery, flaying art mastery, disguise art, minor mastery. When Li Qinglian saw the young scholar's personal details, his pupils contracted sharply. This was the 4th blood attendant. He had encountered a clear indication that the person behind them was far from ordinary. You've arrived. A small gift hardly worth mentioning. The young scholar used his chopsticks to pick up a slice of beef, eating it elegantly. He turned to the group and smiled with great poise, pointing behind him. Following his gesture, they saw 4 human skins, hanging from the rafters, suspended naturally and stretched taut by silk threads. The sight was enough to make one's scalp crawl. Judging by the faint traces of blood, they had clearly been flayed not long ago. He Laowu. Captain Li, that is He Laowu. Guxian stared intently at the skin, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. So it seems that He Laowu of late has been you in disguise, and the series of incidents in Tiger Head Town were all your doing. Li Qinglian strode inside, placed his saber on his left side, and sat down opposite the man with an air of ease. Indeed, it was me. Captain Li, you have considerable courage to sit across from me. Pour a bowl for the captain. Han Ziwen nodded, casting an appreciative glance at Li Qinglian, then signaled to the young woman. Her hands trembling slightly, she obediently poured a bowl of wine for Li Qinglian, her eyes pleading for help. I never expected that the esteemed blood servant is actually a naive person who upholds the weak and punishes the rich. After years of reading the classics, can't you see through it? Li Qinglian did not dare to drink that bowl of wine. He was not immune to all poisons. Who knows if that wine had any issues? It's better to be cautious when out and about. Have you not seen how many self-proclaimed powerful warriors have fallen victim to despicable schemes? As a constable, he has witnessed quite a number in Luoshui County. When Han Ziwen heard Li Qinglian mention the words blood servant, a flash of fierce light briefly appeared in his eyes. Ha ha! I have already seen through it. It is precisely because of this that I understand how filthy this world is. I heard that Constable Li also comes from a scholarly background, so why did he abandon the pen for the sword and willingly become a constable? Isn't it all due to this world? Han Ziwen laughed heartily in response. Seeing Li Qinglian remain silent, he continued, I, Han Ziwen, passed the examination of a scholar back in the day. In order to improve my studies, I aim to become a genius, reading countless books and traveling thousands of miles. What I saw was the arrogance of the aristocratic families, the recklessness of the sects, and the suffering of the common people. What I witnessed were starving corpses scattered across the land, bones piled like mountains. What I observed were those who sell their souls to demons and worship monsters. This vast land of thousands of miles is filled with 2 words, devouring people. Ultimately, the reason lies in the system. The sects and aristocratic families, though constituting only a fraction of the population in the Great Qin Empire, occupy 80% of the best resources. All the burdens of the empire fall on the lowest strata. Can they bear it? On that day during the autumn examination, I pointed out the issues and proposed solutions based on what I had seen and heard. Yet in the end, the examiners deemed my remarks absurd and accused me of creating discord, resulting in the complete revocation of my title. Constable Li, you too are a scholar. Do you think the Great Qin Empire can be considered a prosperous era? Han Ziwen asked, his eyes reddening as he stared at Li Qinglian. Whether it can be deemed prosperous is not for you or me to decide. At least most people can survive, which is far better than that dark era before. Li Qinglian shook his head. He understood well that what Han Ziwen said was true. Currently in the Great Qin Empire, various taxes weigh heavily on the lowest strata, while the aristocratic families and sects occupy the best lands yet pay no taxes. If this continues, trouble is bound to arise. If this world were not one of high martial arts, the common people would have revolted long ago. Ha ha! Even the seemingly righteous Constable Li dares to speak the truth. There are hundreds of thousands of scholars in this world, all aware of the problems, yet remain silent, pretending to be deaf and mute, as if the classics they read were meant for dogs. Han Ziwen sneered freely, judging. One should not meddle in matters beyond their position. We only need to do our own jobs well, Li Qinglian said calmly. To be honest, he did admire Han Ziwen's courage for daring to write those things in the autumn examination. It was indeed a reckless act. Indeed, everyone knows that there are problems in the Great Qin Empire today. They also know where the problems lie. Yet not a single person truly speaks out. How many of those in power in the empire today come from the aristocratic families or sects? Who dares to truly lift the lid? He certainly did not have that courage. Even if he wanted to change everything, he had to first gain power himself. He would never be as passionate or impulsive as Han Ziwen. This is the difference between you and me. Because of this, I vowed to eradicate all evildoers in this world. Han Ziwen chuckled lightly, downing a bowl of wine in one gulp. He pointed at the person behind him, saying, "The first is Wang Lizi, a lazy scoundrel who, relying on his cousin working in the county office, deliberately creates accidents to kill those without backers, and slight means then leads people to consume their resources. In the past 5 years, at least dozens of families have been completely drained by them. The second is He Laowu, a constable from Hotu town, who has harmed many virtuous women under the pretense of inspecting security. The third is Zhu Laocai, who during times of disaster, deliberately digs open the main canal, flooding farmlands, seizing the opportunity to buy farmers' land at low prices, and then rents it back to them at exorbitant rates. The fourth is a peddler from the north side of the town, who appears to be a vendor, but is actually a kidnapper. Many children from surrounding villages have been abducted by him and sold to beggars. You, as a constable, should be well aware of the consequences. Constable Li, do you think those people deserve to die? The matters you constables dare not manage, I will handle. The things you dare not do, I will do." The last sentence was delivered with great authority by Han Ziwen. No matter how much you say, it won't change the fact that you are a murderer. Let's not discuss the useless things anymore. I am quite curious about who is behind you. Li Qinglian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Constable Li, I am also quite curious about how you knew my identity as a blood servant." Han Ziwen said with keen interest, raising the wine bowl and taking a sip. "You are already the 4th blood servant I have encountered. Each one possesses elements of demons within them, granting you incredible abilities. Having seen more, I've naturally made some guesses." Li Qinglian would not speak the truth. "I see, Constable Li, I deliberately waited for you because I wanted to see the person who killed one of my companions. Today I finally met you. I can sense that you are also quite dissatisfied with the current system and so forth, but you are a clever person who knows how to hide yourself. If you were to grow, you would either become a great minister of the Great Qin Empire or a great traitor. That said, I shall take my leave now." Han Ziwen fixed his gaze tightly on Zhang Yuan. He then intended to leave. "Thank you for the compliment, but you cannot leave." As Li Qinglian spoke, he drew out his long knife, which flashed like a bolt of lightning, striking Han Ziwen. A pu sound echoed as the blade successfully grazed Han Ziwen's neck, but it felt as if it had punctured a balloon, leaving it empty. A burst of blood mist erupted from Han Ziwen's body, instantly enveloping a 3-meter radius. When the blood mist dissipated, only a piece of human skin remained. It seemed that the Han Ziwen who had been conversing with him all along was merely a piece of human skin, not the real Han Ziwen at all. Han Ziwen, you cannot escape. This constable will surely catch you along with the people behind you. Li Qinglian stood up and shouted. Li Qinglian, you have come for the matters of Xiangliu village, right? If you can find the real culprit and avenge them, I can tell you some information you wish to know. Han Ziwen's voice seemed to come from all directions, making it difficult to discern the specific location. How strange it is that someone with only a martial arts cultivation of early 8th rank possesses such diverse means. No wonder the Empire specifically established organizations like the Sword Suspended Office. Li Qinglian rushed out of the tavern looking around and finding no clues. He whispered to himself, "Head, we didn't see anyone come out and the surroundings are quiet." Dong Renai's expression also grew serious. "Leave this matter to Manager Gu and we shall first go to Xiangliu village." Li Qinglian took one last glance at the piece of human skin hanging in the tavern, then mounted his horse heading in the direction of Xiangliu village. The others followed suit, quickly getting on their horses. "Chief, could it be that the man earlier knew the inside story of the Xiangliu village incident? It feels like he doesn't want to be our enemy," Dong Renai asked doubtfully along the way. "I don't know. Han Ziwen is clearly a shrewd man. He doesn't want to be a pawn either," Li Qinglian said with a profound gaze. He had probably seen through the other party's intentions. It was nothing more than a test of his abilities. If he performed well and satisfied Han Ziwen, the latter would surely use him as a blade to eliminate those behind him. This was an open scheme and Li Qinglian had no choice but to take the bait. He also wanted to know the truth about those blood servants and their real purpose lurking in the Nanha area. "Let's pick up the pace. It's getting late, we'll likely have to spend the night in Xiangliu village." He looked up at the sky, cracked his whip, and spurred his horse to speed. His thoughts inevitably drifted to Luoshui County. He was destined not to return tonight, and he wondered if his wife would be worried. Soon his mind turned to Zhang Yunyang. The Fong family was clearly not going to let things rest. Would they strike at Zhang Yunyang while he was away from the county town? "I hope nothing happens," he thought to himself. Dispelling the chaotic thoughts, he focused on the journey. Meanwhile, in the county office, a minor clerk entered the affairs hall. Seeing Zhang Yunyang trimming the greenery in the courtyard, a glint of joy flashed in his eyes as he quickly approached. "Madam Zhang, there's a letter for you delivered by a young man." The clerk handed over the letter. Though puzzled, Zhang Yunyang took it. Opening the envelope, she grew anxious upon reading the contents. "Officer, where is that young man now?" "He's at the back gate. He'll take you there," the clerk offered. Zhang Yunyang followed without a second thought, driven by genuine worry. The letter was from Aunt Lu, a former servant of her household. Aunt Lu had fallen, and was now bedridden with severe injuries, her days numbered. She had asked her son to deliver the letter, wanting to pass on some words, and give Zhang Yunyang something left by her father. Though a servant, Aunt Lu was like a mother to her. Zhang Yunyang was deeply concerned for her condition. Moreover, her father had always doted on her, but he had met an untimely end. With her stepmother so domineering, if her father had left anything behind, he would surely have entrusted it to Aunt Lu. Following the clerk, she soon exited the back gate of the county office. After walking a short distance, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Since entering the county office, she had had no correspondence with Aunt Lu. How then did Aunt Lu know? And the letter, though in Aunt Liu's handwriting, was too neat. How could someone gravely injured write such a tidy letter? This was clearly a setup. Most likely it was the Fong family's scheme to lure her out of the county office. The thought of being captured by the Fong family sent a chill down Zhang Yunyang's spine. No good. Without another word, she turned and ran back toward the back gate, but a figure blocked her path. It was a middle-aged man with a small mustache eyeing her with ill intent. This was Fong Yaoxian. Thinking of running now. Too late. Seeing the panic in Zhang Yunyang's eyes, Fong Yaoxian felt a perverse satisfaction. With a swift chop to the back of her neck, he knocked her unconscious. "Congratulations, Fourth Master, on getting what you wished for." Several figures appeared, all breathing sighs of relief and offering congratulations. "This is yours. You know best what to say and what not to say." Fong Yaoxian tossed a pouch of silver coins to the clerk, warning him. "Thank you, Fourth Master." The clerk took the pouch with a beaming smile and scurried away. "Fourth Master, the carriage is at the gate. Let's get her out of here quickly before we attract the attention of those blackrobes," a man reminded sensibly. "Indeed." Fong Yaoxian nodded and prepared to leave with the others. "Gentlemen, are you abducting a woman?" Just then a soft, alluring voice rang in their ears. The voice seemed to stir something within them, making each man's heart itch, and their breaths quicken, as if they couldn't wait to see its owner. The next moment, a fiery red silk scarf drifted down gently, light and graceful like a stunning woman dancing elegantly. The scarf brushed past their necks, exuding a faint fragrance that intoxicated every one of them. Suddenly the scarf tightened. The sound of bones cracking echoed from their necks as they were snapped by a soft yet powerful force. They fell to the ground as lifeless corpses. A graceful figure in red embroidered shoes descended lightly. Even her coarse gray attire couldn't hide her extraordinary allure. Her ample bosom seemed ready to burst from her collar. Her long hair was coiled into a bun adorned with a fiery red jade hairpin. Her eyes were as captivating as a fox's, and with her sharp-featured face every smile and frown carried a deadly temptation. A single glance was enough to bewitch one's soul. The red silk scarf drifted gently onto her slender wrist, the movement natural and seductive. Xin Yushu's maid. Yenner. What a fine beauty! No wonder the young master keeps her hidden away. With a flick of her wrist, the red scarf wrapped around Zhang Yunyang, who lay on the ground, and lifted her. The woman examined her closely, commenting in a sweet voice, "Better let the young mistress handle this." With that, she vanished, taking Zhang Yunyang with her. About 15 minutes later, a figure rushed to the scene. Fourth Master Ali. Dead, all dead. Disaster. Seeing Fang Yaoxian and the others lying on the ground, his face drained of color. After checking and confirming they were corpses, he muttered in a pale whisper. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted Fang Yaoxian's body and hurried toward the carriage waiting at the alley entrance. He was the one waiting at the alley to rendezvous with Fang Yaoxian. Growing concerned after the fourth master failed to return, he came to check and was horrified to find the scene. Fourth master was a man of great importance, the current clan head's own younger brother and a key figure in the Fang family. His brutal death would surely stir up a massive storm. Half an hour later, in the main hall of the Fang family estate, Fang Zirong examined the corpse with a grave expression. Father Fourth Uncle's throat was crushed by an extremely refined force. I can't identify the martial art. He bowed respectfully to a middle-aged man. The man, clad in deep purple brocade, had an elongated face, a 3-inch short beard, and eyes like a tiger's, exuding an imposing aura without anger. He was Fang Yaozu, the current clan head. It's normal that you can't tell. The one who struck has mastered force control to a divine level, likely a top-tier 7th-rank martial artist. What was your fourth uncle doing? How did he provoke such a formidable enemy? The man's gaze fell on Fang Zirong, radiating an intangible pressure. Father, I sent fourth uncle to handle matters concerning seventh brother. Seventh brother's death is surely linked to that Zhang Yunyang. But she's been holed up in the county office, making it hard for us to act. Not long ago, fourth uncle sent word that he had a way to get Zhang Yunyang out of the county office. I never thought. Fang Zirong spoke with a sorrowful expression. So the one who killed fourth brother is connected to that Zhang Yunyang. Fang Yao's tiger-like eyes emitted a piercing cold light, brimming with intense murderous intent. Fourth brother was a crucial figure in their Fang family. To dare kill him meant declaring enmity with the Fang family, a blatant slap to their face. How could they tolerate it? Probably not. Zhang Yunyang has always been under the protection of that Constable Li with no other connections. But that Constable Li has already left the county seat. Father, do you recall the incident I mentioned about Constable Li being ambushed by a group of black-clad death warriors? Fang Zirong shook his head and asked. I remember. That matter was settled. Someone must have deliberately framed him to stir conflict between us and the county office. Are you suggesting this is similar? Fang Yao's gaze turned icy as he questioned. Though he was the clan leader, he delegated many matters to others, focusing only on the big picture and cultivation. He had heard of the previous incident from his son and had taken note. Now with Zhang Yunyang involved, it was clear someone was targeting the Fang family. It's highly likely. The 7th-rank martial artists in our Luoshui County can be counted on 2 hands. The county office is busy with affairs in Nanhe and has no reason to oppose us. It must be one of the other 2 families. Fang Zirong analyzed rationally. I'll continue investigating this matter. You handle your 7th brother's affairs first. His death demands an explanation, or how will others perceive our Fang family? Father, I suspect that Li Qinglian is highly suspicious. 7th brother's death might be linked to him, otherwise his protection of Zhang Yunyang is inexplicable. Let me investigate further before confronting him. Fang Zirong bowed slightly, laying out his plan. Foolish. Do you think we're the county office needing evidence? If he's suspicious, strike with overwhelming force. This isn't just avenging your seventh brother. It's a message to all of Luoshui County. Fang Yaozu scolded sternly. Father is right. I've been too indecisive. Fang Zirong feigned remorse. He knew full well how to act but deliberately played the fool before his father. Sometimes being too capable could breed suspicion from one's elders. It was better to feign flaws. Internal clan struggles were fierce. Go. Handle that matter first. Your second uncle will take over Nanha. Fang Yaozu waved his hand, appearing inscrutable. At Li Qinglian's home in Willow Lane. In a side room, Zhang Yunyang groggily opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a clean, tidy bed canopy, through which she glimpsed the carved woodwork above. Where? She remembered being knocked out likely by the Fang family, yet her surroundings didn't seem like their doing. You're awake. Come meet the young mistress. A crisp bell-like voice sounded beside her. Rising, she found herself in an unfamiliar room. Though modest, the room's furnishings suggested a well-to-do household. A young woman in a gold and emerald pleated skirt stood by the bed studying her. This woman was none other than Jean Ling. Miss, may I ask who your young mistress is? Zhang Yunyang dismounted the bed, timidly inquiring. You'll know when you see her. You're safe here, but only if you obey. Come. Jean Ling glanced at her and strode out first. Gone was her playful innocence, replaced by decisiveness and efficiency. Zhang Yunyang had no choice but to follow. Exiting the side room, she found herself in a small but immaculate side courtyard bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Passing through a moon gate, she entered the main courtyard. There she saw a breathtakingly beautiful woman, seated on a chair adorned in a cross-collared phoenix skirt, her hair in a high bun with a celestial visage and eyes like cold stars exuding an aura of nobility that inspired awe. Yunyang, thanks the miss for saving my life. Zhang Yunyang curtsied, deeply grateful. In this unfamiliar courtyard, she knew she had been rescued. Come closer. Xin Yushu spoke. Zhang Yunyang hesitated, then obediently approached, lowering her head nervously. Xin Yushu extended a jade-like hand, gently lifting Zhang Yunyang's chin to examine her carefully. For some reason, Zhang Yunyang felt a flutter of panic, as if this woman saw right through her. Not bad. A proper figure and graceful demeanor. With some training, you could qualify as my husband's concubine. Xin Yushu nodded and withdrew her hand. Ah, no, I'm already married. Zhang Yunyang gasped, stepping back instinctively to explain. I know. Though married, you remain a virgin. Your former husband is dead. By the way, my husband is Constable Li Qinglian. Xin Yushu said calmly. You are Constable Li's wife? Zhang Yunyang asked incredulously. To her, this woman was peerlessly beautiful. Few men in the world could match her. She never expected her to be Constable Li's wife. Constable Li seemed hardly worthy. Indeed, Zhang Yunyang, you have no better options. Even the county office isn't safe, but here I guarantee no one will harm you. Becoming my husband's concubine is your fortune. Jean Ling, she's yours. Make sure she obeys before our lord returns. Xin Yushu's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable imperial authority. Even with words on her lips, Zhang Yunyang couldn't refuse, silently acquiescing. Yes, miss. Jean Ling looked at Zhang Yunyang with a glint of excitement. Come, let me tell you about our Li family's rules. Watching Zhang Yunyang obediently follow Jean Ling to the side courtyard, Xin Yushu rubbed her temples and murmured. Since my husband has taken a fancy to her, she shouldn't be left outside. I hope my husband grows quickly enough to help me, Yushu. Little did Li Qinglian know his wife was proactively selecting a concubine for him. He had arrived at Shangliu village. Seeing the scene at the village center, a surge of overwhelming fury welled up within him. At the very center of Shangliu village, a mound of corpses had been piled up, forming a grisly tower. Among the dead were men and women, the elderly and the young, and even infants still wrapped in swaddling clothes. A pungent odor spread through the surroundings, stirring a nauseating urge to vomit in all who approached. Crows cawed hoarsely, circling above the tower of corpses. Occasionally they swooped down, pecking at a scrap of flesh before soaring high again, as if taunting Li Qinglian and his men. Even though they were accustomed to death, Li Qinglian and his companions could no longer suppress the fury surging within them. The sheer number of the dead was overwhelming. At least 300 people lay there, all of them ordinary destitute farmers. Their clothes were tattered, their faces sallow, their bodies emaciated. Now they were nothing but corpses. Those beasts! Guxian roared in rage, drawing his longbow. The bowstring twanged and a crow was struck, its lifeless body plummeting to the ground. Cawing in panic, the surrounding crows scattered wildly. Before it gets completely dark, let's investigate how they died and search Xiangliu village for any survivors, Li Qinglian ordered, taking a deep breath to steady his thoughts. Yes, Chief. Dong Rennie and the others immediately set off to comb through Xiangliu village. Li Qinglian and Gu Xian remained behind to examine the corpses. These bodies. Something's wrong. After inspecting a few, Li Qinglian noticed a glaring anomaly. Nearly all the villagers had their carotid arteries slashed as if they had bled to death. Yet the ground beneath them bore scarcely any bloodstains. A flagrant contradiction to common sense. With 300 dead, the base of the corpse tower should have been a river of blood. Instead it was bone-dry, as if their blood had been deliberately collected. He instantly recalled the incidents in the Nanha region. The blood servants had attacked the Sanha gang clearly after the refined blood in their possession. And here too the blood had been taken. The mastermind behind it all was undoubtedly the blood servants or those pulling their strings, gathering so much blood, either to cultivate a sinister art or to plot some scheme in the Nanha region. Chief Li, these villagers were captured and slaughtered here. Bandits did this. There are hoof prints on the ground. I've encountered bandits while hunting in the mountains. Their horses are distinctive. At that moment the young Gu Xian spoke gravely. Bandits. That must be the Jinji stronghold. In the Luoshui County area there's no one else, Li Qinglian murmured to himself. He also recalled the information Lu Kan from Jinfu Gambling House had given him. It was said that a few days ago the second-in-command of Jinji Stronghold, the pale-faced scholar Yang Zi, had come down the mountain to handle Yu Lao Liu's matter. But now it seemed he had come to meet with the person behind the blood servants. Otherwise, would he descend the mountain just for Yu Lao Liu? Gu Xian, are you familiar with the Jinji Stronghold? He turned and asked abruptly. Very familiar. I've hunted there many times. The place looks heavily guarded, but it has plenty of weak spots. Easy to slip in undetected. Gu Xian spoke with the brash confidence of youth. Good. Later we'll track them by their trail. If they haven't returned to Jinji Stronghold yet, we'll strike directly. If they have, we'll still make them pay. Li Qinglian said, his voice icy. He had always despised the bandits of Jinji Stronghold, and now that they had committed such atrocities his fury burned even fiercer. Chiefly, we could use pine oil. It's highly flammable and the forest around Jinji Stronghold is mostly pine trees. One spark and we could inflict heavy losses on them, Gu Xian suggested unexpectedly. You've been planning to deal with those bandits for a while, haven't you? Li Qinglian asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. Those bandits have been raiding villages and looting homes on and off. My sister was killed by them. Gu Xian's eyes reddened as he spoke through gritted teeth. Hearing this, Li Qinglian finally understood why Gu Xian claimed to be so familiar with Jinji Stronghold. It was probably more than just familiarity. He could likely map out their layout with his eyes closed. Let's not rush. First let's search Xiangliu village, Li Qinglian said, patting his shoulder. Every household in Xiangliu village was in utter chaos. Signs of ransacking were everywhere, with coarse grains and black flour scattered across the floors. An eerie silence hung in the air, making the village feel chillingly desolate in the dim light, as if it had become a realm of ghosts. The soil here is off. As he entered one home, Li Qinglian noticed something peculiar about the dirt beside the woodpile in the yard. In the past, he would never have detected such subtle clues. But after slaying several martial artists and acquiring various tracking skills, even the smallest details now revealed hidden information to him. He immediately conducted a careful inspection. 2 meters from the woodpile, he found an inconspicuous reed stem stuck into the soil with only a tiny segment protruding above ground. Faint breathing could be heard from its exposed end. Someone's buried here. Dig it up, Li Qinglian called out. He and Gu Xian quickly found farm tools and began excavating the soil. The dirt layer was shallow, less than 3 inches deep, beneath which lay a thick mat woven from plant stalks. Lifting it revealed a cellar. The cellar was not deep, only about 3 meters extending inward. The air carried the scent of vegetables and a faint moldy odor. Li Qinglian leaped down in one bound. There he saw a little girl of 8 or 9, filthy and huddled in a corner of the cellar. She had the reed stem clenched between her teeth to breathe, her eyes wide with terror. Don't be afraid. I'm a constable from the county office here to rescue you, Li Qinglian said, softening his voice as much as possible while extending his large hand toward her. He did not approach immediately, afraid of frightening her further. Perhaps sensing that Qinglian was not one of the villains, the little girl hesitated for a moment before finally letting go of the reed stem. Her thin, bony hand slowly placed itself in his. Her palm was tiny, rough, and scaly, layered like fish scales with several cracked, wind-dried lines across it. "Come on, let's get out of here." Qinglian gently lifted her and leaped out of the cellar. "Here." Guxian pulled a strip of dried meat from his pocket and handed it to her, knowing the little girl had probably not eaten all day. The girl did not stand on ceremony. She took the meat and began eating ravenously. But after taking a big bite, she seemed to remember something. Looking up at Qinglian, she reluctantly offered the meat back to him. "I'm not hungry." "You eat it," Qinglian said with a smile ruffling her hair. "By the way, what's your name?" he asked casually. The little girl squatted on the ground and traced two crooked characters with her finger. "Xiao Chow, little grass." You can't speak?" he asked, noticing she had not uttered a word. The girl nodded, then looked toward her home. When she saw the broken door and shattered jars, tears welled up in her large eyes, but she bit her lips, stubbornly refusing to let them fall. "Let's go." "Well, continue searching for other survivors," Qinglian said, with a sigh, taking her small hand and leading her out of the yard. A silent mountain village. Gone were the myriad lights of homes, gone the curling wisps of cooking smoke, and gone the laughter and joy of children. It seemed utterly dead. Xiao Chow clutched the hem of Qinglian's robe, staring blankly at the village ravaged by bandits. She seemed on the verge of a great wail, yet she bit her lip and held it back with all her might. "Chief, no other survivors found. There's a little girl who lived." Before long they had gathered with Dong Rennie and the others. An anger they could scarcely conceal was etched upon their brows. We only found this one girl. She hid well enough, and she owes it to her parents." Qinglian nodded, gently ruffling Xiao Chow's hair. How many peasants scratching a living from the earth would ever send their children to school? Let alone a girl. Yet Xiao Chow could read, which showed her parents treated her well. And to have the wit to hide her in such a place showed a measure of cleverness. Upper Willow Village is finished," Dong Rennie sighed. "Let's go find those villains." A frigid gleam shone in Qinglian's eyes as he gazed into the dim distance. When they passed the Tower of Corpses, Qinglian had Xiao Chow kowtow a few times. Then they followed the trail in pursuit. Heading east, the sky plunged into complete darkness. Ahead at Three Stone Village, a few scattered lights flickered. There were faint, unbridled, raucous laughs, and the screams of women starkly clear in the silent night. At the entrance to Three Stone Village stood a mountain of corpses. It was a hair-raising sight from afar. Beasts. A pack of beasts. Dong Rennie couldn't hold back his curses. None had imagined the bandits would be so depraved, holding the imperial court in utter contempt. "Chief, we should report this up the chain. This kind of thing either needs the city defense force or the Azure Wolf army from the prefectural city." He spoke to Qinglian with a grave expression. Qinglian shook his head. "You know that's useless. The city defense force is no match for the bandits. And the moment they march, the Golden Rooster Stronghold's men will get wind of it. As for the prefectural city, by the time reports go up level by level and orders are made and deployed, the opportunity will be long gone. We're better off handling this ourselves." With that, Qinglian radiated a murderous aura. He spurred his horse toward the light of the fires in Three Stone Village, where there were still villains and survivors. Almost everyone in Three Stone Village was surnamed Shur. It was a large village of over 500 souls. The Shur ancestral hall was spacious and imposing. Even the ground was made of crushed stone mortar and clay tamped down repeatedly until it was perfectly smooth. Ordinarily, the hall was solemn, with incense burning without cease. Now the ancestral tablets had become nothing more than fuel for a bonfire. A burly man over 2 meters tall sat on a stone roller by the fire, noisily gnawing on a bull's head. His mouth was greasy and he looked immensely pleased. He was the 4th chieftain of the Golden Rooster Stronghold, Mang Jingang. "4th brother, your 5th brother kept a woman for you. Big breasts, big hips, sturdy too. She can definitely match your frame." Just then, a powerfully built man adjusting his trousers walked out of the main hall of the shrine. He clapped the hulking man on the shoulder and said with a laugh, "No want. Eat meat." The hulking man shook his head like a rattledrum, waving the bull's head in his hand. It seemed his eyes were only for meat, not women. What a fool. Meat's not as fragrant as a woman. The women of this village are soft and sweet. The powerfully built man cursed with a laugh, as if still savoring the taste of moments ago. "5th master, this one's for you. I hear the women in those big city households have skin so fine and tender it feels like silk to the touch. I wonder what it's like to bed one. At that moment a rat-faced man handed over a large beef rib, licking his lips with a look of longing. Who knows? I'd like to bed one too, but I'm not ready to die yet. But one day I'm going to taste what those city women are like. The powerfully built man took a huge bite of beef, a wild beastly light gleaming in his eyes. Just then his ears twitched. Hoofbeats. Did second brother send someone to hurry us up? He turned his head toward the entrance of the shrine. As the fifth chieftain of the Golden Rooster stronghold, he knew that after this job they would have to pull out or face the imperial court's hammer. With a dull thud 3 bandits were sent flying in, crashing heavily to the ground. They spat blood, their breaths faint. They were beyond saving. The next moment Qinglian and his men rode in their bodies, radiating a terrifying murderous aura. Lads, it's the black-skinned dogs. Grab your weapons and attack. The fifth chieftain bellowed. The underlings under his command scrambled into action, hurrying to pick up the weapons they had discarded on the ground. Mang Jingong, who had been gnawing on the bull's head, rose and hurled it at Qinglian, who was in the lead. At the same time he grabbed the 2 great axes at his side and charged forward like a black bear. The great axes swung down with terrifying force, as if to split Mount Hua. Die! Qinglian leaped from his horse, turning into a blur. His long saber was like a dragon soaring through clouds and mist, nimble and graceful. It evaded the great axes, and its sharp blade sliced across Mang Jingang's neck. With a wet sound the blade cut across the man's neck as if through a layer of iron. But under Qinglian's force it pierced through anyway, and half the head lolled to the side. Crimson blood spurted out, splattering the ground. The fourth master is dead. The fourth master is dead. Run! The bandit underlings were nothing but worthless scoundrels. Seeing Mang Jingang slain by Qinglian in a single move, they scattered like startled birds. But Dong Rennie and his men were already on the move, their blades showing no mercy, venting all the fury in their hearts. Guxian, wielding his longbow, was especially fierce. 1 arrow claimed 1 life. Damn it! This black-skinned dog is too strong. Even old Fourth bought it. Better make a run for it. The fifth chieftain, seeing Qinglian's ferocity, knew he was no match. Smearing dirt on his face, he planned to slip away unnoticed. Unfortunately, Qinglian had already fixed his eyes on him. Fifth chieftain, do you think you can escape? A voice like a clap of thunder exploded in the fifth chieftain's ears. He saw Qinglian with incredible speed already charging toward him, the long saber in his hand glinting with a cold light. He hurriedly shouted, Qinglian, killing me is useless. I'm just following the orders of the first and second brothers. They are the real culprits. They plan to evacuate Golden Rooster Mountain. With a wet sound before the fifth chieftain could finish, a line of blood appeared from his brow to his chin. His panicked expression froze and his consciousness slowly faded. I never got to bed a city woman. The last regret flickered through his mind before he became a corpse crumpling to the ground. Acquired Vajrabadi, acquired 9 great hundred beasts. Fist Qinglian stood, with his saber coldly staring at the fifth chieftain's corpse. He had gained 2 more martial arts. The remaining bandits still fought like cornered beasts, but they couldn't hold out for long, nor could they escape. Guxian's arrows were especially deadly. Anyone who ran died. Qinglian strode toward the main hall of the shrine. Inside was a scene of utter tragedy. In the ancestral hall, illuminated by the bright oil lamp, over 20 young women could be seen scantily clad with disheveled hair. Some lay on the cold floor, while others huddled against the walls, their delicate bodies trembling and shivering. Beneath the heads of several women pools of crimson blood had spread. Their eyes were wide open, filled with immense hatred and terror, but they had already ceased to breathe. They had clearly been ravished to death by the bandits. Those who survived upon hearing someone enter pressed themselves even tighter against the walls, as if wishing they could vanish into the brick and earth, their bodies shaking violently. Despair and terror were etched into their eyes. I am Qinglian, the constable of Luoshui County. The bandits outside have been killed by us. You, put on some clothes first. I will have someone arrange for your care shortly. 1,000 words condensed into that single statement. He truly did not know how to console these wretched women. The flames of rage within his chest burned fiercely, making it hard for him to breathe. At that moment he wished he could draw his blade and slay every single bandit. Bang! Just as he was about to turn and leave the hall, a dull thud reached his ears. From the corner of his eye, he saw a woman suddenly rise and hurl herself against the wall. Her head was broken and bleeding and she collapsed to the ground. The breath of life slowly faded from her. Qinglian's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He opened his mouth to stop her but found himself unable to speak. This was not the Earth of a technological civilization. People's minds were extremely feudal and backward. A woman who had been violated had no way out. Even the spittle of the crowd could drown her. He took a deep breath and strode out of the hall. Chief, all the bandits have been dealt with. Not counting the 2 leaders, 24 bandits have been killed. Not a single one escaped. Seeing Qinglian emerge, Dong Rennie announced loudly. Good. There are many women inside. Take care of them along with Xiao Chao. Also find them some clean clothes and comfort them. I'm going to Jinji Stockade with Gu Xian. Qinglian nodded and gave Dong Rennie his instructions, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Chief, let me go with you. Those bandits deserve to die. Dong Rennie gritted his teeth and volunteered. Even the usually timid Dong Rennie had found the courage to confront the bandits, a testament to the fury burning within him. No, you take care of the survivors. While you're at it, deal with the heads of the important figures. Qinglian shook his head, then turned to Gu Xian. Gu Xian, do you dare come with me to Jinji Stockade? I dare. Gu Xian answered loudly without a second thought. Good. If you survive tonight, I will ask the chief constable to let you join our squad as a constable. Qinglian was extremely satisfied with his attitude. He also wanted to use tonight's events to test Gu Xian's abilities. Thank you, Constable Li. Gu Xian's face flushed with excitement. What youth raised in a rural town did not yearn to see more prosperous sights or seek advancement? Unfortunately, in these times, ability alone was not enough. One needed a patron. Let's go. Qinglian mounted his horse first. Gu Xian rode Dong Rennie's horse and followed closely. Half an hour later, they arrived at the foot of Jinji Mountain. Finding a hidden spot to secure the horses, they entered the forest. The forest was dense and the terrain steep. There were many wild beasts and no paths existed, making passage extremely difficult. This was one reason the city garrison could not handle the bandits. Constable Li, we must be careful. Jinji Mountain is covered in traps. One wrong step and you'll be caught. Some of the traps are laced with deadly poison that even a 7th-rank martial artist cannot withstand. Once inside the forest, Gu Xian explained in a low voice. He moved through the woods with incredible agility like a nimble leopard, as if this place were his own backyard. Qinglian could keep up partly due to his superior movement technique, and partly due to the minor abilities he had gained from slaying martial artists. Good. He nodded and followed Gu Xian closely. From his discerning perspective, despite Gu Xian's youth, he was a seasoned hunter in these woods. Skilled and seamless. Every movement seemed to blend into the surroundings, and the sound of his footsteps was as faint as the rustle of leaves in the night breeze. Constable Li, these are the pine trees. They bear a very bitter fruit. When the fruit is fully ripe, the pulp inside turns into pine oil. But it only lasts for 3 days. After that, the pine oil seeps into the fruit's shell and is absorbed, forming the outer fuzz. Halfway up the mountain, Gu Xian stopped and took the initiative to explain to Qinglian. He picked up a fruit from the ground. The fruit was not large, only the size of a fist. When pried open, it contained a liquid colorless and odorless. If he hadn't trusted Gu Xian, he might have mistaken it for water. The pine tree was completely different from the ones he knew, an entirely distinct species. Under Gu Xian's guidance, Qinglian learned how to select fruits containing pine oil. The two of them searched at great speed. After a full hour, they had gathered a large pile of fruit. Then they opened the fruits and scattered the pine oil around the area. It's a pity we don't have more men. If we could silently surround Jinji Mountain and set it ablaze, those bandits would have no escape. Gu Xian said regretfully, a hint of unwillingness flickering in his eyes. It's fine. Tonight the wind is from the northeast. Even the heavens are helping us. You start the fire here. I'll go to the front of Jinji Mountain. They've built that terrain so there's only one way down. I'll wait there. I'll kill anyone who comes out. Qinglian said in a low voice. All right, Constable Li. I'll start the fire in 1 incense stick's time. Gu Xian said with a trace of excitement on his youthful face. After parting ways with Gu Xian, Qinglian rushed at top speed to the front side of Jinji Mountain. Halfway up, a hidden sentry post was built there. Anyone trying to ascend the mountain would be noticed. However, the 2 bandits on patrol in the watchtower were extremely lax, as they were on guard against large groups of soldiers, not individual powerful martial artists. Boom! After a moment's wait, the dark night sky to the northeast began to glow red. The forest had clearly caught fire. The wind fanned the flames. The fire burned even more fiercely. Rolling smoke could be seen like a terrifying beast roaring and surging. Clang clang. The clear distant sound of an alarm bell rang from the mountaintops, spreading in all directions. Qinglian could clearly hear the commotion at the summit. Is that a fire? Damn it! That little bastard on patrol started a huge fire. From the watchtower, the two sentry bandits also noticed the disturbance and began to curse. As their attention was fixed on the blazing night sky, Qinglian stealthily crept forward. His long blade swept up two brilliant arcs of light, engulfing the two hidden sentries. With a dull thud, the two men were decapitated, their bodies falling before they could even blow the whistles hanging around their necks. What an excellent vantage point indeed! Standing atop the watchtower a full 5 meters high, he could look down and see the entire lower half of the mountain. In daylight, even the slightest movement would be visible. Looking up, he could also see the only path leading down from the summit of Golden Rooster Mountain. The one who chose this spot for the watchtower was indeed quite talented. Put out the fire. Move it, all of you. Hurry and pack up, especially the warehouse. Urgent shouts rang out from the mountaintop. Carried by the night wind, the sounds reached Qinglian's ears. He waited with extreme patience. The flames grew fiercer, painting half the sky red. It could probably be seen faintly even in the county town 100 li away. On the summit of Golden Rooster Mountain, buildings were arranged in an orderly fashion, mostly wooden houses, though a few stony and wood structures existed. The raging flames, like an enraged demon, surged toward the summit. Though the fire hadn't yet reached them, the scorching air and ash sent chills down their spines, filling them with dread. The bandit stronghold was in utter chaos. Faced with death, no one could remain calm. A burly man with muscles like coiling dragons stood on the roof of the assembly hall, his blade in hand, scanning the chaotic scene with murderous eyes. "Boss, the fire is spreading. We need to leave now or it'll be too late." A lean man with a goatee rushed to the burly man's side, his face filled with urgency. "Was it arson?" the burly man asked in a deep voice. "Can't say for sure yet, but probably not. Causing such a commotion would require many people, yet we have full control over Golden Rooster Mountain. We'd have noticed if a large group approached. If there were truly such a team of experts, they wouldn't need to resort to this." The goateed man shook his head, spreading his hands as he offered his opinion. "Third brother, remember when we first founded Golden Rooster Fort? It was just you, me, second brother, and sixth brother. We had barely 20 men then. Now we're a stronghold of over 300. Pity it's already falling apart. This fire is timely. It silences those who refuse to leave." The burly man sighed, gripping his broadsword. "Boss, while Golden Rooster Fort is where we started, it's too confined. And with that man in Luoshui County's inner city pulling the strings, trouble was inevitable. I often dislike second brother. His ambition is too great, but I think he wasn't wrong this time." Third brother tried to persuade him. "True enough. These days there are no truly independent bandits under the Great Qian dynasty. Enough of this. Lead the men down the mountain first. I'll cover the rear. Be careful on the way down. Even if we haven't found the arsonist, this fire is too coincidental." The burly man warned with a grave expression. "Don't worry, boss. If anything were wrong, word would have come from Luoshui County by now." The third chief smiled, casually cupping his fists. He immediately called the other bandits to gather supplies and descend. Qinglian, waiting halfway up the mountain, spotted the disorganized column coming down and fixed his gaze on the leading bandit. Name Chun Lifu, identity third chief of Golden Rooster Fort Realm, 8th grade mid-stage. When Qinglian saw the man's information, his eyes lit up and his spirit energy stirred. Each of the bandit chiefs' heads carried a bounty and merit. Though the opponent's martial realm was decent, his martial arts were too poor. He hadn't even learned an 8th grade martial art. Disappointing. Bandits are just bandits, not worth mentioning. Qinglian muttered to himself. He was the typical case of the well-fed not understanding the starving. Nowadays all resources for martial cultivation were monopolized. In a place like Luoshui County, only the imperial court and certain families could provide 8th grade martial arts. Others had to either get incredibly lucky with a fortuitous encounter or join a faction. There were no other paths. 8th grade martial arts circulating outside were prohibitively expensive, and no one could guarantee they weren't flawed. Without his system, Qinglian would have struggled even to obtain 9th grade arts, let alone 8th grade. Here they come. As the bandits neared the watchtower, Qinglian leaped down from it, long blade in hand, and stood at the mountain pass. One man could hold the pass against 10,000. The long line of torches drew closer. The leading third chief seemed to sense something stopping 10 meters from Qinglian. He snatched a torch from a nearby bandit and tossed it forward. The torchlight dispelled the darkness, illuminating Qinglian's figure. A black-skinned dog. It's a black-skinned dog. How is there one ahead? Are we surrounded? At the sight of Qinglian, many bandits panicked. The third chief warily scanned the surroundings, fearing they had been caught in a trap. No need to look. I'm the only one here. If you want to go down the mountain, you'll have to get past me. Qinglian said coldly. Heh. Since when do black-skinned dogs dare to act so arrogantly outside the city? Kill him. Seeing that Qinglian was truly alone, the third chief sneered, two long daggers sliding from his sleeves. Like a mountain gazelle, he charged at Qinglian with incredible speed. The other bandits followed, shouting, as they surged forward like a river intent on overwhelming him. With a soft thud, Qinglian's long blade traced a perfect arc, its tip grazing the man's neck and drawing a trail of vivid bloody blossoms. The third chief fell dead. Kill him. Kill this black-skinned dog. Finish him. Angry shouts erupted from the long line of torches echoing through the silent forest. They all seemed to mistake Qinglian for easy prey. Even as some cried out that the third chief was dead and tried to retreat, they were pushed forward by the relentless tide of bandits behind them. With each swing of his blade, Qinglian became a butcher reaping a life. Soon the ground at his feet was littered with bandit corpses. Crimson blood flowed in streams. Only after more than 40 bandits had fallen did panic set in, sending them scattering in all directions. Some fell into traps they had set themselves, others tumbled off cliffs. Chaos reigned. Who dares block our path? A thunderous voice boomed. A towering muscular figure came crashing through the woods, wielding a massive blade like a long saber. Brutal and fierce, the saber could cleave a warhorse. A massive broadsword over 2 meters in length was raised high. Bathed in the glow of the flames, the blade shimmered crimson, as if steeped in blood. It cleaved through the darkness, descending upon Qinglian's head. Qinglian narrowed his eyes, his expression solemn, as he regarded the towering burly man who swooped down like a fierce eagle. From the personal information provided by the system, this man was unmistakably Hong Tai, the current Grand Chieftain of Golden Rooster Stockade. His martial arts cultivation had already reached the 8th grade perfection, and he had also mastered an 8th grade martial art to its grand completion. Such strength demanded Qinglian's full attention. He immediately executed his movement technique to evade, simultaneously slashing his long blade toward Hong Tai from a tricky angle. With a thunderous crash, the broadsword struck down, shattering the constructed barrier into ruins. Hong Tai swept his blade horizontally, creating a zone of destruction, spanning 5 meters around him. His ferocious might was overwhelming. Hong Tai, your crimes of plunder, slaughtering villagers, and defiling women are too numerous to record. You deserve 10,000 deaths. Qinglian let out a mighty roar, leaping up to lightly touch the tip of his opponent's broadsword like a dragonfly skimming water. He swept past his long blade, conjuring a shroud of mist as it arced toward Hong Tai's neck. Ha ha! You think a mangy black dog like you can take your grandpa's life? Hong Tai laughed boisterously, seemingly dismissing Qinglian entirely. Yet his broadsword swung, its long shaft rising vertically. Clang! Qinglian's blade struck the metal shaft of Hong Tai's weapon. A force of recoil surged back. He turned like a swallow, executing another strike at Hong Tai. From this brief exchange, he discerned that Hong Tai's swordsmanship was sweeping and domineering like a battlefield general, yet lacking in finesse. Physically, they were evenly matched. In fact, in terms of agility and speed, Qinglian held a slight edge. The reason was his cultivation of the golden body and jade bone art, an exceptional method for tempering sinews and forging bones. Suddenly, arrows whistled out from the darkness. They embedded themselves into the bandits who had been eyeing Qinglian menacingly. Guxian had arrived. Screams erupted. There's a divine archer in the shadows. Run! The bandits scattered, some charging toward the source of the arrows to eliminate Guxian. Others abandoned their bundles, fleeing through the breach Hong Tai had created. Oh Hong Tai, I forgot to tell you. The other chieftains of Golden Rooster Stockade have all died by my hand. That old man, you, the big fool, slaughtering villagers, and the 5th chieftain. Now only you and Yang Xuanzi remain. Today you want to escape death. Qinglian deliberately provoked him with words. He executed the 18 cloud shadow slashes flawlessly, each stroke as natural as an antelope hanging its horns. Combined with his perfected movement technique, His form was ethereal and agile. Many wounds were carved into Hong Tai's body. Crimson blood seeped out, making him look like a man drenched in gore. I care not for my dead brothers, life and death are fated. But soon you'll join them in the underworld along with your family. Though Hong Tai was physically imposing, his mind was far from simple. In fact, it was exceptionally sharp. He maintained his composure, guarding his weaknesses, tenaciously waiting for the moment to counter. Clouds part to see the moon. Suddenly Qinglian's figure split into two phantoms, making it impossible to discern the real one. His long blade emerged like a crescent moon breaking through the clouds. Beautiful, treacherous, and lethal. Hong Tai's expression shifted dramatically, as if he hadn't anticipated such terrifying swordsmanship. It was too fast, too bizarre. With a wet thud, despite Hong Tai's attempt to block with his broadsword, the blade light struck his right wrist from an uncanny angle. The wrist was severed cleanly, and the broadsword clattered to the ground. The two phantoms Qinglian had conjured slowly faded, and his real form appeared before Hong Tai, his long blade pressed against the man's neck. You mangy black dog, you're quite skilled. Even Zhang Huaid probably can't match you now. Hong Tai's face was pale, clutching his severed hand as he stared at Qinglian. Still trying to sow discord even now? Who is Golden Rooster Stockade collecting blood for? Qinglian asked with a cold sneer. Heh, so that's what you're after. Go ahead, kill me. My second brother will surely avenge me. Hong Tai let out a grim laugh, closing his eyes to await death. Ha! For a bandit chieftain, you're surprisingly naive. Do you think that person will spare your good second brother once he gets what he wants? Throughout history, none who have conspired with a tiger have met a good end. Qinglian said contemptuously. Hearing this, Hong Tai's face shifted, darkening with uncertainty. That man is the wanted Xie Danqing. He's collecting blood essence, likely for a blood sacrifice. He snarled at Qinglian, deliberately leaking the information, hoping Qinglian would confront that man and be killed in turn. It is him. My instincts were right. If it's him, the reason for his wanted status is probably far more complicated. Qinglian mused inwardly. With a flick of his wrist, his long blade swept out. With a wet sound, Hong Tai's head was severed. At that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. The bandits had all fled, leaving only a field of corpses and scattered torches among the forest. Faint screams could occasionally be heard from the woods. Guxian was pursuing the remaining bandits. Qinglian sheathed his long blade and began searching the bodies. He started with Hong Tai, who carried a large bundle on his back. Inside the bundle were thick stacks of banknotes, loose silver, 3 martial arts manuals, a jade box, and pills. What kind of spiritual herb is this? To be preserved in a jade box. Opening the jade box, Qinglian saw a 5-colored flower inside, emitting a faint, refreshing fragrance. A single whiff cleared the mind and invigorated the spirit. Whatever. He'll eat it first and turn it into experience points. Without a moment's hesitation, Qinglian devoured the 5-colored flower like a cow chewing peonies. He was desperately in need of experience points. No matter what effect the flower had, converting it into experience points was the most beneficial. He also consumed the pills from the porcelain bottle. 2,000 experience points, 62 experience points, 145 experience points. Wow, a direct increase of 2,000 points. That 5-colored flower must be extremely precious. Qinglian mused to himself. He continued searching, finding many ungraded martial arts manuals, loose silver, and banknotes. Truly, killing and looting is the most profitable. In 3 years since my transmigration, I haven't earned as much silver as I did tonight. He let out a long sigh. Tonight, he had not only gained substantial silver, but also a staggering 3429 experience points. These points were enough to elevate his 18 cloud shadow slashes to perfection and push him into the 8th grade perfection realm. However, he had just reached the 8th grade late stage. He hadn't yet adapted to the bodily transformations or achieved perfect control over his strength. Breaking through further would surely make his foundation unstable, hindering his future growth. Moreover, advancing from 9th grade perfection to 8th grade perfection in just 10 odd days, spanning an entire major realm, would surely arouse suspicion. All things considered, improving his martial arts was the best course, as it would also continue to enhance his combat prowess. Rustling sounds emerged from the darkness as Guxian stepped out. His body bore several fresh bloodstains, his youthful face was spattered with blood, and a fierce bestial aura flickered in his eyes. Captain Li, many bandits escaped. He said nervously, "It's fine. The monk may run away, but the temple can't." The remnants won't cause much trouble. Come pick one. Qinglian waved his hand, dismissively laying out the collected martial arts manuals. Thank you, Captain Li. Gu Xian's face flushed with excitement. In an era where resources were highly monopolized, any martial art was precious. Even a 9th-rank martial art felt like a dream to a rural youth like Gu Xian. After all, a single 9th-rank manual could sustain a local squire. Ultimately, Gu Xian chose a 9th-rank martial art, the chain dagger. His forte was archery. For close combat, the chain dagger would suffice. Let's deal with Hong Tai's body first. Qinglian pointed at the burly corpse. Captain Li, don't we need to take his head back to claim credit? No need. Too flashy. Better to keep a low profile. Qinglian did want to take the chieftain's head back. But after careful consideration, the drawbacks outweighed the benefits, so he dropped the idea. Taking the heads of the 4th and 5th chieftains of Golden Rooster Stronghold back should be shocking enough to astound the families in the inner city. It would also make the family backing the stronghold bear a deep grudge against him. As matters at the stronghold were settled, the flames continued to rage, spreading to the mountaintop. Even halfway up the mountain, Qinglian could still feel a faint heat. The two of them, carrying the spoils of their expedition, rode back to Sancher village. Chief, you took care of the Golden Rooster Stronghold. Seeing them return, Dong Rennie immediately approached and asked. The massive blaze on Golden Rooster Mountain was too conspicuous. Sancher village could surely spot it. More or less. We had the advantage of terrain and weather, Qinglian said with a smile. He knew how fortunate they were to have taken the stronghold in one night. If not for the east wind and the pine trees surrounding the stronghold, taking it completely would have been a pipe dream. Without those conditions, just the two of them would have seen the fire extinguished as soon as it started. With so many bandits, they would have been overwhelmed. Gu Xian, can your kestrel still deliver a message to the county office? Qinglian turned to ask. Yes. Gu Xian whistled. A sharp screech echoed through the dark night sky. The next moment, a dark silhouette descended from the heavens, landing on Gu Xian's shoulder. A kestrel, a full foot tall, looking exceptionally majestic. It nuzzled its head affectionately against Gu Xian's face. Good. Qinglian nodded in satisfaction, then found a piece of straw paper, wrote a letter with a charcoal stick, and handed it to Gu Xian for his kestrel to deliver to the county office. Chief, 3 of those women died. Only 9 are still alive. I had Damao and the others bring water and clothes. They've cleaned up and their spirits have improved a bit. But Chief, how do you plan to settle them? Dong Rennie asked in a low voice. Take them to the county town first and find a temporary place for them. I happen to be planning to open a tavern and some other shops. They can help out there. At the very least, we need to give them a way to survive. Qinglian said after a moment of thought. Now that Sancher village was also destroyed, only a few violated weak women remained. If they couldn't offer them a reason to live, their fate would be grim. The chief has a kind heart. Dong Rennie sighed with emotion. Next, Qinglian explained his plan to the women. If they had relatives to turn to, they were free to do so, and he would not interfere. He also gave Dong Rennie and the others some silver and the martial arts manuals they had looted. After arranging everything, Qinglian sat in meditation in the ancestral hall to rest. He awaited a reply from Chief Zhang and began using experience points to integrate new martial arts. About a quarter of an hour later, Qinglian's skill list underwent a dramatic transformation. Skills: Golden Body, Jade Bone Art, Level 6, 8th rank Martial Arts. Cloud Shadow 18 / Perfection. Drifting Leaf Body Art, Great Success. 3 Een 3 Yang Palm, Minor Success. Bone Splitting Joint Locking Hand, Proficient. Returning Willow Sword, Proficient. Experience points 875. His saber technique had reached perfection, unleashing formidable power. He had also gained 3 additional 8th rank martial arts. Even without a blade, he would no longer be caught off guard. His overall strength had ascended to a new level. If he were to face the previous Hong Tai now, he could take the man's life in no more than 2 exchanges. In fact, those who could master an 8th rank martial art to perfection were either prodigies of extraordinary comprehension or veterans who had delved into the 8th rank for decades. With his current strength, he could boldly declare that unless a 7th rank expert appeared, none could rival him. He rose, found an open space, and began to practice, slowly letting the martial arts merge into his muscles and instincts. After more than an hour, finally there was a stir. The sound of hooves echoed through the silent village. Brother Li, old Su is here. Before Qinglian could go out to check, Su Dashan's loud voice rang out. The hoofbeats stopped. The somewhat stout Chief Zhang strode in first with Su Dashan and 3 other constables following behind. Subordinate greets the chief. Qinglian immediately stepped forward, cupping his fists. Qinglian, you've truly given me a pleasant surprise. I never imagined that the Golden Rooster stronghold bandits who have plagued Luoshui County for decades would be burned to ashes by you with a single fire. We took a look at Golden Rooster Mountain. Quite a few bandits died. Unfortunately, the fire at the peak hasn't subsided yet, so we can't inspect the specifics. But just this feat alone earns you great merit. Chief Zhang said with a hint of emotion. It's all thanks to the chief for giving me this opportunity. Chief, these are the heads of the 4th and 5th chieftains of the Golden Rooster stronghold. The body of the 3rd chieftain should still be on the mountain. Qinglian took the crude wooden box containing the heads from Dong Rennie and respectfully handed it over. Chief Zhang opened the box and examined the heads inside. There were also dozens of banknotes. He nodded with great satisfaction, his gaze toward Qinglian growing even more amiable. Good, these are indeed the heads of the 4th chieftain Brutvajra and the 5th chieftain Leopard of the Golden Rooster stronghold. When we return, I will tally the records and report your merits as quickly as possible. Thank you, Chief. Qinglian quickly expressed his gratitude and pulled Guxian forward. Chief, this is Guxian. Though young, he is already a 9th-rank midstage martial artist and his archery is exceptionally skilled. He played a major role in my burning down the Golden Rooster stronghold. I venture to ask for a constable position for Guxian. Please give him a chance, Chief. What a fine young lad. No wonder I noticed many bandits on the mountain died from arrows, so you were the one. Where are you from? Chief Zhang sized up Guxian, praised him, and asked. Chief, I am from Tiger Head Town. My uncle is the town's administrator. Guxian quickly cupped his fists, his face filled with excitement. A son of Administrator Gu. Then you're one of us. Since you've rendered great service this time, I'll give you a chance. But whether you can seize it depends on your own ability. For now, you may serve as a runner under Captain Li. Thank you, Chief. Guxian immediately knelt on one knee and cupped his fists in gratitude. Rise. You're a good lad. Qinglian, make sure to train him well. You've worked hard today. Leave the rest to us. Take a day off and get some proper rest. Also be careful. If you're uneasy, you can stay at the county office. Zhang Huaid said with a warm, kind smile, indirectly warning Qinglian. Chief Constable, there are still some matters I need to report to you. Qinglian glanced around and spoke with a serious expression. Oh! Follow me. Chief Constable Zhang glanced at Qinglian, then his figure flickered and vanished from the ancestral hall courtyard like a night owl. It was hard to imagine that his greasy, slightly plump frame could move so swiftly, clearly. He had cultivated an exceptionally advanced movement technique. Qinglian followed his form, drifting like a falling leaf, his movements even more graceful. Don't hold back, unleash your full strength. I'm not one obsessed with power. What's the point of hiding from me? Zhang Huaid slightly turned his head to glance at Qinglian. Then I shall be presumptuous. Qinglian gritted his teeth and exerted 50% of his speed, catching up to Chief Constable Zhang, and even taking a half-step lead. In an instant, the two arrived before the mountain of corpses at the entrance of Shur village, stopping almost simultaneously. Good lad, you've learned an advanced movement technique. Quite the deep secret. I suspect your martial realm is far beyond the early 8th rank. Zhang Huaid patted his slightly protruding belly, caught his breath, and looked at Qinglian with a knowing smile. Enough, no need to explain. I wouldn't fear having a capable subordinate. Let me tell you in advance, once matters in Luoshui County are settled, I may be leaving and the chief constable position will be vacant. The new constable Zhao Kuang has already set his sights on it. If you want that position, you must be cautious. Meritorious deeds alone won't suffice. You need absolute strength. Seeing Qinglian open his mouth, he interrupted bluntly and patted his shoulder earnestly. Thank you for the warning, Chief Constable. I will give my all. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You truly have ambition. If you continued to play the fool, I would never recommend you to the higher-ups. Zhao Kuang is merely a pawn of the county magistrate. The county magistrate has tried to meddle in our constable affairs more than once. Zhang Huaid laughed heartily, adding a word of advice for Qinglian. By the way, what did you need to report? He shifted the topic. Chief Constable, have you heard of the Eternal Life Society? Qinglian asked cautiously. What? The Eternal Life Society? Where did you hear that name? Zhang Wei's body trembled and a stern cold light burst from his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Qinglian. I learned it from the bandits. They slaughtered the village to harvest vital blood, and the mastermind is Xie Danqing. They likely have some kind of deal. Moreover, Xie Danqing needs vast amounts of vital blood, and he commands many bizarre martial artists. Li Qinglian recounted all the details about the Sanhe gang, the Eternal Life Society, and Xie Danqing. So that's how it is. I see now. I never imagined the string of incidents in Luoshui County were all tied to Xie Danqing and the Sanhe gang. Zhang Huai murmured in sudden realization. But why did you only speak now? I was afraid. It felt like too many martial artists were involved, and I didn't expect the outposts extracting corpses to be linked to the Eternal Life Society. Li Qinglian feigned a bitter, helpless expression. I suppose you finally came clean because you realized your shoulders are too small to bear this burden. Zhang Huai taunted. Enough. I'll report this to the higher-ups immediately. Just keep your mouth shut. You don't need to know too much about the Eternal Life Society. It's beyond our scope. I'll request some bone-tempering pills for you from above. Strive to elevate your realm. Don't lose to Zhao Kuang and embarrass me. Thank you, Chief Constable. No matter where you serve in the future, you will always be my Chief Constable. Li Qinglian spoke with solemn sincerity. Enough flattery. Get lost. I have to deal with this mess in the dead of night. Zhang Huai cursed, voicing his extreme displeasure. Li Qinglian clasped his fists, turned, and headed back to the ancestral hall courtyard. After his figure vanished, Zhang Wei's face grew unprecedentedly grave. I never thought Nanhe would be tainted by the Eternal Life Society. No wonder that old fox Qiao Si was so anxious. He was afraid those secrets would be exposed. Lucky that the boy stumbled upon these matters. Otherwise, Luoshui County would have shaken the empire. But how did those bandits learn of the Eternal Life Society? Zhang Huai murmured to himself, a trace of doubt surfacing in his eyes. Li Qinglian attributed all the abilities granted by his system to the Golden Rooster Fort bandits. After all, the chieftain was dead. No one could dispute it. Even if the higher-ups investigated, they wouldn't suspect him. In their eyes, he was merely a lowly constable with no channels to access such things. Chief, should we return to the county town now? Back at the ancestral hall courtyard, Dong Rennie approached and asked. No, well, rest overnight and head back tomorrow. It's too late to find them lodging now. Li Qinglian shook his head. Brother Li, impressive. You single-handedly took down the Golden Rooster Fort bandits. I'll leave things here to you. I have to deal with the village corpses. Alas, at my age, all I'm good for is the dirty work. Su Dashin walked over, offering a compliment. Before Li Qinglian could respond, he strode out of the ancestral hall with his men. Li Qinglian could only smile wryly. What followed was no longer their concern. Chief Constable Zhang would oversee the affairs of the two villages and Golden Rooster Mountain. Li Qinglian rested easy. The next day he awoke. Dong Rennie and the others were already up, having prepared a meal with the village's rice and flour. Guxian had also caught 2 wild rabbits which were served with flatbread and bone broth. A simple breakfast sufficed. After eating their fill, Li Qinglian led the 9 surviving women to the county town. To accommodate them, Li Qinglian procured a carriage from the village head's family and deliberately slowed their pace. Guxian, you have 1 day. Report to the county office tomorrow. Passing through Hutu town, Li Qinglian addressed Guxian. Yes, Constable Li. Guxian replied loudly. After parting ways, Li Qinglian and his group continued on. There was no longer any need to worry about matters in Hutu town. The culprit was Han Ziwen, one of the blood attendants. He had retreated and no further incidents would occur. Rennie, remember, first rent a place to settle them down. Upon entering the county town, Li Qinglian instructed Dong Rennie. Chief, rest assured. Dong Rennie guaranteed. Li Qinglian nodded and rode ahead into the inner city. As soon as he entered the inner city, he encountered Ho Feng, who seemed to be waiting specifically for him. What happened? Seeing Ho Feng, his heart sank with a premonition, and he asked grimly. Chief, I failed to watch over Zhang Yunyang. She's gone. Ho Feng hung his head in guilt. What exactly is going on? Li Qinglian's face turned cold as his hand gripping the reins tightened. It was one of Fang's clerks who lured Zhang Yunyang out with a letter. The mastermind behind it was Fang Yaoxian, but I heard Fang Yaoxian is dead in the alley behind the county office. Based on my speculation, Fang Yaoxian had just met Zhang Yunyang when a third party intervened, killed Fang Yaoxian, and took Zhang Yunyang away. Ho Feng said uneasily. A third party? Keep an eye on the Chao family's movements and make sure to protect yourself. What happened to Zhang Yunyang is not your fault. and you had no obligation to protect her. Li Qinglian instinctively thought of the Chao family. Back in the outskirts cemetery, it was the Chao family's death warriors who attacked him disguised as the Fong family. He couldn't help but suspect the Chao family. Yes, Chief. Seeing that Li Qinglian did not blame him, Ho Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Return my horse to the county office. Li Qinglian dismounted, handed the reins to Ho Feng, and walked toward home. He set aside the matter of Zhang Yunyang for now. Whatever the third party's intentions, he believed news would arrive soon. It was likely either to use him or to threaten him. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Jinling dressed in a goose-yellow pleated skirt, her hands behind her back directing craftsmen who were renovating the courtyard. Part of the courtyard wall had even been dismantled. Jinling, this is? He asked in confusion. The master has returned. Jinling walked over quickly, brimming with joy, and explained patiently. Master, the lady has grown accustomed to living here and doesn't like moving about. Coincidentally, the neighbor on the right wanted to sell their courtyard, so the lady bought it. We're just having it connected and renovated. It'll be more than enough for us to live in. Bought it? Do we have enough money at home? Li Qinglian quickly asked. No sooner had he spoken than he felt foolish. After all, she was the revered holy maiden of the demon sect, a martial artist at the third-rank perfection. How could she be short of money? The right neighbor's courtyard was much larger than theirs, featuring a flowing stream, covered walkways, a pavilion, and more, occupying about 10 mu of land. When he got married, he had his eye on that courtyard, but it was too expensive. It cost 1,200 taels of silver. He never expected his wife to have bought it. It's enough. Could it be that the master has forgotten? The lady still has quite a bit of her dowry. Jinling said, her almond eyes sparkling. Oh. After exchanging a few words with Jinling, Li Qinglian strode quickly toward the main house. When he pushed open the door and entered, he found his wife seated at a wooden table, her head bowed, studying a yellowed blueprint while meticulously sketching something on a sheet of rice paper. Husband, you're back. Xin Yushu looked up, a gentle smile gracing her jade-like face. My dear, I apologize. Something came up at the county office yesterday, so I had to leave town. I didn't have time to inform you, and I made you worry. Li Qinglian stepped forward, embraced Xin Yushu, and spoke apologetically. You know, that's all I ask. Just don't make us worry again in the future. Husband, look, this is the blueprint for the right neighbor's residence. I was thinking of arranging it myself so the renovated home will be more to our liking. Do you have any suggestions? Xin Yushu's voice was exceedingly gentle. No, I don't have high demands for such things. As long as you're satisfied, my dear. By the way, let me entrust these to you. Li Qinglian shook his head, then took out the banknotes he had collected and handed them all to Xin Yushu. So much. Husband, you didn't go rob someone, did you? Xin Yushu took the banknotes and asked with a hint of suspicion. I did indeed go robbing. A band of bandits. Those bandits were really wealthy, but now it's all ours. Li Qinglian said with a smile. As long as we have enough silver to spend, what I truly want is your safety, husband. Don't worry, my dear. Your husband is now a person of some standing in Luoshui County. Nothing will happen to me. Li Qinglian said with great confidence. After chatting with his wife for a while, he decided to get some more rest. He had been busy until the early hours of the morning. He hadn't rested long before dawn broke, and then he had traveled for another 2 hours. He was indeed a bit tired. No sooner had he lain down than he heard the sound of light footsteps approaching. Even without opening his eyes, he knew it had to be Jinling. It couldn't be anyone else but that teasing little imp. A lively daisy-like fragrance wafted over, followed by something warm and moist pressing against his cheek with a soft smack. Jinling, can you just let me rest properly? Li Qinglian opened his eyes helplessly. Sure enough, there was Jinling, her chin resting on her hands, leaning by the bedside, grinning at him and licking her lips. Master, how about we make up for last night now? She deliberately pulled her collar open, revealing her fair shoulder, and fluttered her almond eyes seductively. Come on then. I'll show you just how formidable your master can be. If you can get out of bed today, I'll walk backwards from now on. Li Qinglian snorted, his tone extremely firm. With his breakthrough in martial arts and significantly enhanced physical condition, he felt he was more than capable again. He reached out, grabbed Jinling's slender wrist, and began to pull her onto the bed. Master, I was just joking. It's broad daylight. Not a good time. But tonight I've prepared a fun game. Get some good rest and don't disappoint your servant, all right? Jinling slipped free from Li Qinglian's grip, pouted, kissed her own finger lightly, then pressed that finger to Li Qinglian's lips, sticking out her tongue playfully. With a giggle, she skipped happily out of the room. What a little vixen. Qinglian lifted the blanket, glanced at his aroused state, and said helplessly. At the same time, he began to look forward to the night. He was very curious about what kind of tricks that little vixen Qinglian had up her sleeve. When he woke up, it was already dusk. He felt extremely refreshed. By this time, dinner was also ready. After a hearty meal, Qinglian felt in top form. He felt he could handle 3 or 4 little vixens like Qinglian with ease. My dear, how about we turn in for the night? Satiated and amorous Qinglian took the initiative to wrap his arm around Shun Yushu's slender waist and whispered softly into her ear. Aren't you going to play that game with Qinglian? Qinglian is ready. Shun Yushu's delicate body trembled slightly, then she called out toward the side room. Qinglian, I'm coming, mistress. A moment later, Qinglian appeared wearing a water-green bellyband and holding a black silk ribbon in her hand. Master, are you ready? First cover your eyes. Before Qinglian could ask, Qinglian walked over, giggled, and blindfolded him with the ribbon. Qinglian, what kind of game is this? Can you give me a hint in advance? Qinglian asked. It won't be fun if I tell you. Master just needs to follow my guidance. Please come with me. He felt his large hand being led by a pair of soft small hands, and then he was guided out of the main room. It seemed they entered a side chamber. The temperature inside was pleasant, and the air was filled with steam. Master, the bath barrel is right ahead. Let me help you undress. Please get in first and wait a moment. The game will begin soon. Oh, and Master, this game is called Silent Ecstasy. During the game, no one is allowed to speak, and Master must not remove the black ribbon. Qinglian instructed, then took the initiative to help Qinglian undress. After Qinglian had settled into the bath barrel, she seemed to move to the other side of the chamber. A spacious bath barrel intricately crafted to allow one to sit within. Immersed in the barrel, feeling the slightly scalding water temperature, even before washing he felt an immense relaxation throughout his body. Black silk veiled his eyes, granting him a peculiar sensation. Just then the faintest sound of footsteps arose. It seemed as if a woman was approaching with bare jade-like feet. Qinglian. He was about to call out, but recalled the rules of the game and could only close his mouth. He was also somewhat curious about this game Qinglian had devised. He was eager to know what Qinglian would do next. The footsteps drew near, and he could clearly hear the hurried, uneasy breaths of the approaching person. It doesn't seem to be Qinglian, but who else could it be? Perhaps another maidservant by my wife's side. Qinglian thought to himself, filled with immense anticipation. Judging by the appearances of his wife and Qinglian, he knew that the maidservants by his wife's side were by no means ordinary, all were exceptionally beautiful. As a man, especially in this era, he naturally desired multiple wives and concubines. His wife being so open-minded made him even more satisfied. With a splash, water rippled in the bath barrel as if she had entered it. Faintly, he could also smell a delicate, gentle fragrance. He could even imagine a woman of peerless beauty, unclothed, sharing the same bath barrel, perhaps with her milk-like skin, only an inch away from him. Inexplicably, it stirred a rising flame of desire within him. Just as he was lost in fantasy, with another splash, slightly hot water cascaded over him, and a soft, tender hand pressed against his skin, gently scrubbing, helping him bathe. This hazy sensation made his heart itch. He truly felt an urge to tear off the black silk bandage from his eyes and see which woman was before him. Truly worthy of Qinglian, she really knows how to play. Qinglian sighed inwardly, gaining a new understanding of this little enchantress. This method could indeed stimulate a man's desire more quickly, while also making the experience feel more thrilling. Of course, it also had a significant drawback. If when the black silk was finally untied, the person before him turned out to be a 200 matron, he would probably have a psychological shadow for life. With a splash, the soft little hand continued to bathe him. Sometimes his leg would brush against skin as smooth as silk, and sometimes a softness would brush past his face, carrying a very special fragrance. Qinglian naturally knew what that was. He reached out to touch, but was blocked by another small hand, seemingly forbidding him to move, telling him to just stay still and enjoy. She really knows how to tantalize the heart. At this moment, Qinglian felt as if he were watching a girl group dance through a hard glass wall. Visible yet unattainable. After a long while, an extremely soft, delicate body entered his embrace. Accompanied by a faint, soft moan, everything fell into place naturally. Qinglian could clearly sense that the woman before him was certainly a virgin. In a daze, he seemed to see a woman, shy yet seductive, taking the initiative to make love with him. Just then a light, brisk footstep sounded. Young master, is this game fun? Are you especially curious to know who she is? Hee hee. Qingling's mischievous voice sounded in his ear. She had deliberately leaned close to his ear and even playfully blew a puff of warm air. Not interested. Qinglian replied bluntly. He wouldn't fall for Qingling's trick. If he went along with her wishes, he didn't know what tricks she would come up with next. Really? What if she were a 70 or 80-year-old crone? Would the young master be angry? Qingling deliberately asked. Impossible. How could someone that old have such good skin? Even if you want to fool your young master, you should think of something more plausible, Qinglian said helplessly. The young master is indeed clever. But young master, there is another possibility. For example, she might only have a good figure and good skin, but her face is full of pockmarks, or perhaps her pretty little face is disfigured. Qinling deliberately tried to scare Qinglian. I believe my wife would never treat me like this, Qinglian said with a light chuckle. How boring, no fun at all. Young master can take off the black silk now. Qinling muttered discontentedly, then took the initiative to untie the black silk bandage that covered Qinglian's eyes. The moment the black silk was removed, under the dim yellow lamplight through the misty water vapor, what met his eyes was a swath of snow-white flesh like suet jade. The delicate skin was adorned with glistening water droplets like countless stars scattered across it. It offered an ultimate allure. Why is it you? When he saw the face of the woman in his arms, he was startled. Although he had guessed she would be a stunning beauty, he never expected it to be Zhang Yunyang. He had thought she had been taken away by a third party, but she was actually right there in his own home cooperating with Qinling in this so-called game. Your concubine. Zhang Yunyang's voice was as faint as a mosquito's. She bit her red lip, seeming somewhat embarrassed. At this moment she displayed a woman's charm to its fullest. Her jade-like cheeks were flushed with intoxicating crimson. Her gaze was hazy, as if ripples were spreading on a calm lake surface. Her figure was just right. Voluptuous yet not lacking in elegance. 1 more ounce would be too plump, 1 less too thin. The slender waist beneath Qinglian's hands had even smoother skin, rising and falling with his movements. Young master, are you satisfied? Qingling's laughter was like the tinkling of bells, as if she were taking credit. So this is the game you were talking about? Qinglian cast a helpless glance at Qinling. Young master, I did this all for you. Qinling pouted, looking aggrieved. At that moment her slightly youthful cheeks, flushed by the steam from the bath, were as red as a tempting apple. Paired with her sly and alluring almond eyes, she appeared even more enticing, stirring wicked thoughts in Qinglian's heart. Didn't you want me to make up for last night? Well, now's your chance. He glanced at the rounded contours straining against her aqua-blue bodice, deliberately taunting. Young master, are you sure you can handle it? Qinling feigned shyness, covering her eyes, but peered through her fingers to watch their movements in the tub. Why don't we find out? Qinglian pretended to be annoyed. Don't complain about being tired later, young master. Qinling giggled and stepped into the tub. Water splashed, dancing for whom? Twin swallows soared, chasing clouds and the moon. Winter past spring returned, melting cold snow into fiery passion. Experience 1000. Experience 264. Experience 266. Rain ceased, sky cleared, radiantly bright. On the bed behind the screen in the side chamber, Qinglian lay with a woman in each arm, enjoying the utmost bliss. Zhang Yunyang, like an obedient kitten, still bore a blush on her jade-like face. She curled up on Qinglian's right, a hint of complexity in her clear, watery eyes. Qinling, however, was like a seductive fox spirit, her soft, supple body coiling possessively around Qinglian, a languid look in her eyes. How was it? Did I disappoint? Qinglian patted her firm, round backside. Not bad, much better than last time. But don't forget about the mistress, young master. Qinling giggled, deliberately provoking him. Hearing this, the pride swelling in Qinglian's heart was doused like cold water. Compared to Qinling's lively openness, his own wife was more reserved, but in intimate matters she was by no means inferior. She simply wasn't as indulgent in carnal desires. But as a man, he still had to cherish his wife. Of course I haven't forgotten. Qinling, how did Yunyang end up in our home? Qinglian asked knowingly. Although he suspected it was his wife's doing, he couldn't say so. He feared that if he revealed it, such days would never return. You should ask Yunyang. Qinling blinked her almond eyes. Qinglian turned to Zhang Yunyang, who had shrunk like an ostrich. I was taken by a mysterious person and left in this alley, where I happened to meet the second madame. Yunyang said softly. Her voice trembled, clearly unaccustomed to lying. She even glanced nervously at Qinglian, a hint of fear in her eyes. I see. Since you're my woman now, stay home. The Fong family's troubles will be resolved soon, and then you can move freely. Qinglian didn't press further, gently stroking her smooth, delicate skin to comfort her. Zhang Yunyang nodded slightly. Now that her body belonged to this man, even if she still felt uneasy and embarrassed, there was no turning back. She could only rely on him wholeheartedly from now on. You two rest. I'll go see the mistress. Qinglian put on a thin white inner garment and left the side chamber, heading toward the main room. The night breeze blew, dispelling the heat and lust in his heart. His mind turned to the experience points the system had provided. Indeed, this system is quite improper. It seems that with each additional woman by my side, the experience points after each tryst increase from the previous base. The mistress gives around 100 points, Qinglian, over 70, Zhang Yunyang, over 80. The amount of experience is likely a comprehensive evaluation by the system, considering not just martial realm but also youth, beauty, and so on. This means the more women beside me, the more experience I gain each time, Qinglian calculated in his mind. But at the thought of his wife, a pang of guilt struck him. He knew that Zhang Yunyang's entry into the household must have been permitted by his wife, otherwise Qinglian wouldn't have dared. Even with dual cultivation methods, I could still take pills to increase experience. Qinglian mused. Soon he reached the main room's door. With a creak, he pushed open the door. Shen Yushu had not yet rested. She was still by the oil lamp, sitting at a wooden table sketching a courtyard blueprint. On a large sheet of rice paper, an elegant grand courtyard emerged vividly. Her painting skill was superb, her brushwork, precise lines flowing like silk ink, perfectly applied. Wife, why aren't you resting yet? Finish it tomorrow. Painting by lamplight strains the eyes. Qinglian came behind her, his voice full of concern. It's fine, just a few more strokes and it's done. Work can start tomorrow. Oh husband, let me tell you about the shops. Shen Yushu shook her head gently and began describing the 3 shops she had selected. A restaurant, a clothing store, and a cosmetics shop. She had already instructed the craftsmen to renovate them, according to Qinglian's earlier suggestions. Qinglian also mentioned taking in the women from Sanshire village, and his plan to have them work in the shops later. Shen Yushu had no objections, and was even eager to help. By the way husband, you mentioned that girl Xiao Chao is still young. Why not bring her back tomorrow? We could use the help. Shen Yushu's voice was gentle. All right. Qinglian agreed. Moments later, as Shen Yushu made her final brushstroke, the oil lamp was extinguished. Boundless passion filled the bedchamber. Meanwhile, in Green Willow Alley, black-clad figures appeared holding standard-issue longswords, silently converging on Qinglian's home. Shen Yushu, deep in sleep, suddenly opened her eyes, a cold light flashing within them, almost tangible. So they've come to silence us, she thought to herself. Glancing at Qinglian still asleep, she knew this trouble was likely of her husband's making. Though she could annihilate those people with a flick of her finger, since she had been playing the role of a helpless, delicate woman, she couldn't intervene. Sensing something, she gently closed her eyes. The moment she did, Qinglian opened his and looked toward the door. He sprang up, threw on a thin shirt, grabbed his longsword, and headed for the door. Husband, what's wrong? Shen Yushu asked, feigning drowsiness. Wife, there are villains coming. You and Qinglian need to hide quickly. Qinglian said gravely. Though he knew he'd be safe with her around, he had to be cautious. He wasn't sure if she could actually fight, and he didn't want her to reveal her identity. That might change everything between them. Husband, what about you? Shen Yushu asked worriedly. I'll be fine. As long as I'm here, no one can harm you. Qinglian said confidently. He kissed her forehead gently, then took his sword and stepped out. He stepped out of the main house. Qinglian stood with his blade drawn like a guardian deity, his gaze fixed on the approaching figures. As long as he was there, those night raiders would never set foot inside the main house. He was absolutely confident. In his current state, even if a 7th-rank martial artist appeared, he could handle it. Moreover, if worse came to worst, he still had all that experience stored within him. He could continuously strengthen himself. Whoosh whoosh. Figures in black descended from the high walls and rooftops, some wielding longswords, others raising short crossbows. Their expressions were cold and ruthless, clearly trained death warriors. Quite the grand spectacle, deploying 2 8th-rank perfection martial artists and 6 8th-rank late-stage ones. I, Qinglian, am truly honored. Qinglian said coldly. Through the abilities granted by the system, he recognized these men as death warriors raised by the Fong family. Apart from them, Fong Zirong, the third young master of the Fong family, stood atop the high wall clad in black looking down at him. Did he really think that by hiding in the night and covering his face he wouldn't be recognized? Kill! The black-clad death warriors remained silent, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The crossbowman stepped forward, first aiming at Qinglian. Thwang thwang. The sound of triggers being pulled rang out. Short bolts, each only a foot long, shot forth with incredible speed, turning into countless streaks of starlight. They spread out like a great net, completely enveloping Qinglian. But with his drifting leaf movement technique at perfection, he was utterly unafraid. He moved as if strolling through a garden, his steps as light as falling leaves. He dodged every single bolt. In the blink of an eye, he was among the black-clad death warriors. His long sword was like a serpent's tongue, agile and ethereal. One by one, the death warriors fell, their throats slit by the blade, including one 8th rank perfection martial artist. Formation. Attack together. Witnessing this, the remaining death warriors showed no fear, but instead advanced calmly, their movements perfectly coordinated. Unfortunately, despite their cultivation, they couldn't fully utilize it. Their martial arts seemed forcibly elevated. Their physical conditioning and other aspects were lacking. This is 8th rank late-stage martial cultivation, and he's mastered a terrifying blade technique and movement art. Fong Zirong narrowed his eyes from atop the wall, his expression turning grim. Even though he had already overestimated Qinglian facing him now, he realized he had still underestimated him. He had dispatched a considerable force from the family for this assault, yet even an 8th rank perfection martial artist was slain in a single move. Even with the formation support, he couldn't guarantee capturing Qinglian. Should I intervene? He was caught in hesitation. At that moment, 5 more death warriors fell to Qinglian's blade. His blade was terrifying, like a hornless dragon's horn. Unpredictable. Of the 30-plus black-clad figures, only 13 remained. They still couldn't harm Qinglian in the slightest. Instead, he had them in complete disarray. My husband has actually perfected an 8th rank blade technique and mastered a high-level movement art. It seems he too harbors no small secret. It seems his strength has soared since our marriage. Could it be related to marital intimacy? Shin Yushu, clad in a thin silk robe, peered through the door crack, watching Qinglian's battle, speculating inwardly. At that moment, realizing the tide was turning, Fong Zirong decided to act. He approached silently like a phantom. Die! He let out a fierce shout, unleashing unparalleled speed to appear beside Qinglian, striking a palm at his back. The palm strike was vicious, concealing a hidden force. He assumed Qinglian's blade was occupied by the other death warriors and unable to parry. This palm would surely hit Qinglian and gravely wound him. Unexpectedly, Qinglian turned and struck back with a palm of his own. Bang! 2 opposing forces collided, producing a sound like a drumbeat. Fong Zirong was sent flying backward, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. You've also mastered an 8th rank palm technique? He asked, his voice hoarse with disbelief. Qinglian's palm strike was incredibly formidable, blending hardness and softness, embodying yin and yang. Even though Fong Zirong's flying cloud palm was at minor success and he was an 8th rank perfection martial artist, he couldn't withstand it. The force was both domineering and insidious. Caught off guard, he had been wounded. Ha! Finally someone who can speak properly. Sending so many experts to claim my life, Qinglian's. Was there any need to skulk in the shadows? Qinglian chuckled lightly. His blade flashed like an illusion, and 3 more death warriors were slain. Qinglian, you truly are a man of deep schemes. Everyone in Luoshui County underestimated you. Fong Zirong, using the momentum from the palm strike, returned to the high wall, staring at Qinglian with caution and gravity. Thanks for the compliment. Tonight is just the beginning. Many people wish you dead. I hope we meet again. Retreat. Fong Zirong cast a last glance at Qinglian and left decisively. As his words fell, 2 death warriors charged recklessly at Qinglian, as if they had already abandoned all care for their lives. The surviving death warriors immediately activated their movement techniques, and in a few bounds vanished from the courtyard. The 2 who charged forward had their throats slit by Qinglian in an instant, yet they still maintained their poses as if trying to embrace and restrain him. Inside the main house, Shin Yushu's slender fingers toyed with an embroidery needle, moving with agile grace. She had considered intervening covertly several times, but ultimately refrained. My husband could have kept that man here, so why did he choose to let him go? Could he have recognized that man's identity? She pondered. Just then Qinglian sheathed his blade and entered the main house. After comforting his wife, he took out a whistling arrow, lit it, and shot it into the night sky. The whistling arrow was highly visible against the darkness. He was confident that the night patrol officers in the inner city and the county office staff would see it. He had to report tonight's incident to the county office and the chief constable. An attack on a constable was a slap in the face to the county office. Master! Who are they? Qinglian led Zhang Yunyang, dressed in plain white, out, feigning terror, her voice trembling. What an actress, a true Oscar-worthy performance, Qinglian thought to himself. But he still teased. Maybe your master is just too outstanding. Some people can't tolerate such talent in Luoshui County. Master! Qinglian drew out the word, her tone charming and innocent. You two go and rest. I'll handle things here. My colleagues will likely be arriving soon. Hearing this, the two women returned to their room. In the spacious courtyard, Qinglian single-handedly moved the corpses, arranging them neatly. He searched them but found nothing identifiable. They were utterly clean. Before long, a bright torchlight approached. It was the people from the county office. Leading them were the county secretary Go Zhang and chief constable Zhang, followed by Su Dashan Chanxi, and over a dozen constables. Qinglian, someone tried to kill you in the dead of night. Zhang Huaid stepped in, glanced at the black-clad corpses, and asked with a grim expression. Yes, and a few got away. Chief Constable, it seems our Luoshui County has quite a few hidden 8th-rank martial artists. Qinglian nodded, speaking with a smile. Do you suspect those families? Zhang Huaid squinted. It seems the waters in our Luoshui County run deep. To repeatedly attack Constable Li like this is truly excessive. County Secretary Go Zhang seemed to imply something. As advisor Go Zhang spoke, he bent down to examine the wounds on the corpses of the assassins, a look of surprise flickering across his face. From the wounds, he could tell that Qinglian's blade technique had improved further, becoming more fluid and seamless, clearly reaching an exceedingly high realm. His gaze toward Qinglian shifted as well. Why are you standing there gaping? Hurry up and carry the bodies away and clean the courtyard while you're at it. Zhang Huaid turned to glance at the constables behind him. The constables immediately sprang into action, helping to dispose of the bodies and bloodstains in the yard. Qinglian were all on the same side. Behind closed doors, we all know who those assassins were. Normally, this would warrant a thorough investigation. But right now, the situation at Nanha is the priority. You should understand that once this matter is settled, the county office will reopen the case. No matter who is involved, they will pay a heavy price. Zhang Huaid walked up to Qinglian, his expression grave and earnest. I understand, Chief Constable. Thank you. Qinglian nodded. He had summoned the county office not to launch an immediate investigation, but to make a statement someone was moving against a constable appointed by the imperial dynasty. At the very least, it would put the county office on alert. Additionally, the bodies of the assassins needed to be dealt with. Good that you understand. Nanha is practically your turf now. While on patrol, keep a sharp eye out and report anything to me immediately. Zhang Huaid said with pointed implication. Yes, Chief Constable. Qinglian naturally caught the hidden meaning. He was to keep a close watch on the Sanha gang. Thank you all for coming out so late. I appreciate the trouble. Tomorrow I'll treat everyone to a gathering at Shuyunjian. Qinglian turned and clasped his fists toward the other constables. Brother Li, you're a generous man. Well, make sure to feast well tomorrow. Su Dashan said with a laugh. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the constables took the bodies away and the ground was scrubbed clean. Only then did they withdraw. Constable Li, if you have time, come share some tea at the county office. I've come across some fine leaves recently. As he was leaving, Qinglian heard advisor Go Zhang's words in his ear. A technique of condensing breath into sound. It was unmistakably a highly advanced martial art. This revealed that advisor Go was a master concealing his true skill. Qinglian understood it was the magistrate's gesture of alliance. The county office was currently divided among 3 powers. The magistrate oversaw all affairs representing the imperial dynasty locally. The deputy magistrate stood for the interests of noble families, while the military inspector was a figure from the armed forces. The enforcement bureau handled all cases within the county and maintained internal order, wielding considerable authority. Though Qinglian was merely a constable, his displayed prowess had already made him worth the magistrate's effort to recruit. The next day, Qinglian rose early as usual to practice his martial arts. After breakfast, he headed to the southern district to continue his patrol. A night of hard work had greatly increased his experience points. Experience points 2895. With this much experience, he could easily step into the 8th grade perfection. He could even train the golden body and jade bone art to its peak, greatly deepening his foundation. He planned to break through in another 2 or 3 days. Chief, I've settled those women in the southern district in a large courtyard. Dong Rennie reported respectfully upon meeting him. Send Xiao Xiao to my home. She's too young to stay with the others, and I could use an extra hand around the house. Qinglian nodded. Yes, Chief. Dong Rennie quickly replied. After their squad gathered, Qinglian spotted Guxian among the constables. Guxian wore a dark blue constable uniform, a bow slung across his back, and a long saber at his waist, exuding a youthful, heroic air. After nodding at him, Qinglian assigned the day's patrol tasks. Once distributed, pairs of constables led their deputies on separate patrols. Qinglian took Dong Rennie and over a dozen deputies with him. Constable Li care to come up for a drink. As Qinglian patrolled near a tavern 2 streets from the Nanha River, a stranger dressed as a scholar raised his cup from the 2nd floor, calling out to him. Despite the unfamiliar face, Qinglian recognized him immediately. It was none other than Han Ziwen, just wearing a different guise. Continue the patrol without me, Qinglian said to Dong Rennie, then glanced at Han Ziwen and leaped up, landing nimbly on the 2nd floor. Impressive footwork, Constable Li. Please. Han Ziwen praised, gesturing for him to sit. Just say what you need to say. Sitting across from Han Ziwen, Qinglian replied coolly, I don't have time for games. Constable Li, you're truly remarkable to recognize me like this, but am even more impressed by your ability to single-handedly destroy the Golden Rooster stronghold's decades of effort. However, you'd best be wary of those behind the stronghold. Han Ziwen took a sip of wine, a smile playing on his lips. The one behind you is Xie Danqing, isn't it? He's been hoarding so much blood essence and lurking in the Nanha area for so long. There must be a secret there. Qinglian stared at him. Impressive. You've already uncovered that much. On this alone, you've surpassed those so-called powers. Care to guess what secret Nanha holds? Han Ziwen clapped his hands, asking. If you called me here just to tease me, forget it. There are no walls that don't let secrets through. You'll find out eventually. Seeing that Han Ziwen was deliberately playing games, Qinglian stood as if to leave. Constable Li, don't be so hasty. I always keep my word. I'm quite satisfied with how you handled those bandits at the stronghold, so we'll share a piece of information with you. Xie Danqing is no small figure. He's a renegade from Qingshu Palace. He killed that Zhou family scion in Qinghe County, not just out of jealousy, but for something the man carried. That item is something Xie Danqing knows intimately. His entire journey from the murder to hiding in the Nanha area of Luoshui County was meticulously planned. No one else knows this. Not even the Zhou family fully understands. They only have suspicions. By the way, the brother of the slain Zhou man is a prodigy disciple of Qingshu Palace. It was that prodigy who crippled Xie Danqing's martial arts back then. Word has it that after being crippled, all of Xie Danqing's resources were taken by that genius. Han Ziwen stopped there, lifting his cup for a small sip, clearly a gesture to end the conversation. Thanks. Why not just tell me everything you know? Qinglian asked directly. What fun would it be if I told you everything? Han Ziyu said with a faint smile. By the way, Captain Li, your time is running short. He stared at Han Ziyu for a moment but could discern nothing amiss. Qinglian rose and departed decisively. Though he was eager to apprehend Han Ziyu and extract information through interrogation, the man's methods were uncanny, and he was uncertain whether he could even kill him. If this man escaped, it would be exceedingly difficult to learn anything about Xie Danqing from him in the future. Qingshu Palace. I never imagined Xie Danqing had such a background. He had to admit the information Han Ziyu provided was profoundly shocking. The Great Qian Imperial Court, after unifying the realm, divided it into 36 prefectures. Qingshu Palace was the dominant power of Yingzhou Prefecture. Luoshui County was one of the 13 counties of Qinghe Commandery under Yingzhou governance. It was clear that even a disciple of Qingshu Palace was an exalted figure to them, and even a cast-off disciple was beyond their reach. From Han Ziyu's tone, it was easy to infer that he was hinting at what Xie Danqing had obtained from that member of the Zhou family. It seemed that item was the crux of the matter. Based on Han Ziyu's account, it's not hard to deduce that the item likely originally belonged to Xia Danqing, but was taken by the Zhou man's elder brother and bestowed upon him, leading to the killing. If that's true, this matter may involve an even greater secret. And why was Xia Danqing cast off in the first place? Li Qinglian pondered silently. From all the intelligence, the Nanha area seemed like a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest provocation. With Han Ziyu's warning, Li Qinglian remained vigilant during his patrols. In the Nanha region, members of the Zhou family were indeed seen. Though only 8th and 7th rank experts appeared, no one knew if more formidable martial artists lurked in the shadows. The day's patrol was relatively uneventful, with no major incidents. After finishing his shift, Li Qinglian summoned other constables and officers to dine and drink at the waterfront pavilion. The meal cost him a considerable sum. Fortunately, he had obtained a good amount of silver from Gold Rooster Mountain last time. Otherwise, he would have been bankrupted. 2 days later, night fell. Li Qinglian, dressed in loose training clothes, moved with a blend of strength and grace. Now like a soaring dragon, now as fluid as water. His inner strength surged continuously. He had perfect control over every strand. It's time to break through, he thought. He immediately used his experience points to advance the Golden Body Jade Bone Art. Experience 1300. Golden Body Jade Bone Art, 6th layer, 7th layer. Realm late 8th rank, peak 8th rank. Instantly a new set of movement techniques appeared in his mind. An invisible force surged outward, spreading through every part of his body, especially his sinews and bones. His tendons grew more supple and metallic patterns formed on his bones. He grew stronger. His body was now fully capable of performing the new movements. He seamlessly transitioned into them. His blood and qi rumbled like a torrent, and his surging inner strength caused his loose training clothes to snap with a crisp sound, though he had reached peak 8th rank. The Golden Body Jade Bone Art was not yet perfected. The art had 9 layers in total. According to its description, reaching the 7th layer was already commendable for most. Geniuses with luck might attain the 8th layer. The 8th layer forged silver bones. Silver bones were as hard as metal, incredibly tough. Ordinary blades could barely wound them. At this level, even standing still and letting an enemy strike would only cut the skin, not sever a limb. As for the 9th layer, only peerless geniuses with rare, heavenly treasures could hope to achieve it. The difficulty was immense. But if one could reach the 9th layer, they would forge a golden body and jade bones, an unparalleled foundation. From then on, they would be impervious to blades and spears. Their bones would be as lustrous as jade, with immense hardness and flexibility. This would greatly aid a martial artist's future path. Perhaps when I reach the 9th layer of the Golden Body Jade Bone Art, I can use my peak 8th rank cultivation to defeat a 7th rank martial artist from a lower position. Li Qinglian mused. Standing at the entrance of the main house, Xin Yushu watched him with warm eyes, her gaze shimmering like starlight. Husband has already reached peak 8th rank so quickly, but the martial art he practices to temper his sinews and bones doesn't seem complete. It must be a powerful art that can break limits. There's no need to find him a limit-breaking martial art, she murmured to herself. As a peak 3rd rank expert, she understood better than anyone the importance of breaking limits and building a strong foundation. This determined how far one could go in the future. Li Qinglian finished his practice and let out a long breath. Young master, you're amazing. Wipe yourself. Jin Ling, with an adoring look, handed him a white cloth. Li Qinglian's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself, you're a 7th rank expert, and you're praising me. Young master, that cloth is the one I used to bathe myself. Just as he wiped his sweat, Jin Ling's mischievous voice reached his ears. He turned and saw Jin Ling blushing shyly, fiddling with the hem of her clothes like a love-struck maiden stirring desire. Jin Ling, from now on you should be called Little Shapeshifter. Suppressing his rising passion, Li Qinglian looked at her. How annoying! Jin Ling pouted and lightly slapped Li Qinglian with her small hand. Boom! At that moment, a colossal explosion erupted. The ground trembled and a rumbling sound came from beneath, as if a catastrophic earthquake had struck. It lasted for 5 or 6 seconds before subsiding. Ah! Did my slap cause this? Jin Ling stared at her hand in disbelief. At that moment, in the outer city, flames shot into the sky, dazzling in the night. A faint invisible halo spread from the blaze, and Li Qinglian caught a whiff of sulfur in the air. Is that gunpowder? Li Qinglian was startled. Since his transmigration into this high martial world, he had never seen such a thing, assuming it didn't exist. But now it seemed gunpowder did exist. Gunpowder. No, young master, that must be fire thunder. Qinglian stopped her antics, her expression strange. Fire thunder. What is that? I heard it was created by the former Wang family, with immense power capable of destroying a small hill. Later the imperial court obtained the formula. That's all I know from a historical text I read. Qinglian stuck out her tongue apologetically. Qinglian knew she likely knew more, but as a close maidservant she couldn't reveal too much without arousing suspicion. Fire thunder. That seems to be in the Nanha area. Has something gone wrong there again? He murmured, gazing at the towering flames in the dark night. My dear, I'm afraid I cannot accompany you tonight. Qinglian looked apologetically at Shun Yushu. The commotion in the southern river area was so great that they would surely be summoned. Husband, please be careful. The volcanic thunder is so powerful, you must keep your distance. Shun Yushu's voice was as gentle as water laced with deep concern. I understand, my dear. Just as he expected. About half an hour later, from the direction of the southern river, 3 whistling signal arrows shot into the dark night sky, exploding into fiery red fireworks. They were extremely conspicuous in the darkness. 3 signal arrows indicated a grave situation. Qinglian immediately left the house. On the way he encountered Su Dashan. The man emerged from the Yihong pavilion reeking of rouge and slightly drunk. His face was marked with several red lip prints, clearly showing he had been having a wild time. Old Su hanging around pleasure houses all day, aren't you afraid of catching something? Qinglian teased. Brother Li, don't jinx me. This place is cursed, whatever you say comes true. Su Dashan quickly replied. Then why don't you find a proper wife? I still have psychological trauma. I doted on my wife so much before, but what happened? She ran off with all the money I had painstakingly saved and eloped with some pretty boy. So I've seen through it all. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. Su Dashan sighed. I wonder what kind of trouble has stirred up such a big commotion in the southern river area, deliberately preventing people from getting a good rest. Brother Li, when we go in later, we need to be careful. To be honest, my left eye has been twitching nonstop lately, giving me a bad feeling. As they spoke, the two arrived at the southern river area. The scene there was dire. Flames blazed fiercely and dust and smoke scattered everywhere. It was as if ferocious demons and beasts were baring their claws and roaring. Many houses had collapsed as if turned over by an earth dragon. The sounds of crying and clamor poured out incessantly, painting a picture of human tragedy. They waited for a moment. Chief Arrestor Zhang and Secretary Go hurried over. Time is critical. I won't waste words. You 5 arresters will immediately lead your teams into the southern river area, investigate what happened, maintain order, and rescue the people. Before anyone could greet him, Zhang Huai spoke in a deep voice. Yes. After receiving their orders, Qinglian and the others quickly entered the southern river area. Once inside, the 5 arresters split up. The situation in the southern river area was even more chaotic now. Martial artists from other places, people from various factions in Luoshui County, the city defense army, and now the county office personnel added to the crowd. They walked steadily towards the direction of the fire. Along the way, whenever they saw collapsed houses and signs of life, they would lend a hand to rescue people. They also encountered members of the Sanha gang and other gangs who were looting during the chaos. Qinglian ordered his men to kill them without hesitation, showing no mercy. They also met some martial artists retreating from the southern river area. They all seemed unwilling to get involved in such matters. Dad, Mom, Wah! About 30 meters from the blaze, a house had almost completely collapsed. 2 children were crying and digging through the dirt with their bare hands, seemingly trying to rescue their parents. Ho Feng, take a few brothers to help. The rest of you spread out and check the collapsed houses. Save any survivors you can. Seeing this, Qinglian felt a pang in his heart and immediately gave orders. Crack. At that moment, a dazzling bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky like a serpent, followed by a rumbling clap of thunder. A sudden gale arose, carrying the scent of dust and earth. It was clearly a heavy rain about to arrive. What timely rain this is! Otherwise, the losses in the southern river area would have been immense. Qinglian clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the dark night sky. The firelight flickered on his face, mirroring his unsettled mood. In a few breaths, raindrops the size of copper coins began to fall, quickly turning into countless threads, as if connecting heaven and earth. Such a downpour, while washing away the dust and extinguishing the flames, was extremely harsh on the countless people of the southern river area. Having lost their homes, they had no shelter from the wind and rain, making it hard to survive. Rennie, find an empty house or some place that can barely shield from the heavy rain nearby and settle all those who lost their homes. Li Qinglian shouted to Dong Rennie. Yes, chief. Just as Dong Rennie acknowledged the order, a figure rushed towards him. It was the young runner Gu Xian. Chief, I found this. I don't know what it is. Gu Xian ran up to Li Qinglian and handed him a severed hand. Li Qinglian took the severed hand. When he saw the token clutched tightly in its grip, his expression changed drastically. This is... How could there be an Iron Token Patrol's medallion? Could it be? He was deeply shocked. He immediately examined the severed hand. The hand was charred black, the skin torn, and faintly visible inside were bones with metallic textures. This was clearly a sign of having perfected bone tempering. Their cultivation was at least the 8th rank perfected and very likely a formidable existence at the 7th rank. This is definitely an Iron Token Patrol. For such an important figure to die in the Southern River area, a major incident has occurred. Li Qinglian's scalp tingled. The Iron Token Patrol. Members of the patrol department, each one a powerful martial artist of the 7th rank. They wielded immense authority. Once they toured a locality to investigate a case, even the county magistrate and commandant had to cooperate. Those patrols were their absolute direct superiors. To some extent, the patrol department and the suspended sword department were organizations of equal rank within the imperial dynasty. One was responsible for handling cases involving martial artists and resolving conflicts between sects and noble families. The other dealt with demons and monsters. You have rendered great service this time. Don't mention this to anyone and remember to keep it secret. He warned Gu Xian with utmost seriousness, then quickly activated his movement technique, dashing out of the Southern River area at incredible speed. On the street outside the Southern River area, Zhang Huaid and Secretary Go Zhang stood under the eaves of a shop scolding Qiao Si like a grandson. Chief Qiao, is this how you manage the Southern River area? Has someone lost their mind using volcanic thunder? How did they manage to transport such things into the Southern River area? Are you completely unaware of this? Zhang Huaid questioned coldly. Chief Arrestor Zhang, our gang is just a lowly one. How could we have the power to meddle in such affairs? Ever since the city defense army took over here, we have retreated and withdrawn. Qiao Si spoke humbly with a helpless and bitter tone. If it weren't for the information Li Qinglian had previously obtained, knowing that Qiao Si was connected to the Eternal Life Society, he might have been fooled. Tap tap. Just then the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. A figure broke through the curtain of rain, rushing over quickly. Qinglian. Seeing that it was Li Qinglian, Zhang Wei's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. When Li Qinglian drew near, he saw that he was carrying a severed hand, and that ominous feeling grew even stronger. Chief Constable, my men just discovered this near the explosion site. Li Qinglian handed over the severed hand and the black token. This is... When Zhang Huaid saw the black token, his pupils abruptly contracted, his voice hoarse, throat parched, and facial muscles twitching incessantly. His advisor Go Zhang also wore an expression of utter shock, his face darkening with a terrible gloom. I deduce that an Iron Token Patrol officer has met his end on the South River, likely beneath the fury of the Thunderfire. Li Qinglian added. Zhang Huaid took a deep breath and gave a grim smile. What audacity to dare slay even an Iron Token Patrol officer. Advisor Go, I leave the command here to you. I must return to the county office and notify the prefectural city. The matter has spiraled beyond our control. Chief Constable Zhang, shouldn't we investigate further? What if the officer merely lost it? Advisor Go asked with a sliver of hope. As a man of the county office, he well understood the consequences of an Iron Token Patrol officer dying here. Once the patrol department dispatched more formidable agents, heads would surely roll. Do you think something like this could be lost? Unlike the others, he was now utterly convinced that the Iron Token Patrol officer was dead. After all, the officer's visit to Luoshui County was highly confidential, known only to him. He also knew that the officer had been secretly investigating the South River area. A few days ago, the officer had even hinted that the investigation was yielding some leads. Yet tonight he met a tragic end. Clearly, the officer's death was likely tied to what he had uncovered. I entrust this to you, advisor. Zhang Huaid gave a slight bow, then strode into the heavy rain. His figure quickly vanished completely into the downpour. Advisor, I shall continue the patrol. Li Qinglian said to the distracted advisor. Go then turned and walked into the South River area, which loomed like a monstrous beast. His figure disappeared into the dark curtain of rain. Xiao Si stared at Qinglian's back, his eyes flickering with unknown thoughts. He returned to the area near the firelight. The fire had nearly been extinguished by the torrential rain, leaving only a few fiery red specks glimmering in the night while a smoky charred odor rose with the steam. His constables had already rescued many commoners, gathering them in the main hall of an empty courtyard. A fire blazed in the center, dispelling the darkness and cold. Standing atop a high wall, Qinglian observed all this with great satisfaction at his men. Just then a figure holding a black oil paper umbrella drifted gracefully over. It seemed to merge completely with the rain, becoming part of the world itself, and swiftly appeared beside Qinglian. "Does your ability have no limits at all?" Qinglian asked calmly, glancing at the newcomer. It was Han Ziwen, wearing yet another face. But no matter how the man changed, he could not deceive him. "Constable Li, you remain as sharp as ever. Nothing gets past you." Han Ziwen cast a surprised look at Qinglian, then his gaze fell upon the survivors gathered around the fire in the hall. "You truly are different from the rest. Most wouldn't care about the lives of such common folk. To them death would be simpler and less troublesome. Yet you had them saved. It's rare to find someone who, having risen to the lofty status of a martial artist, still remembers the lowly." He praised Qinglian without reservation. "Your salary and stipends come from the people's sweat and blood. The common folk are easy to oppress, but heaven is not deceived." Qinglian said calmly. "Well said. With your talents, Constable Li, you could easily pass the provincial examinations. But in this era, the path for pure scholars is nearly severed." Han Ziwen's eyes lit up as he applauded, a hint of melancholy creeping into his voice. "Constable Li, I sought you out to propose a deal. If you spare my life, I will reveal the ultimate secret to you. He has killed an Iron Token patrol officer, which will surely rouse the Copper or Silver Token officers of the patrol department. Perhaps he has means to evade them, but we will be discarded pawns." Han Ziwen looked at Qinglian earnestly. "If the information you provide proves valuable, I can promise that if you encounter a patrol officer, you may claim to be an informant I developed." Qinglian replied after a moment's thought. "Agreed." Han Ziwen nodded. Then he continued, "Have you ever heard of a person named Xielingyun?" Xielingyun was once an elder of the Qingshu Palace, a descendant of the ancient Xie clan. He possessed a complete inheritance, and was said to control the Xie clan's secret treasury. However, Xielingyun lost in the sect's internal strife, and was forced to leave, coming to recuperate by the South River, where he built himself a tomb. It is said that he buried his inheritance, and some secrets of the Xie clan within that tomb, and Xie Danqing is Xielingyun's direct descendant. He remained in the South River area to open Xielingyun's tomb and claim its contents. From his tone, it seems there is something within that could elevate him to greatness, even allowing him to annihilate the Qingshu Palace with ease. The arrival of martial artists from so many factions may be due to their sensing something amiss. I cannot predict what Xie Danqing will do next, but he will surely cause a great commotion. Only with greater chaos can he quietly open his ancestor's tomb and seize its treasures. His words left Qinglian stunned. He had never imagined that this was the true cause of the series of events along the South River. Just think. How alluring would the inheritance of a formidable martial artist be? So his collection of essence blood is meant to open the tomb. And the murder of the Zhou family scion was because something on him was related to opening the tomb? Qinglian asked. Precisely. I don't know the full details, but this should suffice to give you Constable Li a report for the patrol officers from the prefectural city. It might even earn you their respect. Han Ziwen nodded. Whatever your ultimate aim, I shall remember this debt. Qinglian said, looking at Han Ziwen. That is enough for me. Han Ziwen let out a hearty laugh, then vanished. After he disappeared, Qinglian continued his patrol, also reaching the epicenter of the earlier blaze. There a massive crater had been blasted into the ground. Rainwater now seeped into it, as if there were underground passages below. He examined it, but found no clues, so he resumed his rounds. Soon it was the dead of night. The torrential rain had stopped. Yet the South River area grew noisy, as a surge of martial artists arrived, including experts from the 3 inner-city clans. Chief, something huge has happened. 2 underground palaces have been discovered on the South River. Seemingly the tombs of third-rank masters. They're filled not only with gold and jewels, but also rare martial arts techniques. Besides that, tombs of upper-rank masters have also appeared in other parts of Luoshui County. I heard that a great battle of epic proportions once took place here, claiming many powerful martial artists who left behind their inheritances. As Li Qinglian pondered, Dong Rinni rushed over, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Upon hearing this, Li Qinglian's eyes revealed a peculiar expression. Having just obtained some clues from Han Ziwen, the sudden exposure of various martial artists' grand tombs seemed deliberately orchestrated. Recalling Han Ziwen's warning, it was not difficult to deduce that most of this was the work of Xie Danqing. His intention was to stir up chaos, allowing him to fish in troubled waters and find his ancestors' legacy. Consider this: if he cared nothing for the legacy of a third-rank expert, it was evident that Xielingyun's tomb contained something far more extraordinary. Captain, aren't you intrigued? Right now, every faction in Luoshui County, big and small, is exploring those martial artists' tombs. Even the other patrol squads have gone. Seeing Li Qinglian's calm demeanor, Dong Rinni couldn't help but ask, "You want to go too?" Li Qinglian glanced at him. Dong Rinni chuckled sheepishly. "Go if you wish. I won't hinder your opportunities, but remember, easy gains come with deadly risks. For now, no experts have arrived in Nanhe. Move quickly and you might stumble upon some fortune. In half a day or even less, countless martial artists will swarm here." Li Qinglian looked at him and said calmly, "Thank you, Captain." Dong Rinni seemed to ignore Li Qinglian's final warning entirely and ran off excitedly. The same went for the other constables and runners under his command. He lightly leaped onto a rooftop and saw countless martial artists stirred into action, as if the entire Luoshui County had fallen into a frenzy. Only a handful remained calm, not even third-rank martial artists. Even the legacies of sixth or fifth-rank martial artists were enough to drive people mad. If it were his former self, he might have plunged headlong into those tombs to enhance his strength and change his fate. But now, with the system at his disposal, he had no need to explore those so-called tombs. Moreover, he was far more interested in Xielingyun's legacy. "Ha! I've struck gold. This is a fifth-rank martial artist's tomb. Get lost. This tomb belongs to our Falcon Hall. Hand over the goods. I saw you take a martial art manual just now." Such scenes unfolded all over Luoshui County. Even some farmers picked up their spades and joined the digging. This is the legendary mountain and sea sword art of Kuai Jian Li Qiao. In an alley 30 meters from Li Qinglian, a member of the Sanhe gang excitedly flipped through a martial arts manual. "You insignificant minnow, what luck! That's mine now." Suddenly, a late 9th-rank martial artist emerged, crushed the man's head with a single punch, and grabbed the manual with glee. Whoosh! A breaking sound rang out. A pebble pierced through his brow and he fell dead. It was Li Qinglian who struck. "The manual is mine now." Li Qinglian picked up the martial arts manual and returned to the rooftop. After a brief scan, he found it was a 6th-rank sword technique. Unfortunately, he couldn't practice it yet. He resumed his surveillance, searching for Xie Danqing's whereabouts. During this time, he paid no heed to fights between martial artists, but if anyone committed crimes against the defenseless common folk, he did not hesitate to intervene. Though he hadn't deliberately ventured to the 2 underground tomb sites in the Nanhe area, he still reaped modest gains. Dawn was breaking, yet the gloom over Luoshui County refused to lift, growing ever thicker. "Ha! I've mastered it. I'm a peerless genius. In less than an hour, I've learned the Nether King's immovable body. 10 years. I've finally broken through to the 7th rank. Ninger, I'll avenge you soon. Everyone who humiliated you will die. Not one will escape." Strange scenes erupted across Luoshui County. Some martial artists, upon obtaining martial arts manuals, eagerly began cultivating and astonishingly made rapid progress, as if they had instantly mastered the techniques. Their strength surged dramatically, yet none noticed the bloodshot tint creeping into their eyes. Their temperaments grew more violent. At the slightest provocation, they drew their blades and killed. Something's wrong. Why is this happening? Could the martial arts manuals be tainted? After witnessing multiple conflicts, Li Qinglian's face grew grim, and a chill ran down his spine. Thankfully, he had not ventured into those so-called tombs to compete for opportunities. Otherwise, if he had learned those techniques, he too would have fallen into madness like the others. Those so-called opportunities were clearly a trap, a grand conspiracy. He could already hear sounds of slaughter from multiple directions, growing increasingly brutal. It seemed as though a blood-red haze was spreading over Luoshui County. Why did those martial arts techniques cause such a transformation? Was it to encourage slaughter? The ultimate goal? A blood sacrifice? Countless clues flashed through his mind. He finally deduced a cruel answer. Everything was deliberately orchestrated, perhaps to open Xiaolingyun's tomb, or for some other purpose. But the one behind these schemes was undoubtedly Xiaolingyun. Correct. A blood sacrifice. I didn't expect a lowly constable like you to deduce this. What's even more commendable is your ability to remain calm in the face of absolute temptation. Impressive. Just then a voice rang clearly in his ear. Who's there? He turned his head and saw a woman in a black uniform. That black uniform was exceptionally unique, seemingly made of special material edged with silver patterns. Luxurious yet understated, loose yet elegant. The woman's appearance was even more striking. Her hair was swept up high into a ponytail. Her slender brows were like swords, her eyes like cold stars. Her jade-white face bore not a single flaw. Compared to Xin Yushu, she was only slightly less beautiful. Yet she exuded a sharp aura, valiant and icy. May I ask if you are a silver-rank inspector from the prefectural city? Li Qinglian cupped his fists and asked respectfully. Judging by the woman's attire, it was clearly the uniform of the inspectorate, but he had never seen such a high-ranking official before, so he inquired while also checking her personal information. Name: Long Lingshuang, Identity: Commandant of the Qinghe Prefecture, South City Inspectorate, Realm, late 5th rank, Skills: Cold Jade, True Art, 5th layer, 5th rank, Martial Arts. Frost Chill Force, perfected Mysterious Light, Weak Water Sword Art, Grade Achievement 3. Een Soul Severing Blade, Minor Achievement. Frost Moon, Heavenly Movement Technique, Grade Achievement. When he saw her information, his heart pounded wildly. Terrifying. A 5th rank martial artist with multiple martial arts cultivated to advanced levels. This was a true genius, and she undoubtedly had a formidable background to have learned so many 5th rank martial arts. This is my badge. Long Lingshuang produced a silver token. Its design was similar to the black token he had found earlier, though the serial number at the bottom differed. Your subordinate pays respects to you, ma'am. Li Qinglian quickly cupped his fists and bowed. Long Lingshuang, imagine a slightly fuller face. Close enough. Are you the Li Qinglian who uncovered the trail of the Everlasting Society? Long Lingshuang cast a sidelong glance from her slightly slanted eyes and inquired. Indeed, it is this subordinate. Li Qinglian maintained a reverent demeanor. Relate everything you know one by one. Long Lingshuang, her slender and elegant jade hand lightly gripping a long sword, asked with an air of detachment. Li Qinglian dared not conceal a thing, divulging all he knew about the Everlasting Society's leads and everything concerning Xie Danqing. So it all revolves around the secrets within Xiaolingyun. Unexpectedly, matters that many great powers sought to unravel have been largely uncovered by you. This matter will be handled by this inspector. Immediately seal off this area and strictly control all who exit as a precaution. This is your reward for discovering the Everlasting Society's trail. Once this affair is resolved, this inspector shall grant you further rewards. With those words, Long Lingshuang flicked 2 faint shadows from her sleeve. A small porcelain bottle and a martial arts manual. Li Qinglian turned his palm and caught them with ease, his mastery over force refined to perfection. Already at the 8th rank perfection. Quite impressive. Long Lingshuang glanced at Li Qinglian, then her figure gradually vanished as if merging into the dawn's radiance. 10 bone-tempering pills and the 8th rank martial art 100 battle blade technique. Truly excellent rewards. Li Qinglian stowed them away. He then produced 2 whistling signal arrows and launched them into the sky. Whiz! A piercing shriek tore through the air, spreading in all directions. Surely any member of the affairs office still in Luoshui County would hear it. However, how many could actually arrive in time remained uncertain. He chose an elevated vantage point, scanning his surroundings, scrutinizing the identity of every passerby. Chief, him here. What's happened? The first to arrive were Dong Rennie Guxian and a few constables. Their faces still bore a trace of excitement mingled with a hint of regret. Forget about seeking any fortunes. Those martial arts are all flawed. Anyone who practiced them has gone mad, trapped in endless slaughter. Li Qinglian cast a glance at them and said, Ah, no wonder several people we saw earlier were off. Damn it, those martial arts were indeed problematic. Who'd have thought such opportunities could be so treacherous? Dong Rennie spoke, utterly crestfallen. Say no more. Immediately lead the men to seal the alley entrance on the west side of the South River. Check the identity of everyone entering or leaving. If anything seems amiss, signal at once. Li Qinglian issued the command with decisive resolve. Yes, Chief. Though Dong Rennie and the others were deeply disheartened, they complied with Li Qinglian's orders, their spirits low. Before long, Chun Si arrived as well. He brought 6 of his own constables and over 20 runners. Seeing Qianglian's confusion, Qinglian invoked Long Lingshuang's authority, asking him to help monitor those leaving the South River area. Qianglian raised no objections. Boom! Just as Qianglian prepared to seal the alley entrance, a tremendous explosion erupted from the east side of the South River. Dust and smoke billowed the air thick with the pungent smell of sulfur. Yet this explosion seemed far less powerful than the one last night. Screech! Before Qinglian could collect his thoughts, a sharp, piercing cry rang out from the direction of the explosion like a fierce bird of prey or a terrifying monster. Amid the thick smoke, a bloody glow flickered, appearing eerily ominous. A demon! It's a demon! Qianglian's pupils contracted, his body trembling slightly. Inspector Li'il, take the men to seal the northern alleys first. He turned to Qinglian and then led his men away. So it's a demon. That means Xie Danqing still has a demon as his trump card. No wonder he commands several blood servants. Qinglian narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. Xie Danqing, how dare you collude with demons? Courting death. Angry shouts rang out from that direction. It seemed that besides Long Lingshuang, a 5th-rank expert, there were other masters present. This isn't collusion with demons, it's bending demons to my will. Who would have thought Xie Danqing could draw both the 5th-rank experts of the patrol department and the sword suspension office along with the masters of the Zhou and Liang families, you lackeys. Today, since you've all come, I'll collect a bit of interest first. A voice both demonic and monstrous echoed across the South River. To the east, surging blood energy and overwhelming might swept forth, affecting an area of 100 meters. Qinglian watched with awe. So this is the might of a 5th-rank expert. Incredible. I wonder how terrifying 3rd-rank or 2nd-rank warriors must be. He murmured to himself. Soon he regained his composure. Though the battle there stirred his blood, he was still far from that level. For now, all he could do was cling to the powerful and complete the task assigned by that silver-ranked female inspector. Xie Danqing likely has other schemes. He silently killed the Zhou Scion, seized key items, and then smoothly made his way to Luoshui County, setting up his plans step by step. He's clearly a warrior adept at operating from the shadows. Would such a man engage in a frontal battle with those experts? If I were him, I'd use a diversion to lure them away, secure what I need, and then slip away unnoticed. The south side of the South River borders the Luo River. Though the river offers cover for concealment, few people are there. Anyone appearing would easily draw scrutiny. The east leads directly out of the outer city, even more remote. The northwest direction is dense with shops, and the crowd seems unremarkable. It's also the route to the main road. Logically, he wouldn't escape from there, but perhaps that's exactly where he'll go. Given his cunning, he likely already has a public identity. After long deliberation, Qinglian chose to station himself at the alley entrance in that direction. He summoned 2 runners to check the identities of everyone leaving the South River area. Meanwhile, he concealed himself in a corner of the tavern, across the street, intently watching every person who emerged from the South River district. No matter how they tried to hide, they couldn't escape his scrutiny. The battle in the east of the South River continued with ferocity. The demon's piercing shrieks were unending, sending chills down one's spine. Finally slain. This demon was truly terrifying. This must be Xie Danqing's corpse. No, he isn't dead. He practiced the arts from the heavenly demon transformation scripture. He must have used the cicada shell escape to enter Xiaolingyun's inheritance grounds. Let's go, we're going in. Faint exclamations arose from that direction. Hearing that the fierce battle in the east had quietly ceased, Qinglian grew even more vigilant, not daring to relax for a moment lest he miss Xie Danqing. After a while, a limping old man carrying a bundle emerged. He appeared utterly ordinary, like a poor commoner from the South River seemingly fleeing the disaster. But Qinglian's entire focus was fixed on him. Name Xie Danqing. Identity scion of the Xie clan, outcast disciple of Qingshu Palace, core member of the Demon God Sect. Age 28. Realm 7th rank, late stage, severely injured. Skills heavenly demon transformation scripture fragment, 6th rank, martial art, Xie clan sword technique. Finally, I've waited for you. It's truly him. With my current strength, I can handle him. Fortune favors the bold. I'll take a gamble and see what secret Xiaolingyun hid, why she set up so many warrior tombs in Luoshui County, and even built her own burial mound. Qinglian's eyes flickered as he made a daring decision. Opportunity lay right before him. To let it slip would be pure cowardice. Moreover, he was 90% certain of success. What are you doing? What's your name? Where do you live and where are you going? The lame old man had just stepped out of the alley when he was stopped by two constables. Your honors, this humble one is lame old third. I live at No. 9 EZ Lane Nanha and I am on my way to the small grocery store I run. The lame old man with a look of honest humility pointed to a shabby cramped grocery shop across from the alley. Go on. The constables sized him up, finding nothing suspicious, and waved him away. Thank you, your honors, thank you. The lame old man bowed and scraped his way out of the alley heading towards the grocery store he had just pointed to. Seeing his actions, the two constables finally withdrew their gaze. He truly seemed like an ordinary man. With a rough, withered hand, he fished out a key, unlocked the wooden door of the grocery, and entered, busying himself industriously. Truly, the darkest place is under the candlestick. Even if they turned Luoshui County upside down, they might not find him, Li Qinglian murmured to himself. Then he swaggered past. Why, your honor? This humble one's business hasn't even opened yet. I truly cannot afford the protection money. Could you allow me to give it to you tomorrow? Upon seeing Li Qinglian, the lame old man's face flickered with a change before he piled on a fawning, obsequious smile and spoke with great trepidation. He perfectly captured the emotional shifts of a man at the bottom of society. If not for his system, Li Qinglian would never have guessed that this was Xie Danqing. I'm not here for protection money. Just give me 2 fire starters. Li Qinglian waved his hand impatiently. His gaze casually swept around the grocery store, catching sight of the other man's bundle lying on the counter. You must have been patrolling the area all night, officer. Such hard work. These 2 fire starters are a gift for you. The lame old man took 2 fire starters from the shelf and handed them over with a fearful, flattering smile. No need. I don't have that habit. How much? Li Qinglian reached out to take the fire starters while asking. Since you insist, just give me. Bang. Before the lame old man could finish, Li Qinglian's large hand reaching for the fire starters suddenly changed course and slammed into the man's chest. The move was too sudden, too decisive. The other party had not anticipated Li Qinglian's attack at all. Although Xie Danqing's body did not step back, a terrifying gentle force surged into his internal organs, tearing and cutting like a whirlwind blade, gravely wounding him. His injuries worsened and he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. His face lost all color and his aura weakened considerably. Whoosh! In the next instant, a blade of light flashed. It severed both of his hands. A strange force seemed to act upon the severed wrists, causing blood to drip steadily rather than spurt out. Li Qinglian seemed to have expected this and showed no surprise. He calmly looked at the other man and said, You're truly formidable, making fools of so many martial masters while you quietly slipped out of the Nanha region. Yet I was still found by you, wasn't I? Officer Li, I'm curious, how did you discover me? Xie Danqing directly called out Li Qinglian's identity. His gaze was sharp and he stood unusually straight, exuding an unyielding and defiant aura. Deduction. From all your methods, you are a man of strategy. How could someone like you truly engage those martial masters in battle? Combined with the terrain around the Nanha region, deducing that you would leave from this direction wasn't difficult. As for confirming your identity, these eyes of mine can discern truth from falsehood. Li Qinglian spoke half-truthfully. The system was his greatest secret one. He could tell no one, not even Shun Yushu. Ha ha! To think that I, Xie Danqing, painstakingly plotted for years, and even when my martial arts were crippled I never gave up. Yet now I am undone by a mere constable like you. Damn heavens, you! Xie Danqing suddenly burst into bitter, raucous laughter. His voice was filled with endless resentment and hatred. Before he could finish, Li Qinglian slapped him on the head. You! Xie Danqing's body trembled, and from the corner of his eye, he shifted his gaze from the bundle on the counter to Li Qinglian. You truly are indomitable. Even at death's door you refuse to give up. Did you really think I wouldn't notice you constantly glancing at your bundle? It must contain something powerful to let you escape. My guess is a miniature volcanic thunder, right? Since you can control demons, you must have some ability to survive a volcanic thunder blast. So I won't give you that chance. It's better if you die early to avoid any complications. Li Qinglian looked at him with a cold glare. Blood oozed from Xie Danqing's 7 orifices, his life force dissipated, and he fell to the ground as a corpse. His eyes were wide open, staring in death with unfulfilled resentment. They seemed to hold a trace of confusion. He couldn't understand why Li Qinglian had been so decisive in killing him, without even asking about his secrets, completely ignoring conventional methods. You are too dangerous. It's best if you are thoroughly dead. Qinglian swung his long blade, piercing through the man's forehead. His force erupted, completely destroying his brain. Having done this, Qinglian approached the wooden counter and carefully opened the bundle. Indeed, as he had guessed, the bundle contained a fist-sized volcanic thunder. Its shell was metallic and exquisitely crafted. A silk thread connected the ignition device of the volcanic thunder to the bundle. If anyone forcibly opened the bundle, it would surely trigger the volcanic thunder, leaving no remains. Xie Danking's frequent glances at his bundle had clearly been aimed at detonating the volcanic thunder. Good thing I was cautious enough, or I would have been done for, Qinglian murmured to himself. He carefully set the volcanic thunder aside before rummaging through the bundle. Inside were some tattered clothes and a dull gray ring. What is this? He found a golden page among the clothes. It was covered in strange, indecipherable symbols like ghostly scratches resembling some kind of writing, yet utterly incomprehensible. Ding! A Tao principle vessel discovered. Extract. At that moment, a translucent prompt panel appeared before his eyes. Tao principle vessel. What is that? He asked in his mind. The compendium of heavenly books, the origin of all martial arts in this world. The compendium of heavenly books. Is it that powerful? Qinglian couldn't help but murmur. Extract. Though curious about what the compendium of heavenly books truly was, he decided it was best to secure it first. In an instant, the strange symbols on the golden page in his hand seemed to come alive, flowing like liquid and surging into his body. The golden page turned dull and then crumbled into ash, vanishing completely. A stream of novel, bizarre information welled up in his mind. So it turns out that the Heavenly Book General Outline is the source of martial arts techniques, akin to a vast framework that directly points to the pinnacle of martial arts. While the system can continuously merge and enhance, it also has significant limitations. The merge techniques can only incorporate the advantages of those skills without achieving comprehensive effectiveness, and can be described as possessing a random nature. However, with the Heavenly Book General Outline, it becomes different, or it indicates the direction, allowing every realm of cultivation to approach perfection. At the same time, it eliminates the need for other techniques, enabling direct deductions using experience points. The Heavenly Book General Outline and the system are completely complementary, which means I no longer need to worry about techniques in the future. Qinglian thought to himself. From the information in his mind, he also knew that the Heavenly Book General Outline was merely the first volume of the Heavenly Book. It was like a detailed introduction to a book. There were several more volumes to come. If someone could collect all the heavenly books once comprehended, they would undoubtedly reach an unparalleled realm never seen before in history. Should the Golden Body Jade Bone technique be integrated into the framework of the Heavenly Book General Outline? Yes. Experience points 1500 new technique acquired. Please name it. Naming. It seems the system intends to use the Heavenly Book General Outline as a framework to merge various techniques, forming a more unique martial art. Since that is the case, it shall be named the Primordial True Classic. He silently contemplated. In an instant, all the various insights and mysteries of the Golden Body Jade Bone technique fused into a grander framework, as if his comprehension had suddenly multiplied by 10,000 times. It transformed into an entirely new technique. A strange power surged within him, spreading through his bones. His bones obviously underwent a metamorphosis, acquiring a faint metallic texture, while remaining flexible, becoming even stronger. Although he was still at the 8th rank perfection, his strength had subtly increased and his foundation had become even more solid. At that moment, his personal information panel also changed. Heavenly Book General Outline Skill Primordial True Classic Bone Technique 4th Layer 6th Layer. Experience points 595. It really is detailed. It seems I will need even more experience points in the future. However, with the framework of the Heavenly Book General Outline, the transformation of techniques will definitely be top-notch in every realm. Qinglian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, feeling a deep sense of pride. System: how many experience points are required to deduce the Primordial True Classics Organs technique? 9,000 experience points, but if there are 7th rank organ techniques, the experience points can be reduced. After seeing the system's prompt, Qinglian couldn't help but gasp inwardly. He didn't expect that relying solely on the Heavenly Book General Outline for deductions would require so many experience points. It was terrifying. Based on his current earnings of about 255 experience points each time he spent the night with a woman, if he did it 3 times a day, that would amount to 765 experience points. This would require 12 days. But the cost was that he would need to indulge each night, which was quite taxing. It seems I still need to collect some 7th rank techniques. It's not that I can't do it, but rather that the places where experience points are needed are too numerous. Qinglian defended himself. It's time to leave. If I get suspected, it wouldn't be good. He took away the ring and the small thunderbolt from the other party's package, leaving clothes strewn all over, creating a chaotic scene to simulate a robbery, and then quietly departed. About 5 breaths later, the corpse of Xia Danqing on the ground began to shake strangely, especially its head, as the blood interwove into threads, rapidly proliferating and repairing, as if it were about to revive. However, a figure dressed in black appeared in the shop. I never expected that the items in Xiaolingyun's tomb would actually be the heavenly book general outline. He went to great lengths to pass it on to future generations, nearly succeeding. But in the end, it benefited the son-in-law. I believe that once the son-in-law steps into the upper 3 ranks, he will surely resolve the young lad's troubles. The woman in black was also extremely shocked. She had completely not anticipated that Xia Danqing's various schemes were all aimed at obtaining the heavenly book general outline. As a maid of Shun Yushu, she knew quite a few secrets. For instance, the top 10 extraordinary books in today's world were all understood by former peerless masters who comprehended different volumes of the heavenly book. And their demonic sect's supreme technique, the heavenly demon strategy, originated from the 7th volume of the heavenly book. Unfortunately, the heavenly book has long been lost. Now the even more important heavenly book general outline has emerged. If this news leaks out, it will undoubtedly trigger a great calamity. The son-in-law is still a bit careless. Since Xia Danqing can control demons, he surely has strange methods. Even if he were to be torn to pieces, it may not be impossible for him to survive. To be safe, it would be best to destroy the corpse, leaving not a drop of blood. The woman in black watched the corpse that was continuously repairing, her tone chillingly cold. She took out a small porcelain bottle. After opening it, she poured several drops of an unknown liquid onto Xia Danqing's corpse. Sizzling. In an instant, Xia Danqing's corpse melted like a candle, emitting a foul-smelling green smoke. Ultimately, it completely vanished, leaving not a single hair behind. Her figure also disappeared from the shop. At this moment, Qinglian, who had gained tremendous benefits, continued to patrol the surroundings, pretending as if nothing had happened. Booming. It was as if an explosion echoed from deep underground, causing the ground in the South River area to rumble like thunder, resembling the aftereffects of an earth dragon turning over. Those in the South River could feel a slight tremor from the ground. It seems that Xia Danqing had arrangements in the underground tomb, as well, likely using small thunderbolts. Qinglian thought. He also wondered who had triggered the thunderbolts in Xiaolingyun's underground tomb. Shortly after, a figure appeared like a fleeting shadow, swiftly approaching from the eastern side of the South River, appearing before Qinglian. It was none other than Lang Lingshuang. She had changed into a black cloak, her long hair slightly disheveled, with a few streaks of blood on her forehead, making her look even more heroic, her eyes cold as ice and snow. She resembled a winter plum blossom. Isolated yet standing firm, her cold fragrance blossomed. "Have you found any traces of Xia Danqing?" Lang Lingshuang asked with a sweeping cold gaze. "He wasn't killed by you, my lord." Qinglian feigned a look of confusion as he asked. "Only his clone was slain. However, his main body has also sustained severe injuries. Forget it, Xia Danqing is exceedingly cunning. If he wishes to hide even face-to-face, you might not recognize him. Take your people back. The ensuing matters are beyond your involvement." "Yes, my lord." Qinglian immediately clasped his fists and bowed. He then went to summon Chen Si and his subordinates, including Dong Rennie, to leave the area. Clatter. Just as they exited the South River area, a hurried sound of iron hooves approached, growing closer. They saw a cavalry unit rushing towards them like an iron flood. They were donned in black cloaks, clearly members of the patrol division. Their mounts stood a full 9 feet tall, with fur displaying a light azure hue, forming cloud patterns. These were the patrol division's riding Qingyun horses, said to possess the bloodline of extraordinary beasts. At the forefront were 2 individuals, their presence profound, their black cloaks adorned with silver patterns, evidently silver badge patrolmen. Following them were dozens of martial artists, all at least 7th rank iron badge patrolmen. They appeared formidable, with an overwhelming aura. Wherever they passed, even spirits and gods would retreat. "Chief, why have so many officers from the patrol department come? Even a silver-ranked patrol officer has appeared." Dong Rennie asked, his voice trembling. "This is my first time seeing such an important figure come to our Luoshui County. It seems the trouble in Nanha is no small matter." Chen Si took over the conversation, turning to glance at Qinglian. If he remembered correctly, this officer Li had spoken with a silver-ranked patrol officer earlier, so perhaps he knew some inside information. No matter how much trouble there is, it has nothing to do with small fries like us. Li Qinglian shrugged, appearing completely relaxed. With the appearance of Xiaolingyun's tomb in the Nanhe region, even without the Heavenly Book's general outline, there must be many precious martial arts and other treasures inside which would inevitably attract numerous martial artists. Add to that the matter of the Longevity Society. It had suddenly drawn so many martial artists from the patrol department. They would surely dig up the entire Nanhe region, not to mention the other tombs that had appeared in Luoshui County, and the problematic martial arts within them. These were all issues that needed to be resolved that day. But they were merely low-ranking constables and officers of the enforcement hall with limited abilities and certainly unable to get involved. True, but now Luoshui County has become very chaotic. As officers, we cannot protect the people, and it weighs heavily on my conscience. Chan's expression soured, a shadow of gloom in his eyes. There's no helping it. We can't exactly act like mantises trying to stop a chariot, can we? We can only wait and make changes slowly afterward. Li Qinglian shook his head. He was different from Chansi. Chansi was a truly upright man who could not tolerate any impurity. As for him, he only did what was right when he had the ability to do so, nothing more. Hearing Li Qinglian's words, Chansi fell silent, his gaze fixed on some injured commoners dressed in rags. After that, Li Qinglian chatted idly with Dong Rennie about matters in Luoshui County. During their talk, Dong Rennie mentioned that the county had been sealed off, allowing entry but not exit. This was within Li Qinglian's expectations. After all, Luoshui County had so many problems. Demon Xia Danqing, the Longevity Society, the tombs, and the problematic techniques. None of these could be allowed to leak out, or they would surely cause major trouble. Sealing the city was a reasonable solution. You go on ahead. I still have some matters to attend to. Just as they were about to enter the inner city, Li Qinglian caught sight of a familiar figure, and immediately turned to Dong Rennie and the others. They parted ways. After they entered the inner city, that figure approached Li Qinglian. Thank you for putting in a good word for me, Officer Li. Otherwise, I would never have escaped this disaster. You ran into Captain Lung? Li Qinglian asked curiously. He had only mentioned Han Ziwen's situation to Lung Lingshuang. The fact that the man was still alive surely meant Lung Lingshuang had spared him. Yes, we were all used as pawns by Xia Danqing to block the experts. Fortunately, at the critical moment, I revealed my identity as your collaborator, which moved that officer to show mercy. Officer Li, once the city gates are unsealed, I will leave Luoshui County. I hope we can meet again someday. I have always believed that you are destined to accomplish great things. Take this. It's Xia Danqing's personal journal. Perhaps through it you can learn some of his secrets and hidden affairs. Han Ziwen handed over a booklet resembling a book. Oh, how did you get it? Li Qinglian took it and asked with curiosity. He originally planned to destroy it, placing it next to a small thunderfire bomb, but I managed to get my hands on it first. I skimmed through its contents. It's all about Xia Danqing's own affairs. For instance, how he joined the Qingshu Palace and so on. Mentioning Xia Danqing, Han Ziwen's emotions were clearly mixed, as if he felt both anticipation and hatred. Aren't you afraid Xia Danqing will come after you for doing this? Li Qinglian asked, feigning confusion. He's already dead. I don't know how he died, but he's certainly dead. The control technique he placed inside me has vanished on its own. I wonder who acted as the mantis stalking the cicada and killed him. All the fruits of Xia Danqing's painstaking schemes will now go to that person. Han Ziwen sighed softly, as if he felt a touch of melancholy over Xia Danqing's death. Do you know what Xia Danqing actually obtained from Xiaolingyun's tomb? Li Qinglian asked, pretending to be curious. I don't know. If I did, how could he have let me live? Han Ziwen shook his head. After a pause, he cupped his hands and bowed to Li Qinglian. Officer Li, we are now even. I hope that if we meet again in the future, we won't be enemies. Farewell. With that, he turned and strode away, reciting loudly, years of study, a dream shattered in an instant. Half a life as a puppet, yet also a chance. The trapped dragon breaks its chains and heaven and earth expand. The roads are littered with frozen corpses. The mansions overflow with wine and meat. For 1,000 miles the land is barren, whales drift past Mount Taixian. The river rolls with endless waves while the court's sycophants sail leisurely. If one day I rise to the clouds, I will dare to draw my sword and slay the demon dragon. At this moment it seemed as if Han Ziwen was venting all his pent-up resentment and discontent. His voice echoed. Pedestrians all around gave way, and those who were slightly educated changed their expressions dramatically. His figure gradually faded into the distance. You truly have courage. What a pity. Qinglian watched his retreating back, shook his head gently, and headed home. The world today was indeed constantly oppressing and exploiting ordinary people. Even though Qinglian himself disapproved of some systems and such, he would never act as a conspicuous figurehead or be as fiery as Han Ziwen. Instead, he would wait until he held power, then gradually make changes. At home, Shen Yushu and Jinling were both stunned, digesting the news that Shumo had personally come to deliver. Miss, our master actually obtained the Heavenly Book's general outline. Should we borrow it from him to take a look? Perhaps it can solve your problem. Jinling said, brimming with excitement. Shen Yushu frowned slightly and shook her head. The Heavenly Book is not so easy to comprehend. Otherwise the world would not have only the 10 great marvelous books. That my husband obtained it is his fortune. We need not inquire further. Let things take their natural course. You must not entertain any extraneous thoughts. As she said this, she cast a glance at Jinling, clearly carrying a note of warning. Miss, this servant would never dare. Jinling's body trembled, her face paling slightly as she quickly assured her. That's best. What are you two chatting about? Just then Qinglian walked in and asked casually. Husband, quickly change your clothes. You reek of sulfur. Did you get caught in the rain last night? Seeing Qinglian, Shen Yushu approached him, her warm gaze full of concern. It's nothing. How can you say it's nothing? There's even blood on your clothes. Come with me to wash up at once. Shen Yushu cast a playful glare at Qinglian, and without allowing any argument pulled him into a side room. Jinling, go heat a basin of hot water for the master. She personally began to change his clothes, turning her head to instruct Jinling. Clink clink. Just as Shen Yushu unbuttoned Qinglian's uniform, the drab ring fell to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. When she saw the ring, Shen Yushu's pupils contracted slightly, as if she recognized the object. Jinling, who was about to leave, also caught sight of it. Initially she paid it no heed, puzzled as to why her master's husband would collect such a worthless trinket. Yet noticing her mistress' expression, she instantly realized that the inconspicuous ring was no ordinary item. Husband, this is... Shen Yushu bent down and picked up the ring. Oh, consider it my spoils of war. I found it on an important figure. Perhaps it holds some secrets. It's just rather unsightly. Qinglian said casually. He wasn't certain if the thing held any mysteries, but he felt that Xie Danqing wasn't the type to carry useless items, so he took it. Husband, if I am not mistaken, this ring should be a storage ring. Shen Yushu paused, her voice carrying a hint of strangeness. A storage ring? What is that? Qinglian asked in confusion. Of course he had already guessed it might be something akin to the spatial rings described in fantasy novels from Earth. Yet this world was not one of immortals and xianxia but of high martial arts. How could such an item appear? It is an object capable of storing items. Such storage rings are exceedingly rare. Only during the golden age of martial arts thousands of years ago could powerful masters forge them. But after the brutal Dark Age, martial arts declined and storage rings became even more precious and scarce. I've heard that only the most formidable sects and ancient aristocratic families possess such things. Shen Yushu's jade-like face was exceptionally serious. Such a valuable treasure. You are remarkably knowledgeable, my dear. Qinglian couldn't help but exclaim. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them, realizing he had implicitly questioned his wife's background. Unexpectedly, Shen Yushu said softly, Could it be that my husband has forgotten? I come from a scholarly family. My ancestors were once a renowned clan. I brought many precious classics as my dowry. I recall my husband was once a scholar. Why not spend more time reading those texts? So many things have happened in Luoshui County, and I've been busy lately. How could I have the time? But the affairs of Luoshui County should be settled in a few days. Once things calm down, I will slowly peruse them. This storage ring is for you, my dear. Qinglian said with a dismissive laugh. Since abandoning the pen for the sword and stepping onto the path of martial arts, he had rarely read the classics. In his eyes, what use were they? 1,000 flowery essays are no match for a single blade or sword strike from a warrior. Husband, this is too precious. I have no use for it. Shen Yushu quickly declined. No treasure is as precious to me as you are, my dear. Besides, I am often outside dealing with the Empire's strong. It would be hard to keep it hidden. With my current strength, I would surely be unable to protect it, and it would only invite disaster. It's better if you keep it safe for me for now. What do you think? Qinglian, now in only a white shirt with his uniform, discarded, gently pulled Shun Yushu into his arms and whispered. Hearing this, Shun Yushu's heart was filled with complex emotions. She hadn't expected her husband to be so good to her, willing to part with such a precious gift. She was deeply moved. She nodded slightly and said, "All right, let me first see what is inside for my husband." She bit her jade-like finger, letting a drop of crimson blood fall onto the drab ring. The blood eerily seeped into it. The ring shed its gray exterior, blossoming with a starlight-like radiance, like a pearl buried in mud, dazzling and brilliant, carrying a strange aura. It truly is a storage ring. The space inside is vast. There are many martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, gold-silver paintings, and even some divine weapons. Shun Yushu exclaimed in delight, listing the items, as if counting family treasures. "Husband, which family's treasury did you rob?" She changed her tone, feigning ignorance. "I got lucky. Someone near Nanha found items from a great figure's tomb, and I intercepted them. I thought there was nothing of value, but it turned out to be such a pleasant surprise." Qinglian gave a brief account. "You are truly fortunate, husband. By the way, this Wuji stance and this toad-hanging essence are top-tier methods for tempering the internal organs. You should study them first. Let me organize things carefully, and I will find more suitable ones for you." Shun Yushu changed the subject, extending her slender hand, and 2 books materialized in her palm. "Excellent. You are truly my virtuous and capable wife," Qinglian teased. "Go wash up now, husband, and then get some good rest." "Yes, my dear." After washing, Qinglian, clad in a light blue cloud-patterned silk robe, moved a large armchair to the main door. Basking in the sunlight, he began flipping through Xie Danking's personal journal. So Xie Danqing knew all along that he was Xie Lingyun's great-grandson. The tomb in the Nanha area wasn't built by Xie Lingyun. It was merely an old treasure vault of the Xie family. He only made some minor modifications to the original structure. Xie Danqing always carried a jade key, which was meant to open the secret box containing the heavenly book's general outline. His reason for becoming a disciple of Qingshu Palace was that they possessed a jade map left by Xie Lingyun pointing to the location where he hid the secret box. Unfortunately, it required Xie family blood to activate a secret Qingshu Palace could not decipher. Xie Danqing became an outcast because he used a woman to steal the jade map and then killed her. After the incident came to light, the Zhou family's prodigy hunted him down, crippled his martial arts, and took everything he had, including that jade key. The Zhou family prodigy didn't recognize the key's purpose, only seeing it as a luminous pendant, and casually gave it to his younger brother, which led to his murder. After quickly reading through Xie Danking's journal, Qinglian finally understood the man's entire life story and the sequence of events. Fortunately, the journal didn't mention the heavenly book's general outline, only referring to it as the Xie family's heirloom technique. Otherwise, Qinglian would have considered whether he needed to eliminate Han Ziwen. Ruthless and scrupulous, cunning and strategic, adept at biding his time. If he hadn't run into me, he might have actually succeeded. Qinglian couldn't help but remark. Xie Danking's affairs were now thoroughly understood. But Xie Lingyun remained a considerable enigma. However, with his current strength and status, he was in no position to delve into those matters. But come to think of it, Xie Danqing was truly my lucky star. I thought the only fortune I'd get from him was the heavenly book's general outline, but I never expected a storage ring and so many resources. Now I just need to cultivate peacefully. I believe it won't be long before I can step into the 7th grade realm. Qinglian mused to himself. Immediately he began to review the 2 selected methods for refining the internal organs, both of which were of the 7th rank. The 8th rank focuses on refining the bones and tendons. By the time one reaches the 7th rank, it is about refining the 5 internal organs. Once the 5 internal organs are refined, they gain resistance against the subtle dark energies, preventing instant death, while also enhancing overall physical quality. Moreover, one can unleash profound strength. Some advanced martial arts can also be learned. The Wuji posture is a technique that combines stillness and motion, embodying both yin and yang. The Diaochan suspension technique, however, is different. Although it also utilizes the method of yin and yang for refinement, it employs rhythmic breathing for deeper refinement. The combination of these 2 techniques complements each other, providing a powerful foundation for the 7th rank. System: how much experience is needed to merge these 2 techniques and derive a 7th rank method? Qinglian asked in his heart. Experience needed 5,400. How could it require so much? Forget it, I'll just take a short rest first, and when I wake up I'll convert all the bone-refining pills granted by that esteemed person into experience points. Qinglian got up and returned to the main bedroom. By the time he woke up it was already afternoon. After consuming the 10 bone-refining pills, he instantly gained over 1,000 experience points. He then began practicing the 100 battles blade technique. The newly learned technique required at least a basic understanding to show up on his personal information panel, which also allowed him to directly enhance it using experience points. After practicing for half an hour, Qinglian stopped. With a foundation in the Cloud Shadow 18 cuts, he quickly grasped the essence of the 100 battles blade technique despite its different profundities. My lord, let me wipe the sweat off you. As soon as he stopped, Zhang Yunyang approached with a warm handkerchief, eagerly wiping the sweat from his brow. Dressed in a short robe with a bamboo leaf pattern and a graceful yellow pleated skirt, her tall figure was fully accentuated. Especially the short robe, which was extremely fitted, making her proud curves stand out even more. Her fair cheeks, as white as snow, paired with her clear and affectionate eyes, stirred something within Qinglian. My lord. Noticing the gaze of Qinglian, Zhang Yunyang's cheeks flushed like blooming peach blossoms, her clear eyes rippling with waves. That single "my lord" ignited a fire of desire within Qinglian's heart. He immediately pulled Zhang Yunyang into his embrace, his hand slipping into the collar of her robe, capturing one of her soft forms. Zhang Yunyang let out a soft moan, her delicate body going limp as if it had turned to mud, lacking any strength. She even began to doubt herself, wondering if she was born to be so lowly, unable to control herself at the slightest tease from the man before her. My lord, this isn't appropriate, she protested with the last shred of clarity in her mind. Yet she still appeared weak and powerless, but in Qinglian's eyes it carried a hint of playful reproach. He promptly lifted Zhang Yunyang by the waist and headed toward her room. Just then Xin Yushu and Jinling walked in from the right courtyard. That shameless hussy taking advantage of our absence to seduce the young master. It seems she hasn't been disciplined enough. Upon witnessing this, Jinling's youthful face tightened, gritting her teeth in anger. Although Zhang Yunyang is flirtatious, she is definitely not that kind of loose woman. Most likely it's the husband who has ideas and she cannot refuse him. It's just that the husband is too vigorous. If you feel dissatisfied, you could let the young master exhaust his energy on you instead. Xin Yushu remained quite calm, but seemed somewhat uncomfortable inside, offering Jinling a suggestion. Although Zhang Yunyang was someone she willingly accepted into their home, there must be rules. To enjoy intimacy with her husband, she must also consider the opinions of others. Right? That's a good idea, miss. Jinling's eyes lit up. The consequences of this were quite severe. The next day, Qinglian was almost forced to get out of bed, supporting his waist. He couldn't understand why Jinling, this girl, was so fierce, seemingly tireless. Fortunately, he gained over 1,000 experience points in one night, providing him with some psychological comfort. Time passed quickly and 5 days had gone by. Over the past 5 days, Qinglian had not stepped outside. He practiced martial arts during the day to enhance his strength, and engaged in dual cultivation at night to gain experience points. He lived in such bliss that he forgot about the outside world. Although he had not gone out, he learned from the servants that Luoshui County was still under lockdown. The southern river region had long been turned upside down, with many people at the bottom losing their homes and living in turmoil. Some resorted to selling their belongings, while others sold themselves to bury their parents. It seemed that no one cared about those at the bottom. The morning sun shone down. After finishing his blade practice, he sheathed his sword and stood quietly. Adjusting his breath, he softly said to himself, "It's time to advance to the final level of the Bone Refinement chapter." Experience points 2500 Hunyuan Scripture, Bone Refinement chapter 5th layer 6th layer. 3 days ago, he had already upgraded the 4th layer of the Hunyuan Scriptures Bone Refinement chapter to the 5th layer. After 3 days of practice, he had completely mastered the power he had gained. Only then did he choose to break through. As the Bone Refinement chapter entered the 6th layer, countless profound movements and methods of strength operation surged into his mind. Simultaneously, a pure force surged from deep within his body, spreading to his bones, and even penetrating into his flesh. His body moved in accordance with the movements that appeared in his mind. That force was continuously absorbed and digested. His bones transformed from a pale gold color to a jade-like state, pure and white yet hard and flexible. Even his exterior was covered in a faint luminous glow. It seemed as if his body had undergone a profound refinement. After a while, the layer of light on him disappeared and his bones returned to their ordinary state. This did not mean that his realm had regressed, but rather that the refinement of his flesh and bones had reached a state of returning to simplicity. This feeling is truly wonderful. In the 8th rank, even those unparalleled geniuses from aristocratic families and sects might not be able to compare to me. Feeling the current state of his body, Qinglian spoke softly. All of this was thanks to the heavenly book's comprehensive guidelines. Without it, he wouldn't dare to say such words. Young master, that Constable Dong is looking for you. He said there's something at the county office that requires your presence soon. At that moment, Qinglian approached and said. He tidied himself up, donned his uniform with a long knife at his waist, and then stepped out. At that time, Dong Rennie was still waiting at the door. Chief. Dong Rennie greeted him in his usual disheveled manner. Have the issues in the Southern River been resolved? Qinglian asked directly. It should be resolved. A large batch of officials from the patrol department has been withdrawn, and some remain at the county office. By the way, Chief, there's something I'm unsure if you've heard of. The chief constable was injured and hasn't healed yet. There are rumors that he might consider stepping down. It seems that Constable Zhao Kuang is planning to take over the chief constable position. This time the county office called everyone over probably for this matter. What? Chief Zhang is injured? How did that happen? Qinglian was startled and quickly inquired. Previously, Chief Zhang had hinted to him that he might be leaving, advising him to prepare to compete against Zhao Kuang and prevent him from becoming the new chief. Unexpectedly, Chief Zhang had been wounded, forcing him to step down regardless. Fortunately, he had the system which had rapidly elevated his martial arts cultivation, otherwise, he would have been unable to contend with Zhao Kuang. I heard he was gravely injured on the night of the torrential storm by the South River, attacked by 2 extremely eerie individuals. He had to be carried back, and his body may have suffered irreparable damage. Otherwise, Zhao Kuang wouldn't have been so restless these past few days, currying favor with the county magistrate and the higher-ups to secure the chief position. Dong Renai's tone was dripping with disdain for Zhao Kuang. In truth, it wasn't just him. The other constables and officers also held a strong aversion to Zhao Kuang. The main issue was his unbearable arrogance. He seemed to look down on them entirely, rarely associating with them. It was as if they could never see eye to eye. This was understandable, though, since he hadn't come to the investigation bureau to build relationships with these people. His aim was solely the position of chief. Even if his relations with them were poor, it wouldn't hinder his ascent to chief. Unfortunately, he remained utterly unaware that Qinglian also coveted the position and had already surpassed him in martial arts cultivation. Otherwise, he would surely have lost sleep over it. After venting his frustrations, Dong Rennie seemed struck by a thought and cast a peculiarly knowing glance at Qinglian. Chief, your martial arts cultivation must be beyond the early 8th rank, right? Are you interested in the chief position too? Let's talk later. We'd better head to the county office now. Qinglian gave a non-committal laugh and strode toward the county office. Chief, wait for me. If you really become chief, please promote your subordinate. Dong Rennie paused, then realized his chief indeed had ambitions for the position. He quickly caught up, speaking with great excitement. Soon they arrived at the county office. In the spacious inner courtyard, all the constables and officers had gathered, chatting idly with one another. Captain Li, Brother Li. As Qinglian approached, the officers familiar with him greeted him warmly. Even the usually aloof Chun Si nodded in his direction. Only Zhao Kuang stood aloof in the distance, surrounded by a group of officers who spoke to him with flattery and deference. Zhao Kuang occasionally nodded or shook his head, maintaining an air of great importance. Brother Zhao, that Qinglian is really putting on airs, making so many of us wait for him. I hear he's also an 8th rank martial artist. Could he pose a threat to you? Exactly, Captain Zhao. I heard that some time ago dozens of Death Squad members attacked his home, and he killed them all, including a late 8th rank martial artist. Listening to his subordinates' concerns, Zhao Kuang cast a casual glance at Qinglian, a hint of contempt flickering deep in his eyes. He said arrogantly, no matter. I have already stepped into the perfected 8th rank. I hope he knows his place, otherwise, once I assume the chief position, he will suffer the consequences. He had every reason to be proud. His martial arts cultivation was profound, honed through countless trials and life-and-death battles. His combat experience was exceptionally rich. He was by no means comparable to the mediocre officers of Luoshui County. Moreover, he possessed a 8th rank martial art technique, while the other officers lacked the resources and wealth to acquire such skills. From any angle, he saw no possibility of losing. Although their voices were low, Qinglian still overheard them. Since completing the sinew and bone chapter and breaking through his limits, his body had undergone an astonishing transformation, and his five senses had greatly sharpened. Even from a distance he could still hear, "Ha! Dreaming of becoming chief. Keep dreaming." Li Qinglian sneered coldly. The other officers seemed to have also learned of Chief Zhang's injury and Zhao Kuang's ambition for the chief position. They murmured among themselves. Just then, accompanied by footsteps, a group of people emerged from the moon gate of the inner courtyard. Leading them was none other than Lung Lingshuang. With her hair bound in black silver thread trims on her attire, a figure as sharp as a sword, eyes as cold as stars, and an imposing aura. The three magnates of Luoshui County's office, along with Chief Zhang, followed behind her like attendants, their expressions cautious and respectful. A young man trailed at the very back. The chief must have truly damaged his foundation. When Li Qinglian saw Zhang Wei's pallid face and listless demeanor, he thought to himself. At the same time, he turned his gaze toward the county officials. Name Wang Yu, Identity County Magistrate of Luoshui County, age 41, realm late 8th rank. Name Lu Pancher, Identity County Assistant Magistrate of Luoshui County, age 45, realm perfected 8th rank. Name Zhang Zhongshan, Identity County Marshal of Luoshui County, age 35, realm mid 7th rank. So the magistrate and assistant magistrate are both 8th rank martial artists. Indeed, pure scholars have no future. Martial cultivation is essential. Li Qinglian mused. All of you come in together. As their group entered the main hall, Chief Zhang turned his head, his voice weak, and looked at Li Qinglian and the other officers. They immediately followed inside. Upon entering the hall, they saw Lung Lingshuang seated gracefully and imposingly at the highest seat. The others stood respectfully on both sides, not even qualified to sit. You may begin. Lung Lingshuang's starry eyes swept over them as she spoke indifferently. Honorable official, some days ago, while on patrol, Huida was ambushed by demonic cultivators, resulting in severe injuries and a damaged foundation from which he has yet to recover. Now that Luoshui County is at a critical juncture requiring rectification to ensure the smooth operation of the Investigation Bureau, I beseech the honored officials to permit Huida to retire due to injury and to elect a new chief. Zhang Huarai stepped to the center of the hall, cupped his fists, and bowed deeply to Lung Lingshuang and the others. Approved. Approved. The three magnates of the county office voiced no objections, nor would they. Retiring due to injury would still grant him a monthly pension from the imperial court, though far less than his salary in office. It would secure his later years. Few would dare to oppose such a matter, for anyone could grow old or suffer severe injuries. Chief Zhang, according to precedent, you have the right to recommend a candidate for the chief position. County Magistrate Wang Yu stroked his beard and spoke in a gentle tone. Honorable officials, I recommend Captain Li Qinglian as the candidate for chief. During his tenure as captain, Zhang Huarai glanced at Li Qinglian and began recounting Li Qinglian's various merits and accomplishments during his service. It was nothing but praise. He lauded Li Qinglian to such an extent that even Li Qinglian himself felt unrecognizable, even doubting, was that really me? Was I truly that outstanding? Do any of you have differing opinions? If not, then from now on Li Qinglian will be the chief of Luoshui County. Lung Lingshuang's gaze swept over Li Qinglian before turning to the others. Ahem. I hold a different opinion. Though Captain Li is indeed exceptional, Captain Zhao Kuang is even more so. County Commandant Zhang Chongshan, who had been covertly supporting Zhao Kuang, proceeded to extol the merits Zhao had accumulated during his tenure as captain of the city defense forces. His praise was effusive to the point of recklessness. Gentlemen, I too have an exceptionally promising young man to recommend. Zhou Wang, enter. The county magistrate interjected, abruptly beckoning to a young man standing at the entrance of the hall. This young man was none other than the one who had been trailing behind them earlier. At the magistrate's words, Zhao Kuang was startled, his expression turning visibly sour as a shadow of gloom flickered in his eyes. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the magistrate would recommend another over him. The commandant raised an eyebrow, evidently kept in the dark as well. I never expected a member of the Zhou family to set their sights on the chief captain's position. Is it for Xie Danqing? Li Qinglian glanced at Zhou Wang, speculating. Though this man was also at the 8th rank perfection, he posed no threat. Even if he were at the early 7th rank, I might still prevail. Zhou Wang is from the Zhou family of the prefectural city. Though a collateral branch, he has always been loyal to the imperial dynasty. He currently serves as a captain in the western part of the prefectural city. During his tenure, the magistrate continued, What followed was a fierce war of words, each side extolling the merits and prowess of their own candidate while disparaging the opponent. In contrast, Qinglian and the other recommended candidates stood silently, unable to get a word in. Enough! At that moment, Long Lingshuang swept her icy gaze across the room and let out a soft command. An aura as frigid as 10,000-year-old ice emanated from her, instantly silencing the hall. All three of you have rendered considerable service and excelled in your respective domains. However, a chief captain must not only be competent and responsible, but also possess overwhelming strength to command respect from subordinates. How about this? The three of you shall compete in a sparring match. The victor shall be appointed chief captain. Any objections? Long Lingshuang asked calmly. Naturally, no one dared to voice any dissent. Instead, they flattered her, praising the brilliance of her idea to select a more formidable chief captain. This left Qinglian deeply contemplative. Indeed, strength reigns supreme. When you are powerful, even if you claim dung is fragrant, a crowd will swear it doesn't stink and even insist they've tasted it. In that case, let us proceed outside for the match, so all may witness it. Long Lingshuang addressed the assembly. The group filed out of the hall. In the spacious courtyard outside, all the constables had instinctively gathered around, leaving a large open area. Qinglian, Zhao Kuang, and Zhou Wang stood forming a triangle, each on high alert. None dared to strike first, fearing that making the initial move would leave them vulnerable to a surprise attack from another, leading to an early elimination. Get on with it. Your strength clearly surpasses theirs. If you wish to be chief captain, you must demonstrate absolute dominance. What's the point of hiding your abilities? Just as Qinglian was contemplating playing the fool, Long Lingshuang's impatient urging echoed in his ear. He hadn't expected the cool and aloof Long Lingshuang to be so impatient, or perhaps she found the amateurish sparring tedious. Since the powerful backer had spoken, he dared not dally. His form flickered, as elusive as a leaf in a whirlwind, moving with breathtaking speed. In an instant, he appeared before Zhao Kuang. Not good. Zhao Kuang was startled and hastily dodged. He had never anticipated Qinglian's speed, which completely defied his expectations. Zhou Wang, who had intended to be the mantis stalking the cicada, saw Qinglian's speed, and his pupils contracted. He transformed into an afterimage, charging at Qinglian. He too realized that Qinglian was undoubtedly a martial artist at the 8th rank perfection, with physical prowess and foundation clearly surpassing their own. If he didn't ally with the other, they would both be defeated. Slash! Zhao Kuang, seasoned in combat, instinctively swung his blade. The strike was saturated with murderous aura, as if transporting them to an ancient battlefield. Swift, ruthless, and sharp. Soaring palm. Zhou Wang, with an air of effortless grace, delivered a stunning palm strike, its force surging like a diving crane aimed at Qinglian's back. Under their combined assault, Qinglian twisted his body, evading with ease. Thump thump. His palms struck both their chests. Both men staggered back 3 paces, their faces flushing red, then turning pale. They spat out mouthfuls of crimson blood, their auras wilting, wounded. We concede. They cupped their fists in reluctant surrender, deeply shaken. They couldn't fathom how this man cultivated his skills. Both were martial artists at the 8th rank perfection, so why could he effortlessly suppress them? They even sensed that Qinglian hadn't used his full strength. Even the 3 magnates of the county government were astounded, never expecting Qinglian to be so formidable. County Commandant Zhang Chongshan in particular sensed a hint of threat from this mere captain. You yield. Qinglian cupped his fists in polite acknowledgement. Since the victor is decided, from today onward Qinglian shall be the chief captain of Luoshui County. Long Lingshuang announced to the crowd. We pay respects to Chief Li. Instantly, countless constables and captains in the vast courtyard cupped their fists and bowed, their voices ringing out. Dong Renai's voice was the loudest, his face flushed with excitement. From now on, I look forward to working with you all, assisting the county magistrate in governing Luoshui County and reducing the occurrence of tragedies. Qinglian cupped his fists, speaking with humility and courtesy. Though he appeared composed on the surface, a storm raged within. In both his past and present lives, this was the first time he had been treated with such respect, and it took a moment to adjust. County Magistrate Wang Yu was highly satisfied with Qinglian's words and nodded approvingly. Follow me, Inspector. Long Lingshuang glanced at Qinglian before turning and entering the hall. Yes, my lady. Qinglian quickly followed, closing the hall doors behind him. Long Lingshuang was pleased with his quick-wittedness. You are quite impressive, methodical in your actions, possessing your own principles, and with a solid martial foundation. In the future, you may well become an inspector. This is my token. Keep it. When you break through to the 7th rank and feel you have no rivals at that level, bring this token to the prefectural city. I can recommend you for the Iron Token Inspector examination. Long Lingshuang flicked her sleeve and a silver token flew toward him. Li Qinglian caught it with ease, then cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you for your patronage, my lady. Henceforth, if you have any commands, I will give my all. He knew that accepting her token and recommendation meant he was now aligned with Long Lingshuang, sharing in both honor and disgrace. Though he possessed a system that would rapidly elevate his strength and he might one day become an inspector. Without a powerful patron, his swift martial advancement would inevitably attract covetous eyes from influential families and others who would pressure him into becoming their dog. How could he accept that? Aligning himself with Long Lingshuang, a formidable backer, was far from a loss. Though we have resolved the matter at the South River of Luoshui County, there remain many hidden perils. For instance, those problematic martial arts techniques. No one can guarantee that no one else is concealing them, not to mention the issues with the gangs. As the newly appointed chief constable, you must stabilize Luoshui County as swiftly as possible while also making notable achievements. You are not a member of a sect or noble clan. If your abilities are not exceptional, climbing the ranks will prove exceedingly difficult. Long Lingshuang rarely spoke at such length. By nature, she was a woman of few words, and she had never before spoken so earnestly to anyone. She felt that this young constable possessed ability and talent worthy of cultivation, and that if he matured, he might one day become her right hand. Thank you for your guidance, Lady Long. I shall not disappoint your expectations, and will restore stability to Luoshui County as soon as possible. Li Qinglian cupped his fists respectfully. Go now. Long Lingshuang nodded slightly. Li Qinglian retreated, his heart surging with excitement. Today had been immensely rewarding. Not only had he become chief constable, but he had also gained Lady Lang's favor, latching onto a powerful patron. As long as his martial arts cultivation and merits were sufficient, promotion would be assured. Chief, congratulations. Chief Li, our congratulations. As he emerged, the other constables and runners gathered around, offering their felicitations and flattery. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Zhou Wang and Zhao Kuang wore grim expressions, especially Zhao Kuang, who had been supremely confident that the position of chief constable was within his grasp. Unexpectedly, Li Qinglian had emerged from nowhere with terrifying strength, snatching the post. Zhao Kuang now began pondering his future, whether to remain in the enforcement office. Chief Li, congratulations. The days ahead will be demanding for you. County Marshal Zhang Zhongshan offered a hollow smile, his words laced with a sharp edge. You flatter me, sir. Since I hold this position, it is only right that I bear the burden. Li Qinglian replied with neither humility nor arrogance. Chief Li, are you free now? If so, we can proceed with the handover formalities. Zhang Huide approached, his expression complex. Even though he had recommended Li Qinglian witnessing the shift of power, new men replacing the old, still left him somewhat unsettled. Sir, you may address me as Qinglian. Before you, I will always be the constable under your command. Li Qinglian cupped his fists with utmost respect. Seeing Li Qinglian's attitude, Zhang Huide's expression softened, admiration gleaming in his eyes. He felt he had not erred in his recommendation. Even after becoming chief constable, Li Qinglian remained deeply respectful toward his former superior, a rare virtue. Now that you are chief constable, how can you speak like this? Come, I'll first take you to complete the handover procedures. Smiling, he took Li Qinglian's arm and led him toward the enforcement office. Watching their retreating figures, County Magistrate Wang Yu sighed. I never expected Constable Li to be such a man of sentiment. Our Luoshui County is fortunate. As magistrate, he had witnessed too many ugly faces. Those who were deferential one moment, then cold and condescending the next after a sudden rise, even deliberately humiliating and suppressing others, losing all sense of propriety. But Chief Li was different. Zhang Huide had suffered a severe blow and had already applied for medical retirement. He would likely be of no further help to Li Qinglian. Yet Li Qinglian still treated him with respect, showing loyalty and gratitude. Who wouldn't want such a person by their side rather than an ingrate? The handover of the chief constable's position was simple, clarifying daily affairs, the scope of authority, and so forth. As for the official documents, they would be sent down from the prefectural city in a day or two. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Li Qinglian from exercising his powers. An unspoken rule. Qinglian, the situation in our county is dire. You must be vigilant. Chao Si of the Three Rivers Gang, has been executed and their annal hall has been completely purged. Yet no one knows if any remnants remain. Moreover, the forces in the outer city have also suffered heavy losses. For some time to come, those gangs will inevitably reshuffle their power, even fighting over territory, which will cause immense chaos. As Chief Constable, you must be ruthless and cut through the tangled mess decisively. Zhang Huaid imparted much advice about the challenges facing Luoshui County. Though Zhang Huaid was a laid-back man, he was well-versed in the hidden currents and knew many secrets. He even handed over his own informants to Li Qinglian. Li Qinglian remembered this debt of gratitude. After leaving the enforcement office, he returned to the main hall only to learn that Lady Lung had already departed. The 3 county magnates had also dispersed, leaving only the constables and runners. He first paid a visit to the county magistrate. Then he came back to the main hall. Everyone, the situation in Luoshui County is dire, on the verge of chaos. We must act swiftly. Therefore, I ask each of you to investigate all major and minor forces within your jurisdictions, and have their leaders come to the Shuyanjian to attend my promotion banquet. Li Qinglian addressed the assembled men. Yes, chiefly. The other constables and runners cupped their fists and quickly departed, seemingly eager to carry out Li Qinglian's orders. Chief, what should we do in the southern district? After the others left, Dong Rennie approached to ask. The same. Compile a list and invite them to the banquet. And don't forget to notify the hall masters of the 3 Rivers Gang's branches. Li Qinglian glanced at him. Yes, Chief. Dong Rennie responded respectfully, but his face betrayed hesitation and inner turmoil. If you wish to become a constable, your strength is insufficient. Even if I force you into the position, you won't command respect. I'll give you at most 7 days. If you still cannot reach the 9th grade perfection, then resign yourself to being a common runner. Li Qinglian saw through his thoughts and spoke sternly. Chief, I swear I will reach the 9th grade perfection. Dong Rennie quickly vowed deep gratitude in his heart. Watching Dong Rennie's retreating figure, Li Qinglian shook his head slightly. He could only do so much. Without sufficient strength, even as a constable, one cannot command subordinates. Better to step aside. In the future, perhaps the 8th grade initial stage would be the minimum requirement for the position. Next, Li Qinglian personally went to the outer city to assess the situation and determine his next moves. Soon evening arrived. On the 2nd floor of Shuyanjian, the vast banquet hall had been reserved entirely by Li Qinglian for the night. Many leaders of various factions arrived, each bearing generous gifts, to congratulate Li Qinglian on his appointment as chief constable. Some leaders glared at each other, bristling with hostility. Others murmured among themselves about Li Qinglian's rise to power. Hall Master Bai, I heard that Chief Li effortlessly overpowered 2 8th grade perfection experts, asked a middle-aged man in a gray-blue robe. He appeared quite refined, with a faint scent of medicinal herbs about him. I've heard that Chief Li is exceptionally gifted with a profound martial foundation, and he's also extremely familiar with our Luoshui County. It's only natural that he became the chief constable, meeting everyone's expectations. Bai Yutong said indifferently. In truth, he was quite surprised himself. In recent days, Constable Zhao had been quite active, with even some minor factions showing their goodwill in advance, as if the position of chief constable was already within his grasp. Unexpectedly, Constable Li overtook him from behind and secured that seat. The minor factions that had paid a price to curry favor must be cursing their luck now. How much do you know about Chief Li? Hall Master Bai? The middle-aged refined man asked again. Not much. That Chief Li used to be steady and methodical, a constable who handled things with order. But since the chaos erupted in our Luoshui County, he's risen abruptly, drawing everyone's attention. Bai Yutong said cautiously. It seems tonight's banquet is no ordinary feast. He's invited all the hall masters of your Sanhe gang. The other man hinted. Whatever his intentions, does he think he can take on our 3 major factions? At that moment, a robust man clad in animal hide sat down at their table uninvited. As if just noticing Bai Yutong, he grinned, a glint of cunning in his eyes, and said dismissively, almost forgot it's 2 major factions now. Without Xiao, see, your Sanhe gang is nothing but a bunch of useless trash. Then your Falcon Hall people can try. Bai Yutong replied, a cold light flashing deep in his eyes, though he maintained an air of composure. Just then, surrounded by a crowd, Li Qinglian personally escorted the advisor Go Zhang into the hall. Li Qinglian was dressed in a plain white robe, looking capable and refined, more like a scholar than a martial artist. Greetings, Chief Li. May your career ascend step by step. As Li Qinglian approached, the once noisy hall fell silent. Everyone rose, cupping their fists in respect. After Li Qinglian took the main seat, the other constables also found their places, while the lower-ranking officers sat in other areas on the second floor. Dishes were brought out one after another. Once the table was fully laid, a constable closed the hall's wooden door and guards were posted at the entrance to keep out unauthorized persons. Li Qinglian raised his wine cup, scanning the crowd. First, I thank you all for honoring me with your presence at this celebration banquet for my promotion. Allow me to drink to your health. With that, he downed the wine in his pristine porcelain cup. As he drank, he also assessed the identities of all present. Most were fine, but a few were clearly pawns planted by other factions. No matter how they tried to conceal it, none could escape Li Qinglian's scrutiny. You're too kind, Chief Li. Your capacity for wine is immense. Others chimed in with flattering remarks. I didn't invite you all today to collect gifts or show off, but truly to do something for our Luoshui County. In the turmoil of the past few days, some minor factions have fallen, others have risen, and some have taken advantage of the chaos to loot and burn. Now Luoshui County is in covert chaos. To restore order and bring peace to the people, the old rules must change. From now on, all gangs and factions are forbidden from arbitrarily collecting any protection fees, entry fees. Chief Li. As Li Qinglian began, many faction leaders' faces turned pale. Some even stood up ready to challenge him. Before the man could speak, a chopstick shot like lightning, piercing through his forehead, and he instantly became a corpse. This shocked everyone, making them uneasy. They all reflected on Li Qinglian's move, which they couldn't fathom. If they had faced that chopstick, they wouldn't have been able to block it either. I don't like being interrupted while speaking. After I finish, you'll have your chance to voice opinions. Li Qinglian said, his cold gaze sweeping across the room. Without needing his command, 2 constables entered and carried the corpse away. I don't intend to abolish all fees and ruin your livelihoods, but your factions have been far too unscrupulous. Some factions collect fees over and over, causing immense suffering to merchants and ordinary people. Many businesses in our county have declined. Therefore, all fees will be unified and collected at fixed rates. As he spoke, Li Qinglian produced a map, the detailed map of Luoshui County, marking every street and every shop. For example, this street is relatively prosperous, so the fee will be higher. But only one type of fee can be charged, a safety service fee. Apart from that, no one may collect any other fees under any pretext. Fees vary by area and street. Li Qinglian elaborated on his new rules. In essence, it was about putting everything on paper and establishing clear regulations. In truth, merchants didn't mind paying fees. What they feared was the lack of rules. Any objections to this item? Li Qinglian asked, scanning everyone. No objections, but Chief Li, how will the collected fees be distributed? Someone dared to ask. That's also a matter we need to discuss to come up with a fair distribution plan. What followed was a heated debate. After intense negotiations, they finally agreed on a distribution plan, including how much each shop would pay and how much the factions would receive. Li Qinglian clearly marked everything on the map and had everyone sign it, including the advisor on behalf of the county magistrate. Everyone, since you're taking the money, you must ensure the safety of your designated areas. If you take the money but don't do the job, you'll have to give up that territory. If you can't handle it, report it to the constables in charge of those areas. Additionally, I will send patrols. If anyone is found violating the rules by charging arbitrary fees, don't blame me for being ruthless. Now let's move to the second item. From now on, all factions are forbidden from attacking each other without cause. If conflicts arise, they must be resolved on the Sea Strife Arena. The Sea Strife Arena will be funded and built by the county government. Furthermore, I will initially rank your factions based on personnel numbers, martial arts levels, etc. The rank will determine the size of your territory. If you think your evaluation is too low, you can challenge a higher-ranked faction. The challenger must put up a certain stake. Additionally, rankings will be assessed annually. If someone performs exceptionally, they may join the county government as a constable. Those who improve their rank will also receive rewards. Any objections to this? Li Qinglian scanned the room again, his tone calm. Instantly, the hall fell into dead silence. Everyone realized that the newly appointed chief constable was determined to impose new rules on all the factions. Chief Li, I have an objection. Just then, the robust man in animal hide stood up brashly and spoke. Instantly, the leaders of those gang factions turned their gazes toward Li Qinglian, a hint of amusement flickering in their eyes, as if they were all waiting to see how he would handle the matter. If this newly appointed chief constable failed to suppress them or mishandled the situation, there would be no need for them to abide by his so-called rules. Anyone with objections may speak. You go ahead. Qinglian let out a soft chuckle and spoke calmly. The detailed information of the man before him materialized in his sight. Name Chao Lai. Identity Master of the Falcon Hall, a collateral descendant of the Chao clan. Realm late 8th grade. Chief Constable Li, are you truly unaware of who stands behind the Falcon Hall? If you are unaware, Chief Constable Li, I can take the liberty of explaining it to you in detail. Chao Lai grinned at Qinglian, then nonchalantly helped himself to a piece of braised pork head, eating with leisurely delight, as if he held the Chief Constable in utter contempt. So you mean to say you refuse to abide by the rules I have set? Qinglian narrowed his eyes and asked with a genial smile. That's right. It's not that I'm unwilling to show you face, Chief Constable Li, but there are some matters you simply cannot meddle in. It's best to keep things as they are, or otherwise trouble will follow. This is a lesson bought with blood. Though the instigator wasn't the Chief Constable, the outcome would be no different. Chao Lai shrugged. He was clearly implying that Qinglian had no authority to interfere in the Falcon Hall's affairs, and he was determined not to follow the rules Qinglian had laid down. Under the vast heavens, every inch of land is the Emperor's domain. Upon this land, every subject is the Emperor's servant. Qinglian's voice rose and fell with rhythmic force, resolute and powerful. The moment he uttered half of that sentence, his figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing behind Chao Lai. With a thunderous bang, he struck the man's head with a single palm. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his own seat. The entire process was so swift that no one else had even registered what had happened. Even Gozheng, a master of the 7th grade, was no exception. You! Chao Lai pointed at Qinglian, his face a mask of disbelief, as if he had never imagined that Qinglian would dare lay a hand on him, utterly disregarding the Chao clan. Crimson blood oozed from his 7 orifices. His head lolled to the side, and he ceased to breathe, becoming nothing more than a corpse. Born within the imperial dynasty, one must obey its laws. Now that I, Qinglian, have become the chief constable, my words represent the laws of this dynasty. Whoever dares to show disrespect is a rebel and shall be slain without mercy. Qinglian continued from where he had left off. Instantly the hall fell into utter silence. Everyone was cowed into silence, not daring to make a single sound. No one had anticipated that Qinglian would actually resort to violence, completely disregarding the Chao clan behind Chao Lai. Even more shocking was the terrifying extent of his strength. Chao Lai, the master of the Falcon Hall, had earned his reputation through countless battles. Yet, under Qinglian's hand, he was like a helpless chick stripped of any chance to resist. It was utterly terrifying. Qinglian's words were steeped in overbearing authority and righteous conviction, leaving no vulnerable point to exploit. Remove the body and summon another man from the Falcon Hall. Qinglian said calmly. Yes, Chief Constable. The 2 constables who had dealt with the corpse earlier re-entered and carried the body away. 5 breaths later, a slender man walked in. A short blade hung at his waist, and his narrow, elongated eyes gave him the appearance of a wildcat. Ma Qing, Vice Master of the Falcon Hall, pays respects to Chief Constable Li. The man clasped his hands and bowed to Qinglian. Qinglian gave a slight nod, motioning for him to take Chao Lai's seat. The Falcon Hall controls 70% of the fur trade across the entire county, with 5 8th grade masters under its command. It should be classified as a first-rate faction. Chao Si of the 3 Rivers Gang colluded with heretics and has been executed. In recent days, your various halls have been locked in bloody struggles for the position of gang leader. In my view, this is entirely unnecessary. Since each of your halls oversees different affairs, it would be better to simply separate and each manage their own responsibilities. It might also be wise to discard the name 3 Rivers Gang to avoid the higher-ups associating you with Chao Si. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. You are free to disregard it. Qinglian turned his gaze to Bai Yutong and the others, asking, We will naturally follow Chief Constable Li's suggestion. Bai Yutong and the others immediately voiced their agreement, not daring to hesitate for a moment, as if terrified that Qinglian might turn his ruthlessness upon them. Hearing this, Qinglian nodded with satisfaction. He then proceeded to classify the remaining gang factions by rank. The general hierarchy of your major factions is as I have outlined. If any of you are dissatisfied, you may speak up. Once the pacification arena is built, you may select your men and hold competitions to settle the matter. Qinglian concluded, surveying the crowd. With this statement from Qinglian, several of the smaller factions immediately voiced their belief that their rank should be elevated, expressing dissatisfaction with the hierarchy assigned to them. Qinglian had all of these recorded. That is all I have to say today. If any of you have further questions, feel free to speak up, and I will resolve them on the spot. Finally, Qinglian looked around and asked, Chief Constable Li, regarding the service fees you mentioned earlier, must all shops pay them, even those backed by the major families? Someone asked, his eyes shifting warily. Of course, no one is exempt. If any of you cannot handle it, you may step aside, and I will have my men collect the fees myself, Qinglian said with an air of indifference. He was well aware that some shops in Luoshui County had formidable backing, but since he had already established the rules, he had to enforce them equally. Otherwise, if an exception was made once, there would be no end to it. Even if those behind them were to make a move, he was not afraid. He too had connections higher up enough to borrow their authority to intimidate his foes. The writ of Lang Yinbu was no mere toy. Moreover, any truly influential power would not set up shop in the outer city. Since Chief Constable Li has spoken thus, we will naturally hand over those shops. The leaders of the various gangs quickly chimed in. It was clear they dared not offend the great families. What followed was a scene of harmony, with drinking and feasting in high spirits. The banquet soon came to an end. But Qinglian's performance at the banquet spread like wildfire. Everyone knew that the winds of change were blowing over Luoshui County. If Qinglian could weather this storm, he would undoubtedly become the most powerful chief constable in the county's history. After the banquet, Qinglian did not return home, but instead went back to the county office's enforcement hall. There were still some rules he needed to set for the constables and officers under his command. Chief Constable Li, are you truly not afraid of offending those three families? On the way back to the enforcement hall, the advisor Go Zhang asked with a hint of concern. In the end, it's just a matter of who has the stronger fist. Besides, as the chief constable, they wouldn't dare act rashly against me. Moreover, I have no intention of meddling with the gangs they control, Qinglian said with great composure. He had already reached the peak of the 8th grade, and even ordinary 7th grade martial artists might not be his match. Given another 10 days or half a month, even if the three great families united against him, he would not be afraid. At the very worst, he could always rely on his wife's support. He didn't believe she would stand by and watch him come to harm. By the way, advisor, what is the county magistrate's opinion on the suggestion I made earlier? Qinglian shifted the topic and asked. Chief Li, is that plan of yours really feasible? Go Zhang, the advisor, was still somewhat skeptical. Of course. I personally inspected the Nanha area. Although the mausoleum has considerable damage, it is extremely vast. With some minor repairs, it can serve perfectly as a treasure hunting ground. Whether for treasure hunting or for allowing martial artists to understand the structure of ancient tombs, it will definitely attract more martial artists, and even some affluent commoners. Once we have people, are we still afraid they won't come to Luoshui County to spend money? We can fully utilize the Nanha area. Many there have lost their homes and are struggling to make a living. We can employ this workforce through a work relief program. Qinglian articulated his thoughts. He intended to develop the mausoleum in Nanha as a tourist attraction. Of course, it was quite crude, but he believed it had potential. After all, who wouldn't be intrigued by such a tomb? It was once the treasure vault of a powerful clan, and a tomb remodeled by a top-tier third-rank martial artist. This was also to drive foot traffic and generate more revenue. I agree with this in principle. I'll mention it to the magistrate tomorrow, Go Zhang said after a moment's thought. His attitude towards Qinglian had become markedly different. This was mainly because Qinglian was once a scholar adept in both letters and martial arts, unlike other uncultured warriors. They were kindred spirits. Shortly after, the group returned to the county office. In the enforcement hall, Qinglian sat upright in the main seat. The other constables sat on either side while the bailiffs and runners stood respectfully. Everyone, now that the rules for the gang forces in Luoshui County have been redefined, it's time for our enforcement hall's regulations to change as well. Firstly, from now on, all our salaries will be distributed uniformly, with the total amount definitely exceeding the past. As for distribution, in a word, the capable advance, the mediocre fall. Different positions yield different rewards. More work, more pay. Less work, less pay. Our salaries will consist of 3 parts. The first, a base salary, will account for 50%. The second, for patrol and attendance, accounts for 20%. The third is based on work efficiency, such as the number of cases solved each month. From now on, anyone in the enforcement hall who breaks through in their martial arts cultivation will also receive a reward. Qinglian said, slowly surveying everyone. Most had no objections to his newly established rules. In fact, they were quite excited. Only a few who had been coasting along looked dismayed, but they dared not oppose. Since no one has any objections, well, proceed with this. Every constable must submit a daily report to the enforcement hall. Qinglian set the tone and then dismissed everyone. 3 days passed in a flash. From Qinghe Commandery came Qinglian's official appointment documents, a new token, and a reward for his intelligence report on Xiadanqing. This reward was even more generous: 2 bottles of bone-forging pills and 2 doses of medicinal decoction for tempering the internal organs. Clearly, it was intended to help him break through to the 7th rank. These rewards netted him a full 4,000 experience points. He was just a little short of being able to deduce the cultivation method for the Viscera chapter. Furthermore, every gang faction and the areas under the enforcement hall's jurisdiction dutifully handed over their collected service fees. However, those with powerful backers refused to pay. The constables, unwilling to offend anyone, passed this difficult problem to Qinglian. Chief Li, that's the situation. I've been several times, but they refuse to pay the service fee. They even said that if you have the guts, you can come collect it yourself. Constable Zhu said helplessly. The others echoed the same sentiment. The fees were simply uncollectible. Fine. I, the chief constable, will go with you. Let me show you my methods. Qinglian said with a cold laugh. He whispered a few words to Dong Rini, then led the others to the Fortune Winehouse in the outer city. So it's Chief Li gracing us with your presence. If you're here to dine and drink, the Fortune Winehouse welcomes you with open arms and will provide excellent service. But you must pay your bill. If you're here about the so-called service fee, the Fortune Winehouse has none to give. Seeing Qinglian approach the entrance, the head manager stepped out, standing on the steps with his hands hidden in his wide sleeves, looking down with haughty disdain. Although Qinglian was the chief constable of Luoshui County and ranked 4th in authority, the manager felt no fear. His backing was the Fong family. Who would dare lay a hand on someone from the Fong family? Is that so? Very well, from today onward, the Fortune Winehouse is forbidden from dumping any garbage or wastewater in the outer city. All your supply carts are also prohibited from passing through this street. This is to prevent the road from being dirted or damaged. After all, road maintenance and waste disposal cost silver. Qinglian said with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, the manager's face changed drastically. If that were the case, how could their winehouse continue to operate? Chief Li, are you trying to extort taxes from the aristocratic families in disguise? You must know that the Great Qian Empire shares its rule with the clans and sects, and has promised never to levy taxes upon them. Just then a clear voice rang out. Fong Zirong, dressed in fine brocade and exuding elegance, strode over his gaze, cold and piercing. He had long harbored resentment towards Qinglian. Unfortunately, their last operation had failed, costing them dearly, and they had become much more cautious towards him. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Qinglian had become the chief constable, forcing them to tread carefully. They dared not make a rash move against him. These past few days they had been dealing with the Sanhe gang, trying to reunite its splintered factions. But the results were far from satisfactory. Each branch had its own interests. Even if the Fong family forcibly appointed a leader, the others would only pay lip service. All of this was Qinglian's doing. A few days ago, he had heard about Qinglian's plan to collect so-called service fees from the shops backed by their families. He had specifically instructed them not to pay and had ordered someone to keep a close watch on Qinglian's movements. Knowing that Qinglian was coming in person, he appeared eager to see what Qinglian could do to him. Greetings, third young master. Upon seeing Fong Zirong, the manager looked as if he had found a savior, quickly bowing in deference. Third young master Fong, don't spout nonsense and pin labels on me. I've already made it clear. It's just a service fee. The brothers of the enforcement hall patrol daily, protecting your shops from harm. Asking for a little compensation for their hard work isn't too much, is it? If any shop doesn't need our service, we certainly won't force it. But there are plenty of idle troublemakers in Luoshui County. It's hard to prevent someone from getting drunk and accidentally splashing filth in front of your esteemed establishment. Qinglian said calmly. Hearing this, Fong Zirong glared at him coldly. Chief Li, is that a threat? I, Qinglian, am the chief constable of Luoshui County, appointed by the imperial court. How could I threaten the people under my jurisdiction? Those words were merely a friendly reminder. Li Qinglian shook his head, speaking earnestly. Manager, third young master, something's wrong. A group of people came to the second floor. They're sitting in groups of 4 each table, ordering only a plate of fried soybeans. They've been at it for 2/4 of an hour and haven't even eaten a tenth. At this rate, they'll still be here when we close. A waiter ran out, his face full of distress. Third young master, something terrible. A bunch of hideous old women came to our cosmetics shop. They bought our finest rouge and powder but deliberately applied it to look grotesque. Now they're standing at the shop entrance asking every passerby if their makeup looks good. They're clearly trying to ruin our reputation. If this continues, no one will dare to buy from us. Another woman rushed over, her expression bitter. Suddenly Fong Zirong's gaze turned icy as he stared at Li Qinglian, a chilling murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Chief Constable Li, what a remarkable tactic. Indeed, this was Li Qinglian's scheme orchestrated through Dong Renyi. While those shops had backers, they couldn't station guards indefinitely. There were countless insidious methods to target them, and this was merely the beginning. If they dared to retaliate, Li Qinglian would have the authority to step in personally. Whether through brute force or legal recourse, he held the upper hand. Do you take me for someone who would stoop to such deeds? I've said it before. There are plenty of idle hands in Luoshui County. Perhaps a rival of your shops is behind this. This is a classic case of pinching pennies only to lose a fortune. Whether you pay the service fee is your choice, your freedom. I am not one to abuse my power. Li Qinglian cast a sidelong glance at Fong Zirong, then surveyed the surroundings. By now a crowd had gathered, mostly shopkeepers, many with their own connections. Hearing of the shop's misfortunes, a chill ran down their spines. They had finally grasped a measure of the new chief constable's methods. Yet they remained unyielding, their eyes fixed on Fong Zirong, eager to see how the third young master of the Fong family would handle the situation. Drive them out by force. If anyone causes trouble, break their legs. Fong Zirong deliberately glanced at Li Qinglian, his tone icy, as he instructed the shopkeepers. Who dares to resort to violence before me, the chief constable? Such audacity. This is a blatant disregard for the great Chen laws and the emperor himself. As such, I have the authority to impose severe penalties. Li Qinglian bellowed, his words sharp and threatening. At this declaration, the shopkeepers who had been itching to act froze, their eyes wide and mouths agape. They had never expected Li Qinglian to wield such a damning accusation. Merely expelling the troublemakers had been twisted into a grave offense. Third young master. They turned to Fong Zirong, their anxiety palpable, seeking his protection. Chief Constable Li, are you determined to antagonize the 3 great families? Fong Zirong's tone grew even colder. I merely act according to the law. I am a man of rules. If others show me respect, I return it in kind. In all honesty, that service fee is a pittance to you. It's a policy I established upon taking office. Are you intent on humiliating me? Li Qinglian squinted, countering. After a long hard stare, Fong Zirong finally spoke slowly. It seems the service fee must indeed be paid, lest trouble arise with no one to resolve it. But Chief Constable Li, know your limits. Some lines cannot be crossed. Luoshui County has seen many ambitious magistrates and constables before. Unfortunately, none met a good end. I hope you do not follow in their footsteps. With a final snort and a harsh parting remark, he turned and strode away, abandoning the 2 shopkeepers. Since the third young master had spoken, they had no choice but to comply, reluctantly approaching Li Qinglian. Forcing a smile, they clasped their fists respectfully. Our apologies, Chief Constable Li. We have no say in the shop's affairs, so we will pay the service fee monthly. Li Qinglian glanced at them coolly and signaled to Constable Zhu. Constable Zhu immediately handled the paperwork, collected the fee, and hung a small wooden plaque at their shop, signifying it was now under their protection. Seeing the third young master's shops capitulate, the others followed suit, paying the service fee. See that? As long as you keep your wits, there's always a way. When dealing with stubborn fools, use the law against them. When they play dirty, you stick to the rules. If anyone dares strike at us, I'll have your back. You have 1 day to collect all the service fees. Li Qinglian gathered the other constables in a secluded spot, lecturing them. Yes, Chief Constable Li. We will collect every fee. They all promptly pledged. Zhao Kuang, who had once vied with Li Qinglian for the chief constable position, wore a complex expression. Even as a former rival, he couldn't help but admire the feat of wresting a share from those powerful families. He knew he lacked Li Qinglian's finesse, After losing the bid for chief constable, he had considered rejoining the city garrison, but there was no place for him, so he stayed. Now being a constable didn't seem so bad. As the crowd dispersed, Qinglian strolled leisurely toward the Nanha area. A day earlier, Magistrate Wang Yu had approved Qinglian's proposal. Laborers and refugees had been mobilized to begin minor repairs on the tombs near Nanha. As the primary proponent, he needed to see what improvements could be made. Meanwhile, Fang Zirong returned home, his expression dark. He was furious at Qinglian's underhanded tactics. He couldn't win by playing fair nor by force. What's wrong? Still brooding over your defeat? Just then a deep voice reached his ears. It was his father Fang Yaozu, the current head of the Fang family, approaching. Father. Fang Zirong bowed deeply and recounted the incident with Qinglian. I've heard of this new chief constable. He's risen quickly, imposing bold new rules upon taking office. A formidable young man, far superior to Zhang Huaid. He's already the chief constable. Moving against him would cost too much. It's not worth it. Let him have his service fee. Well, keep an eye on him. Everyone makes mistakes. When he slips, well, strike the fatal blow. Fang Yaozu said calmly, as if he still didn't regard Qinglian as an equal. But father, his actions are steadily testing our limits. Today it's a service fee for our shops. Tomorrow it could be something else. Fang Zirong voiced his deep concern. I am well aware of that, son. I've seen his ambition from how he's regulated the gangs. To destroy a man, first make him mad. He's just taken office. If he dies now, it would embarrass those above us. Let's wait. Our current enemy is the Chao family. Our spies report that the attack on Qinglian outside the city framed on us was their doing. At the mention of the Chao family, Fang Yaozu's eyes glinted with cold menace. To him, only those of equal stature were worthy opponents. As for Qinglian, a mere 8th-rank martial artist, he was beneath notice on the chessboard of Luoshui County. Yes, father. Though Fang Zirong felt that letting Qinglian run unchecked could spell disaster, he dared not contradict his father or suggest he was underestimating their foe. In the Nanha region, thousands of commoners and refugees were engaged in bustling construction. Some were repairing the underground mausoleum, while others were building the Zhiga arena. The area near Nanha, which had been reduced to ruins, was to be redeveloped into a commercial street. Of course, that would come later. Noticing that the county yamen was responsible for meals, he deliberately approached to inspect the quality of the food prepared for the laborers. A large cauldron was simmering golden millet porridge with plenty of grains, but also many small pebbles. The reddish-black steamed buns, when broken open, revealed a surprising amount of wood shavings inside. The vegetables were sour and rotten cabbages. It hardly seemed fit for human consumption. What's going on? Haven't I, as chief constable, repeatedly emphasized that their meals must be guaranteed? Why such harshness? Has the funds allocated by the county magistrate all gone into your pockets? Qinglian's face darkened, his gaze fixed on those in charge of the meals, as he exuded a dense, killing intent. Chief Constable Li. Chief Constable Li, let me explain this. Let's walk and talk. The meal handlers trembled, but just as they were about to explain, Magistrate Go, who had been overseeing the area, stepped forward. Qinglian had no choice but to nod and follow him. Since Magistrate Go was aware of the matter, there must be some hidden circumstances. From his understanding of Magistrate Go, he wasn't the type to exploit the people or embezzle funds. Chief Constable Li truly cares for the lower class. If you governed a region, you would surely be a benevolent official who loves the people as his own children. Magistrate Go praised Qinglian, then shifted his tone and continued, but Chief Constable Li, some things cannot be judged by appearance alone. Take the food issue for these lower-class people working for relief. If the meals were of a high standard, how many of the laborers do you think would truly be refugees who lost their homes? How many would actually work? Our Luoshui County is a small place. Every person in the yamen has a network of connections behind them. If the food were too good, do you think someone wouldn't try to freeload? Would the dock coolies, night soil carriers, and herb gatherers abandon their livelihoods to work here in Nanha? But what is our goal? It is to help the lower-class people of Nanha who have lost their homes and livelihoods. They have lost everything and have gone hungry for days. They care little about the food. Only those who have truly starved and been poor can stomach such meals. Moreover, the Luoshui County Yamen itself has little surplus. The county magistrate had great difficulty coming up with that large sum of silver. With the same amount, providing such meals at least ensures they won't go hungry. After hearing Magistrate Go's words, Qinglian suddenly understood. He finally grasped the reasoning behind it. He had only considered the living conditions of the lower class, ignoring human nature. At that moment he recalled some words spoken by agricultural professors on Earth. For instance, low-rent housing must not include bathrooms. If they did, those truly in need would never get in, while those with connections would occupy them. Also, sanitation workers' wages could not be too high, or otherwise the elderly would never have the chance to become street sweepers. Wasn't this the same principle? My apologies, Magistrate Go. I didn't think it through deeply. Qinglian immediately apologized with shame. Seeing his frankness and sincerity, Magistrate Go's opinion of him rose even further. No harm done. No one is perfect, Magistrate Go said with a faint smile. Then his expression turned serious and earnest as he warned Qinglian Chief Constable Li, you must be wary of the three great families in the coming days. Though they make no moves for now, when they do strike it will truly be life-threatening. He had witnessed how Qinglian killed the chicken to warn the monkeys and established rules. His methods were like turning his hand to summon clouds or rain. Whether it was the transformation of various gang forces in Luoshui County or the unified management and fees for all shops, it had likely already touched the sensitive nerves of the three great families. Thank you for the reminder, Magistrate Go. I am well aware of this. Qinglian nodded. He knew that although his actions had yet to encroach upon the three families' interests, they were enough to put them on alert and draw more attention to himself. In his view, as long as they didn't act against him immediately, time would work in his favor. After all, in just a few days, he would be able to step into the 7th grade realm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The various gang forces and constables from the affairs office had all collected the service fees. He summoned several scribes and some pure scholars to distribute the silver, then sent his constables to deliver it. The three magnates of the yamen were certainly included. Next came the middle-tier figures such as captains of the city defense forces, constables, and clerks. In short, from top to bottom everyone received a share, and even the jailers in the prison got some copper coins. The reason lay in the rules Qinglian had set at the very beginning. All shops paid service fees, and the total sum collected was far greater than before. Thus Qinglian had the capital to give a stipend to every official and clerk in the yamen. This made the vast majority grateful to him. He did this not only to win hearts, but also to bind all the officials of Luoshui County together, ensuring that no one would attack him on this matter. Otherwise, it would mean making enemies of most of Luoshui County. Even the members of the three great families were full of admiration, marveling at Qinglian's tactics. At that moment after dinner, Qinglian rarely indulged in carnal pleasures. Instead, he donned a loose robe, assumed a boxing stance, and stood still. He was adjusting himself to the optimal state for a breakthrough. Miss, I didn't expect the young master to break into the 7th grade so soon. Should this servant also work harder? If the young master catches up, Qinglian will be useless. Not far away, Qinglian murmured dejectedly. No, at least between the sheets you still serve a great purpose, keeping my husband from straying after other women. Shin Yushu turned to look at her and said with a bright smile, Miss, you're just teasing Qinglian. I'm doing all this for your own good. Qinglian pouted, looking wronged. You're the one who craves carnal pleasures, a little jealous one, and yet you blame me. Shin Yushu extended her slender fair finger and gently tapped Qinglian between the brows. I'm just afraid the young master might misbehave outside. A hint of cunning flashed in Qinglian's almond-shaped eyes. Regardless, strength is paramount. If you don't train harder, you'll remain a maid forever. Even the new girl Xiao Chao is more diligent than you. Shin Yushu shook her head and spoke earnestly, yet her gaze never left Qinglian, as if fearing an accident. System deduce the 7th grade internal organs chapter. Qinglian murmured in his mind. Merging Wuji posture, Diaochan suspended strength, 6-character mantra, and Vajra art, deducting 3,000 experience points. An illusory prompt appeared before his eyes. Previously, the 7th grade techniques martial arts and 8th grade martial arts from the ring had been taken out by Shin Yushu and placed in a study in another courtyard. He had intended to browse them all, but Shin Yushu told him that both techniques and martial arts were highly averse to being broad, but not refined, especially in terms of cultivation methods. One cannot learn too many, or it will affect the coordination of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. For this, she specially selected techniques and martial arts for Qinglian. It could perfectly temper the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Admittedly, Shin Yushu's insight as a 3rd-grade martial artist was exceptionally sharp. Even when he merged other techniques, the required experience points could hardly be reduced further. The methods for tempering the 5 viscera and 6 bowels fell into just a few categories. Either tempering with unique force stimulating with sound or through distinct breathing patterns. The merge techniques now encompassed all of these. Spending 3,000 experience points was entirely worth integrating the Heavenly Book's general outline, perfecting the 7th grade techniques functions, even allowing one to break limits. The Mixed Yuan True Arts Internal Organs chapter has been deduced, with the system's prompt. A stream of profound information surged into his mind, covering all content of the Internal Organs chapter, its mystical secrets, and even the auxiliary medicines required. Learn the first layer of the Internal Organs chapter. He willed it. Experience points 3,000 after deducting the experience. He fully mastered the first layer of the Internal Organs chapter, as if he had practiced it for countless years, grasping it perfectly. A surging pure force welled up within him, permeating his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. His internal organs were tempered to a degree, filling his body with a sense of power. At that moment it was as if some bottleneck was shattered. Force burst forth, penetrating skin, flesh, and sinews, entering the viscera, forming a unified whole. And he successfully broke through to the 7th grade, becoming a 7th grade initial stage martial artist. Qinglian carefully sensed it, and found that upon entering the 7th grade his force penetrated both internally and externally, allowing him to unleash triple force in an instant with all his physical abilities leaping forward. The 7th grade is an entirely different realm. The force is more enduring, and can also burst forth suddenly without worrying about the viscera's endurance. He thought to himself. He immediately assumed a boxing stance and began practicing the Internal Organs chapter framed by the Heavenly Book's general outline. His movements were sometimes ethereal like an immortal riding the wind, sometimes fierce and powerful like a giant capable of uprooting mountains. Paired with the rhythm of his breathing motion and stillness complemented each other, force flowing freely, heavy or light at will. A unique charm naturally radiated from him. This, Miss, have you secretly taught the young master some formidable technique? Why does the young master's practice of the viscera-tempering martial art seem so profound, even surpassing? When she saw Qinglian's movements, Jinling's eyes widened, and she turned to whisper to Shen Yushu. Even more profound and arcane than the techniques in the Heavenly Demon Tome. Shen Yushu finished Jinling's unspoken words. The Heavenly Demon Tome was the supreme martial art of the Demon Sect, one of the world's 10 great tomes. Who would dare to slander it easily? Ma'am. Seeing her mistress pick up the thread, Jinling nodded like a chick pecking rice. Perhaps my husband has comprehended the mysteries of the Heavenly Book's general outline. Shen Yushu's phoenix eyes shimmered with a strange light as she murmured softly. Now she fully believed the old man from the Heavenly Secret Sect. At the very least, everything her husband had shown so far undoubtedly indicated that he could help her resolve that great trouble in the future. The 10 great tomes were already profoundly abstruse. Few could master them even among peerless geniuses. And the 10 great tomes originated from the Heavenly Book. Rumor had it that the Heavenly Book was even more arcane, dozens of times more difficult than the 10 great tomes. Yet now Qinglian had gleaned something from the general outline. How could this not shock her, a 3rd grade martial artist? I've worried you, my wife. Just then Qinglian's voice interrupted her thoughts. She snapped back to reality and found her husband had already finished his practice. Husband, have you broken through just like that? She asked in surprise and confusion. Though she had sensed something unusual in Qinglian's body earlier, with force flowing differently than before. A sign of breakthrough. She hadn't expected it to be so fast. Even geniuses needed to take it slow when entering the 7th grade. After all, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were extremely fragile. A careless mistake leaving hidden injuries would be disastrous. Indeed. Qinglian shrugged, speaking with utmost ease. The young master is truly amazing. Jinling, feigning ignorance, clapped in praise. But inwardly she was puzzled. When she broke through to the 7th grade, she had taken pills to nurture her 5 viscera and 6 bowels, terrified of causing trauma and failing the breakthrough. Could be said that 80% of martial artists in the world fell at this hurdle. Yet the young master broke through so effortlessly, as easily as eating or drinking. Your young master has even greater feats. Want to try? Qinglian deliberately teased. Before he wouldn't have dared for fear of being drained dry by the little vixen Jinling. But now, having entered the 7th grade, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had been tempered, forming a perfect cycle. His once weak kidneys had become as strong as iron. His combat prowess was now incomparable. Want the young master go to the county office tomorrow? Jinling asked in surprise. These past days the young master had always used the excuse of needing to go to the county office the next day, refusing to play too late. Now he was taking the initiative, quite unusual. I will go, but tonight I've decided to keep you company properly, so you don't misunderstand that I'm lacking, Qinglian said with full confidence. Fine, then don't make excuses later, young master. Qinglian blinked her almond eyes, licking her moist red lips, deliberately tempting. Then let's start now. Qinglian stepped forward, hoisting Qinglian onto his shoulder. With his other arm he wrapped around Shen Yushu's waist and strode toward the main chamber. On the spacious bed, the gauze-like curtains were drawn, gently fluttering. Qinglian actively removed his wife's long skirt and untied her silk robe. Her fair, jade-like delicate body was revealed before his eyes. Even though it was not his first time seeing it, each time brought a different sensation. My lady, you are so beautiful tonight. Qinglian placed his large hand on her fragrant shoulder, sliding down along her fine jade-like collarbone. Was I not beautiful before? Shen Yushu asked softly. Beautiful, but you are even more beautiful before your husband without clothes. Qinglian's gaze burned with passion, his eyes roving. The woman before him let out a soft moan, her eyes rippling with autumn water, a rosy flush spreading to her crystal-clear earlobes and elegant fair neck. A large patch of pink also appeared on her delicate body, dignified yet seductive, utterly alluring. Young master, am I not beautiful? At this moment Qinglian's seductive voice sounded from behind him. How dare you? What demon dares to seduce this chief inspector? Qinglian deliberately put on a stern face and shouted, then pulled Qinglian in front of him and gave her firm backside a heavy slap. A clear handprint immediately appeared on her fair jade-like skin. It's just your maidservant. Does the young master not like it? Qinglian's eyes were as silken threads, like a seductress from the spider cave. She actively wrapped her arms around Qinglian's neck and offered her red lips. Her jade arms encircled him, her rosy lips gently breathing fragrance. Her cloud-like hair tilted askew hairpins, swaying with passion. Layers of flower shadows moonlight on her lotus-like face. Clouds and rain over Mount Wu, one layer after another. How was it? Your young master is amazing, isn't he? Qinglian held one in each arm, feeling their limp, soft bodies, and asked with a great sense of achievement. Amazing, young master, please don't move. Qinglian panted, moving his mischievous hand away, speaking coquettishly and pleadingly. All right, your young master won't move. Qinglian laughed out loud. Tonight he had finally made this little vixen Qinglian beg for mercy. He felt a surge of pride. From then on he could boldly declare that he, Qinglian, could perform 10 times in one night. However, this glory was destined to be short-lived. The first day 10 times. The second day 8 times. The third day 5 times. Then Qinglian finally understood the meaning of the saying, only the ox that plows gets tired, never the field. Even though he had already reached the 7th rank and his kidneys had been tempered, nightly revelry was still unsustainable. Young master, you've been so formidable these days, this maidservant can barely take it. Should we take another concubine? Perhaps sensing Qinglian's decline, the little vixen Qinglian deliberately said this. Hearing this, Qinglian's expression stiffened slightly. He immediately put on a serious face and said, Qinglian, don't tempt your young master. Since ancient times wine and lust have been poison to the gut. These days my martial arts cultivation has regressed. From today onward your young master will strive for advancement. The path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance you fall back. Hearing Qinglian's righteous and impassioned speech, Qinglian's almond eyes widened, seemingly surprised that her young master had such a ready string of excuses. Before Qinglian could say more, Qinglian slung his long saber over his shoulder and strode out the door. Young master, tonight this maidservant Yunyang and the young lady can all serve you together, how about that? Qinglian's eyes twinkled as she shouted at Qinglian's retreating back. From behind, Qinglian's figure paused, his steps noticeably unsteady. Pretending not to hear, he quickened his pace to leave the house. Giggle. Seeing this, Qinglian's laughter rang out like bells, crisp and pleasant. You only know how to tease your husband. A person's energy is limited, even iron can't withstand it. Don't be so frequent in the future, lest you hinder your husband's cultivation. At this moment Shen Yushu walked over and reminded her with a hint of affectionate indulgence. This maidservant understands. Qinglian stuck out her little tongue and agreed. By the way, there is another matter. Shaowan sent word that the renowned Maidaya of Yingzhou Prefecture has accepted an invitation from the Shuyunjian and is planning to come to our Luoshui County. She has already set out. Xiaowan reminded us to be careful. Shen Yushu seemed to think of something and said calmly, Mei Dia, you mean Mei Yueran, the one known as one of the 8 great pure maidens of the empire? Jinling's almond eyes showed surprise. Shouldn't such pure maidens be in those places of luxury and indulgence? What is she coming to a remote small place like Luoshui County for? From Xiaowan's tone that Mei Yueran is a martial arts expert, highly likely from the Charming Palace. Shen Yushu said calmly, to her, even if Mei Yueran was extremely formidable, she was still not worth a second glance. If not for the fear of exposing her own identity and worrying about her husband's safety, she wouldn't have any interest at all. In this world today, there were only a few young experts worthy of her attention. Charming Palace. That sect of sluts who rely on their looks to win people over. Jinling was stunned for a moment, then asked casually. Seeing Shen Yushu's stern warning glare, she quickly gave her own mouth a light slap. Miss, those women never stir without profit. Their coming to Luoshui County definitely has ulterior motives. But this maidservant still can't think of anything here worth their coveting. Unless... Jinling suddenly thought of the heavenly book compendium her young master had obtained. Could those women be coming for that? Probably not. If there were any slight disturbance, the 5 great sects of the empire would have moved first. It wouldn't be their turn. These days have Shumo and the others keep an eye on the Shuyanjian and find out what they're really about. Besides judging by your husband's actions, he will likely make a move on the inner city in the future. We also need to learn the situation of the shops in the inner city in advance. Shen Yushu shook her head. At this moment Qinglian had already arrived at the county office's case-solving hall. Seeing that Dong Rini had broken through to the 9th rank perfection, Qinglian showed a gratified expression. He immediately announced that all constables could compete for the position of Southern District Captain. Firstly, their strength must be convincing. Secondly, they must also have merits. Anyone with such aspirations could sign up for the competition. The official trial would be held tomorrow. Chief Inspector Li, the Tofu Beauty from the Outer City South District, is looking for you. She says she has a matter she needs your help with. Just as he finished announcing this and was about to send everyone back to their patrols, a constable quickly entered and reported respectfully. The Tofu Beauty is looking for me. Let's go and see. Tofu Beauty Feng Sanyang was an unyielding assassin. Moreover, she was a martial artist at the 8th stage of the Qi refining realm. Such strength was already sufficient to resolve 90% of the problems in Luoshui County. Qinglian simply could not fathom why she sought him out. He stepped out of the county office. Qinglian saw Feng Sanyang standing at the entrance dressed in patched coarse cloth, her hair disheveled, looking haggard and ill at ease. She occasionally peered inside, seemingly anxious. Your humble subject pays respects to Lord Li. Seeing Qinglian emerge, Feng Sanyang immediately stepped forward to kneel. Speak plainly if you have something to say. Our great Qian Empire does not observe such formalities. Qinglian quickly helped her up and asked with a frown. At the county office entrance, under the watchful eyes of all, her actions forced him to ponder her true intentions. Lord Li, I beg you to save my husband. Feng Sanyang's face was etched with sorrow as she pleaded. Come inside with me. Qinglian glanced at her, then turned to the surrounding constables and bailiffs. Do you have nothing else to do? Why aren't you out on patrol? At his words, the constables and bailiffs scattered like a flock of birds, each rushing to their duties to avoid having their pay docked. Initially, these fellows were extremely dissatisfied with Qinglian's stringent regulations. But a few days ago, when their salaries were distributed, each of them beamed with joy, their grievances completely swept away. The reason was simple: Qinglian had paid them well. Even the county's chief of police and deputy magistrate, who were greatly displeased with him, softened their attitudes after seeing their own compensation, their addresses becoming much warmer. After inviting Feng Sanyang into the investigation hall, Qinglian looked directly at her and asked, Feng Sanyang, let's not waste each other's time. Speak. What exactly brings you to see this chief inspector today? Lord Li, I truly have come to implore you to save my husband. Feng Sanyang pleaded anxiously. She appeared humble and pitiful. It was impossible to tell if it was an act. Ha! Could it be that you haven't come to assassinate this chief inspector? Qinglian sat in his chair and asked calmly. Hearing this, Feng Sanyang's complexion shifted slightly, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. She lowered her head and murmured, I do not understand Lord Li's meaning. Feng Sanyang, wouldn't it be better if we were both honest with each other? Do you truly think this chief inspector knows nothing? Now that there is no one else in the investigation hall, if you wish to make a move, feel free. Qinglian let out a cold laugh. At this moment Feng Sanyang finally realized that the chief inspector Li before her was fully aware of her identity. She abruptly lifted her head, bit her lip, and spoke with a look of reckless determination. Yes, I am indeed an assassin. A crate killer from the Listening Snow Pavilion. I have also received missions to assassinate Chief Inspector Li, but I never acted on them. Later, after Chief Inspector Li displayed formidable strength, that mission fell to other assassins. I came today because I truly need help. If Chief Inspector Li is willing to assist, Feng Sanyang will be at your disposal from now on. Qinglian stared at her for a moment before calmly saying, Tell me about your Listening Snow Pavilion. The Listening Snow Pavilion is a very loose yet highly secretive assassin organization. It is loose because anyone can join with no requirements. You only need to purchase a Listening Snow Ledger. For your first mission, the pavilion will assign one, based on your personal martial arts realm. Through this mission you are given a rating. Once rated, you can see the level-appropriate missions for your location on the Listening Snow Ledger. Each mission has a score and the pavilion changes your rank based on your score. Feng Sanyang roughly detailed the situation of the Listening Snow Pavilion. So you've never actually met anyone else from the Listening Snow Pavilion? Qinglian asked with a frown. That's correct, which is why it's so secretive. It's said that in this western region of our great Qian Empire, every prefectural city and every county has their people as well as their inspection envoys. Feng Sanyang nodded. Hearing this, an inexplicable chill surged within Qinglian. From the information revealed by Feng Sanyang, the Listening Snow Pavilion was undoubtedly a terrifying assassin organization. This was a complete system of raising killers like goo insects, survival of the fittest, cultivating the elite. What is the Listening Snow Ledger? He asked again. It's something like a book capable of transmitting messages across 1,000 li in an instant, but it requires some price. Based on my speculation, it might be related to Gue. Gue! Qinglian's heart tightened. He knew that this world had demons and monsters, but he had never encountered them. The only demon he had seen was from a distance near the Nanha River some time ago, and he had no further contact. As for ghosts and monsters, he had never encountered any. Not ghosts, but Gue. Gue are anomalies, a very unique kind of thing. I'm afraid only the Empire's Hanging Sword Department, as well as the great families and sects, know the inside story. I have only heard of it myself. Feng Sanyang explained patiently. Gue. Anomalies. Qinglian tapped his fingers rhythmically on the armrest of his chair. He paused, then looked at Feng Sanyang and asked, If I remember correctly, your husband's name is Yuhai, isn't it? Since you are an assassin and your so-called tofu beauty identity is just a cover, why do you care so much about him? He once saved me. At first we were indeed a couple in name only, but later I truly gave myself to him. If it weren't for his gambling addiction, he would be a good man. Although he has indeed become obsessed now, I believe that as long as he quits gambling, he can return to how he was before. Feng Sanyang hesitated, a trace of reminiscence and hope flickering in her subtly charming eyes. Qinglian was somewhat surprised. He had not expected that Feng Sanyang, who had once tried to seduce him, was actually a woman of deep affection. What exactly happened to your husband? He asked. Lord Li, do you still remember the gambling debt Yu Hai owed to the Golden Fortune gambling house? A few days ago Yu Hai came back. He not only paid off his gambling debt, but also brought back a considerable amount of silver, and even gifted me a set of fine cosmetics. However, his gambling addiction was not cured, instead it worsened. He almost always lost more than he won. But he didn't take money from home yet. He seemed to have an endless supply of silver. But he has aged terribly. He now looks at least 10 years older than before. There must be something wrong. I fear that if this continues, he will die of old age. Feng Sanyang was in agony, her eyes full of pleading and expectation. Are you suspecting that Yu Hai's matter is related to the anomalies? After a moment of silence, a sharp glint flashed in Qinglian's eyes as he asked. Yes, but most anomalies are merely inanimate objects. The truly terrifying thing is the people behind them. Feng Sanyang's expression was particularly anxious. Her words plunged Qinglian into thought. Up until now he had no idea what these anomalies truly were. From Feng Sanyang's words, it was not hard to see that her understanding of anomalies was far from superficial. All along he had believed them to be ghosts. For instance, a kind of spirit-like entity formed from the accumulation of resentment after death. Yet it turned out that what were called ghosts were actually gui, entities far more inscrutable. From Feng Sanyang's words, he could discern that gui included both inanimate objects and sentient ones. If so, it was certain that someone had already mastered some form of gui artifact. However, this was not crucial to Qinglian. As long as he could deal with them, that sufficed. What he lacked now were time and experience points. Given time and experience points, he felt he could stand in the divine capital and declare our kings and generals born superior. But for now, he was merely a 7th-rank chief constable. He still had to rely on the towering tree of the great Qin Empire to climb upward and absorb nourishment for growth. Where is Yu Hai now? After a moment of thought, Qinglian asked. He has been locked up by me. Feng Sanyang bit her lip, her spirits exceptionally low. Come take this constable to see him. Qinglian summoned 2 constables and followed Feng Sanyang to the tofu shop. Behind the shop, an old man with graying hair was bound to a millstone with ropes. A piece of rag was stuffed into his mouth, his face flushed as he struggled violently. He resembled a madman, utterly abnormal in every way. When he saw Qinglian and the others enter, he struggled even more wildly, the ropes grinding against his wrists until they were bloodied, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. His gaze at Feng Sanyang was filled with hatred, as if it could turn into a torrential flood. Is he your husband? Qinglian glanced at Yu Hai and turned to ask Feng Sanyang. Yes, he is only 29 this year. Perhaps sensing the core of Qinglian's question, Feng Sanyang truthfully stated Yu Hai's age. 29. Qinglian was astonished. Before him was clearly an old man with graying hair half fallen out. A layer of white hair lay on the ground at his feet, evidently recently shed. His face was covered in countless wrinkles, eyelids drooping, bags under his eyes prominent, and even his neck was lined with folds. He looked every bit like a man in his 60s. Yu Hai, how did you end up like this? Qinglian removed the rag from his mouth and asked. Feng Sanyang, you bitch. If I hadn't saved you back then, you'd be dead. I risked my life to earn you so much money, and this is how you repay me. You slut, have you been keeping another man behind my back? Now you want me dead, so you can run off with your lover. Yu Hai, as if insane, spewed a torrent of curses at Feng Sanyang, each more vile than the last. The constables behind Qinglian could barely restrain themselves from intervening. Feng Sanyang had come to the county office herself to seek help for him, yet he cursed her so viciously. She was his woman. Ahai, forgive me. For your life I had no choice. Feng Sanyang walked over, slowly crouched down, and caressed his aged face, her eyes filled with deep tenderness. But Yu Hai was unappreciative. His gaze as fierce as a wild beast. He bit down on her delicate hand. Crimson blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Feng Sanyang remained silent, her eyes only showing pity. With a sharp slap, Qinglian struck him across the face. Only then did he release his bite. But on Feng Sanyang's palm were 2 deep rows of teeth marks with a yellowed tooth still embedded in her flesh. You're worse than a beast, unable to tell good from bad. She did this to save your life. True, she once saved you, but over the years she must have repaid that debt many times over. Yet she still treats you well, and you repay her like this. Truly raising an ingrate. Qinglian's tone was icy. Sensing the murderous intent from Qinglian, Yu Hai shrank back, appearing somewhat frightened. But he still stiffened his neck, glaring at Qinglian. I know you, the former constable Li. You came here before, and that bitch winked and flirted with you. You've surely hooked up by now. Is this you standing up for her? Looking at Yu Hai, whose face was swollen, Qinglian shook his head. You really are insane. In his view, this man was beyond saving. The last time Feng Sanyang seduced him, it was likely to make a move against him. Yu Hai might not know this, but he could see from her daily treatment of him how much she cared. Unfortunately, he was utterly beyond redemption. His heart held only hatred, not love. Search him. See if there's anything unusual on him. Qinglian waved his hand impatiently. Yes, Chief Constable. The constables behind him, showing no regard for Yu Hai, searched him roughly. A flicker of panic and fear appeared in Yu Hai's eyes. Chief found this. A constable retrieved a solid coin-like object of unknown material from his bosom. He handed it to Qinglian. Give it back, give it back. That's mine. Yu Hai's eyes turned bloodshot as he struggled violently, the bones in his wrists creaking under the ropes, yet he charged forward like a mad beast. Qinglian took it and examined it. The coin had a ghostly face carved on one side and bizarre patterns on the other. It was a dull bronze color exuding an eerie aura. A ghost face charm coin. Qinglian murmured to himself. Ding. Dao imprint detected. Extract. Just then the system's prompt echoed in his mind. This piqued Qinglian's intense curiosity. Normally the system alerted him via a virtual panel display. It only alerted him this way when encountering something significant. The term Dao imprint had last appeared when the system extracted the heavenly book's outline. Now it surfaced again. What can a Dao imprint be used for? Qinglian asked silently. It can be used for the host's future observation and comprehension when entering the Supreme Realm. Supreme Realm? That's far beyond me. What benefit does it bring me now? Qinglian was speechless. The Supreme Realm was a matter for later. He was only at the 7th rank now. What good was it to him? The host can convert it into experience points. The system prompted again. Extract and convert to experience points. Qinglian thought. In the next moment, an intangible force seemed to be drawn from the Ghostface charm coin, accompanied by a piercing scream that seemed to echo in one's soul. 2,500 experience points. The charm coin crumbled into dust, as if losing its sustaining power. No, impossible. How could you destroy it? Yuhai roared in fury. Have an inconspicuous brother change into plain clothes and go to the gold service gambling house to find Liu Kan. Tell him the chief constable wants him at the usual place. Keep it discreet, don't let anyone notice. Qinglian ignored Yuhai entirely, turning to whisper to a constable. Confess honestly, where did you obtain that Ghostface charm coin? After the constable departed, Qinglian fixed his gaze on Yuhai and questioned. Even if it was merely an imprint of the Tao principles, it was far from ordinary. Perhaps that charm coin was the key to his transformation. Impossible, you cannot destroy it. Yuhai seemed trapped in a state of obsession, muttering those few words incessantly. Seeing his condition, Qinglian shook his head and abandoned the effort. It appeared that his act of destroying the Ghostface charm coin had dealt a tremendous shock to Yuhai. Presumably that Ghostface charm coin was difficult to destroy by ordinary means. He is beyond salvation now. If his inner perceptions cannot be corrected, he will never return to normal. Will you continue to care for him? Qinglian turned to Feng Sanyang and asked. No matter what he becomes, he is my man. Even if he cannot take care of himself, I will tend to him until the end of his days. Feng Sanyang's tone was resolute, her gaze toward Yuhai still exceptionally tender, devoid of any resentment or disdain. Ah, what is love that it makes life and death a vow? We will surely get to the bottom of this matter, hoping to sever his last lingering hope and help him recover soon. Qinglian sighed, offering Feng Sanyang a glimmer of hope before leaving with his constables. If she were an ordinary woman encountering such a man, she would have cast him aside long ago. It was rare for Feng Sanyang to possess such loyalty and affection. You two go inquire at other gambling dens to see if any paupers have recently come into sudden wealth. Stepping out of the tofu shop, Qinglian turned and instructed the two constables. Yes, Chief Constable. The two promptly set off to investigate. Qinglian walked alone to the secluded alley where he had once met Liu Kan. He waited patiently. About 3/4 of an hour later, a figure arrived late. Dressed in a plain gray servant's short coat and a gray-blue turban, the person was utterly inconspicuous. It was Liu Kan. Your humble servant pays respects to Chief Constable Li. Upon seeing Qinglian, Liu Kan spoke with utmost reverence. Now that Qinglian had been promoted to Chief Constable, though Liu Kan was his informant on the streets, he was genuinely pleased. After all, becoming a Chief Constable was a promising career path. Have there been any news of that second chief these past days? Qinglian inquired. During the eradication of the Golden Rooster Stockade bandits, the informants planted by the bandits in the county town had remained inactive, mainly because the county office was unclear about how many men the bandits had stationed in the foothills. In any case, the key figures were either dead or on the run, no longer posing a threat. Naturally, there was no need to pursue the matter further. The second chief has always acted cautiously. After the Golden Rooster Stockade was raised, he cut off all contact. However, Old Man Fuss movements have been somewhat mysterious lately. I am keeping an eye on him. As soon as I have a lead, I will surely report to you immediately, my lord. Liu Kan quickly assured. Do you know Yuhai? This man suddenly came into wealth and cleared his debts at your gambling den. Are such occurrences common at your establishment? Qinglian continued. Is the chief constable asking about this item? Liu Kan produced a charm coin from his bosom. It was a Ghostface charm coin. Indeed, many gambling addicts have recently become flush with cash. They've paid off their debts, draped themselves in silks and satins, feasted on pastries from Huangji Bakery, and roast chicken from Shuyunjian, and slept with courtesans from the Music Bureau. This naturally drew attention. Following Old Man Fuss orders, I investigated and discovered that all these individuals possessed such a coin. According to them, a drop of blood binds it to its owner. Once bound, one can exchange their lifespan for gold and silver. We call these life or money coins. Now many factions are secretly searching for such coins, forcing others to bind with them and drain their lives for wealth. Lu Can quickly relayed the recent events. When did this start? Li Qinglian's expression shifted slightly as he asked. As the chief constable of Luoshui County, his ignorance of this matter revealed a significant flaw in his intelligence network, or perhaps he had been lulled by the county's superficial calm. About 5 or 6 days ago. In truth, only we gambling den owners are most sensitive to this, others may not have noticed the anomaly. 5 or 6 days ago marked the time of his own appointment. At that time he had been preoccupied with establishing rules for the gang factions, focusing on preventing them from causing chaos and stirring up trouble. Unexpectedly someone seized this window to orchestrate this scheme. Though he was still unclear about the nature of the Ghostface charm coin, he sensed that it was a deliberate act. Give this Ghostface charm coin to me. This is your reward for the information. Li Qinglian took a money pouch from his bosom and handed it over simultaneously, taking the Ghostface charm coin from Lu Can's hand. Chief Constable Li, I cannot accept this money. Lu Can hastily declined. I always act with principle. Those who work for me must be rewarded or punished fairly. You need funds for your dealings, or how else would you obtain accurate intelligence? Take it. Li Qinglian waved his hand. Seeing this, Lu Can had no choice but to accept the pouch, a surge of gratitude welling up in his heart. Since pledging allegiance to Li Qinglian, he had resigned himself to being an unpaid laborer. Unexpectedly, Chief Constable Li was not as cold and merciless as others who treated their informants as disposable pawns. Instead, he was generous and humane, a trait Lu Can greatly appreciated. At least he treated them as people, not dogs. While ensuring your safety, gather information about these charm coins, where they originate and who is behind them. Li Qinglian looked at him. Yes, Chief Constable Li. After a brief instruction, Li Qinglian dismissed Lu Can. Li Qinglian examined the Ghostface charm coin in his hand, then exerted his full strength to crush it. Yet the coin remained intact, impervious to damage. Truly strange, ordinary means cannot destroy it. Given his current strength, he could easily mold iron like clay. But now he was powerless against it. A bizarre object indeed, capable of trading lifespan for gold and silver. Aptly named a life or money coin. A cold glint flickered in Li Qinglian's eyes. He could already foresee that the widespread circulation of these life or money coins would cause massive upheaval, potentially plunging Luoshui County into chaos. Everything has a price. I refuse to believe that creating such coins comes without a cost. He immediately had the system convert it into experience points. His nearly depleted experience pool increased by 5000. This was enough for him to learn a 7th rank martial art and integrate all his previously learned techniques, elevating them to the 7th rank. By then his overall strength would become even more formidable. Even the county captain clad in full armor might not be his match. In a humble courtyard in Luoshui County, a young man dressed in simple clothes suddenly changed expression, spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. His face turned deathly pale. What happened? Another Ghostface charm coin destroyed. Who could it be? His expression shifted between gloom and uncertainty. Could it be that the sword-suspending office has discovered the coins? The young man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a profound wariness flickering in his eyes. As far as he knew, only the sword-suspending office, the great aristocratic families, and the major sects in the realm had the capability to destroy the Ghostface spending coins. However, martial artists from those powerful families and sects would never set foot in a small place like Luoshui County. Only the sword-suspending office. They were too mysterious and omnipresent. It seems I need to be more cautious. I should also reclaim some of the Ghostface spending coins I've distributed. As for that esteemed one's instructions, I'll take it slow. Safety is paramount. He mused to himself. Although Li Qinglian knew that destroying the Ghostface coins would cause trouble for the person behind them, he had no idea what kind of trouble it would be. To him, that didn't matter. What mattered was that those things could bring him immensely rich experience points. That alone had piqued his interest. Soon it was afternoon. All the constables and patrolmen returned to the Criminal Investigation Office to submit their daily patrol summaries. Qinglian sat in his seat and skimmed through them briefly before scanning the room and saying, "In recent days, a type of ghostface spending coin has appeared in our Luoshui County. Once blood is dripped on it to establish ownership, one can sell their own lifespan in exchange for gold and silver. Already a considerable number of people possess such coins. Some have even been imprisoned treated as livestock to be traded for gold and silver. This is clearly an attempt to destabilize Luoshui County. As Chief Constable, I will absolutely not allow such things to happen. Starting tomorrow, focus your investigations on this matter. Arrest anyone involved." Hearing Qinglian's words, everyone's expressions shifted. As constables and patrolmen responsible for maintaining peace and order in Luoshui County, they had not even heard of this incident, indicating that their work had been inadequate. It also showed they had been negligent recently. "Chief Li, where is the source of this matter?" Chun Si asked directly, his face stern. "It should be the gambling houses. For the specifics, you'll need to investigate thoroughly. Your monthly stipend next month will depend on your performance in this matter." Qinglian declared solemnly. "Yes, Chief Li." As soon as their interests were mentioned, everyone became serious. Soon Qinglian dismissed them. After everyone had left, he intended to go home. Just then a runner hurried over. "Chief Li, the county magistrate requests your presence. He says there are important matters to discuss." "Oh!" Qinglian frowned and followed the runner swiftly to the county office hall. Magistrate Wang Yu usually kept a low profile and rarely stirred up trouble, except for matters concerning the Southern River. It was even more unusual for him to be working so late, so something major must have happened. Could it also be about the ghost face spending coins? Qinglian wondered to himself. When he arrived at the county office hall, he found the 3 top officials of the county were all present, along with the county tax envoy and others. In fact, almost all the officials of the county government had gathered. This stirred up questions in his mind. What could have happened to bring every county official together? "Greetings, magistrate." After Qinglian exchanged pleasantries with each of them, he took his seat on the side. "The reason I have called everyone here so late is twofold. First, the issue of tax collection. Tomorrow marks the start of the annual tax collection period. We must ensure the normal collection of taxes. Second, at noon today, a shipment of military supplies being transported from Qinglian Prefecture to Yongzhou Prefecture was ambushed near Lupan Mountain. Only over a dozen corpses were left at the scene. The weapons and escort personnel have all disappeared. This matter has already alarmed Qinghe Commandery. The higher-ups have ordered us to investigate immediately and find the military supplies and the culprits as soon as possible." Magistrate Wang Yu spoke in an extremely severe tone. He shot a particular glance at Qinglian when he said the last sentence. It was clearly directed at him. Upon hearing that military supplies had been seized, everyone's hearts jolted. Their faces showed disbelief. After all, this was a prosperous era. Few dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers of the great Qin Empire. Even the bandits and petty thieves dared not provoke the great Qin Empire, fearing retribution. Yet now someone had the audacity to act recklessly, as if they were tired of living. Qinglian felt the same, but soon many questions welled up in his mind. Lupan Mountain is located southwest of Luoshui County, at the border between Jiuan County of Qinglian Prefecture and Luoshui County. The terrain there is steep, so treacherous that even divine monkeys would struggle to cross and birds would find it hard to fly over. Although an old official road exists, very few choose to take that route. Yet the military supplies were transported along that very road, which was highly problematic. "Magistrate, may I ask what exactly those military supplies were? How much was there?" "As far as I know, there are no notorious bandits or outlaws in the Lupan Mountain area. If the quantity was large, it would be even harder to erase the traces in such a place." Zhang Zhongshan, the county defender, asked directly. "I don't know much about this either. The higher-ups didn't provide details. But regardless, we must investigate quickly and give them an explanation." The magistrate shook his head, setting the tone. Then he turned to Qinglian and said with a stern face, "Chief Li, you must expedite the investigation into this matter. Magistrate, since this incident occurred at Lupan Mountain, and the military supplies were transported without notifying us, the responsibility should lie with Jiuan County, not ours in Luoshui County. Logically, we shouldn't be the ones to investigate this." Qinglian shook his head, clearly stating his stance. He knew at once that this matter was fraught with major issues. In the past, when the Empire transported goods, They would notify everyone along the route from top to bottom, and local authorities would even dispatch personnel to prevent problems. But this shipment of military supplies completely defied established protocols. Instead, it was done stealthily, as if they were afraid of being discovered. How could military supplies be transported like this? If he took on this case, he would only be asking for trouble. Chiefly, there is no room for negotiation on this. It is a direct order from above. Moreover, based on various clues, the batch of military supplies is believed to have been hidden within the borders of our Luoshui County. The magistrate's tone was extremely forceful. This displeased Li Qinglian. Not long ago they had cooperated amicably on developing the Southern River area. Yet now, in just a few days, he was being given a cold shoulder. Since it's an order from above, please present the official document, magistrate. Li Qinglian said with extreme nonchalance. Magistrate Wang, it seems you have a significant problem managing your subordinates. A mere chief constable in a county dares to be so insolent. Just then a calm yet malicious voice rang out. A man of about 30 years old entered through the side door of the main hall. He was clad in a moon-white brocade robe embroidered with silver cloud patterns, and as he walked it seemed as if light flowed among the cloud motifs. His gaunt face and piercing gaze gave him an air of nobility and arrogance. Every gesture and movement unmistakably proclaimed his formidable background. My lord, why have you come? Leave these matters to your subordinates. As soon as the man appeared, the county magistrate hastily rose and bowed obsequiously. You can't even command a mere chief constable. If I hadn't come, how would the investigation into the lost military supplies proceed? The man snorted coldly, casting a dismissive glance at Li Qinglian. A glint of icy light flashed deep in his eyes as he unceremoniously seated himself in the magistrate's former seat. Though no one else recognized the man's origins, they all rose voluntarily. Everyone could tell that anyone who could command such deference from the magistrate must have an extraordinary background. Hearing this, the magistrate's face stiffened, but he still forced a smile and said, Chief Li didn't understand the full story earlier. I'm sure that once he knows the facts, he will dedicate himself fully to the investigation. Enough! I've long heard that the newly appointed chief constable of Luoshui County is unruly and arrogant. Today, I finally see it for myself. The man raised a hand to cut off the magistrate's words, speaking bluntly. It was clearly a deliberate provocation aimed at Li Qinglian. Li Qinglian was also baffled. Was it simply because he had refused to investigate the military supplies that this man had taken a dislike to him and was deliberately targeting him? He immediately checked the man's personal information. Name Zhou Mingjin, identity collateral descendant of the Zhou family, in Qinghe County, City County Inspector, realm 7th grade midstage. After reading this, Li Qinglian narrowed his eyes slightly. The fact that this man was a member of the Zhou family forced him to think deeper. He recalled that during the last competition for the chief constable position, someone from the Zhou family had also been involved. The entire affair exuded an air of unusual tension. From now on, set aside all your excuses and petty schemes. Everyone must devote themselves fully to investigating the lost military supplies. No one is allowed to shirk responsibility. If you can't do it, then take off your uniform and leave. The man swept his gaze across the room, speaking with extreme authority. However, everyone exchanged uneasy glances, and no one dared to speak. They had no idea who this man was, who would dare to respond lightly. Seeing their reaction, Zhou Mingjin's expression turned icy, as he emanated a powerful aura. Let me introduce everyone. This esteemed lord is Inspector Zhou Mingjin from Qinghe County City, who has come specially to Luoshui County to handle the case of the lost military supplies. Seeming to understand the reason for their hesitation, Magistrate Wang, you quickly explained. We pay our respects to the inspector. At this, everyone bowed simultaneously. The position of inspector was indeed 2 ranks higher than that of a county magistrate. It was also a versatile role wielding powers of oversight and recommendation. While it might not help secure a promotion, it could certainly ruin one's chances during an appointment. Even the magistrate who held the reins of the entire county dared not offend him lightly. Li Qinglian, I hear that as soon as you took office as chief constable you extorted bribes from all the merchants in the county. Is this true? Zhou Mingjin directly aimed his accusation at Li Qinglian. Absurd, utterly absurd. Everyone in Luoshui County knows that I, Li Qinglian, am upright and incorruptible, enforcing the law with integrity. I honor the empire's cultivation above and my own name below. If you have evidence, my lord, feel free to arrest me. Li Qinglian feigned outrage, speaking with righteous indignation, as if he were truly an honest official who had never taken a single coin. Is that so? Then why have I heard that you Li Qinglian took money from every merchant just a few days ago? Zhou Mingjin leaned forward slightly, his gaze turning razor-sharp, pressing down on Li Qinglian with immense force. It seemed that if Li Qinglian failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would be arrested on the spot and dealt with before reporting to higher authorities. My lord, that's an even bigger joke. That money wasn't extorted by me. It was voluntarily donated by the merchants when they saw the county offices were destitute and the staff worked so hard. Not a single coin of that money did I pocket. It was all distributed among the 3 offices and 6 departments of the county. I believe each responsible person has used those funds for various expenses. If you don't believe me, my lord, please order a full investigation. Li Qinglian spoke with lofty righteousness. At these words, the facial muscles of the others twitched involuntarily. They stared at their noses at their hearts, neither agreeing nor refuting. This was enough to imply certain things. Zhou Mingjin glanced at them and began to form some conjectures. Humph, sharp-tongued indeed, just like a scholar from the imperial examinations. He snorted coldly and dropped the matter. He also realized that Li Qinglian had probably bound everyone to the same chariot. If he tried to attack Li Qinglian on this front, he likely wouldn't last long in Luoshui County. Countless people would surely report him to higher-ups. He dared not lift that lid, offending not only the entire Luoshui County government, but also countless officials in the current officialdom who didn't take some perks. Li Qinglian, you must investigate the lost military supplies thoroughly. They'll give you 10 days at most. If you can't find the answer, pack up and leave. If you're incompetent, don't be chief constable. Zhou Mingjin shifted the topic, speaking with extreme harshness. Sorry, I can't do it. I still say the same. Without an official document, I cannot investigate. Li Qinglian shook his head, equally resolute. Fine, fine. This is outright rebellion. You want an official document, do you? I, the inspector, will give you your document. Enraged by Li Qinglian's words, Zhou Mingjin immediately wrote out a document, stamped it with his seal, and hurled it over. Li Qinglian reached out and caught the so-called document, glanced at it, and shook his head again. This is not a formal document. It still requires the official seal of the county governor. With a bang, Zhou Mingjin slammed his hand heavily on the wooden table beside him. The table shattered into pieces, sending splinters flying and small ornaments scattered across the floor. Li Qinglian, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you really think I can't remove you from your post? Zhou Mingjin's gaze turned sinister, murderous intent seeping out. It was clear he harbored murderous thoughts toward Li Qinglian. You truly cannot remove me, my lord. To dismiss me, you would need the approval of Lord Lung. Li Qinglian unhurriedly took out the writ given to him by Lung Lingshuang, twirling it between his fingers. When Zhou Mingjin saw that writ, his face darkened. He naturally recognized it as the personal order of Captain Lung from the Southern City Patrol Department of Qinghe County. He never expected Li Qinglian to have curried favor with that person. The anger that had flared up was swallowed back down. With that person's backing, he truly couldn't remove Li Qinglian from his position as chief constable. Qinglian, how dare you speak like that? Inspector Zhou has come down specifically for the lost military supplies. As subordinates, we must unconditionally obey and cooperate. Don't you understand even this basic principle? Perhaps sensing Zhou Mingjin's embarrassment, Magistrate Wang Yu immediately put on a stern face and scolded Li Qinglian. This served as a way to smooth things over and give Zhou Mingjin a graceful exit. Magistrate, it's not that I refuse to investigate, but Luoshui County has also encountered a major incident that demands thorough inquiry, otherwise catastrophe will strike. Li Qinglian wore a helpless expression as he immediately recounted the matter of the ghost-faced money. He also realized that the magistrate's earlier confrontation with him was likely due to Zhou Mingjin's influence. In the Great Qian dynasty, officials like Wang Yu, who governed a region, were evaluated annually. This determined his future prospects for promotion and how far he could go. The imperial inspector who happened to oversee such matters left him no choice but to comply. Although he could understand Wang Yu's predicament, he could never allow it to harm his own interests. What? Such a thing exists? Wang Yu's face paled and a trace of worry crept into his expression. He was well aware of the dangers of this matter. Once that ghost-faced money spread unchecked, countless people would trade their lives for cash, and some lawless individuals driven by greed would commit heinous crimes. This would severely disrupt the stability an order of Luoshui County inevitably affecting his political achievements. Chief Li, since this involves the uncanny, shouldn't it be reported to the sword-hanging bureau? He suddenly asked in confusion. That's true, but we need solid evidence. The uncanny are more elusive than demons. If the sword-hanging bureau blames us, we can't bear the responsibility. Li Qinglian's explanation was rather feeble. The reason he hadn't reported it promptly was to gather more spending money and increase his experience points. As his martial arts realm advanced, the experience needed grew ever greater. It was a massive amount. He had to plan ahead. Dual cultivation could yield experience, but for the sake of his health, he couldn't overdo it. As for various pills and elixirs, they required not only purchase channels but also substantial wealth. To him, the current spending money was the best way to gain experience. If he reported it to the sword-hanging bureau early, there would be nothing left for him. Makes sense. Wang Yu nodded, his face troubled. Just then Li Qinglian noticed the secretary signaling him repeatedly and gesturing as if asking for a favor. He then glanced at the magistrate and Zhou Mingjin, saying, "Since the magistrate and Master Zhou have spoken, I naturally can't refuse. How about this? I'll assign a group of constables and runners, led by Captain Zhao, to follow your orders." "So be it." Zhou Mingjin, his face cold, stood up, flicked his robe, and strode out of the hall. It seemed he had found a way to save face and no longer wished to see Li Qinglian. After he left, the magistrate addressed the others. "What I have to say concerns those two issues. I hope everyone takes them seriously, especially the matter of taxes. Chiefly regarding the death money case, investigate it thoroughly and inform the sword-hanging bureau promptly. Also look into the military supplies case and have your men gather intelligence. Report immediately if you find any clues." "Yes, sir." After Magistrate Wang Yu finished speaking, the crowd dispersed. Just as Li Qinglian was about to leave, Secretary Go Zhang called him back. "Secretary, what can I do for you?" Li Qinglian asked politely. This secretary was a hidden martial arts master adept in both letters and combat, and served as the magistrate's strategist. "Ask the world what love is, teaching life and death to pledge. Chiefly such fine poetry. What a pity you didn't pursue scholarly honors further." Secretary Go sighed, his eyes full of admiration for Li Qinglian. Hearing this, Li Qinglian's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected his casual remark to be spread by the constables nearby. They probably did it to enhance his reputation, as he hadn't asked them to keep it secret. He quickly changed the subject, saying, "Has the secretary forgotten the current state of the world? Even if we scholars achieve the top rank in examinations, what then? We end up as mere clerks and advisors to officials never truly valued." Go Zhang's face stiffened, and he lightly patted his brow, offering an apologetic smile. "Apologies, I nearly forgot. Chief Li, would you have time for a few drinks with me?" "How could I refuse your invitation?" Li Qinglian smiled. Under the secretary's lead, they arrived at a courtyard behind the county office. This was where the secretary lived, adjacent to the magistrate's residence, allowing him to better protect the magistrate. "Secretary, are you referring to the military supplies case?" Watching the secretary pour wine with practiced ease, Li Qinglian asked directly. "This is aged apricot blossom wine, exquisite in flavor, brewed by my own hands. Try some." The secretary didn't answer immediately, but pushed the cup toward him. The wine in the white porcelain cup was amber, slightly viscous, exuding a faint scent of apricot blossoms and a hint of herbs. Li Qinglian took a sip and his eyes lit up. "Is this spirit wine?" he blurted out. "It's not quite at that level, mainly because the raw materials are too rare. Still, it nourishes the organs and might slightly aid your breakthrough to the 7th rank. The secretary shook his head. He didn't know Li Qinglian was already a 7th rank martial artist. If he did, he would be astounded. "What do you think about the missing military supplies?" he asked proactively. "They probably aren't genuine military supplies, are they? The Xiling Prefecture region is mainly deserts, lakes, and grasslands with limited resources. The dynasty wouldn't send supplies there, let alone transport them thousands of miles to Yongzhou Prefecture. Moreover, the prefectural city has shown no reaction, which defies logic. If genuine military supplies were stolen, the wolf cavalry stationed there would have been deployed. Such an incident wouldn't be allowed. So there must be something fishy. Secretary Go, you must know the inside story, right?" Li Qinglian turned his gaze and asked. Secretary Go cast an approving glance at Li Qinglian, seemingly satisfied with his earlier response. "Indeed, as far as I know, Juyuan County has many iron and coal mines, so it has long produced various weapons and armor. The Zhou family of Qinghe owns an iron mine there, and has ongoing business with Yongzhou Prefecture. Secretary Go paused there. The implication was clear. Hearing this, Li Qinglian's pupils contracted, and he asked cautiously, "Do you mean the Zhou family is smuggling weapons and armor? Aren't they afraid the dynasty will take action against them? If the Zhou family acted alone, someone would indeed intervene, but they have backing from others. This is the result of shared rule among the imperial clan, noble families, and sects. In this world, the Zhou family isn't the only one engaged in such illicit trade. Which sect or noble family doesn't break the law?" Secretary Go's face twisted into a sneer. Indeed, the most profitable trades in the world are all inscribed in the laws of the great Qian dynasty. Li Qinglian chuckled with a sardonic smile. Whether it was the 5,000 years of history on Earth in his past life or this high martial world of the present, the patterns of development were strikingly similar. The more something was forbidden, the more exorbitant its profits became. Within the great Qian imperial dynasty, aside from the dynasty itself, no other force was permitted to trade in weapons or armor. And precisely because of this, the profit margins of this industry were terrifyingly immense. Exactly, that's the truth. Many aristocratic families and sects engage in similar trades. They are like leeches clinging to the imperial dynasty, draining its blood with eyes, only for their own clans, never for the dynasty, let alone the common folk at the bottom. As the saying goes, iron are the aristocratic families, but flowing water are the dynasties. Advisor Go remarked with a tinge of emotion. Advisor So Zhou Mingjin came down this time, solely to investigate the hijacking of his family's goods. If that is truly the case, why not dispatch a more powerful martial artist? Li Qinglian asked, puzzled. Surely with the foundation of a prefectural city clan, there must be many martial artists at the 6th rank or even the 5th rank. Why not send someone of that caliber to investigate? It must be for this investigation. I suspect that the Zhou family's previous recommendation of Zhou Wang as chief constable was to safeguard their trade routes. As for why they didn't send a more formidable expert, I speculate it's to keep a low profile and avoid giving others a handle against them. Moreover, solving a case isn't about killing, or it requires intellect. Perhaps the Zhou family has many experts among the mid-3 ranks, but when it comes to investigation, few are truly competent. That supervisory envoy Zhou is quite skilled in this area. Advisor Go gave Li Qinglian an ambiguous answer. Li Qinglian didn't fully accept this explanation. He knew that Advisor Go's level wasn't high enough to truly understand the thoughts of those high-ranking figures above. The conclusion he drew was based on the intelligence he had and his own life experience, which might not be comprehensive. So it seems that Supervisory Envoy Zhou intends to use the banner of righteousness to make us serve the Zhou family. Not only do we get no benefit, but will be punished if we fail. Quite a beautiful fantasy. Li Qinglian let out a cold laugh. He felt increasingly that his earlier decision not to yield easily was correct. Had he taken on that assignment, it would have been a tremendous trouble for him. He might even have been mistaken for one of the Zhou family's dogs. This matter is probably not that simple, Chief Constable Li. While investigating the Ghostface spending case, you must also pay close attention to the lost military supplies case. The Zhou family has likely been running this business for quite some time without incident, but now someone dares to strike at them. It's probably not to target the Zhou family, but to seize that shipment. If it's the latter, there could be major trouble. Advisor Go warned with a grave expression. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Advisor. Li Qinglian's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't forgotten what the county magistrate had said. All clues pointed to the hijacked shipment being hidden within Luoshui County. In other words, someone had concealed the goods right under his nose. Perhaps someone within Luoshui County was involved in the hijacking. He could believe that such a large-scale operation could evade the local power step in the county. Time passed until the next day. Li Qinglian presided over the competition among his constables for the position of chief constable. Almost without surprise, Dong Rennie secured the post. He also promoted Gu Xian from a minor clerk to a constable, making him a petty official with formal rank in the imperial dynasty. This made Gu Xian even more grateful to him. Everyone, a major incident occurred yesterday. A shipment of military supplies destined for Yongzhou Prefecture was seized by bandits at Lupan Mountain, and many were killed. According to clues, those military supplies are likely hidden within our Luoshui County. You must mobilize your connections and thoroughly investigate this matter. Furthermore, a high-ranking official from above has come down to personally look into this case. Zhao Kuang, starting today, suspend your patrol duties and hand over your current tasks to your constables. I will select a group of constables from each squad for you to lead in assisting that official's investigation. Do you have any objections? After handling the selection of the chief, Constable Qinglian got straight to the point, fixing his gaze on Zhao Kuang. No, I will follow your orders, sir. Feeling Qinglian's stare, Zhao Kuang quickly replied. He sensed that if he refused, he would lose his position as chief constable and likely offend that high-ranking official. Seeing Zhao Kuang's compliance, Qinglian immediately began selecting men and had Zhao Kuang take them away. He also picked Ho Feng to keep an eye on his movements. A member of the White Lotus sect and a member of the Zhou family. I'm curious to see what happens when I put you two together. Watching Zhao Kuang's retreating figure, Qinglian sneered inwardly. All right, everyone, continue your patrols. Don't forget about the ghost face spending case. He addressed the remaining men. Yes, Chief Constable. After everyone dispersed for patrol, Qinglian immediately sent a message via Messenger Hawk to Captain Lung detailing the military supplies incident and his conjectures. He needed to know Captain Lang's view on this matter. After all, Captain Lung was his current backer. Then Qinglian called for 3 constables and the newly promoted Guxian to head out. On the way, the constables reported their findings from the previous day. According to their investigation, similar incidents had occurred in several gambling dens across Luoshui County. It was clear that someone was deliberately circulating the ghost face spending money. Although the ultimate goal was still unknown, Qinglian was determined not to let this continue. What do you think you're doing? We already paid the service fee last time. Aren't you satisfied yet? I've made myself clear just now. Hand over the ghost face spending money immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. You black-coated dogs are pushing your luck. What ghost face spending money? We've never heard of it. Just as Qinglian and his team were patrolling the Western District, they saw a conflict erupt among dozens of people. Chief Constable Zhu and his men stood at the entrance of the Jubao gambling den. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe stood before Chief Zhu, seemingly confronting him. Behind the man were over a dozen thugs in short jackets wielding clubs. A crowd of idlers had gathered around to watch the spectacle. What's going on here? Qinglian strode over and asked in a deep voice. Chief Constable, perfect timing. I've learned that this Jubao gambling den has collected a large amount of ghost face spending money and is holding people captive to exchange their lives for cash. I only asked them to hand over the spending money with no intention of arresting them, but they claim they've never seen it and refuse to let us in. Chief Zhu said indignantly. Although he had extensive experience in handling cases, his martial prowess was somewhat lacking. With his strength at the 9th rank, perfection dealing with tough customers was difficult. One misstep could leave them embarrassed and bring shame to the chief constable. Qinglian's gaze cut like a blade, fixing upon the middle-aged man in the brocade robe. I am Chao Shang, the steward of the Jubao gambling house. Greetings, Chief Li. Do you recall, Chief Li, that you personally declared, once we paid the service fee, our establishment would be shielded from threats and disturbances? Yet within mere days, it is your own county office that comes to provoke us. Could it be you intend to demand an even larger sum? If Chief Li fails to provide an explanation today, the owners of hundreds of shops in Luoshui County will not stand for it. The middle-aged man, upon speaking, deftly shifted the topic, placing Qinglian at odds with everyone present. As his words fell, the shopkeepers nearby and his own men erupted in shouts. Yes, an explanation must be given today. Indeed, our service fees cannot be paid in vain. Listening to the clamor around him, a chill flickered in Qinglian's eyes. Silence. He uttered just 2 words, yet his voice crashed like thunder in everyone's ears, leaving them with a ringing buzz. The entire scene fell silent. I, the chief, never stated I would increase the service fee, nor will I change decrees arbitrarily. However, there is a premise: do not violate the laws of the dynasty. For minor offenses, I may turn a blind eye, but the Jubao gambling house, secretly accepting contraband, imprisoning others, and slaughtering innocents, should I not investigate thoroughly? A gambling house, a business of vast profit with little cost, ought to be strictly managed. Yet it has become insatiably greedy and harbors malicious intent. I dare say many of you who have gambled there have lost no small sum. Tell me, should such a place be investigated thoroughly? Qinglian swept his gaze around, directly pinning a heavy accusation on the Jubao gambling house. Simultaneously, he deliberately set the gambling house against everyone. He knew many envied its lucrative trade, but with powerful backers behind it, their envy was futile. Yet those people surely harbored a mindset of, if I cannot have it, you shall not enjoy it either. Now that Li Qinglian had ignited the spark, how could they not echo him? Yes, investigate thoroughly. Chiefly I saw with my own eyes Lai Shower enter the Jubao gambling house and never come out. In my view, such establishments should not exist. Countless families have been ruined by gambling. In an instant, countless voices rose around him with a sense of when a wall falls, everyone pushes it. Chao Sheng, who had been complacent about his tactics, finally panicked. What are you waiting for? Enter and search. Every person inside must be thoroughly frisked. Li Qinglian turned to Captain Zhu and said. His gaze finally settled on Chao Sheng, a cold smirk surfacing in his eyes. So he thought he could rally the crowd against me. I know this game too, and I play it with far greater finesse. Yes, chiefly. Captain Zhu and his men declared loudly, a hint of excitement in their voices, as if ready to vent all the frustration they had swallowed earlier. Hold! Chao Sheng roared, his bravado masking his fear as he stared at Li Qinglian. Li Qinglian, do you truly wish to sever all ties? The Jubao gambling house is backed by the Chao family. The Chao family, if they have violated the law, they will be investigated and arrested just the same. Proceed. Kill anyone who obstructs. I will bear all responsibility. Li Qinglian declared with unrivaled authority. At his command, the constables drew their blades and charged inside. The thugs dared not resist, and even the few ninth-rank martial artists overseeing the place remained motionless, terrified of being slain by Li Qinglian. Seeing this, Chao Sheng nearly fainted. He had not anticipated Li Qinglian would show no regard for face. Not even the name of the Chao family could intimidate him. After today, the Jubao gambling house would likely be ruined and his tenure as steward would end. Li Qinglian, let's see how you clean up this mess. Chao Sheng spat out a venomous threat, intending to leave and summon a powerful patron. Did I permit you to leave? Until the gambling house matter is resolved, no one departs. Li Qinglian raised his long blade, blocking the way. You! Chao Sheng seethed with rage, yearning to kill Li Qinglian, but the icy glare instantly cowed him. He had not forgotten how this chiefly had risen to power, nor how he had made an example of others to establish his rules for all factions. Given his own strength, he was no match for Li Qinglian. I hope someone can inform the family of what's happening here soon, or we're in trouble. He prayed anxiously, knowing the situation inside the gambling house better than anyone. Won't you try to resist? Li Qinglian asked Chao Sheng with a look of disappointment. Humph! Chao Sheng glared back in silence. Truly a coward. Li Qinglian cast a contemptuous glance at him and continued waiting at the gambling house entrance. He had intended to kill Chao Sheng as an example to all shopkeepers, but the man refused to take the bait, so he held back. After a moment, gamblers filed out dejected. Li Qinglian noted their identities one by one. To be thorough, he had Guxian frisk them again at the entrance, ensuring no Ghostface coins were missed. Do not be alarmed. If anyone carries a Ghostface coin, hand it over now, and I shall treat it as if nothing happened. Moreover, once the county office tallies the gambling funds, they will be returned to you. Of course, those who provide relevant clues will receive their funds faster. Seeing the identities of these people, Li Qinglian had a sudden idea. His true enemies were not these individuals but the Chao family, who controlled the means of production. Though some of these people were of low status and others of high rank, united they could form a considerable force. He had no desire to lose his reputation in Luoshui County or invite widespread resentment. With their word of mouth, his reputation for integrity would spread. Thank you, chiefly. It's rare to meet such an upright chiefly. After Li Qinglian's speech, the gamblers' moods visibly improved. They showered him with flattery and became far more cooperative during the searches. Some even gathered the courage to provide leads. Li Qinglian, you seek death. Just then an enraged roar rang out. A young man in fine robes strode forward, his face dark as a storm. Behind him followed over a dozen martial artists, the weakest at the late 9th rank with 3 at the 8th rank. Uncle Tang, kill him. The brocade-clad youth gritted his teeth and glanced at the gray-clad, middle-aged man beside him. Upon hearing those words, Li Qinglian felt a surge of murderous intent within him. This man, without even asking the reason, had ordered his subordinates to kill him. How tyrannical! In the eyes of these family members, opposing them was apparently the original sin. Those who submit shall prosper, those who resist shall perish. No reason was needed, only enemies to be slain. Unfortunately, Li Qinglian was no pushover. The other party's personal information also appeared before his eyes. Name Chao Yuanji, identity direct descendant of the Chao family's 3rd generation realm, early 8th grade. Chao Yuanji, so it's him. Upon seeing the information, Li Qinglian suddenly understood. He recalled Liu Can mentioning that the big shot behind the Golden Fortune gambling house was none other than this Chao Yuanji. He likely controlled several of the Chao family's gambling houses, and was highly valued by the family, otherwise they wouldn't have entrusted him with such a lucrative business. At that moment, the gray-robed, middle-aged man nodded. His gaze was cold and lifeless, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He slowly drew a long sword. The sword was 3 feet 3 inches long. It was only a little over an inch wide. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing. Even the hilt was absent, replaced by coarse cloth wrappings. Simple, ordinary, unremarkable, yet it concealed a terrifying sharpness. Momentary startle. His figure vanished in an instant. He moved with extreme speed, even the light behind him twisted slightly, and the long sword merged completely with his body. Man and sword became one. In a flash, he appeared before Li Qinglian. The sword was utterly silent, carrying an aura of extreme brilliance and danger, its tip almost touching Li Qinglian's uniform. It seemed that in the next second it would pierce through the robe, penetrate the heart, and end his life completely. Chao Yuanji watched coldly. In his eyes, Li Qinglian was already a dead man. Uncle Tong was already an 8th grade perfection martial artist with terrifying combat power, especially his momentary startle sword technique. Though only a half-remnant move, it had already been used to instantly kill many 8th grade perfection martial artists. Although it was rumored that Li Qinglian had once suppressed 2 8th grade perfection martial artists alone, in his view, he was still no match for Uncle Tong. Uncle Tong's combat prowess was proven through life-and-death trials. Just as Li Qinglian was about to fall to this sword strike, he unhurriedly extended 2 fingers. The fingers appeared jade-white with a faint circulation of power visible, emitting a subtle glow. Effortlessly, he caught the sword between them. "You!" Seeing this, Uncle Tong's lifeless eyes finally flickered with a trace of shock, utterly astonished. He had never imagined Li Qinglian could block his sword. Before he could react, Li Qinglian twisted his wrist, his fingers, as if forged from fine steel, easily snapping off the sword tip and flinging it away. That piece of sword tip streaked across the night sky like a meteor. It burst forth with a momentary radiance, piercing through the other's brow. Thud. Uncle Tong, still in the posture of thrusting his sword, collapsed to the ground, becoming a corpse, his expression one of shock and disbelief. "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could Uncle Tong be killed by you? You must have used some insidious trick." Chao Yuanji's eyes were bloodshot, half-crazed, as he stared at Li Qinglian and demanded. Uncle Tong had watched over him since childhood, and was his personal bodyguard. He had always silently stayed by his side, solving many problems for him. He had thought Uncle Tong killing Li Qinglian would be a simple task, never expecting him to die so cleanly at Li Qinglian's hands, which he found hard to accept. "Does it matter? As for you ordering your man to attack this chief inspector in broad daylight, are you plotting rebellion?" Li Qinglian drew his long blade and walked step by step toward Chao Yuanji. The long blade gleamed with a cold, eerie light, as if thirsting for blood. "Li Qinglian, don't slander me. I was just furious that you barged into our Jubao gambling house." Under Li Qinglian's oppressive aura, Chao Yuanji involuntarily stepped back, burning with rage, yet also feeling a hint of fear. If the other could easily kill even Uncle Tong, then, if he decided to strike, the martial artists around him would likely be unable to stop him. Whatever your reason, attacking a chief inspector appointed by the imperial dynasty is tantamount to rebellion, and the punishment is death without mercy. Li Qinglian's words were equally fierce. He swung the long blade, as if cutting down a dragon, transforming it into a myriad of blade shadows that enveloped Chao Yuanji. "Attack, all of you, attack together." Chao Yuanji finally panicked, hurriedly pulling the martial artists around him in front, as shields, terrified of being harmed himself. Puff puff. Instantly 4 martial artists were slain. This also stunned countless onlookers, a chill creeping into their hearts. They never imagined Li Qinglian would be so audacious as to kill even members of the Chao family. What wouldn't he dare to do? "Don't kill me. I am Chao Yuanji, a member of the Chao family." Seeing the blade light before him, Chao Yuanji screamed loudly. He tried to use his identity to intimidate Li Qinglian and gain a chance to live. "Stop!" Just then a loud shout rang out like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. A figure rushed over swiftly. It was a middle-aged man in a flowing brocade robe. Unfortunately, Li Qinglian's blade was faster. A bright blade light flew out like a falling star, streaking across the sky. Chao Yuanji's expression froze. A thin red line spread from his brow to his chin. "Jer!" The newcomer seemed to sense something, hurriedly catching Chao Yuanji's collapsing body in his arms, reaching out a broad palm to tremblingly stroke that bloodline. "Father! Chao Yuanji struggled to utter a few words. The bloodline gradually widened and crimson blood gushed out, splattering across the newcomer's face. "No, my dear." The middle-aged man was grief-stricken, ignoring the blood on his face as he gently closed Chao Yuanji's wide-open eyes. Only then did he slowly lay down the body and turn his gaze to Qinglian. His eyes were filled with overwhelming hatred and murderous intent, as if he wished to tear Qinglian into pieces. "Qinglian, why didn't you stop? He who kills shall himself be killed. Was I supposed to stick my neck out for your son to chop off?" Qinglian sneered. From the personal information provided by the system, he knew this man was Chao Yuanji's father, Chao Guangtai, an 8th-grade perfection martial artist. He had already begged for mercy, and he posed no threat to you. "I only had this one son, and you killed him." Chao Guangtai's eyes were bloodshot, the words practically ground out through clenched teeth. He had even bitten his own lip until it bled, showing the depth of his hatred for Qinglian. "Your son wanted to kill this chief inspector, and just because I am strong I should spare him. What kind of bandit logic is that? This chief inspector always acts by principle, harm me not, and I harm none, harm me, and I shall kill regardless of who it is." Qinglian was utterly angered by the other, his tone cold and domineering. Just then a group of people with disheveled hair and tattered clothes, tortured beyond recognition, staggered out from the Jubao gambling house. These people had vacant stares, graying hair, and appeared extremely aged. Without a doubt, they were all imprisoned by the Juba gambling house, forced to trade their lives for money. "Chief Constable, there are many more corpses inside, some already decomposing." The constable who had led them out spoke with a face full of anger and sorrow. "Chao Guangtai, do you see this? Are these men not someone's sons? When your son committed such heinous acts, did it ever cross your mind that their parents might also have only one son?" Qinglian raised his hand, pointing directly at Chao Guangtai as he questioned. "A bunch of lowlifes worthy of comparison to my son. Their lives aren't worth a single hair on my son's head. Qinglian, our Chao family will not let this matter rest with you." Chao Guangtai was nearly driven mad with rage. What status did those people have to be compared to his son? It was an insult to his son. Though he was now seething with fury, his inner rage like a volcanic inferno on the verge of eruption, he ultimately held it in and departed, carrying Chao Yuanji's corpse in his arms. The other Chao family martial artists also carried away the bodies. It was as if they had completely abandoned the Juba gambling house. The surrounding commoners fell into a heavy silence. They had heard Chao Guangtai's words and felt deeply uncomfortable. In a sense, they too were the lowlifes he spoke of. "Did you find any ghost face spending coins?" Qinglian asked the constable who had just emerged. "Only 3 have been found so far. Captain Zhu is still searching, but I feel." The constable replied respectfully. Hearing this, Qinglian turned his gaze to Chao Shang, the manager of the Juba gambling house. Meeting Qinglian's eyes, Chao Shang shrank back, his face showing unease and embarrassment. He had desperately wanted to leave with the others, but dared not, fearing Qinglian would kill him. Even Chao Yuanji, a direct descendant of the Chao family, had died at Qinglian's hands. What chance did he, an unimportant collateral relative, have? "Where are the items?" Qinglian asked calmly. "Chief Constable Li, I didn't hide any of those coins. Only 3 are left now. We used to have many, but somehow they all turned to dust and vanished." Chao Shang quickly answered, all traces of his earlier arrogance gone. As if afraid Qinglian wouldn't believe him, he immediately raised his hand and swore, "If I, Chao Shang, speak a single falsehood, may I be struck by lightning and die a miserable death." Qinglian gave Chao Shang a brief look, judging that he was unlikely to lie at this moment. Then only one possibility remained. The ghost face spending coins had disappeared on their own. Perhaps his destruction of some coins had caused significant damage to the hidden hand behind them, forcing them to strictly control the number to prevent further losses. "Do you have any leads on the origin of these ghost face spending coins?" Qinglian asked Chao Shang again. "No, I have no leads." "Then what use are you?" Qinglian glanced at Chao Shang and withdrew his gaze. Just then Captain Zhu emerged with a group of constables and officers carrying out many corpses, as well as gold, silver, and copper coins. "Chief Constable Li, I only found these 3 ghost face spending coins. The rest inexplicably turned to dust on their own." He handed over the 3 coins respectfully. "Your hard work is noted. Take everything back to the county office, lock up all gambling house staff, and request a seal from the county magistrate to close down the Juba gambling house. Li Qinglian instructed Captain Zhu. Yes, Chief Constable. After Captain Zhu left with everyone, Li Qinglian stood on the high platform at the gambling house entrance and announced to the crowd. Everyone saw that, didn't you? The Juba gambling house imprisoned innocent people, forcing them to trade their lives for money using these ghost face spending coins. A considerable number have already become rotting corpses. Our county office will not tolerate such acts. If anyone obtains these ghost face spending coins, hand them over promptly for a reward. Those who provide leads will also receive a bounty. Anyone daring to conceal them or commit such inhumane acts will face severe punishment upon discovery. I urge you all to spread this message. After speaking, he continued his patrol with Guxian and 3 other constables. Once he left, the surrounding crowd began to murmur quietly. This chief constable is truly domineering. Indeed, he killed a member of the Chow family without a second thought, showing no respect. I say this is a good thing. Our Luoshui County needs such an iron-fisted chief constable. Otherwise, given what that Chow family member said, how would we common folk survive? Have any of you seen those coins before? Li Qinglian had anticipated the crowd's discussions. He paid them no mind. The 3 ghost face spending coins had already been converted into experience points. His total experience had now exceeded 10,000. Such a vast amount was enough to elevate his strength to a new level. Chief Constable Li, as he patrolled, Guxian, who had been following him, called out hesitantly, his expression uncertain, as if wanting to speak but unsure how to begin. Speak up if you have something to say. Don't dawdle. Who taught you that? Li Qinglian shot him a sidelong glance. Chief Constable, aren't you afraid after killing a Chow family member like that? That's the Chow family, one of the 3 great clans of Luoshui County. Guxian asked directly. He was no longer the simple country youth who only hunted in the mountains. Through daily exposure, he had learned much and understood the formidable power of the 3 great clans. Afraid of what? Do you have to wait until someone holds a knife to your throat to be satisfied? Li Qinglian retorted. No, that's not what I meant. I just thought I shouldn't have killed Chow Yuanji. Even if I hadn't killed him, would the Chow family have refrained from moving against me? Li Qinglian cut him off with a counter-question. Killing Chow Yuanji was not an impulsive act. It was a decision made after careful consideration. He had not forgotten the assassination attempt by Chow family death warriors outside the city that day. Nor had he forgotten the annihilation of Golden Rooster Stronghold or the public execution of the Falcon Hall Master to warn others. Golden Rooster Stronghold and Falcon Hall were both dogs kept by the Chow family. Even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. He didn't believe the Chow family would let this go. They were likely plotting something major, so killing or not killing Chow Yuanji made little difference. Killing Chow Yuanji would further intimidate others and help him obtain more ghost face spending coins. This? Guxian hesitated after hearing Li Qinglian's words. Don't overthink it. I, the chief constable, will bear all the responsibility. Li Qinglian patted his shoulder. At the Chow residence, a spacious hall, an old man clad in black and red robes sat in the highest seat. Though his hair was silver, he was still vigorous, with a ruddy complexion and a commanding presence that inspired awe without anger. Please, Father, seek justice for Yuaner. Chow Guangtai knelt before the old man, his face etched with grief. Father, kill him. A mere chief constable dares to walk all over our Chow family. If we don't eliminate him, others will think our family is in decline. Urged a flamboyantly dressed, slick-haired, middle-aged man.